Chapter 251. A toy that must be obtained. Tsang Ling prepared to escape, ideally resolving the issue of the demon seed within his body before fleeing. If necessary, he would not hesitate to gouge out the demon seed that had been planted into him through such torment. At the same time, he also came to hate Lin Xiru. He had originally felt some fondness for this woman, but she had actually colluded with Xuanya to release the demon lord. Had she never considered what consequences she herself would face once the demon lord was freed? He had even extended a helping hand to her when she was reduced to a toy back in the demon palace, and yet this was how she repaid him. Hey, what are you thinking about? Do you think you've already won, slacking off in a fight? Qiu Long was somewhat displeased. He was merely being cautious due to the eerie demonic aura on his opponent, yet the other dared to look down on him. How dare they show such disrespect to the dragon clan? This realization infuriated the horned dragon. Seizing the moment, it drove a claw straight into Tsang Ling's chest, utterly disregarding the demonic energy that coiled around it in pursuit, and flung him to the ground. After this successful strike, the Qiu dragon did not cease its attack. Instead, it seized the moment when Tsang Ling fell to the ground to launch another assault. It opened its massive jaws, and a sharp dragon roar rang out, the sound waves carrying immense power as they swept towards Tsang Ling. Caught off guard by the sudden attack, Tsang Ling's body uncontrollably flew backward, crashing heavily onto the ground. He struggled to get up, but then suddenly heard a disdainful, light laugh. The voice seemed both close at hand and far away, as if from the distant horizon. Fighting like this using the original body's demon seed, how laughable. Tsang Ling's heart jolted, as if plunged into an icy abyss, feeling all his strength drain away in an instant. However, just as the crowd thought Tsang Ling was about to be defeated, he quickly adjusted his stance, stood up, and floated in midair. The once somewhat flustered Tsang Ling now had a sharper gaze, his demonic aura growing denser, black hair wildly dancing in the wind. His entire demeanor underwent a sudden transformation, like a fierce beast, as he once again engaged in a new round of intense combat with the horned dragon. Standing on the viewing platform, Yuanqing blinked, a flicker of surprise and confusion passing through her eyes. At this moment, the powerful aura emanating from Tsang Ling felt strangely familiar to her, as if she had seen it somewhere before. She couldn't help but recall the demon lord Tsang Moling she had once seen at the bottom of the lake. He also recalled that Tsang Ling was the young master of the demon palace, and the original text had vaguely hinted at some connection between Tsang Ling and Tsang Moling. So he felt it wasn't unusual for Tsang Ling's aura to suddenly shift and resembled Tsang Moling's. Tsang Ling's sudden transformation caught Qiu Long off guard, as if a gentle slope that could have been easily crossed had suddenly turned into an insurmountable mountain, awe-inspiring and daunting. Tsang Ling's entire body emanated black demonic energy, distorting the air around him. His gaze was cold and merciless, as if devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Qiu Long stared at Tsang Ling in terror, a wave of despair surging in his heart. He wanted to flee, but found his body unable to move. In the span of a single breath, Tsang Ling shot toward Qiu Long at an astonishing speed, demonic energy striking his abdomen in an instant. Qiu Long doubled over in pain, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Then Tsang Ling delivered another kick to Qiu Long's chest, sending him flying several zhang off the arena platform, crashing heavily to the ground. Tsang Ling stood on the arena, coldly watching the Qiu dragon collapse to the ground, spitting blood, a flicker of disdain in his eyes. He sensed the power of the demon seed within this body, and uttered a single word flatly. Weak. At that moment, Tsang Ling noticed Yuanqing standing below the arena, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth. So you're here. Yuanqing felt a tightness in her heart when she saw Tsang Ling's sinister smile directed at her. What does he want to do? In the demon palace, Tsang Moling sat upright upon the bone-white throne, his icy gaze like a sharp sword piercing straight into the heart. Having only recently returned to the demon palace, he discovered that those subordinates who had once fawned over him had actually, behind his back, secretly moved into the palace and divided up his possessions. What infuriated Tsang Moling even more was that they had the audacity to seize his territory, occupying the palace halls in a scattered mess, leaving only the two main halls where he used to work and rest. However, these two main halls, having been neglected for so long, had fallen into disrepair, as if telling the tale of time's vicissitudes. These bastards simply had no regard for him at all. What audacity! Tsang Moling's aura grew increasingly dangerous, his eyes flickering with rage. He decided to teach these arrogant fools a proper lesson, to make them understand who truly ruled this place. What Tsang Moling found most intolerable was that the demon seed he had deliberately left in the demon palace was now nowhere to be found. Did these people not understand what that demon seed meant to him? In Tsang Moling's eyes, everyone in the demon palace who had offended him was now as good as dead. These cowards have done such a thing, I'm afraid they won't dare to face the demon lord. Xian Yi stood below Zhang Moling, his expression grave as he said, "They didn't stop there. They also transplanted your demon seed into a young man with the same constitution as yours, and publicly claimed he is your child to solidify their position in the demon palace. This behavior of theirs is a blatant disregard for you." Upon hearing this news, Zhang Moling's face grew increasingly dark, a flicker of anger gradually surfacing in his eyes, as if it might erupt at any moment. "It seems they truly believe Jilingwan can trap me forever, and that the demon palace is theirs to manipulate as they please." With that, he swept his sleeve with force, and a powerful gust of wind surged outward instantly, the very air around him seeming to tremble with his fury. Xuanya quickly bowed and stepped aside, eager to avoid Zhang Moling's fury. Although Xuanya then saw Zhang Moling sitting on the throne with his eyes closed in repose, as if the overwhelming rage from moments ago had been nothing but an illusion. In reality, Zhang Moling followed the connection with the demon seed and transferred his divine consciousness onto Tsang Ling. Tsang Ling, who bore the demon seed, performed in a way that greatly displeased Zhang Moling, merely fighting a dragon clan member, yet he was so sluggish, using his own demon seed on him was simply a waste. Feeling that Tsang Ling had tarnished his own reputation, Zhang Moling directly used his divine sense to take over Tsang Ling's body through the demon seed, without giving any explanation, and defeated the Chiao dragon. This takeover also brought him an unexpected delight. The woman who had fallen into the demon abyss and was rescued by Jilingwan, the woman who could actually disturb his thoughts, was right there. Zhang Moling's feelings for Yuanqing were complex. For Tsang Moling, who had been trapped in the demon abyss for 10,000 years of solitude, the fleeting presence of Yuanqing stirred a special sentiment within him. Yuanqing's existence was important to him, yet not that important. It was like a toy. He must have it, yet it is not worth cherishing. Chapter 252, The Restless Lin Sairu. After defeating the Chiao dragon, Zhang Moling departed from Tsang Ling's body, and at that moment, Tsang Ling finally regained consciousness. As for Yuanqing, Tsang Moling was in no hurry. He knew that she would eventually become his prize. He looked at the Chiao dragon lying motionless on the ground, fully aware that it had been defeated by the demon lord using his body. But at this moment, Tsang Ling, standing on the arena, was filled with fear and despair. He realized that as long as the demon seed remained within his body, he would never be able to escape Zhang Moling's control. At this thought, Tsang Ling broke out in a cold sweat, his entire body trembling. As the young master of the demon palace, Tsang Ling had always been extremely proud, believing himself to possess formidable strength and status. But now he found himself nothing more than a manipulated puppet. Previously, he had tolerated the demon seed parasitizing his body because it posed no real threat to him and instead enhanced his combat power. But now the situation has changed. The demon lord has appeared, and the demon seed has become a tool in his hands, allowing him to manipulate himself at any moment. This means that his life, freedom, and dignity no longer belong to him, but are held in the hands of another. This feeling of powerlessness was something Tsang Ling had never experienced before. Zhang Moling, who unexpectedly saw Yuanqing in the Penglai fairyland, was in a very good mood. The corners of his mouth unconsciously lifted, revealing a faint smile. This surprised Xian Yi, who was standing nearby, as he rarely saw the demon lord wearing such a pleased expression. Xian Yi hadn't expected the demon lord's mood to suddenly improve, but then again, the demon lord had always been capricious, his temperament beyond their ability to fathom. "All right, Xuanya, you may go back first. Handle all matters of the demon palace on your own authority until those audacious bastards return from Penglai." Tsang Moling's tone was calm, yet it carried a hint of coldness and authority. "Kill them all." This sentence was like a blast of frigid wind in the dead of winter, making one involuntarily shiver. Zhang Moling's gaze was cold and indifferent, as if he harbored no concern at all that killing so many elders above the nascent soul stage might affect the demon palace's prestige among demon cultivators. In his eyes, the lives of these elders seemed utterly insignificant, something he could take away at any moment if he so wished. After hearing this, Xuanya felt a chill in his heart, yet he still replied respectfully yes. Then, with a look of reverence on his face, he withdrew from the demon hall. As he turned to leave, he finally couldn't help but look back once more at the lofty, seated figure of Zhang Moling. The man, clad in a flowing black robe like a panther poised to strike, sat firmly upon the throne. Half of his face was vividly illuminated by the blazing flames, a stark crimson, while the other half lay shrouded in deep shadow, inscrutable. At this moment, he resembled a ferocious beast, lying in wait, ready to pounce on its prey. His eyes were deep and crimson, revealing an indescribable coldness and ruthlessness. Within that gaze, there was even a hint of provocation and disdain, as if he felt no pity for the passing of life. There was also a trace of pleasure, its origin unknown, sending a chilling shiver down one's spine. Those who can bring pleasure to the demon lord never meet a good end. As he reached the entrance of the demon palace, Xuanya saw Lin Sairu standing gracefully at the door in a pink dress, her hem fluttering in the wind like a willow swaying in the breeze. That delicate little face appeared even more enchanting against the pink backdrop, as captivating as a peach blossom in full bloom. Lin Sairu saw Xuanya emerge from the demon palace, and a smile that could captivate all who beheld it immediately bloomed on her face, a smile that seemed capable of melting everything in the world. She called out softly, "Xuanya." Her voice was melodious and lilting, like an aureole emerging from the valley. But seeing Xuanya come out of the demon palace alone, a faint, almost imperceptible disappointment flickered across her face. She had thought that coming to the demon palace would allow her to meet the demon lord, who was as renowned as her master. Though the name of the demon lord was enough to strike fear into anyone, the mere thought that he was a being on par with her master made Lin Sairu's heart stir with uncontrollable excitement. Xuanya walked over to Lin Sairu, a trace of tenderness flickering in his eyes as he asked softly, "Why are you standing here?" His tone carried a hint of concern. Lin Sairu lowered her head slightly and said softly, "I came to find you because I'm a bit worried about you." Her words carried concern for the person before her. "Everyone says the demon lord is unpredictable and moody, so I couldn't help but worry about you." Listening to Lin Sairu's words of concern for him, Xuanya's heart couldn't help but skip a beat. After he had cured Lin Sairu of the Immortal's intoxication poison, a subtle shift occurred in the relationship between the two. Having tasted the sweetness of Lin Sairu's body, even the usually aloof Xuanya was, after all, a demon cultivator who would not deny himself pleasure, and so he and Lin Sairu naturally came together. Lin Sairu, who had originally been unable to protect herself, had now become the lady of the Xuanya Hall. Half of this was due to Lin Sairu herself, and the other half was because she had rescued the demon lord. 10,000 years ago, I was the demon lord's guard, and I still am now. As long as I don't touch the demon lord's scales, nothing will happen. Xuanya considered himself to have a fairly good understanding of the demon lord. Unlike those from 10,000 years ago who tried to curry favor with the demon lord only to anger him and end up dead without a trace. It seems the legendary demon lord isn't so capricious, bloodthirsty, and violent after all. Hearing Xianye's words, Lin Sairu's heart stirred slightly, the curiosity hidden deep within her growing ever stronger, and her desire to meet the demon lord increased accordingly. Before her master, even though she had stripped herself completely naked, she was still utterly rejected for Lin Sairu, who had always prided herself on her charm. This was undoubtedly a bitter defeat. This experience was like a sharp thorn, deeply lodged in her heart, becoming a lingering nightmare. Now, she urgently needs someone to prove it. Proving that his charm was not as deplorable as the master's. Although Xuanya's attitude toward her had changed after that incident, she was not satisfied with it. Xianyi was merely a guard in the demon palace. Though his cultivation was profound and his martial skills formidable, he was still far from comparable to the master. Yet within this demon palace, there happened to be one person who could stand shoulder to shoulder with the master. Demon Lord Song Moling. Lin Sairu, who had finally settled down, was restless at heart. She wanted to win over Song Moling to prove her own charm. If even the demon lord could fall at her feet, captivated by her charms, then who would dare question her allure? "I'm a little scared. What if the demon lord summons me? If I anger his lordship, you might never see me again." Lin Sairu looked at Xuanya with a pitiable expression, her face feigning sorrow. Xianyi frowned in thought. Lin Sairu was one of the heroes who rescued the demon lord, and once the demon lord had time, he would surely summon her. "All right, let me tell you about the demon lord's likes and dislikes. When the time comes, just avoid doing anything that might anger him." Chapter 253, The End of the Assembly. The participants in the final match for the title of the foremost nascent soul cultivator were Pei Wuqi and Sang Ling. The two child attendants, Xiaolong and Qialong, sat on either side of Zhu Jiuyin, their faces etched with expressions of indignation. Qiuqiu said angrily, "That Sang Ling just now is definitely suspicious. How could someone suddenly have such a surge in power and become so formidable? I don't believe he can keep it up in this next round." Xiaoqi retorted without backing down, "When I fought that Pei Wuqi, I just let my guard down for a moment, and he seized the opportunity. Otherwise, there's no way he could have beaten me." Candle Jiuyin gently placed his hand on the heads of the two, speaking in a stern tone. "A loss is a loss. What excuses are you looking for? You should be grateful this was just a match. If it had been a real life or death battle, you'd likely have lost your lives long ago." Little Qi scratched his cheek and fell silent, for he knew he had truly lost to Pei Wuqi. Pei Wuqi's meticulous observation of his opponent during battle and his agile movements left him thoroughly convinced and impressed. However, Qiuqiu still pouted with a reluctant expression. In his view, Sangling's sudden outburst during the match must have involved some underhanded tactics, and he felt deeply aggrieved. Qiuqiu remained unwilling to accept it. That Sangling is suspicious. Zhu Jiuyin comforted him. The next match is the final showdown. Sangling will definitely go all out. Whether there's anything suspicious will be clear from this match. If he really uses some underhanded trick, once the secret realm opens, you can go in and cause him trouble. When the time comes, let Little Qi help you beat him to death. It's no big deal. He's just a demon cultivator. Qiuqiu nodded and said, all right. Then she widened her eyes and looked toward the arena. If Sangling couldn't use his previous methods against him in today's final, let him go die in that Penglai fairyland. The dragon clan has always been a very vengeful species. Seeing that Qiuqiu had more or less adjusted on her own, Zhu Jian sat back in his seat with his arms crossed, one leg crossed over the other as he surveyed his surroundings. Any cultivator who met Zhu Jian's gaze quickly lowered their heads. The two young dragons had originally been the top contenders in this competition for the #1 nascent soul cultivator, yet both had fallen short in the semifinals. How could the cultivators who had bet on their victory in the gambling pools not harbor resentment? But seeing the extremely protective look in Zhu Jiuyin's eyes, no one dared to do anything out of line, at most just grumbling a few complaints. Pei Wuqi and Song Ling ascended the arena together, Pei Wuqi in a black robe and Song Ling in a luxurious purple gown. Their figures on the stage were strikingly eye-catching, as if they formed a world of their own. Due to the previous battle, Sang Ling's mobilization of the demon seeds had drawn the demon lord's attention, resulting in a brief loss of control over his body. As a result, Song Ling dared not wield the demon seed's power as extensively as before, and could only use it with caution. However, Pei Wuqi paid no heed to this level of demonic aura. Having slain countless demon cultivators, he remained utterly fearless even when faced with demonic energy that possessed the trait of corruption. As the battle began, Pei Wuqi gripped his long spear and thrust it at Song Ling again and again. Each attack carried a fierce momentum, leaving the audience in awe. Sang Ling kept dodging Pei Wuqi's attacks while releasing more demonic energy to fend off his onslaught. The demonic energy coiled around Pei Wuqi's body like black vipers, attempting to corrode his flesh. But Pei Wuqi remained completely unmoved, his gaze firm and cold. Yuanqing watched Pei Wuqi's battle, feeling that his performance was even more brilliant than in his previous fight against the Qi Dragon. Whenever he faced a demonic cultivator, his combat prowess always reached a higher level. The long spear in Pei Wuqi's hands danced with impenetrable speed. His movements were swift and precise, each strike sending a chill through Sang Ling. As time passed, the demonic aura around Pei Wuqi grew increasingly dense, to the point where it became difficult to tell who between him and Sang Ling was the true demon cultivator. Meanwhile, Pei Wuqi's killing intent grew increasingly heavier, as if he had fully transformed his demonic energy into killing intent and completely integrated it into his own combat. This battle drew the gaze of countless onlookers. Some believed that Pei Wuqi's victory over Song Ling was a foregone conclusion, and that he should rightfully become the new #1 in the nascent soul stage. Others felt that Song Ling would find an opportunity to counterattack, and sincerely hoped that heaven would grant them a miracle, so that the silver they had wagered on the bet would not go to waste. Below the stage, Yuanqing watched the battle nervously, silently praying in her heart that Pei Wuqi would emerge victorious. So pathetically weak, this match is already beyond doubt. Qiuqiu curled her lips, thinking to herself how she would get back at Song Ling when they met in the Penglai Wonderland later. Pei Wuqi, with sharp eyes and quick hands, instantly caught a tiny flaw in Sang Ling's stance. His figure flickered as he charged forward like a gale, the long spear in his hand like a ferocious dragon, thrusting straight towards Song Ling's vital waist and abdomen. Sang Ling stared in shock, his eyes wide, inwardly cursing his misfortune as he hurriedly tried to dodge to the side. His movements were still a beat too slow, utterly unable to evade this fatal strike. Pei Wuqi's long spear, like a bolt of lightning, effortlessly pierced through Sang Ling's body. Sang Ling let out a piercing scream, his entire body tilting backward as blood gushed forth, and he crashed heavily to the ground. The entire scene fell into a deathly silence, as everyone stared in stunned disbelief at the sight before them. Pei Wuqi gasped for breath, his gaze fixed on Sang Ling lying on the ground, his eyes revealing a trace of exhaustion and determination. Then, he slowly turned around to look at Yuanqing below the stage, a hint of barely perceptible tenderness flickering in his eyes. Yuanqing's taut heartstrings finally relaxed, and a relieved smile bloomed on her face. At that moment, the host's excited voice rang out. The results are in. The competition for the top nascent soul cultivator at this grand cultivation ceremony has concluded, and the ultimate victor is Pei Wuqi from the Lingshu sect. As soon as the words fell, the entire audience rose to their feet, applauding and cheering enthusiastically. They offered their warmest applause and shouts of celebration to congratulate this newly emerged number 1 in the nascent soul stage. Truly worthy of the Lingxiu sect, the greatest sect for 10,000 years, now it has produced the number 1 in the nascent soul stage. It won't be long before another Lingyuan immortal lord appears, someone remarked with admiration. I've heard that this Pei Wuqi, despite being only a few hundred years old, possesses such formidable strength, truly enviable. After receiving the reward for being the number 1 in the nascent soul stage, and listening to the flattery from the disciples of Lingxiu sect as well as the praise from the sect leader, Pei Wuqi left the venue together with Yuanqing, leaving only a silhouette for the crowd to gaze upon. Inside the venue, Candle 9 and Little Chi stood together, watching as Pei Wuqi and Yuanqing's figures gradually disappeared. Stop staring, they're already gone. Little Chi reached out and tugged at Candle 9's hem, trying to rouse him from his reverie. Zhu Jiuyin snapped back to reality, a trace of reluctance flickering across his face. Xiaoniu shook his head in a manner befitting a little adult, his tone laced with regret. It seems Lord Zhulong has no chance of winning the beauty on this trip to Penglai. Upon hearing this, Candle Jiuyin furrowed his brow slightly and retorted, who said that? Little Chi continued, tomorrow, the Penglai secret realm will open. Miss, you will definitely enter the secret realm to explore, but you, sir, cannot enter because your cultivation level is too high. However, Zhu Jiuyin did not give up. His eyes darted, and a flash of inspiration struck him as he said confidently, I have my own way. Chapter 254, Danger in Alchemy. Yuanqing and Pei Wuqi went together to the competition grounds of the alchemy convention. Mu Yunxi's alchemy session had not yet concluded, and Yuanqing was somewhat worried whether he would make it in time for the opening of the Penglai secret realm. The atmosphere at the alchemy convention was tense and fervent. Many participants were completely focused on the furnaces before them, hoping to refine astonishing pills and make a name for themselves in one fell swoop. Snake Qingheng stood before his own furnace, yet his gaze involuntarily drifted toward Dan Yangzi beside him. Within Dan Yangzi's alchemy furnace, golden light radiated in all directions, as if the entire world had been illuminated. At the same time, strange phenomena continuously emerged, leaving people awestruck. Anyone could see that the elixir Dan Yangzi was refining was no ordinary substance. Snake Qingheng's expression grew increasingly grave. He turned his head, staring intently at his own alchemy furnace. At the gap between the furnace lid and body, a faint white mist could be seen slowly seeping out. The mist was not thick, yet it gave off an eerie sensation. It turned out that the pill Snake Qingheng was refining was an extremely rare ancient poison pill. The formula for this poisonous pill was something he discovered by chance in a mysterious secret realm. The refining process of this poisonous pill is exceptionally dangerous, as it emits a colorless, odorless toxic mist that is nearly impossible for ordinary people to detect. If one has not taken a specially prepared antidote pill in advance, anyone who approaches the range of the poisonous mist will immediately die from poisoning. Earlier, Snake Qingheng had already taken an antidote pill in advance to ensure his own safety. But he hesitated in his heart. Should he release the poisonous mist from the furnace now or not? If he released the poisonous mist now, then Dan Yangzi would inevitably be affected and might even die from poisoning. This way, he could easily win the match. As for whether this move was too despicable, as an alchemist, failing to realize that the pill he had refined was a poison pill was a sign of his own lack of skill. What did that have to do with him? Shi Qingheng looked at Mu Yunxi, still remembering how he had been tricked by Mu Yunxi's provocation back then, leading him to choose the wrong low-quality spirit herbs and fall behind. At this moment, seeing the blazing flames beneath Mu Yunxi's furnace and his skillful technique, Shi Qingheng realized that this young man's elixir was about to be completed. With Mu Yunxi's movements, Shi Qingheng faintly caught a whiff of a grassy, herbal fragrance. Snake Qingheng silently calculated the time in his mind and realized that tomorrow was the day the secret realm would open. Could it be that this kid ended his alchemy session early just to enter the Penglai secret realm? At this thought, Shi Qingheng couldn't help but let out a cold sneer. With such a short amount of time, what kind of good pill could he possibly refine? Coming to the alchemy competition while still thinking about entering the Penglai secret realm, I think his good results in the first 2 rounds were just luck. But if I let Mu Yunxi leave smoothly like this, wouldn't that be letting him off too easily? I haven't settled the score with him from before yet. Snake Qingheng thought through gritted teeth, a flicker of venomous light flashing in his eyes. So he secretly altered the movement of his hands, causing the lid of the alchemy furnace to quietly open a crack. Immediately after, a colorless and odorless toxic mist drifted out from the crevice, spreading silently and imperceptibly across the area. As the toxic mist quietly spread across half the field, Mu Yunxi, deeply immersed in alchemy, suddenly furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. He subconsciously paused his movements, focusing his spiritual sense and spreading it outward. As his spiritual sense extended, Mu Yunxi quickly detected something unusual. At some unknown point, a crack had actually opened in Shi Qingheng's alchemy furnace. Although nothing came out, opening the furnace mid-refinement is a major taboo. No alchemist would ever do such a thing, let alone an alchemist of Shi Qingheng's caliber. A sense of foreboding surged through Mu Yunxi. He looked again at Shi Qingheng, and in Mu Yunxi's eyes, the other's gaze was now filled with an unshakable malice and smug satisfaction. Mu Yunxi immediately realized that Shi Qingheng might have employed some unknown method. So he unhesitatingly sealed all the major acupoints on his body. Mu Yunxi's actions drew the attention of the others, and everyone was somewhat puzzled as to why he had suddenly closed off his energy points. Some people speculated whether Mu Yunxi had sensed some kind of danger, but since they themselves did not perceive the presence of the toxic mist, they merely cast a curious glance before returning their focus to their own alchemy processes. Shi Qingheng had not expected Mu Yunxi to be so perceptive. He had underestimated him. However, the toxic mist accompanying his poison pill was not something that could be resolved simply by sealing off one's acupoints. Dan Yangzi naturally noticed Mu Yunxi's actions. He furrowed his brow slightly, scanning the surroundings in an attempt to identify the issue. Yet despite his careful observation, he found nothing suspicious. Just as he was feeling puzzled, he suddenly heard a cry of alarm. A pill-refining master suddenly collapsed to the ground, foaming at the mouth with blue-purple lips, clearly poisoned and unconscious. Immediately after, several more alchemists collapsed in succession, and the situation became extremely critical. Dan Yangzi's face changed drastically. He finally realized something was wrong. An incident occurring at the alchemy convention, hosted by the alchemy sect, would also tarnish the reputation of his sect. Dan Yangzi hastily rose to his feet, channeling his spiritual power in an attempt to dispel the poisonous mist. However, it would have been better if he hadn't used his spiritual power. The moment he did, the poisonous mist that had been drawn into his meridians became even more active, causing Dan Yangzi to collapse directly to the ground, his lips turning blue and purple. In an instant, everyone on the field had fallen to the ground, leaving only Shi Qingheng and Mu Yunxi standing steadily on their feet. Mu Yunxi's expression turned extremely grave as he furrowed his brow and looked at Shi Qingheng, saying, "Senior Shi, what exactly have you done? Why has everyone suddenly been poisoned?" Shi Qingheng let out a cold snort and replied disdainfully, "What could I have done? I'm just an alchemist. Aside from refining pills, I haven't done anything at all." Then Snake Qingheng seemed to suddenly realize something, and said with dawning understanding, "Oh right, it just occurred to me that the pill I refined this time is an ancient poison pill, and, during the refining process, toxic fumes are produced." "You!" Upon hearing this, Dan Yangzi trembled with rage, extending a shaking finger at Snake Qingheng as he spat out a mouthful of black poisonous blood. Snake Qingheng, however, appeared completely unconcerned. With a smile on his face, he looked at Mu Yunxi and said smugly, "Look at this child, hasn't he already sensed the danger in advance and sealed his acupoints? So, you people, with your shallow skills, can't even perceive the changes happening. How can you blame me for that?" Having said that, Snake Qingheng glanced around at the fallen alchemists, a mocking smile curling on his lips as he continued, "Before pointing fingers at me, you'd better first consider whether it's your own lack of insight that's to blame." Having said that, Shi Qingheng turned to Mu Yunxi again. "Oh, there's one more thing this old man forgot to mention. Simply sealing your acupoints and meridians won't do anything against the accompanying poisonous mist of my poison pill." Chapter 255, Purple Firmament Detoxification Pill. Upon hearing Shi Qingheng's words, Mu Yunxi quickly activated his divine sense to examine the toxins within himself. As expected, he saw that a considerable amount of poison had already invaded his meridians. These toxins, like countless tiny venomous snakes, were rapidly spreading along his meridians, corroding them. Yuanqing, who had arrived belatedly together with Pei Wuqi, saw at a glance that Mu Yunxi, who had been perfectly fine moments ago, was staggering and collapsing to the ground, his lips turning purple, his entire person appearing extremely weak. She noticed that the other alchemists around her had also collapsed to the ground, their faces a bluish purple, all without exception showing symptoms of poisoning. "Yunxi!" Yuanqing panicked, her eyes filled with anxiety and concern, instinctively about to rush toward Mu Yunxi. "Don't come any closer." Mu Yunxi, enduring intense pain, lifted his head with difficulty and called out to Yuanqing. His voice carried a hint of hoarseness, as if suppressed by an invisible force. "There's poison nearby, don't get near." Upon hearing the word poison, Pei Wuqi's face changed drastically. He grabbed Yuanqing and pulled her behind him, then looked at Mu Yunxi anxiously and asked, "What's going on?" Mu Yunxi slowly turned his head, his gaze falling on Shi Qingheng, who stood not far away, his eyes filled with anger and vigilance. Everyone followed his line of sight and saw Shi Qingheng standing there, a smug smile curling at the corner of his mouth, as if everything was under his control. Snake Qingheng, you would actually harm the alchemists present here for the sake of a mere empty title, truly ruthless and merciless, one alchemist roared in fury, his face twisted with pain and anger. They had toiled for so long, all for the sake of participating in this alchemy convention, never expecting to fall victim to such treachery. A boundless tide of hatred and rage surged in many hearts, and they wished they could tear Snake Qingheng limb from limb on the spot. Beast! A creature of scales and armor. Another alchemist cursed through gritted teeth, his voice seething with boundless hatred for Shi Qingheng. He glared at Snake Qingheng, his eyes blazing with fury. If looks could kill, Snake Qingheng would have been torn to pieces by him long ago. I advise you to hand over the antidote quickly, or else I will never forgive you in the future. Yes! Hand over the antidote. Do you truly think I fear your threats? I advise you to withdraw early, lest the poison seeps into your bones and becomes incurable. Snake Qingheng was not intimidated by their threats. Although he was an alchemist, as a member of the demon race, he himself was quite formidable. However, the other alchemists present had expended a great deal of energy during the pill refining process, and in Snake Qingheng's view, their combat prowess was truly unimpressive. Knowing that Snake Qingheng would not hand over the antidote, some alchemists simply turned and left, unwilling to die here for the sake of a single competition. Mu Yunxi, however, looked at her own alchemy furnace and, contrary to her usual behavior, stood up again to begin refining. Yunxi. Yuanqing stood below the stage, worried, with the phoenix vermilion fruit already in hand, ready to feed it to Mu Yunxi at any moment. Mu Yunxi looked at Yuanqing and smiled. Yuanqing, trust me. Hearing this, Yuanqing knew that Mu Yunxi had confidence in her, so she couldn't help but feel relieved and put away the phoenix vermilion fruit. As it happened, the elixir Mu Yunxi had prepared to refine for this competition was precisely a detoxification pill, and moreover, it was the legendary Supreme Detoxification Elixir, the Purple Cloud Detoxification Pill. This elixir is entirely emerald green, imbued with powerful vitality. Once ingested, it can stimulate the body's potential and accelerate detoxification, offering exceptional healing effects for those suffering from severe injuries and rare poisons. Due to the extreme difficulty of its refining technique, which had nearly been lost to history, Mu Yunxi, through dedicated research, finally succeeded in recreating it. Dan Yangzi, seeing that Mu Yunxi showed no intention of leaving, couldn't help but advise, "Young friend Mu, you are still young. There's no need to risk yourself for the sake of so-called reputation." Mu Yunxi replied gratefully, "Thank you for your kindness, senior. I know what I'm doing." With that, he focused on the alchemy before him. As time passed, a faint fragrance gradually emanated from Mu Yunxi's alchemy furnace, bringing a refreshing aura to everyone nearby, as if ushering in a new vitality. This fragrance. Dan Yangzi sniffed the scent permeating the air in surprise, his expression turning grave. He savored it carefully, then said in shock, "This seems to be the medicinal aroma of the legendary supreme antidote, the Purple Cloud Detoxification Pill." Dan Yangzi couldn't help murmuring to himself, "But hasn't this pill been lost to history? How could it appear here?" Snake Qingheng, standing nearby, stared intently at Mu Yunxi's alchemy furnace, an expression of disbelief spreading across his face. He questioned, "What Purple Cloud Detoxification Pill? This old man refuses to believe that a mere brat could concoct such a precious elixir." In truth, Mu Yunxi had not only successfully refined the supreme antidote, but had also deliberately timed its creation to coincide just before the opening of the Penglai secret realm. Yuanqing looked at Shi Qingheng and said firmly, "I can't guarantee anything else, but Mu Yunxi's talent in alchemy is truly unprecedented. No matter how rare the elixir he refines, it would be nothing surprising. The disciples of Lingshu's sect might dare to challenge the disciplinary hall, but no one would lightly provoke the thatched cottage, and even fewer would dare to anger Mu Yunxi, because they were well aware of Mu Yunxi's prowess in both alchemy and medicine, and knew that at any moment they might need him to save their lives." With Mu Yunxi's movements, 12 pills flew out of the furnace, entirely emerald green with golden patterns. Dan Yangzi recognized it at a single glance. It truly is the Purple Cloud Detoxification Pill. And a supreme grade one at that. Truly incredible. Mu Yunxi quickly reached out to catch the pill, sealed it in a jade bottle, and left one pill to place in his mouth and swallow. Mu Yunxi handed the pill to the judges. "I have finished refining my pill. Please distribute it to those in need after you have examined it." The judge, stunned, took it. All right. Dan Yangzi said anxiously, "Let me see it first. Let me have a look." The judges were somewhat troubled. "Sect leader, your health is the priority, and there are your elixirs." "What health? What elixirs?" If fellow Taoist Mu has truly refined the Purple Cloud Detoxification Pill, then who else could claim the title of the #1 alchemist? Dan Yangzi grew anxious, disregarding the toxins in his body as he longed to see the true form of the purple cloud detoxification pill. After taking the detoxification pill, Mu Yunxi had already returned to Yuanqing's side. He closed his eyes and began to circulate the spiritual energy within his body. As the spiritual energy flowed, the medicinal power of the detoxification pill was refined and spread throughout his entire body, quickly neutralizing the toxins. Under Yuanqing's concerned gaze, Mu Yunxi's complexion gradually returned to normal, and his originally pale lips slowly became rosy again. Finally, Mu Yunxi slowly opened his eyes, exhaled a breath of foul air, and a relaxed smile spread across his face as he said to Yuanqing, "Yuanqing, I'm fine." Seeing that Mu Yunxi had successfully neutralized the poison, Yuanqing felt the weight lift from her heart. Overjoyed, she nearly jumped up and threw her arms around him, exclaiming excitedly, "That's wonderful. Yunxi, I'm so glad you're okay. You really scared me just now." Chapter 256, The Penglai Fairyland Opens. Dan Yangzi looked at the purple cloud detoxification pill in his hand, marveling inwardly. He never expected that Mu Yunxi, despite her young age, could achieve such mastery in alchemy. "Yuanqing, the competition's over, let's head back." Mu Yunxi chuckled as he tugged at Yuanqing, ready to leave. Before leaving, Yuanqing cast a glance at Shi Qingheng, who had been staring blankly ever since Mu Yunxi refined the Zixiao detoxification pill, neglecting even his own alchemy furnace. "This man harbors ill intentions and made a move against you. Are we just letting him off like that?" "Letting him off? Of course not. Since he caused trouble at the alchemy convention, the alchemy sect in charge of the event will naturally handle it." Yuanqing did not have Mu Yunxi's good temper. She thought to herself that it would be best if Shi Qingheng did not fall into her hands, or else she would definitely teach him a lesson. Having awakened the Phoenix bloodline, he had, in a sense, gained an immortal body and would not be intimidated by a gap in cultivation level. Dan Yangzi's gaze swept past the crowd and landed on Yuanqing, Mu Yunxi, and Pei Wuqi below the stage, who were preparing to leave. At this point, Mu Yunxi had already finished refining the pill, and indeed there was no need for him to stay any longer. Dan Yangzi stroked his beard, pondering inwardly. He had a granddaughter around the same age as Mu Yunxi, whom he doted on dearly in daily life, cherishing her as a precious treasure. Mu Yunxi had achieved extraordinary success in the art of alchemy, and Dan Yangzi, eager to win him over, couldn't help but consider playing matchmaker for his granddaughter. Later, Dan Yangzi turned his attention to Pei Wuqi, thinking that the #1 cultivator in the nascent soul stage might also be a fine candidate for a marriage alliance. The news of the #1 in the nascent soul stage spread quickly after the match ended. Everyone knew that Pei Wuqi was precisely that newly ascended #1 in the nascent soul stage, and even Dan Yangzi, who had been constantly refining pills, did not miss it. A #1 in the nascent soul stage, a top-tier alchemist, was actually all gathered around the same woman. Dan Yangzi's gaze finally settled on Yuanqing, who was shielded in front by two men, a faint smile gracing her face, her beauty as exquisite as the moon in the sky. To have two such outstanding men follow her so devotedly, this woman named Yuanqing clearly possessed extraordinary qualities. She was likely beyond comparison with his own pampered granddaughter. Having already taken a liking to the talented young man, Dan Yangzi found it truly hard to give up on him. His own granddaughter was not bad-looking either, and with her innocent and lively nature, who knew if she might succeed. Besides, she also had a passion for alchemy, so the two of them would have some common ground to talk about. Cultivation partners, cultivation partners. Only those who walk the same path are true cultivation partners. Dan Yangzi swallowed the purple cloud detoxification pill in his hand, then stepped down from the arena, intending to go and discuss this matter with his granddaughter. The judges exchanged bewildered glances behind him. "Sect leader, are you not going to refine your pill?" Master Danning flicked his sleeve without turning his head and said, "If the purple cloud detoxification pill has already appeared, what else would I be refining? A pill for self-humiliation." Upon hearing this, Snake Qingheng, who had been motionless on the side for a long time, spat out a mouthful of blood. He had originally thought that once the poisonous mist dispersed, victory would be firmly in his grasp. But the situation took a sharp turn when Mu Yunxi successfully refined the purple cloud detoxification pill, firmly securing her position as the top alchemist. How could Shi Qingheng accept this? Hearing Snake Qingheng spit blood, Dan Yangzi turned his head to glance and said, "Each generation has its talents, and the new replaces the old." According to legend, this place was once a cave dwelling where immortals resided. Shrouded in spiritual energy year-round, it remains unknown to the mortal world. Within the Penglai secret realm lie countless immortal islands, with even more countless islands on its periphery. These islands are covered in celestial herbs and spiritual medicines, but the most precious of all are the Taoist teachings contained within them. The Central Island region consists of 360 islands, symbolizing the number of celestial perfection. No one can say for certain how long the secret realm of Penglai has existed. People only know that it automatically opens once every 300 years. Whether human, demon beast, or any other living being, all may enter this secret realm. However, the conditions for entry were extremely stringent, with the minimum requirement being cultivation at the golden core stage. Weaker beings could only explore the periphery, striving to seize opportunities of their own, while those with greater strength could venture to the central island in search of legacies suited to them. At the highest point of Penglai Immortal Mountain, amidst swirling clouds and mist, stands a jade gate over 10 meters tall. This gate is carved entirely from fine jade, exuding a warm, lustrous glow, intricately engraved with various strange spiritual plants and rare exotic beasts. The entire mountain gate exudes a sense of solemnity and grandeur. This is the entrance to the legendary Penglai Secret Realm. The Penglai Secret Realm was about to open, and at this moment, it was crowded with cultivators from all races. Amitabha Shinshio, your constitution is unique. Be cautious in all matters during your journey to Penglai. Rest assured, Abbot. Shinshio will be cautious on this journey. If you encounter any Buddhist lineage, do not let it slip by. With your insight, you are sure to obtain the inheritance. When you return to the temple, we will establish a new branch for you to teach and pass on the Dharma. Shinshio's countenance was serene, his hands pressed together in prayer, clad in a pale yellow kasaya. Between his brows lay a faint trace of compassion and tolerance, as if all worldly troubles had nothing to do with him. Abbot, as the cause is sown, so the fruit is reaped. All is fated. Upon hearing Shinshio's words, the abbot quickly pressed his palms together and recited a Amitabha, saying, Shinshio is right. I was too fixated on appearances. Within the Lingshu sect, a multitude of disciples gathered in one place. Qin Siyu stood quietly, holding his sword, his gaze occasionally drifting toward the direction where Yuanqing was. Meanwhile, sect leader Xia stood to the side, silently observing his beloved disciple, a sigh welling up in his heart. He also feared that his disciple might truly make up his mind to be with Yuanqing, which would make the situation difficult to handle. Moreover, ever since Yuanqing advanced to the nascent soul stage, Qin Siyu had grown somewhat impatient in his cultivation, as if eager to catch up with her pace. This situation only deepened sect leader Xia's concern. Faced with such circumstances, sect leader Xia understood that matters of the heart should not be overly interfered with, but he felt he ought to offer a reminder regarding the issues his disciple was encountering in his cultivation. After all, the path of cultivation is long and arduous. Excessive haste may lead to severe consequences such as qi deviation. How reckless. Hearing his master call him, Qin Siyu quickly withdrew his gaze from Yuanqing, turned around and bowed to sect leader Xia, saying, Master, what business do you have with me? Sect leader Xia looked at the respectful disciple before him, nodded with satisfaction, and said, I wanted to tell you to be careful in all matters once you enter the secret realm. Caution is paramount, do not be greedy for achievements or act rashly. Qin Siyu furrowed his brow and answered earnestly, Master, you often teach me that a sword cultivator should possess a sharp, aggressive spirit and forge ahead courageously. If we have to be cautious and careful in everything, wouldn't that mean losing the edge of a sword cultivator? Sect leader Xia was left speechless by Qin Siyu's words, momentarily at a loss for how to refute him. Because he suddenly remembered that this phrase was indeed something he had once taught to Qin Siyu. After a moment of silence, sect leader Xia slowly spoke. This is a different time now. What is too rigid is easily broken. The same goes for cultivation. Haste makes waste. Hearing this, Qin Siyu understood his master's deeper meaning. It turned out that his master intended to use the matter of the Penglai secret realm to advise him not to be impatient on his path of cultivation. Chapter 257, Entering the Secret Realm. As time slowly passed, the final moment for the opening of the Penglai secret realm finally arrived. The once tranquil Penglai Immortal Mountain suddenly became turbulent, with waves surging dozens of meters high, crashing against the coastal rocks and producing thunderous roars. At the same time, the ground began to tremble violently, as if a powerful force was surging up from beneath the earth. At the center of the Jade Gate atop the highest peak of Penglai Immortal Mountain, a dazzling, multicolored vortex suddenly erupted, brilliant and eye-catching, like a massive rainbow-hued tornado. As this vortex rose, a faint mist began to spread around Penglai Immortal Mountain, shrouding the entire peak and making it difficult for anyone to see what was happening on the mountain. The mist gradually thickened, like a layer of gauze, evoking a sense of mystery and eeriness. The vortex at the entrance to the secret realm kept expanding, eventually turning into a massive black hole, as if it would devour everything. The mist was also drawn in by this black hole, continuously being sucked into it, gradually coalescing into a spiral-shaped passage. This passage emits an eerie glow, stirring both curiosity and fear. The secret realm has opened. Someone shouted excitedly. The many cultivators on the Penglai Immortal Mountain all turned their gazes toward this entrance, their eyes flickering with greed and longing. They knew that within, countless precious treasures and cultivation resources might be hidden, but it was also fraught with danger. Without a moment's hesitation, the many cultivators surged toward the entrance like a tide, scrambling to be the first into the secret realm. Some, driven by impatience, even clashed with one another, fighting for position. After all, the grand cultivation ceremony was over, and they no longer needed to abide by those rules. In the world of cultivation, the early bird catches the worm, while the latecomer risks not only missing out, but also falling into an ambush set by those ahead. Yuanqing stood to the side, witnessing firsthand the cultivators brawling fiercely for access to the secret realm's passage. She turned to Mu Yunxi and Pei Wuqi and said, "The Penglai secret realm is different from those small-scale secret realms we've encountered before. Let's hurry and enter as well." Mu Yunxi and Pei Wuqi both nodded, ready to set off. Just then, Mu Yunxi suddenly stopped in his tracks, his gaze turning dazed. He blinked a few times before looking around as if searching for something. "What's wrong?" Yuanqing asked, looking at Mu Yunxi with confusion. Mu Yunxi carefully examined his own body, but found nothing unusual. Mu Yunxi rubbed his eyes, shook his head, and replied, "It's nothing. Let's go inside." Yuanqing pressed her lips together, feeling somewhat worried about Mu Yunxi. Could it be that the poison she sustained during yesterday's alchemy competition hadn't been fully cleansed? As she stepped through the entrance of the Mountain Gate's secret realm, Yuanqing clearly felt the sensation of spatial teleportation, and then, with a blur before her eyes, she found herself on an island. Yuanqing warily surveyed her surroundings. The sky was as clear as day, yet, strangely, stars could be seen on the celestial dome, as if the distance between heaven and earth had drawn closer. When the three of them entered the secret realm together, Mu Yunxi and Pei Wuqi surprisingly hadn't been teleported to the same place as her. His fingers formed a hand seal, activating the protective effect of the hidden moon veil, ready at any moment to guard against potential danger. A call sounded beside Yuanqing's ear, the voice low and calm, yet it startled her heart. "Who?" She spun around immediately, her gaze alert as she looked behind her. Yet when she recognized the person approaching, the wariness in her heart instantly dissolved. A young man slowly walked up from behind her, dressed in the inner disciple robes of the Lingshu sect. His posture was as straight as a pine, and his demeanor was steady and reserved. His face was handsome and resolute, like a sword about to be drawn from its sheath, exuding an aura that made one's heart tremble. Yuanqing recognized the newcomer, a flicker of surprise passing through her eyes. "It's me." The newcomer stepped out from behind Yuanqing, speaking with a smile. Yuanqing furrowed her brow slightly and asked with some confusion, "Qin Siyu? You're here too?" Qin Siyu walked over to Yuanqing and said, "It seems that the Penglai secret realm has paired me with you, senior sister." Yuanqing couldn't help but laugh, her mood becoming light and cheerful. She teased, "You don't have to be so formal, just call me by my name. After all, I've been calling you senior brother all this time, so suddenly switching things around feels a bit strange to me." Qin Siyu smiled faintly and said firmly, "That won't do. According to the sect's rules, I should address you as senior sister. Besides, I believe that as time goes on, you'll gradually get used to this form of address." Qin Siyu shook his head. "Propriety cannot be abandoned. If I call her that a few more times, it'll become natural over time. Moreover, addressing her by name would be far too intimate." He already had some fondness for Yuanqing, and if they got any closer, he feared he wouldn't be able to control his heart. "When I first entered the sect, I had a similar experience. Back then, many disciples older than me addressed me as senior brother, and I also felt a bit unaccustomed to it, but it got better over time." Seeing that Qin Siyu showed no intention of changing his stance, Yuanqing did not insist further. "Since that's the case, I'll follow junior brother Qin's suggestion and do my best to adapt." Having already addressed him as junior brother, Yuanqing took the opportunity to extend a team invitation, speaking in a sincere tone. "The Penglai secret realm is fraught with danger, hiding countless perils. Acting alone will inevitably lead to difficulties. How about we join forces? What do you think, junior brother Qin?" Qin Siyu nodded slightly. "All right." For 10,000 miles around, the three connected islands each boasted distinct scenery. Along their journey, Yuanqing and Qin Siyu encountered many demonic beasts and rare spirit plants, all of which were rarely seen in the outside world. "Is that the immortal slaying grass?" Yuanqing swept her spiritual sense across the surroundings and discovered that several stalks of immortal slaying grass were actually growing on the cliff wall not far away. These immortal slaying grasses grew exceptionally tall, reaching the height of a sword. Their leaves closely resembled swords, while the flowers were very small, blooming at the center of the leaves and emitting a faint fragrance. Yuanqing did not see the seeds of the immortal slaying grass and couldn't help feeling a bit disappointed. However, in the world of cultivation, the seeds of spiritual plants were inherently something that could not be forced. Yuanqing turned her head to look at Qin Siyu and asked, "The immortal slaying grass is an important material for artifact refining. If added during the forging of a spiritual sword, it can greatly enhance the sword's sharpness. Do you need it, junior brother Qin?" Qin Siyu nodded. Exactly. After advancing to the nascent soul stage, a sword cultivator usually forges their own life-bound spirit sword. This patch of immortal slaying grass couldn't have come at a better time. Qin Siyu took a deep breath and said, "Senior sister Yu, let me go ahead and scout the situation." With that, he cautiously approached the immortal slaying grass. Yuanqing quickly reminded him, "Be careful." Qin Siyu nodded to show he understood. Spiritual plants are often guarded by spiritual beasts, so Yuanqing deliberately retreated to a distance to avoid alerting them. Chapter 258, The Saber-Toothed Three-Headed Flood Dragon. Suddenly, a strong sense of alertness surged in Qin Siyu's heart, and without hesitation, he retreated swiftly like lightning. A sharp, piercing screech rang out as a black shadow streaked past Qin Siyu like lightning, its speed astonishing. While retreating rapidly, Qin Siyu swiftly drew his spirit sword, ready to fend off any potential attack. Qin Siyu gripped his spirit sword tightly and engaged in a fierce clash with the shadowy figure. As teeth met the blade, sparks flew continuously. Qin Siyu discovered that the opponent's teeth were exceptionally hard, able to easily withstand the spirit sword's attacks. Qin Siyu pondered inwardly, could this be due to the effect of the immortal slaying grass? The miraculous power of the immortal slaying grass lies in its ability to sharpen the claws and teeth of demonic beasts. Now it was clear that the demon beast before them had its teeth nourished by the immortal slaying grass, granting it such terrifying power. Yuanqing stood in the distance, her gaze fixed intently ahead, finally making out the appearance of this demon beast. Its long body was covered in hard scales that glinted with a cold, icy light. But what was most striking was that its torso split into 3 separate sections at the waist, each bearing a head filled with sharp, venomous fangs. Yuanqing's expression turned solemn. Standing at the periphery, she warned Qin Siyu, "This is a sword-fanged, 3-headed serpent. The venomous fangs of this beast are extremely sharp and are excellent materials for forging spirit swords. They have nearly become extinct in the outside world. Qin Siyu, take it down." If it were any other disciple, they might not necessarily recognize this oddly shaped jiao snake, perhaps mistaking it for an ordinary 3-headed jiao. Those excessively long fangs might be regarded as a rare mutation, but no one would ever suspect that they actually belong to the legendary 3-headed saber-toothed flood dragon. However, Yuanqing was different. She had always enjoyed reading in her daily life, a habit cultivated from her previous life. With no other forms of entertainment, reading became her sole pastime. From the moment she entered the outer sect, Yuanqing knew that her understanding of the cultivation world was limited. Thus, she had flipped through most of the books in the library, especially becoming intimately familiar with knowledge of various spirit herbs, spirit medicines, demonic beasts, and magical beasts. It was precisely for this reason that when Yuanqing saw this saber-toothed 3-headed flood dragon, she immediately recognized its rarity and value. The saber-toothed 3-headed flood dragon was renowned far and wide, its teeth hailed as the finest material for forging swords, a treasure coveted by countless sword cultivators. Furthermore, it is said that its blood contains a trace of true dragon lineage, which undoubtedly multiplies its value. But at the same time, one must be extremely cautious, for no cultivator below the nascent soul stage can resist the blood of the 3-headed sword-toothed flood dragon. Immortal slaying grass, sword-toothed 3-headed flood dragon. These 2 items are both top-tier materials for sword cultivators. Yuanqing muttered to herself as she carefully analyzed the situation before her, inwardly wondering, could it be that the inheritance of this island is related to sword cultivation? That would be good news for Qin Siyu. Yuanqing looked around, but still found no clues, so she turned her gaze back to the fierce battle between Qin Siyu and the saber-toothed 3-headed flood dragon. Looking at the saber-toothed 3-headed flood dragon, Yuanqing suddenly realized something. Creatures like the saber-toothed 3-headed flood dragon had long vanished from the cultivation world. Its appearance now is undoubtedly a warning for Yuanqing. In this mysterious Penglai secret realm, anything is possible. If he were the least bit careless, he would likely lose his life in there. Thinking of this, Yuanqing's mood grew increasingly heavy. She couldn't help but begin to worry about Mu Yunxi's safety. When he first entered the secret realm, Mu Yunxi had already shown some signs of unease. If he truly encounters danger, what should be done? Hearing Yuanqing's words, Qin Siyu looked at the sword-toothed three-headed flood dragon before him, a gleam of determination flashing in his eyes. For a sword cultivator, having a natal spirit sword that suits their heart is more important than anything else. However, the sharpness of the sword-toothed three-headed flood dragon exceeded his imagination, presumably because the dragon's teeth were already razor-sharp and had been enhanced by the immortal slaying grass. This is truly a tough nut to crack. Yuanqing saw that Qin Siyu and the saber-toothed three-headed flood dragon were locked in a back-and-forth battle with little progress, and she knew this was not the time to hold back. The situation was urgent. Yuanqing could no longer afford to stand guard on the sidelines. After setting down a barrier that would be triggered if anyone approached, she leaped into the fray and said to Qin Siyu, I'm here to help you. Qin Siyu saw Yuanqing enter and nodded in acknowledgement. Yuanqing formed a hand seal and chanted a spell under her breath. With her movements, a vine cage suddenly appeared around them, trapping Qin Siyu and the saber-toothed three-headed serpent inside. The vine cage grew rapidly, tightly binding the saber-toothed three-headed serpent and restricting its movements. Immediately after, Qin Siyu leaped into the air and swung his sword, unleashing a sword aura like a celestial aurora that struck the three-headed sword-toothed flood dragon, severing its left head. A miserable howl resounded through heaven and earth, its terrifying force causing the entire mountain forest to tremble. What's that noise? A group of people not far away heard the roar of the saber-toothed three-headed serpent. They halted in their tracks and warily scanned their surroundings. It's the sound of someone killing a demon beast, isn't it? One of them said in a low voice. Probably. Should we go over and scavenge for leftovers? Maybe we'll pick up some treasures. A glint of greed flashed in the other's eyes. This demon beast's roar is so terrifying. Anyone who can harm it must be of extraordinary strength. Would it be reckless for us to go over there? What's there to fear? With so many of us gathered together, how could we possibly lose? I refuse to believe they'd be as lucky as we are, with their whole group teleporting together. Let's go take a look. The leader waved his hand and led the group toward the direction from which the sound came. At this moment, Qin Siyu and Yuanqing were locked in a fierce battle with the three-headed saber-toothed Jiao. Blood gushed forth as the other two heads, wincing in pain, fixed their gaze on Qin Siyu, their massive body thrashing wildly within the vine cage, struggling to break free. Yuanqing looked at Qin Siyu and said, let's hurry. The commotion just now was too loud, it might attract other cultivators. Both the immortal slaying grass and the fangs of the sword-toothed three-headed flood dragon were supreme treasures, so there would surely be those who thought of the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind, seeking to kill and seize the treasures. Qin Siyu nodded, acutely aware of the urgency. He had to swiftly deal with the saber-toothed three-headed flood dragon before him. He took a deep breath, channeling all his strength, and launched another attack at the saber-toothed three-headed flood dragon, while Yuanqing restrained it with her spells from the side. After learning new spells from her master, Yuanqing's magical abilities became too destructive, especially if she were to take the lead in an attack. A barrage of spells would leave the surroundings in utter chaos, and the immortal slaying grass might also be damaged in the battle, which would truly be a loss outweighing any gain. Chapter 259, The Treasure-Snatching Group. Three-headed flood dragon? And here I thought it was some rare demonic beast. If it took them this long to take down a single three-headed flood dragon, these two cultivators can't be all that impressive, can they? While Qin Siyu and Yuanqing were locked in battle with the three-headed serpent, a group of figures crept stealthily closer from afar. Wherever there's a guardian beast, there's bound to be a spirit plant. Search everywhere. Boss, look at that. One of them pointed at the immortal slaying grass not far away, his face full of surprise. His voice was brimming with excitement and greed. Wow! That's immortal slaying grass, a real treasure we can't afford to miss. Following the direction of his underling's finger, the leader also spotted the clump of immortal slaying grass. His eyes immediately lit up, a greedy smile spreading across his face. Come on, let's sneak over quietly. The leader spoke in a low voice. He gestured for the others to remain silent, then stealthily moved toward the direction of the immortal slaying herb. In the midst of battle, Yuanqing keenly sensed that the restrictions she had set had been triggered. She raised her hand and lashed a vine whip down, landing at the feet of those people. Taking advantage of a fire to commit robbery is not the conduct of a gentleman. Yuanqing cast a cold gaze at the crowd, her eyes icy and sharp, carrying a hint of warning. Qin Siyu severed the last head of the saber-toothed three-headed flood dragon, and its massive body crashed to the ground with a thunderous thud. He landed steadily on the sword-toothed three-headed serpent, long sword in hand, gazing coldly at the group of people before him. What do you think you're doing? Qin Siyu's tone was icy, brimming with intimidation, his eyes glinting like cold stars, so piercing that none dared meet his gaze. The secret realm belongs to no one, the capable shall claim it. The leader let out a cold laugh, slowly drawing the long sword from his waist. His oppressive aura erupted instantly, revealing a cultivation base at the mid-nascent soul stage. He looked at Yuan Qing and Qin Siyu with a contemptuous gaze. Early nascent soul stage and late core formation stage, nothing to fear. A smug smile curled at the corner of the leader's mouth. What else? Naturally, kill for treasure. A cultivator behind him suddenly recognized Yuan Qing, pointing at her and saying, "Boss, this woman seems to be the newly chosen #1 beauty. And I've heard she's also a disciple of the Spirit Abyss Immortal Lord." The leader's expression shifted slightly, but he quickly regained his composure, sneering disdainfully, "No matter whose disciple she is dead all the same." That cultivator, however, put on a fawning smile and said to the leader, "But, boss, I think this woman is so beautiful that it would be a shame to just kill her like this. How about we capture her and offer her to the big brother as a cauldron?" After saying this, his gaze toward Yuan Qing turned extremely lewd, evoking a wave of disgust and revulsion. Qin Siyu's brows furrowed tightly, a flicker of disgust flashing in his eyes. When this man set his sights on Yuan Qing, the lecherous expression on his face made Qin Siyu feel extremely displeased, to the point where he wished he could get rid of him as soon as possible. Upon hearing this, the leader immediately slapped the cultivator who had made the suggestion on the head, cursing, "You blind fool. Weren't you just saying this woman has an extraordinary background? Spare her life so she can settle scores with us later." This group of people were actually all rogue cultivators. Since they had no sect of their own, they could only enter Punlai by purchasing quotas from other sects. It's nothing more than being able to enter the Punlai secret realm to seek its treasures. For these people, killing others for their treasures has become second nature, nothing out of the ordinary. Thus, they also know that when handling matters, they must be clean and decisive to avoid leaving behind any future trouble. But this junior was a newcomer. His lack of experience was a minor issue. The real problem arose when he laid eyes on the beauty before him. He was instantly captivated by Yuan Qing's allure, completely losing his senses and overlooking the danger lurking behind her. A man whose heart is filled only with thoughts of women is destined to amount to nothing. This truth holds even for that sword cultivator standing across from him. It took this long just to take down a three-headed serpent. What a disgrace to sword cultivators. The leader mused to himself, this guy is truly useless, getting captivated by a woman's appearance the moment they met. It seems he can't stay in the team either. When the secret realm is about to close, I'll just kill him off. But she's the #1 beauty. The young lackey said reluctantly, his eyes darting lasciviously over Yuan Qing. Yuan Qing felt deeply uncomfortable under such a gaze, her brows furrowing. "Keep your eyes in check or I won't mind gouging them out." Yuan Qing's voice carried a hint of warning. That young man seemed unaware of how offensive his behavior was, instead snorting lightly and saying, "I advise you to be more sensible. Bow your head obediently, and I might just persuade the boss to spare your life." His tone was filled with arrogance and disdain, as if he considered Yuan Qing nothing more than a plaything to be toyed with at will. A surge of anger welled up in Yuan Qing's heart. These people were truly pushing their luck. She had already found their behavior repulsive, and now she could no longer tolerate such humiliation. Yuan Qing unhesitatingly cast a fireball spell, a scorching flame shooting toward the lackey. The lackey stared in terror at the incoming fireball, wanting to dodge but already too late. The fireball struck his body in an instant, his clothes and hair immediately catching fire, and he let out a painful wail. Yuan Qing looked coldly at the scene before her, with not a trace of pity in her eyes. "Leaving aside the matter of sparing my life for now, do you think I would spare yours?" Yuan Qing's voice was icy and piercing. Disgusting. This man is both foolish and malicious, lecherous and overestimating his own abilities, truly repulsive. Qin Si watched silently as the man gradually turned to ashes in the blazing flames, then slowly sheathed the spirit sword he had drawn. He had already been prepared to strike. "Oh, I didn't expect a little girl like you to have some real skill." The leader's gaze swept over the henchman beside him, who had been reduced to ashes. A flicker of surprise passed through his eyes, but it quickly returned to normal as a mocking smile curled at the corner of his mouth. "But you actually dared to kill my brother. Are you tired of living?" The leader's expression darkened. He had originally thought that Yuan Qing, as a disciple of a sect, would be the kind of woman who was pampered and delicate. Yet the decisiveness and ruthlessness she had just displayed caught him somewhat off guard, reminding him of a rogue cultivator. Yuan Qing tilted her head slightly and said, "Since you were planning to kill us and take our treasures anyway, why bother with all this pointless talk?" Her tone was icy, carrying an unquestionable authority. The leader's lips curled slightly upward, revealing a cruel smile. He held a long sword and lunged swiftly at Yuan Qing, snarling viciously, "In all my years of killing and plundering, you're the first one who dares to tell me to shut up while I'm at it." Seeing that the leader was also a sword cultivator, Qin Siyu drew his sword without hesitation, his figure flickering as he charged straight ahead. The two clashed in midair for several rounds in an instant, their sword chi crisscrossing, making it impossible to determine the victor for a time. Meanwhile, Yuanqing was tasked with dealing with the remaining enemies. Despite their overwhelming numbers, under her relentless barrage of powerful spells, they were either dead or wounded. Chapter 260. The Sword Cultivator's Legacy. The leader saw that the situation had taken a turn for the worse and turned to flee, but Qin Siyu ended his life with a single sword stroke to the throat. Qin Siyu withdrew his sword, somewhat surprised. A cultivator at the mid-nascent soul stage actually didn't have a single protective magic artifact on him? Yuanqing glanced at Qin Siyu's results, then at her own, and couldn't help sighing. Sword cultivators really are quick and clean. Unlike her own fire spells from earlier, which not only nearly burned down the surrounding forest, but also required several water spells to extinguish. Fortunately, she had deliberately controlled herself, so she did not damage the corpse-reviving grass or the corpse of the saber-toothed three-headed Iren. Yuanqing searched the surroundings and discovered that none of these people carried storage pouches. The leader of the group did have a storage pouch hanging from his waist. Yuanqing picked up the storage pouch and examined it carefully. Inside was piled high with spirit stones, along with several magical artifacts and rare spirit plants, all of which they had likely just obtained after entering the Penglai's secret realm. It seemed that before coming to cause trouble for him and Qin Siyu, they had already clashed with others. These people came out to attack without a single protective artifact, must have traded them all for spirit stones. Yuanqing counted the spirit stones in the pouch, finding even more than what her master had given her. Truly, murder and arson lead to a golden belt. The spoils of battle were split evenly between Yuanqing and Qin Siyu. Qin Siyu carefully dug up the immortal slaying grass, roots, and soil intact, and stored it in a jade box for preservation. Most raw materials for alchemy are processed dried herbs, so when cultivators encounter spirit plants, they simply dig them up and take them back for processing. However, the immortal slaying grass cannot be preserved in this way. The method of using the immortal slaying grass differs from that of ordinary spiritual plants. It needs to be sufficiently fresh to exert its greatest effect. The best method is to transplant directly, digging it out only when it's needed. But it was clear that Qin Siyu, being a sword cultivator, did not possess a magical artifact with such a function. The immortal slaying grass preserved in this way would likely have lost most of its efficacy by the time Qin Siyu needed to refine his life-bound spirit sword. Yuanqing pondered for a moment, deciding that Qin Siyu, unaffected by Lin Sairu, was still trustworthy enough. She then spoke up, "Qin Siyu, I once learned the art of sleeve universe. Though it hasn't reached the level of containing an entire world, it's more than sufficient for transplanting spiritual plants. If you trust me, I can keep these immortal slaying grasses in my care. When you need them, just come to me." "That would be wonderful, thank you, senior sister Yu." Qin Siyu handed the jade box in his hand to Yuanqing without a hint of suspicion. Yuanqing placed the jade box into her sleeve, appearing to store it in her sleeve universe, but in reality, she put it into her farming space. Since she was going to keep the immortal slaying grass for Qin Siyu anyway, Yuanqing decided to store the remaining ones as well. It was a pity that these immortal slaying grasses had already matured. Otherwise, if she let them grow in the farming space, Yuanqing could have gained another nice reward. Yuanqing focused all her attention and continued collecting the immortal slaying grass. In the end, the two of them harvested a total of 12 stalks of immortal slaying grass and 6 teeth from the sword-toothed three-headed flood dragon. Due to the appearance of the saber-toothed three-headed serpent, Yuanqing and Qin Siyu became exceptionally cautious, advancing step by step, afraid of encountering danger again. Suddenly, a faint sound came from beneath their feet. Yuanqing looked down and realized she was stepping on a bone. Upon closer inspection, she found it to be a human leg bone, so weathered by age that it had nearly lost all shape. However, from the remaining parts, it could still be determined that it once belonged to a human cultivator. This leg bone appeared black, clearly the result of poisoning. Based on the degree of weathering on the bones, it can be inferred that this corpse was left behind during the last opening of the secret realm. Yuanqing couldn't help but sigh, men die for wealth, birds perish for food. As they ventured deeper, Yuanqing and Qin Siyu found more and more scattered bones on the ground, all remains of cultivators, and in great numbers, as if a fierce battle had once taken place here. Alongside the bones lay various shattered spirit swords, some reduced to fragments, others broken into several pieces, strewn across the ground. These spirit swords all appeared to be high-quality magical artifacts, but now they had all been reduced to scrap. The vigilance in both of their hearts grew ever sharper. For so many cultivators to have lost their lives here, there must be great danger ahead. But at the same time, this also means that a tremendous opportunity may lie ahead. After all, only a legacy precious enough would be worth so many cultivators risking their lives for it. Qin Siyu scanned the corpses of these cultivators and noticed that most of them had a spiritual sword nearby, either shattered or broken. Clearly, these cultivators were all sword cultivators. He couldn't help but frown, realizing that the danger ahead was likely related to sword cultivators. As a sword cultivator himself, he instinctively tightened his grip on the spiritual sword in his hand, ready to face any impending crisis. But the presence of Yuanqing by his side made it impossible for him to charge ahead without a care as he used to. Senior sister, the danger ahead should be related to sword cultivators. I can go check it out alone, Qin Siyu said. He knew his current strength was no match for Yuanqing's, but if what lay ahead truly was a sword cultivator's legacy, dragging her into it would only put her in greater danger. If he were alone, no matter what danger arose, he believed he could handle it. Yuanqing shook her head without hesitation and said, "No. Since you call me senior sister, I cannot stand by and watch you venture into danger alone." She had just witnessed the gruesome sight of bones piled high, so how could she possibly feel at ease letting Qin Siyu go there alone? With so many sword cultivators flocking to this ruin, there must surely be the legacy of an ancient sword cultivator master within. Though I cannot obtain it, even just to behold it would be wonderful. Worried that Qin Siyu would not agree to her following along, Yuanqing came up with many excuses. Qin Siyu's face showed reluctance as he hesitated, but the road ahead is bound to be fraught with danger. If you come with me, senior sister, you might meet with misfortune. Yuanqing frowned and interrupted him, saying, "There's no need to say more. We are both disciples of the same sect. If others were to find out that I abandoned a fellow junior brother in danger, how could I ever secure a stable footing in the sect in the future?" Yuanqing tried to persuade Qin Siyu with reason. As a fellow disciple of the sect, Qin Siyu had also received such an education. When traveling outside, sect disciples must surely work together and advance side by side. Upon hearing what Yuanqing said, Qin Siyu could not help but feel a trace of disappointment welling up in his heart. It turned out that Yuanqing insisted on accompanying him solely out of sect camaraderie. Unable to persuade Yuanqing, Qin Siyu had no choice but to let her follow. The two continued walking forward. They had already covered a distance of 1,000 zhang, yet still not a single figure was in sight. All around was a dead silence, with only the scattered bones of cultivators on the ground silently telling of what had once happened here. Chapter 261. The Lost Girl. Help! Is there anyone who can come and save me? Someone come quickly. If no one comes soon, I'm going to die. The wind carried faint cries for help from afar. Yuanqing couldn't help but chuckle softly at the charmingly naive female voice. Calling for help like that, isn't she afraid of attracting those with ill intentions who would kill for treasure? For a cultivator who falls into danger, the best course of action is still to find a way to survive on their own without making a sound, because the person you call for help might very well be the one who takes your life. It could also be a trap. No need to pay it any mind. Qin Siyu, seeing that Yuanqing seemed inclined to go over, spoke up to stop her. Looking at the desolate corpses scattered around, Yuanqing felt that they must be more cautious. We should hurry on our way. Is there anyone who can save me? A miserable and desperate cry echoed through this eerie forest littered with corpses. They saw a young girl dressed in the attire of a Yuxianfang disciple, trapped within a mysterious barrier. At this moment, her face was as pale as paper, her delicate frame trembling slightly from fear and exhaustion. She sat cross-legged on the ground with difficulty, her eyes vacant and lifeless, weakly calling out for help in all directions. This young woman was named Zhao Lu, and she had only the cultivation of the early golden core stage. While this might seem impressive to outsiders, it was far from sufficient within the Penglai secret realm. Typically, cultivators of this level in the Penglai secret realm would have their masters accompanying them. It was impossible for him to appear here alone. So, not far from Zhao Lu, a woman lay silently, already devoid of breath. That was her master. He was also a nascent soul elder of the Jade Immortal sect. This elder should have protected his disciple well, but now he had unfortunately fallen here, leaving only Zhao Lu to face this terrifying predicament alone. Her master stumbled upon a mysterious sword cultivation inheritance site in the Penglai secret realm. However, the situation at that time was quite complicated, as many cultivators coveted this sword cultivation inheritance. Her master's own cultivation was still shallow, and facing such a multitude of competitors, he found it truly difficult to contend, ultimately having to retreat in disappointment. Afterward, whenever her master recalled this matter, his heart was always filled with regret and sorrow. He never imagined that the turning point of fate would come so suddenly. Not a single one of those sword cultivators who had successfully entered the inheritance ground managed to survive. This news filled her master with boundless joy, as she felt that these people deserved to die for stealing her legacy. That sword cultivator's legacy still exists within the Penglai secret realm. Her master naturally would not let this opportunity slip, planning to enter the Penglai secret realm this time and claim the sword cultivator's inheritance for himself. It was also this year that Zhao Lu finally reached the golden core stage, attaining a level sufficient to enter the Penglai secret realm. As her master, she must help Zhao Lu train in the Penglai secret realm. To prevent others from seizing the sword cultivator's legacy first, her master decided to obtain the legacy ahead of time, and then take her on a thorough training journey in the Penglai secret realm. Yet the world is full of surprises. Who could have foreseen that on the path to the sword cultivator's inheritance, her master would meet with misfortune? They encountered a group of cultivators who had also been drawn by the sword cultivator's inheritance, and a fierce conflict erupted instantly between the two sides over conflicting interests. Although her master fought desperately, he was ultimately outnumbered and tragically killed. Fortunately, in his final moments, her master remembered that he still had a disciple named Zhao Lu. Thus, with the last shred of strength, he unleashed his protective treasure, shielding her tightly within it. Otherwise, Zhao Lu would likely have been unable to escape death. But now, her master had passed away, and the protective treasure had been taken away by those people. She was trapped within this barrier. No matter how she struggled, she could not break free. If this continued, she would be trapped here until she died. Suddenly, the delicate-faced Zhao Lu seemed to sense something, and she began shouting desperately in a specific direction, her voice filled with urgency and pleading. "Fellow cultivator, don't go. Please, have mercy and save me. I beg you, please save this humble woman's life." The girl shouted at the top of her lungs, as if this were her last lifeline. "Otherwise I'll really die. I am a disciple of the Jade Immortal Workshop. As long as you can save me, no matter what you desire, even the stars and moon in the sky, I will do everything in my power to fulfill your request. Please, I beg you, save me." At this moment, the young girl could no longer care about her appearance, tears welling up in her eyes, her expression appearing utterly pitiful. "Don't go. I'm sincere. Please believe my words." The young girl continued to cry out for help, her voice echoing through the air. But the air remained utterly silent, and the spiritual energy fluctuations she sensed showed no sign of drawing near. Is crying so miserably really useless? Although her Yuxian Fang is not a sect like the Hehuan sect, an ordinary cultivator shouldn't refuse such a chance to play the hero saving a beauty, right? Alright, that's it. I know where the sword cultivator's legacy is hidden in this place. If you are willing to step in and save me, I will tell you truthfully. I will not break my word. Zhao Lu indeed knew where the inheritance was located, because along the way, her master had revealed to her some clues about the sword cultivator's legacy. Relying on these fragments of information and her own intelligence, she was able to roughly deduce its location. In reality, Zhao Lu knew very well in her heart that she could never reveal the exact location of the sword cultivator's legacy to anyone just to escape. The reason she spoke this way was merely to use this tempting condition to deceive the other party, thereby extricating herself from her predicament. After all, her master was a sword cultivator, and influenced by him, she herself aspired to become an outstanding sword cultivator. As for this legacy of sword cultivation, deep down she yearned for it immensely. How could she possibly give it up so easily? Aren't you afraid that crying for help like this will attract those with ill intentions? Yuanqing emerged from the forest. She hadn't expected that, even though they planned to take a detour, this female cultivator could still sense them and keep begging for their help. The female cultivator wept pitifully, her tears streaming down like rain on pear blossoms, truly a sorrowful sight. Moreover, she kept insisting that she knew where the sword cultivator's legacy was located. However, the moment Yuanqing laid eyes on this young woman, she was already certain that her words were untrue. After all, the person before him was merely a cultivator at the early golden core stage, surely entering the Penglai secret realm for the first time. How could he possibly know about the matters of the Penglai secret realm, or even the location of the sword cultivator's inheritance? To guard against potential sneak attacks from others, Yuanqing deliberately left Xinxiu to keep watch on the periphery. As soon as Zhao Lu saw someone approaching, her dim and lifeless eyes instantly brightened, shining like twinkling stars in the night sky, dazzling and captivating. She clutched at them as if grasping a lifeline, pleading urgently, "Sister, please, have mercy and save me, I've been trapped here for so long." Yuanqing frowned slightly, pondering for a moment before replying, "As far as I know, it hasn't been long since this secret realm opened, has it? In fact, not even a single day has passed." Yet this female cultivator kept sobbing that she had been trapped for a long time, when in truth it probably hadn't even been half a day. "But I've never been trapped this long before. I'm scared." Chapter 262, Escape Without a Trace. As expected of a sect disciple. Look at this female cultivator, with her delicate and innocent demeanor. Could it be that she was truly raised in pampered indulgence under her master's meticulous care? Yuanqing couldn't help but feel a flicker of suspicion rising in her heart. Given the way this person conducts themselves, it is truly baffling that they have managed to survive to this day, unless they are constantly guarded on all sides. Yuanqing cast her gaze around, only to see the ground littered with the fallen corpses of many cultivators, every single one of them killed by a sharp sword. One of the female cultivators appeared to be of a certain age, lying quietly on the ground at that moment, with a sight as shocking as a blooming blood-colored flower at her chest. The garments worn by this female cultivator were extremely similar to those of the woman who was trapped. Yuanqing, upon seeing this, asked, "Is this your master?" Zhao Lu nodded hurriedly and replied, "Indeed, my name is Zhao Lu, a disciple of the Jade Immortal Workshop. My master is an elder of the Jade Immortal Workshop, with some assets in hand. If you can lend a hand and rescue me from this peril, this humble maiden, will surely reward you handsomely and never break my word." Zhao Lu knew she was spouting nonsense. Her master's assets, which had been brought along for this trip to the Penglai secret realm, had already been looted clean by the previous group of people. She simply could not come up with a reward. Yuanqing, however, did not readily believe these words. By nature cautious, she had to ponder everything carefully. Moreover, the personality displayed by this female cultivator named Zhao Lu was truly unlike that of a cultivator. Yuanqing then recalled the female cultivators of the Jade Immortal Workshop she had once seen, who seemed to live in an ivory tower, and felt that it was understandable after all. Yuanqing pressed further, "From what I can see, based on the residual spiritual energy, your master must have been a cultivator at the nascent soul stage, and the dead cultivators around here all had cultivation levels higher than yours. So why is it that only you managed to survive?" Zhao Lu said somewhat aggrievedly, "Because this barrier was set up by my master before he died to protect me. But after my master died, I didn't have the ability to open it, so naturally I couldn't get out. A teacher for a day is a parent for a lifetime." At this moment, it truly exemplifies the saying that no parents are not worthy of pity in their love for their children. This master, even at the moment of death, was still thinking of his low cultivation little disciple. Looking at Zhao Lu, whose face was full of earnest entreaty, and recalling the deep affection her master had shown for his disciple, Yuanqing couldn't help but feel a pang of pity. After pondering the matter privately for a while, she finally resolved to rescue Zhao Lu from her predicament. Her vermilion lips parted slightly as she spoke slowly, "Since your master was still thinking of you even at the moment of death, and out of regard for that master-disciple bond, I will lend you a hand and save you this once." Upon hearing these words, Zhao Lu's heart surged with ecstasy, and he said excitedly, "Is that really so? That's simply wonderful. Thank you, fellow cultivator, for your righteous assistance." Yet her joy was fleeting, as a hint of hesitation soon crept across her face. She asked cautiously, "It's just, the barrier my master set up is extraordinarily powerful. It's said to withstand a full-force strike from a nascent soul cultivator. Are you truly confident you can break it, fellow Taoist?" Upon hearing this, Yuanqing couldn't help but smile faintly, a knowing smirk playing on her lips as she looked at Zhao Lu and retorted, "Heh, how amusing. A moment ago, you were the one begging me to save someone, and now you're the one questioning whether I can actually get them out. Do you actually want me to save you, or are you hoping I won't?" Faced with Yuanqing's questioning, Zhao Lu's face flushed slightly as she quickly waved her hands to explain, No, of course I hope you can save me. It's really because this barrier is too powerful, so I couldn't help but worry." As she spoke, she lowered her head, not daring to meet Yuanqing's gaze, clearly feeling quite ashamed of her own words and actions just now. In truth, deep down, Zhao Lu did harbor a certain degree of suspicion toward Yuanqing. Although she knew that Yuanqing's cultivation level was quite high, no matter how she looked at it, Yuanqing seemed like the type of cultivator who coasted through the path of immortality solely by virtue of her striking appearance. In Zhao Lu's view, for Yuanqing, with her nascent soul stage cultivation, to unleash power capable of rivaling a deity transformation stage cultivator was almost a fantasy. However, Yuanqing's next move left Zhao Lu utterly stunned. All she saw was Yuanqing's figure flicker, her hand seals shifting rapidly as fierce attacks rained down upon the barrier like a sudden storm. Each strike carried terrifying power. In just a few exchanges, the once indestructible barrier was already teetering, on the verge of shattering completely. Zhao Lu stared in utter shock at the scene before her. She had previously exhausted all her strength and even racked her brains for every possible method, yet she had failed to budge the barrier even an inch. Beyond extreme shock, Zhao Lu's inner vigilance instantly heightened to its peak. Because not long ago, the generous rewards she had mentioned to Yuanqing were nothing more than empty words spoken off the top of her head. In reality, the legacy left by her master had long been plundered by other greedy cultivators. As for where the crucial sword cultivator inheritance was hidden, she had long resolved never to reveal it to anyone. But now, this female cultivator who had come to rescue her possessed such unfathomable cultivation and ability. If the other party truly asked her for the reward promised in advance later, how should she deal with it? Thinking of this, a layer of fine sweat beads broke out on Zhao Lu's forehead. After a fierce internal struggle, Zhao Lu decided that once the barrier was completely shattered, she would not hesitate to turn and flee, running as far away as possible. Having made up her mind, Zhao Lu fixed her eyes tightly on the barrier that was about to break, leaning her body slightly forward, ready to bolt at any moment. With a thunderous roar, the originally indestructible barrier shattered into countless fragments under the immense force of Zhao Lu's power, scattering into the void. Thank you for your assistance, fellow cultivator, but I suddenly recall some urgent matters that require my attention, so I shall take my leave first. Zhao Lu, his face full of gratitude, cupped his fists and bowed to Yuanqing. Before his words had even faded, his figure shot off like an arrow from a bowstring, racing into the distance. And Zhao Lu's voice of thanks seemed to be drawn by an invisible force, stretching and twisting rapidly in the howling wind until it gradually faded away. Yuanqing stood still in place, her gaze fixed intently on Zhao Lu's gradually receding figure. In just a few leaps and bounds, that petite and graceful silhouette had already vanished into the distant mountain forest, leaving no trace behind. A faint smile curled at the corners of Yuanqing's lips, a trace of nonchalant amusement flickering across her face. She then lightly flicked her hands and naturally clasped them behind her back, standing with an air of ease. You run pretty fast, but at this speed, you still need more practice. With her escape technique, catching up would take no more than the blink of an eye. Chapter 263, A Second Triumph. Yuanqing showed no trace of concern or anxiety regarding Zhao Lu's escape. After all, from the very beginning when she extended a helping hand to Zhao Lu, she had never considered seeking any form of repayment from the other party. As for the so-called sword cultivator legacy that Zhao Lu had mentioned earlier, Yuanqing had never taken it to heart at all. In her view, it was most likely just an excuse Zhao Lu had casually fabricated to get herself out of trouble. Still, being able to conveniently rescue a young girl trapped in such a predicament and in urgent need of help, Yuanqing felt quite gratified and content in her heart. At this moment, she was in a cheerful mood, turning gracefully to leave, leaving behind only a pure and ethereal silhouette that appeared even more slender and captivating under the glow of the setting sun. Yuanqing slowly strolled out from the dense forest. Qin Siyu's brows furrowed slightly at the sight, a hint of confusion crossing his face as he asked, "Where is he? Why did you come back alone? Weren't you supposed to rescue him?" Qin Siyu couldn't help but ponder inwardly, wondering if something had gone wrong. As Qin Siyu spoke, his gaze remained fixed intently on Yuanqing, as if trying to discern some clue from her expression. Immediately after, Qin Siyu's expression grew increasingly grim, and his tone intensified as he pressed further. Could it really be a trap? A glint of vigilance and suspicion flickered in Qin Siyu's eyes. He, too, found it hard to believe that anyone would be shouting for help at the top of their lungs in a secret realm. It was clearly a trap, yet Yuanqing, being kind-hearted, insisted on going to check it out even though she knew something was off. Yuanqing took a deep breath, steadied herself, and then said, "That's not entirely the case. There really was a female cultivator trapped there. It's just, perhaps because she was too panicked, or maybe she didn't trust us enough. The moment I successfully freed her, she turned and fled without hesitation. Still, she did say thank you, so it wasn't a complete waste of effort. A simple thank you is supposed to be enough for all the help." He had clearly heard that female cultivator saying over and over that she would do anything if only he saved her. Qin Siyu's reaction to Yuanqing returning alone was even more intense than Yuanqing's own, a surge of inexplicable anger welling up inside him. He felt that the female cultivator had taken Yuanqing's kindness for granted. Yuanqing took the risk of a potential ambush to rescue her out of genuine goodwill, yet not only did she refuse to appreciate it, she fled without a trace. "All right, we're just passing acquaintances, not worth getting angry over." Faced with Qin Siyu, who seemed even more upset than she was about what had happened to her, Yuanqing found it both amusing and exasperating. Along the way, Yuanqing watched Qin Siyu with his cheeks slightly puffed, hugging his sword and sulking like a hamster. After wandering around the island for a day or two, both Yuanqing and Qin Siyu had made considerable gains. The only pity was that they both felt there was a sword cultivator's legacy on the island, yet they kept failing to find where it was. It's making people a bit anxious. Yuanqing was anxious for Qin Siyu, but Qin Siyu himself was not anxious at all. Qin Siyu held his sword and comforted Yuanqing. The Tao and fate have their own timing. What is meant to be will come, and what isn't, you cannot force. Senior sister Yu, there's no need to worry too much. If I truly can't find it, it only means it wasn't meant for me. If we still can't find it tomorrow, we'll leave this island. Senior sister Yu, you've been separated from senior brothers Mu and Pei for too long. It's best to reunite with them soon. Qin Siyu could also tell that Yuanqing had been worried about Mu Yunqi and Pei Wuqi these past few days. Though it made him uneasy, he had no reason to stop them from reuniting. Having been pointed out by Qin Siyu that her relationship with Mu Yunqi and Pei Wuqi was far from ordinary, Yuanqing showed no sign of shyness. After all, she had never tried to hide it, and most people in the sect had already noticed. There was no reason Qin Siyu wouldn't know. Yuanqing nodded. Then let it be as junior brother Qin says. Just as Yuanqing and Qin Siyu were preparing to leave the island the next day, a sudden, urgent, and familiar cry for help pierced the tranquil air. Help! Someone save me! Wah, wah, wah. The cries mingled with the sounds, like weeping and lamenting, tugging at the heartstrings unbearably. The familiarity made Yuanqing feel as if she had returned to a few days ago. Yuanqing and Qin Siyu turned their heads at the sound, only to see Zhao Lu not far away, charging toward them like a whirlwind. At this moment, her face was as pale as paper, her clothes tattered, her hair disheveled, and she looked utterly wretched. Close behind her followed a massive, ferocious-looking rhinoceros spirit beast. This rhinoceros spirit beast had heavy, powerful hooves and sharp, piercing tusks, exuding an aura of fierce brutality. Its body was as massive as a mountain, each step causing the ground to tremble slightly and kicking up clouds of dust. Zhao Lu was merely a cultivator at the early golden core stage. Without the protection of his master, he could not survive on his own in this perilous Penglai secret realm. She had initially been brimming with confidence, determined to find the sword cultivator inheritance her master had spoken of. Yet before long, Zhao Lu realized that with her current cultivation and strength, every step in the Penglai secret realm was a struggle. Forget about seeking that elusive sword cultivator inheritance. Even ordinary spirit beasts were enough to beat her until she had no strength to fight back, forcing her to flee in panic. This encounter made Zhao Lu, who had been full of ambition, completely face reality, and the thought of obtaining the sword cultivator's legacy gradually faded away. Now, all she wanted was to do everything in her power to keep herself alive, and simply surviving safely until the day she could leave the Penglai secret realm would be a stroke of luck. Unfortunately, things did not go as planned. Even simply wanting to stay alive was fraught with difficulty for Zhao Lu. As it turned out, for some unknown reason, she had provoked a thick-skinned, blood-rich rhinoceros spirit beast. Moreover, this beast seemed extremely persistent. Once it had set its sights on Zhao Lu as its target, it pursued her relentlessly. No matter what tricks Zhao Lu tried during her escape, she could not shake it off. Now that she was being chased by the spirit beast, Zhao Lu could only wait for death. Immediately after, Zhao Lu's lively eyes snapped open wide, her gaze instantly locking onto the familiar figure beside Qin Siyu. This is none other than the benefactor who had rescued her from that terrifying barrier before. A surge of joy welled up in her heart like a tide, and Zhao Lu felt as if she had once again grasped a lifeline. Taoist friend. Zhao Lu called out excitedly, her voice crisp and clear. Senior, she shouted, her steps unconsciously quickening as she bounded toward Yuanqing and Qin Siyu like a joyful fawn. Bodhisattva sister, please save me once more. Zhao Lu's face was full of earnestness, her eyes brimming with pleading and hope. At this moment, Yuanqing was quietly watching Zhao Lu wave vigorously at the two of them, then without any hesitation, she came running over in their direction. Yet just as Zhao Lu was about to draw near, Qin Siyu beside her reached out an arm and directly encircled Yuanqing's delicate waist, so slender it seemed barely able to bear a single grasp. The next moment, the two vanished from their spot into thin air, appearing in the blink of an eye on the other side not far away. Senior sister, it's best not to meddle in other people's affairs anymore. Qin Siyu slowly released his grip and said in a low voice. But just now, when he had his arm around Yuanqing's waist, the soft, delicate, and wonderfully pleasant sensation lingered like an indelible brand. Chapter 264, Seeking the Inheritance. Yuanqing, seeing Qin Siyu's somewhat displeased expression, felt that being a good person once was enough. Repeatedly playing the Good Samaritan would be foolish. I understand, she said. Seeing that Yuanqing seemed to have no intention of helping further, Zhao Lu couldn't hold back her tears of desperation as she tugged at the rhinoceros beast behind her, circling around Yuanqing and her group. Bodhisattva sister, I was ungrateful before. Please, be magnanimous and spare me this once, Zhao Lu pleaded bitterly. Yuanqing nodded. Sure. Zhao Lu's eyes lit up as she ran. Really? Then Yuanqing added, letting you off once doesn't mean I'll save you this time. Hearing Yuanqing's words, Zhao Lu's demeanor visibly deflated. Yuanqing smiled and said, I actually find it quite amusing that you're running around like this. Those who cultivate immortality inherently possess extraordinary willpower. Who knows, maybe one day you'll truly be able to keep running until the secret realm's exit opens. Zhao Lu's eyes widened, her face full of disbelief as she looked at Yuanqing and asked in astonishment, "Bodhisattva sister, you wouldn't be joking with me, would you?" Yuanqing gently shook her head, her expression earnest as she said, "Of course it's not a joke. I truly do think so." One must understand that the rhinoceros beast before them was merely at the mid-golden core stage of cultivation. Although it had thick skin and sturdy flesh, its speed was not particularly fast. Moreover, aside from being somewhat reckless and stubborn, this rhinoceros beast didn't seem to have any other special traits. Given Zhao Lu's current strength, it was indeed unlikely for her to defeat the thick-skinned rhinoceros beast. However, if it came to fleeing, it should still be possible. After all, in terms of size and weight, that rhinoceros beast was like a small mountain, its massive body severely hindering its speed of movement. No matter how hard it tried to give chase, catching up with the agile Zhao Lu would likely be no easy feat. So in reality, Zhao Lu wouldn't face any real danger to his life. At most, he would just feel tired. But Zhao Lu certainly didn't see it that way. Since entering the sect, she had never encountered a situation as perilous as today's. Even when she was surrounded and attacked before, her master had kept her well protected. The demon beast that was now relentlessly pursuing her from behind was something she had no power to contend with on her own. In Zhao Lu's eyes, if she couldn't shake off this beast as quickly as possible, only death awaited her. "Whoa, Bodhisattva sister, please don't be like this." Zhao Lu wept with such heartbreaking sorrow, tears streaming uncontrollably down her face as she cried into the wind. Between sobs, she spoke while glancing at Qin Xiu, who stood beside Yuanqing. At this moment, Zhao Lu's heart was a mix of conflicting emotions. Reflecting on her past experiences, she could see that Yuanqing was a genuinely kind-hearted person. After being rescued from her predicament by Yuanqing, not only did she fail to show gratitude and seek to repay the favor, but she even chose to flee outright, leaving Yuanqing in a difficult position. Faced with such excessive behavior, Yuanqing ultimately chose to forgive her. From this, it can be seen that when Yuanqing saved her, she had never once considered asking for any reward in return. But now, why had Yuanqing, with her bodhisattva-like kind heart, stopped offering her help? Zhao Lucy thought it over and concluded that the problem must lie with the unfamiliar man who had suddenly appeared by Yuanqing's side. Earlier, she had heard with her own ears this man coldly tell Yuanqing not to bother about whether she lived or died. You really never know what's in a person's heart just by looking at their face. This man looks quite handsome and presentable on the surface, but who would have thought he has a heart of stone, utterly cold and ruthless to the extreme. Zhao Lu grew angrier the more she thought about it, unable to help secretly cursing in her heart. This cold-blooded creature, may he suffer unrequited love for the rest of his life, forever seeing but never tasting. And how did Zhao Lu figure out that Qin Xiu liked Yuanqing? It was simply because she had heard too many romantic rumors about men and women at the Jade Immortal workshop. If a man and a woman walked side by side, they were either a mutually devoted couple, or at least one of them was nursing a secret crush. In Zhao Lu's view, the man beside Bodhisattva sister was undoubtedly the one suffering from unrequited love. Zhao Lu was truly exhausted from running, and seeing the rhinoceros beast drawing closer and closer, she felt as if she was about to die at any moment. Bodhisattva sister, I'll tell you the location of the sword cultivator inheritance. Please save me. Don't listen to that stinking man. Zhao Lu also realized that relying on her own abilities to obtain the sword cultivator inheritance was utterly impossible. For now, staying alive was more important than anything else. Yuanqing was slightly taken aback by these words. Her beautiful eyes flickered as she glanced at Qin Xiu beside her, then shifted her gaze back to Zhao Lu in front of her. She asked with a hint of confusion, "You've only just entered this Penglai secret realm, so how could you possibly know where the inheritance on this island is hidden?" Zhao Lu quickly waved her hands and explained, "It was my master who knew about this matter, and I merely deduced it from a few words he let slip. Actually, at first, I planned to go alone and try my luck at obtaining that inheritance. But who would have thought that once I truly set foot here, I realized that with my current meager cultivation, let alone acquiring the inheritance, even preserving my own life would be an extremely difficult task." After saying this, Zhao Lu seemed afraid that Yuanqing wouldn't believe her, so she quickly added, "Sister Bodhisattva, this time it's absolutely true, I can guarantee it to you. If there's even half a lie, may I be struck by lightning and die a miserable death." He had already let this slippery character escape once. Although it was because Yuanqing hadn't wanted to pursue him, Zhao Lu's credibility had still taken a major hit in her eyes. "First tell me where that inheritance is." Zhao Lu quickly revealed the location of the inheritance. Yuanqing and Qin Xiu exchanged a knowing glance. The next moment, Qin Xiu's right hand abruptly drew the sword from his waist. In an instant, a flash of silvery white light burst forth, dazzling and brilliant like lightning tearing through the night, its radiance so intense that it seemed to transform the very heavens and earth. As the sword light flashed, the rhinoceros beast that had been relentlessly and ferociously chasing Zhao Lu let out a reluctant roar before crashing to the ground. Its massive body was instantly severed at the neck, blood splattering everywhere and staining the surrounding earth. Zhao Lu stared intently at this astonishing sword strike. As a fellow sword cultivator, she could feel even more deeply the vast sword intent contained within that single blow. Yuanqing was also captivated, watching Qin Siyu and praising, "Junior brother Qin, your swordsmanship grows more exquisite by the day." Qin Siyu's earlobes flushed slightly as he sheathed his sword. "I've stumbled upon some insights." Yuanqing looked at Qin Siyu's increasingly red earlobes with curiosity. Had he never been praised before? Qin Siyu possessed a sword bone, and his talent in the way of the sword was unmatched. Surely he must have been praised by many. "Wow, your swordsmanship is incredible." Yuanqing watched as Zhao Lu gazed at Qin Siyu with stars in her eyes, as if she were witnessing a deity descending to the mortal world. If not for the sword cultivator legacy, Qin Siyu had no interest whatsoever in saving Zhao Lu. Faced with Zhao Lu suddenly pressing close, Qin Siyu felt somewhat displeased. He walked over to Yuanqing's side, holding the sword in his arms, and completely ignored Zhao Lu. Yuanqing looked at Zhao Lu. "It's a bit dangerous for you to travel alone in the secret realm with your cultivation level. Why not join us for now? You can leave when we run into other disciples from the Jade Immortal workshop." Zhao Lu had no objections, of course, and happily agreed. Chapter 265, The So-Called Sword Cultivator. An hour later, Yuanqing, Qin Siyu, and Zhao Lu finally arrived at the entrance to the mysterious sword cultivator inheritance. Looking around, he saw that this place was a vast, boundless Gobi desert, dry and desolate. Glancing around, ancient trees towered into the sky, yet these trees appeared eerily strange. They had not a single leaf growing on them, their branches bare and withered, as if all vitality had been drained away. Under the tree, weeds grew in a tangled mess, nearly obscuring the original color of the ground. The entire Gobi Desert was covered in such a withered yellow scene, without a trace of green, forming a stark contrast to the lush green mountains, flowing waters, and singing birds with fragrant flowers that Yuanqing and the others had seen along their journey. Strangely, this seemingly desolate Gobi Desert showed little sign of beast activity, and even spiritual plants were hard to come by. But Yuanqing and her companions were not fooled by its surface tranquility. This inheritance ground hides countless dangers and deadly traps. One misstep could mean meeting one's end in the underworld. Along the way, the scattered bones of cultivators serve as the most direct warning. They silently recount the perils and brutality of this place to those who come after. At the very center of the Gobi, an ancient and unadorned structure stands towering, like a slumbering giant beast, exuding an aura of age-old majesty. Around this building, countless broken swords are densely embedded, some buried deep in the earth with only half their blades exposed, others leaning askew on the ground, as if whispering tales of past glory and vicissitude. The moment one draws near, a powerful aura surges forth like a crashing wave, causing an involuntary catch in the breath. This aura is filled with boundless sharpness and edge, the very chilling sword aura unique to sword cultivators. Is this the entrance to the legacy site of a great sword cultivator? Yuanqing stared intently at the ancient, mist-shrouded building ahead, its form obscured by rolling fog. Such profound sword intent, the surrounding environment must have been shaped by it as well. Qin Siyu and Zhao Lu, being sword cultivators themselves, had a deeper understanding of this legacy site. Although Yuanqing had taught herself swordsmanship and was quite skilled, she had no deeper understanding of the way of the sword. While Yuanqing and the others were conversing, several dozen more people came rushing over from afar. As these people drew closer, Yuanqing realized the group included sect cultivators, demon cultivators, sword cultivators, and demonic cultivators alike. Some faces were familiar, others were not, but most of them Yuanqing did not recognize. However, a few disciples of the Lingshu sect showed expressions of delight upon seeing Yuanqing and Qin Siyu, as if they had found their pillar of strength. "Senior brother Qin. Senior sister Yu. It's so great to see you here." Several Lingshu sect disciples ran over to them. "Where's your master?" Yuanqing looked at these disciples, knowing that due to the wide range of cultivation levels in the Penglai secret realm, the disciples of Lingshu sect were exploring the secret realm under the guidance of their respective masters. Yuanqing, Qin Siyu, and their group were considered exceptions. Lingyuan Immortal Lord's cultivation was too high to enter. Even if Qin Siyu's master, sect leader Xia, came, he would have to remain outside to oversee the situation. Upon hearing Yuanqing's words, the expressions of several disciples turned somewhat dejected. "Our master entered the inheritance ground and has not yet come out." While waiting outside, they also learned that this inheritance was one of the most perilous in the Penglai secret realm, and no one who entered had ever emerged unscathed. Yuanqing gazed solemnly at the ancient, aura-emitting building, unable to help but ask, is this inheritance very dangerous? Upon hearing this, several disciples of the Lingshu sect nodded without a moment's hesitation and replied, extremely dangerous. Yuanqing turned to look at Qin Siyu beside her, her eyes filled with worry, as if silently asking him whether he wanted to continue. Qin Siyu, however, did not directly meet her gaze. Instead, he lowered his head to stare at the sword in his hand, and only after a moment of silence did he slowly say, the legacy is not important. His voice was low and resolute, as if he had already made some kind of decision. Qin Siyu raised his head, gazing at the ancient building, and continued, for a sword cultivator, what is truly rare has always been a genuinely powerful opponent. Zhao Lu was puzzled. How could inheritance be unimportant? Inheritance was extremely important. Otherwise, her master wouldn't have died on the road for the sake of inheritance. A gleam of excitement and longing flickered in Qin Siyu's eyes. Along the way, seeing the corpses of cultivators lying by the roadside, he knew that there was a peerless master of the sword here in this world. Inheritance alone could not stir Qin Siyu's heart, but he wished to test his swordsmanship against such a great master and compete for supremacy. Qin Siyu gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, an invisible aura radiating from his body. I want to see whose blade is sharper, mine or that senior's. Yuanqing understood. Qin Siyu came seeking the sword cultivator's legacy not for the inheritance left behind, but to duel with the mighty sword cultivator who had already passed away. For this behavior that bordered on suicidal, the naturally cautious Yuanqing was genuinely shocked. Yet watching the fearless Qin Siyu, Yuanqing felt that this was exactly how a sword cultivator should be. Sword cultivators are not like that. This is going to one's death. Zhao Lu wanted to persuade Qin Siyu. The sword strike he used to save her earlier had deeply impressed her. As a fellow sword cultivator, she now held him in high regard. So she didn't want to watch Qin Siyu court death just to break through. Zhao Lu looked timidly at Qin Siyu. Her fondness for him didn't stop her from being afraid of him. Senior brother, even if you're looking for an opponent, you can't just go and get yourself killed. We can come back in 300 years, right? Zhao Lu tried to persuade Qin Siyu. Qin Siyu, however, turned a deaf ear and looked at Yuanqing. Senior sister Yu, are you going to wait for me here? Or, go find the others. I'm waiting here for Junior Qin to come out. Yuanqing said it as if it were only natural. After all, Qin Siyu was one of the original male leads. He wouldn't die so easily. A faint smile curled at the corner of Qin Siyu's lips. All right. Qin Siyu then flew toward the entrance without any hesitation. Yuanqing looked at Zhao Lu and asked, do you want to go in and give it a try? She remembered that Zhao Lu had once mentioned wanting to obtain the sword cultivator's legacy. Zhao Lu shook her head repeatedly. No, that would be deadly. I'm terrified of death. They had already been standing quite close to each other, and with Qin Siyu's speed, they soon arrived before the ancient, awe-inspiring building. Staring at the building before him, which seemed capable of devouring souls, Qin Siyu reached out and pushed open the door. Chapter 266, Dandelion Seeds. Perhaps because she had already obtained the most precious treasure in this world when she arrived here, Yuanqing did not quite understand the mindset of those cultivators who would risk everything for a mere glimmer of opportunity. With a farming space at her disposal, as long as she ensured her own survival, she would surely reach the other shore. What is Sister Bodhisattva looking for? Qin Siyu entered the inheritance ground alone, while Yuanqing and the others waited outside. Zhao Lu noticed that Yuanqing was lowering her head, her gaze constantly shifting around as if searching for something. A trace of curiosity welled up in her heart, so she spoke up and asked, Sister Bodhisattva, what are you looking for? Do you need me to help you? Yuanqing heard the voice and looked up, casually shaking the slightly withered spiritual plant in her hand, explaining with a smile, this is a dandelion flower, a spiritual plant often used to refine flying magical instruments. Unfortunately, by the time I found it, all the seeds on its blossoms had already drifted away with the wind. Having said that, she lowered her head again and continued searching. So, I'm currently trying my best to see if there are any more fallen seeds nearby, Yuanqing added. Seeds? Zhao Lu's face showed a puzzled expression as she pressed on, confused. Since you've already obtained the spirit plants, what use do you have for those seeds? Yuanqing's hands kept moving as she patiently replied, there's really no special reason. Collecting these seeds is just a hobby of mine. At this moment, several Lingshu sect disciples nearby interjected, and one of them said excitedly, we've long heard that Senior Sister Yu has a unique hobby of cultivating spirit plants, so it's true after all. Moreover, we've also heard that you've opened a shop within the sect that exclusively sells the top-grade spirit plants you've grown yourself. Upon hearing this, Yuanqing's face showed surprise, and she asked back with curiosity, where did you all learn about these things? The The several disciples replied matter-of-factly, "Senior sister never intended to hide it, and besides, with so many people in the sect, rumors are bound to spread." "I see." Yuanqing thought about it and realized she hadn't exactly been discreet. Even Qifeng at the spirit plant shop was a menial laborer assigned by the sect, so it was only natural for others to notice. Yuanqing's gaze swept across the ground as if meticulously searching, but no matter how hard she tried, that crucial seed seemed to be playing hide-and-seek with her, never appearing in sight. Time ticked by, second after second, and Yuanqing couldn't help but feel a bit disheartened. She rather liked the dandelion's light as a swallow quality. If she could find and plant it, it would surely help her refine her movement techniques even further. Just then, Zhao Lu's voice came through. "Bodhisattva sister, isn't that the seed you're looking for?" Yuanqing followed the direction Zhao Lu pointed. There, on a thick branch, a fluffy white tuft of catkins clung to the fork, gently swaying in the wind. Yuanqing's eyes lit up, and in an instant, she leaped into the air, darting to the branch as swiftly and lightly as a swallow. Carefully, she reached out and gently plucked the fluffy white tuft of catkins. After a careful examination, a delighted smile spread across Yuanqing's face. "Not bad, these are indeed the seeds of the dandelion flower. This is wonderful." Having said that, Yuanqing joyfully placed the seeds together with the dandelion flower beside them into an exquisite jade box and carefully closed the lid. Yuanqing thanked Zhao Lu. "I must thank you as well." Seeing that Yuanqing had found what she had been searching for so diligently, Zhao Lu also appeared delighted. But soon a hint of shyness appeared on her face as she said softly, "Bodhisattva sister, please don't thank me. You've already saved me many times before. If it weren't for your help, I'm afraid I would have met with misfortune long ago. So this time, it's only right for me to do this." Yuanqing tilted her head slightly, her clear, water-like gaze falling on Zhao Lu as she asked, "Why do you always call me Bodhisattva sister?" Zhao Lu blinked, a playful smile spreading across her face as she replied crisply, "Because you never told me your name, sister." With that, she clasped her hands behind her back and lightly tapped her toes on the ground, looking utterly adorable. "Is there not?" Yuanqing was momentarily stunned, then paused briefly before continuing. "My surname is Yu, with the single given name Wan, so my full name is Yuanqing. So you're senior Yu." Upon hearing this, Zhao Lu's eyes instantly sparkled with a glimmer of hope, like brilliant stars in the night sky. She took a small step forward, her face full of anticipation as she looked at Yuanqing, and asked cautiously, "Then, can I still call you sister from now on?" Yuanqing smiled faintly, nodded with an air of casual ease, and replied, "As you wish." Upon receiving permission, Zhao Lu was so excited she nearly jumped up, cheerfully calling out, "Sister Yu." That silvery laughter echoed through the air, lingering for a long time. At this moment, Zhao Lu secretly rejoiced inwardly. This sister Yu was exceptionally skilled, and with her by his side, he was sure to turn misfortune into fortune within the mysterious and unpredictable Penglai secret realm. After all, until he encountered other disciples of the Jade Immortal workshop, his safety depended entirely on this gentle, kind, yet deeply enigmatic sister Yu before him. A profoundly muffled, thunderous roar suddenly erupted, like a bolt of lightning striking a placid lake. In an instant, a violent upheaval swept through the inheritance ground, and the entire island trembled violently, as if struck by an unprecedented blow. The earth shook, dust flew into the air, as if the island would shatter and break apart at any moment. Yuanqing and the others who remained there all turned their gaze toward the ancient building at the island's center. An indescribable, overwhelming sense of crisis surged like a tidal wave, instantly engulfing every one of them. Everyone present felt a chill run down their spine, a coldness shooting from the soles of their feet straight to the top of their heads. "What in the world is this thing?" someone cried out in terror. "It seems to be sword intent?" Another voice carried a hint of uncertainty, but even more so, a deep-seated fear. How could such a terrifying sword intent suddenly appear? Could it be that among those who entered, someone has already succeeded in obtaining the inheritance of a great power? As soon as this speculation was voiced, the surroundings fell into a dead silence. The ancient building continuously emitted an unparalleled, fierce sword intent, its momentum rising steadily, growing ever more powerful and terrifying. The sword intent materialized, transforming into countless invisible sword chi that crisscrossed through the air, slicing apart anything that dared to approach. At this moment, the sword intent had grown so formidable that it was utterly impossible for anyone to look directly at it. Standing to the side, Zhao Lu swallowed hard and said with a trembling voice, I'm suddenly a bit glad I didn't rashly barge in. Just the sword intent alone would probably be enough to crush me several times over." Yuanqing, on the other hand, bit her lip tightly, enduring the powerful pressure of the sword intent, and gazed steadfastly at the mysterious building. Her heart was filled with worry for Qin Siyu, who was caught up in the situation. Chapter 267, Loss of Sanity. Time flowed by like water, and the land of inheritance gradually returned to its former tranquility. The crowd silently gazed at the quiet, ancient building, their hearts filled with unease and anxiety. Judging by the look of things, it should be over, right? But why hasn't anyone come out yet? Someone couldn't help but speak up, a hint of doubt and worry in his voice. Could it be that this time, everyone has been wiped out again? Sigh, if that's really the case, what are we to do? Before the words had even faded, a wave of sighs arose all around. At that moment, the other disciples of the Lingshu sect gazed at that mysterious building, their minds conjuring up the figures of their own masters and senior brothers as they entered it, and couldn't help but show expressions of sorrow on their faces. Master couldn't really have run into trouble, could he? And senior brother Qin. Zhao Lu stood among the crowd, his gaze fixed on the tightly shut door. At this moment, she couldn't help but secretly feel relieved that she hadn't gone inside. Turning to look at Yuanqing beside him, who had been staring intently at the inheritance ground with a grave expression, Zhao Lu asked softly, "Sister Yu, should we leave this place first? This building seems to have already closed." She had heard her master say that once the inheritance ground closes, no one can come out from inside. Yuanqing gently shook her head and replied firmly, "Let's wait a little longer. I don't believe Qin Siyu will be trapped in there and unable to get out. After all, Qin Siyu is one of the male leads." Although the original plot has long since fallen apart, Qin Siyu, as the male lead of this work, is inevitably blessed with the protagonist's halo. How could he possibly fail to conquer even a single inheritance site? Well, all right then, Zhao Lu said hesitantly. She had always thought that between Yuanqing and Qin Siyu, it was only Qin Siyu who silently liked Yuanqing. But at this moment, seeing Sister Yu's resolute and trusting expression, Zhao Lu couldn't help but begin to doubt her previous thoughts. Little did Zhao Lu know that what Yuanqing trusted was the male lead aura of Qin Siyu. It seems that Sister Yu isn't entirely indifferent to Qin Siyu after all. This discovery filled Zhao Lu's heart with a secret delight, a joyful thrill as if the ship she was rooting for had truly set sail. Zhao Lu didn't know that Yuanqing already had many men around her. All along the way, her heart and eyes were filled with this golden couple. Zhao Lu mused to herself. Qin Siyu was handsome and dashing, with sword-like brows and starry eyes. His swordsmanship was nothing short of miraculous and reached the pinnacle of mastery. It was just a pity that his cultivation level still fell slightly short compared to Sister Yu's. If Qin Siyu really manages to come out of the inheritance ground this time, he might just be able to forge a beautiful romance. Thinking of this, Zhao Lu couldn't help but let a hint of an expectant smile appear on her face. In the darkness, he prayed that Qin Siyu would surely emerge safely from the inheritance ground. After waiting for a while, there was still no movement from that building, and many cultivators had already given up on their companions who had entered and turned to leave. The Penglai secret realm is only open for a month, so time cannot be wasted on someone who might already be dead. Even the few Lingshu sect disciples, like Lian Isin, who were waiting for their master to emerge, were now feeling somewhat disheartened, believing that their master had surely perished. Senior Sister Yu, should we charge in and collect the bodies of Master and Senior Brother Qin? Several disciples had tears glistening in their eyes. Before Yuanqing could even respond, another earth-shattering roar suddenly erupted from within that mysterious building. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, the ancient structure that had stood proudly upon this vast Gobi desert, enduring countless years of wind and rain erosion without ever collapsing, now began to slowly crumble. Massive chunks of stone rained down like hailstones, kicking up clouds of dust that blotted out the sky and sun. A dazzling sword aura suddenly shot out from within the building. As it swept through, the entire structure was instantly split in two and collapsed with a thunderous roar. And with the building's collapse, several figures shot out from inside like lightning. Bathed in the dying sunlight as red as blood, Qin Siyu stood with the setting sun at his back and the towering building shattered into two halves behind him, a gleaming longsword clutched tightly in his hand. His jet-black, lustrous long hair billowed freely in the wind, ethereal and otherworldly like a celestial descending to the mortal realm. A pair of deep-set eyes shimmered with starlight, as if harboring an endless sword intent. At this moment, Qin Siyu seemed to have transformed entirely into a sword. Qin Siyu's steps were unhurried and composed, each stride leaving a unique sword-like trail in this world steeped in the aura of vicissitudes. Following Qin Siyu out were the other cultivators who had been trapped in the building. At this moment, their gazes at Qin Siyu were mixed with admiration and fear. Those who came out kept a wide distance from Qin Siyu, and some, without even waiting to reunite with their companions, fled directly. Yet, given Qin Siyu's level of cultivation, he shouldn't have made them so wary. Master, Senior Brother Qin, The disciples of Lingshu sect, upon seeing someone emerge from within, their faces immediately lit up with joy, and they quickly hurried forward. But just at that moment, Yuanqing furrowed her delicate brows and let out a soft command, "Wait." With that, Yuanqing stretched out her arm to block the crowd, watching Qin Siyu warily. "Senior sister Yu, what's wrong? Wait here, I'll go take a look." With that, Yuanqing walked alone toward Qin Siyu. A middle-aged cultivator dressed in the robes of an elder from the Lingshu sect frantically waved his hand at Yuanqing, signaling for them to keep their distance. As Yuanqing approached step by step, she increasingly felt that Qin Siyu's current state was highly abnormal. She saw that his entire body was radiating an extremely dangerous sword aura, one that seemed capable of tearing the surrounding air itself, sending chills down one's spine. Yuanqing dared not let down her guard, stopping in her tracks when she was still 10 paces away from Qin Siyu. At this distance, she could be absolutely certain that the Qin Siyu before her had already lost his reason, becoming one with his sword. His entire being was like a fully unsheathed, razor-sharp sword, brimming with aggression. Yuanqing frowned slightly, her mind racing as she searched for a way to bring Qin Siyu back to his senses. After searching her entire body, she finally realized that the only thing she had that might be relevant was the bitter bamboo. But the problem was that bitter bamboo had the effect of clouding one's mind. Using it to awaken Qin Siyu would be like adding fuel to the fire. But if no action is taken and Qin Siyu is allowed to continue like this, he will sooner or later completely lose himself and become a puppet of the sword. Thinking of this, Yuanqing gently bit her lower lip and decided to take a risk to awaken Qin Siyu. Qin Siyu. Qin Siyu. Chapter 268, The Confused Kiss. Qin Siyu. A shout shattered the world that Qin Siyu had originally been enveloped in by sword intent. The voice was clear and melodious, like a mountain stream flowing gracefully, pleasing to the ear, yet at this moment it faintly revealed threads of concern. In the land of inheritance, after fiercely competing in swordsmanship with the lingering will of a great power and receiving the inheritance, Qin Siyu lost his sanity. His entire being was completely immersed in the profound state of unity between man and sword. Now, this voice, like a clear spring, forcibly pulled back his wavering consciousness that was gradually slipping into the abyss. A sword cultivator should be the one who wields the sword. Qin Siyu, you were born with a sword bone. Never let yourself be manipulated and controlled by the sword in your hand. The voice continued to come through, as if carrying an invisible force, trying to awaken Qin Siyu, who had already lost himself in the way of the sword. However, at this moment, Qin Siyu was already deeply trapped and unable to extricate himself, completely unable to make out the specific content of the words from the outside world. But strangely enough, nevertheless, the deep concern and worry contained within that voice, he felt with absolute clarity and certainty. This feeling of being cared for and worried about by the owner of the voice unexpectedly stirred an indescribable joy deep within his heart. Seeing that Qin Siyu seemed to have some reaction to her words, Yuanqing's heart leaped with joy. She silently praised, as expected of one of the male leads, his willpower was truly extraordinary. And as the woman's calls continued to reach his ears, Qin Siyu felt his mind gradually becoming clearer, like the morning sun dispelling thick fog. Gradually, the world that had seemed shrouded in layers of mist before his eyes slowly unfolded like a scroll, and that blurry, indistinct world finally began to sharpen bit by bit. A face as beautiful and moving as a bright, clear moon, like the most brilliant star in the night sky, slowly came into Qin Siyu's view. Yuanqing smiled, her eyes sparkling with joy, and spoke softly, her voice reaching Qin Siyu's ears. "You're awake." Seeing that Qin Siyu had regained consciousness, Yuanqing's worry immediately lessened. Subconsciously, she wanted to pull back her body, which had gradually drawn closer to him out of concern, but just as she began to move, the next moment, a powerful hand suddenly grabbed her slender wrist and forcefully pulled her back. Qin Siyu's strength was astonishing, as if he was terrified that the woman who had captured his heart might suddenly flee. Yuanqing had never anticipated such an action from him. Losing her balance, she stumbled straight toward Qin Siyu. Yuanqing couldn't help but let out a soft moan. Her body fell without any defense against Qin Siyu's firm chest. The man before her paused slightly in his movements, perhaps stirred by Yuanqing's soft moan. Then, like a beast ignited by desire, he could no longer control the surging emotions within him and directly lowered his head to seal her lips. Yuanqing was caught off guard by Qin Siyu's sudden move, flustered and unsure how to react. She tried to struggle and resist, attempting to cast a spell to push the man pressing down on her away. Yet the image of Qin Siyu's earlier loss of sanity and frantic agitation involuntarily surfaced in her mind. If he were to forcefully intervene at this moment, would it provoke him again and cause him to fall back into that state? Thinking of this, Yuanqing hesitated, and the magical power gathering in her hand gradually dissipated. Yet her hesitation did not earn her even a shred of pity from Qin Siyu. On the contrary, his assault grew increasingly fierce. Yuanqing felt as if she were caught in a violent storm, with everything around her blurring into obscurity, making even breathing difficult, let alone uttering a single sound. Yuanqing's luscious red lips were now sealed tightly, with not a single gap to be found. Yet this was already the most extreme and outrageous act Qin Siyu had committed. In truth, the moment their lips touched, it was as if a bolt of lightning had flashed through Qin Siyu's mind, and his reason had already returned. Yet perhaps because Yuanqing was right before his eyes, within arm's reach, it made him temporarily unwilling to think about the other men around Yuanqing. He only wanted to continue being intimate with her like this. Taking advantage of someone by using his own loss of reason as an excuse was undoubtedly wrong. But at this moment, his mind was filled with nothing but the desire to taste the sweetness in the mouth of this woman he had been longing for day and night. Qin Siyu began to act recklessly between their only tightly connected lips, his movements fierce and frantic. At the same time, he was deeply afraid of losing control with even the slightest misstep, so while wrapping his arms and wrists around Yuanqing's slender, soft waist with all his might, he carefully restrained his strength, not daring to let his broad, powerful hands easily touch her delicate body. As for Yuanqing, she felt as if her tongue was about to go numb from his sucking. After all, Qin Siyu had never had any intimate experience with a woman before, nor had he paid attention to knowledge in this area. At first, he seemed somewhat rough and inexperienced, which caused Yuanqing to feel some pain. However, as a genius sword cultivator with a sword bone, even in matters of romance between men and women, Qin Siyu displayed extraordinary talent. Truly self-taught, his fervent and passionate kisses gradually transformed into gentle and lingering tenderness, while Yuanqing, within his warm and broad embrace, slowly grew soft and powerless, as if melting into a pool of spring water. This was the woman who haunted his dreams and occupied his every thought, yet the cruel reality was that she already had someone else by her side. At this moment, Qin Siyu savored her honey-sweet lips and tongue to his heart's content, as if lost in a dream. He truly wished he could just sink into this intoxication and drown, never to wake again. The long-suppressed desire in his heart finally found a moment of release. Even if it was just a sliver of satisfaction, it was enough to make him utterly enchanted and delirious. A peerless genius who had once devoted himself wholeheartedly to the way of the sword, yet only today did he finally grasp the true meaning of the saying, to die beneath the peony blossoms, even as a ghost, is to be romantic. Yuanqing's collar was slightly pulled open amid their intense movements, and a thin red thread hung faintly visible around her snow-white neck, adding an endless allure. Qin Siyu immediately recognized what the red thread was. His eyes blazed like burning flames, fixed intently on that slender line, while the desire within him surged like tumultuous waves, relentlessly battering the shores of his reason. Yet he still suppressed his impulses, with sweat beading like beans on his forehead and rolling down. His hands could no longer restrain themselves, beginning to roam and caress her delicate body back and forth. Qin Siyu, wake up, huh? Yuanqing's entire body went limp from his fervent caresses, and deep within her a restless flame began to kindle. But she was unsure if Qin Siyu was sober at this moment, so she hesitated, unable to muster the courage to forcefully push the man before her away. As time passed, his kissing of Yuan not only failed to lessen in intensity, but grew increasingly forceful. At this moment, he deliberately emptied his mind, feigning an appearance of not yet being fully awake. Qin Siyu's other hand, however, was tightly clenched into a fist, his nails digging deep into his flesh, as if only this could slightly suppress the surging emotions within his heart. At this moment, Qin Siyu was already so overcome with emotion that he could no longer contain himself. His originally fair face flushed crimson with excitement, and even the corners of his eyes were tinged with a vivid red. Where was the shadow of the composed and cool-headed genius sword cultivator he usually was, in such a state as this? Yuanqing could only feel her lips becoming swollen and slightly painful under Qin Siyu's stormy, tempestuous kisses. The kiss from the man before her was so fierce, as if he couldn't wait to devour her whole. Qin Siyu knew in his heart that he should stop, that he absolutely could not continue indulging himself so recklessly. Yet the desires and emotions burning within him were like a wild horse that had slipped its reins, making it difficult for him to control himself. Yuanqing's lips were so soft and sweet, how could he possibly stop? Qin Siyu inhaled the faint floral scent on Yuanqing's body, becoming even more intoxicated by it. Qin Siyu squeezed his eyes shut tightly. Then the man, immersed in lust, abruptly opened his eyes, pulling away from the red lips he had ravaged beyond recognition, panting heavily as if finally coming to his senses. Yuanqing looked at Qin Siyu, who seemed to have come back to his senses, and hesitated. "Are you awake?" The beauty's face was as delicate as a flower, blooming with spring colors, her lips, ravaged and pitifully reddened by Qin Siyu, now swollen. Qin Siyu's heart burned fiercely. But he also knew that if Yuanqing were to discover that he had actually regained his consciousness long ago, she would surely be furious beyond measure, and might even become a stranger to him from then on, keeping her distance. Qin Siyu absolutely could not bear such an outcome. Qin Siyu blinked his deep, ink-black eyes, staring intently at Yuanqing with an innocent expression as he asked, "Senior Sister Yu, why am I here?" A flicker of doubt arose in Yuanqing's heart, and she furrowed her brows as she asked in return, "Do you truly remember nothing at all?" Qin Siyu gently shook his head and said, "I only remember that I was sparring with a senior in the inheritance grounds at the time." Yuanqing stared at him with a mix of doubt and suspicion for a long moment, then subconsciously reached out to touch her own swollen, burning, and faintly aching lips. Recalling everything that had just happened, this was the first time in her life she had been kissed so fiercely and passionately. After a moment of silence, Yuanqing thought to herself that it was better to avoid trouble than to invite it, so she decided to let it go and not pursue the matter further. "Since that's the case, let's forget it then." But she didn't notice that the moment she said those words, Qin Siyu's eyes instantly dimmed, as if he was dissatisfied with her answer. The people around them all stared wide-eyed, stunned, as they looked at Yuanqing and Qin Siyu. Just moments ago, their lips had pressed tightly together in an instant, kissing passionately, as if the entire world had melted away, leaving only the two of them. The mouths of the crowd unconsciously formed into circles, their astonishment written all over their faces. Yet when the man and woman returned, they did not utter a single word about the passionate kiss that had just taken place. Those onlookers who had originally been waiting to watch the drama unfold and prepare for some gossip, upon seeing this, had no choice but to tactfully shut their mouths and ask no further questions. After all, since the parties involved were unwilling to bring up the matter, why should they invite trouble for themselves? At this moment, Zhao Lu was covering her mouth with her hand, standing to the side, so excited she was almost jumping. In her eyes, just now Yuanqing had recklessly risked her own safety, only to try to awaken Qin Siyu's lost consciousness. Then the two of them couldn't help but kiss, a scene so beautiful and romantic that it could only be found in storybooks. The atmosphere was a bit awkward, but everyone present was perceptive enough to gloss over it with small talk about other matters, and so the incident passed. "Fellow Taoist Qin, it's truly a relief that you're safe." Zhao Lu's eyes curved with a smile as she looked at Qin Siyu. "Just now, we all thought that you and the others would perish in the inheritance ground. We were actually about to leave, but Sister Yu was certain that fellow Taoist Qin would emerge safely, so we waited until now. Their CP must be real." To that end, Zhao Lu went all out to help, even revealing how Yuanqing had trusted Qin Siyu to come out for him. Hearing Zhao Lu's words, Qin Siyu's heart stirred as he looked at Yuanqing, but Yuanqing was too embarrassed to face Qin Siyu at that moment and turned her back to him. Qin Siyu clasped his hands in a bow and said, "Thank you for your trust, Senior Sister Yu. Otherwise, I would have had to journey through the Penglai secret realm alone." He appeared courteous and refined, yet at this moment, the predatory gleam lurking in Qin Siyu's eyes was no less intense than when he had just kissed Yuanqing. "Well, junior brother Qin's talent in sword cultivation is well known to all. I am not the only one who thinks so." The matter of the sword cultivator inheritance finally came to a close. Yuanqing and Qin Siyu discussed their next course of action and decided to bring Zhao Lu along to continue exploring other islands. Before setting off, they warmly extended an invitation to the elder of Lingshu sect and his disciples to join them on the journey. However, upon hearing Yuanqing's words, the elder and his disciples reacted as if their backsides had been singed by fire. Flustered and panicked, they waved their hands repeatedly in refusal. The elder spoke at a rapid pace. Many thanks for your kind offer. But this old man and my disciples are truly burdened with other urgent matters, making it inconvenient to travel with you. Let us part ways here, wishing you all a smooth journey." Before his words had even faded, he hastily led his disciples in turning around and departing, vanishing from everyone's sight in the blink of an eye. And so Yuanqing, Qin Siyu, and Zhao Lu embarked on a new journey. Along the way, despite encountering some dangers, they were always able to detect potential threats in advance and take timely countermeasures to turn peril into safety, thanks to their keen insight and rich experience. During this time, they also encountered other disciples of Yuxian Fang, so Yuanqing and Qin Siyu set Zhao Lu down. Zhao Lu was reluctant to leave even as she departed. Chapter 269, The Island of Extreme Een. At this moment, Yuanqing and Qin Siyu had already arrived together on a desolate island. This island stood out starkly from all the others they had passed along the way. Its desolation far exceeded imagination, as if it had been forgotten by time in a corner of the world. It's getting late. I'm afraid we'll have to rest here tonight. Watching the sun gradually sink westward and a blood-red sunset glow spread across the horizon, Qin Siyu turned to look at Yuanqing beside him and spoke. Yuanqing nodded slightly in agreement. We're not familiar with this place, so we need to be extra careful even when resting. How about we take turns keeping watch? In the blink of an eye, nightfall descended like a vast black curtain, swiftly enveloping the entire island and casting an even more eerie and terrifying pall over this already oppressive and desolate stretch of desert. A cool night breeze quietly rose, bringing with it a hint of chill. As the night deepened, the wind grew stronger, as if intent on devouring this lonely island. The weather on this island seems a bit off. Yuanqing couldn't help but shiver, instinctively wrapping her arms around herself to ward off the cold. Qin Siyu, however, furrowed his brow tightly, his gaze scanning the surroundings warily without spotting anything suspicious. You get some rest first. I'll take the first watch. In the night sky, stars twinkled, but the moonlight was mostly blocked by thick clouds, casting only a faint glow. Under this hazy moonlight, the entire island appeared even more mysterious and unfathomable. This cold came with an eerie strangeness, without any warning. Although the two of them had long since cultivated to profound realms, and by all logic should be impervious to heat and cold. Yet now, facing this sudden drop in temperature on the desolate island, they were like mortals with no power to resist, experiencing the sensation of cold once again. Sitting around the fire, Yuanqing hugged herself, shivering from the cold, as the blazing flames before her gave off no warmth at all. Although Yuanqing could retreat into the farming space to take shelter, relying on a comfortable life without enduring hardships would gradually erode a cultivator's willpower. The inertia cultivated in this way would deliver a fatal blow to her at some unknown time. Yuanqing's teeth chattered from the cold, making it impossible for her to rest peacefully. She spoke with difficulty. This cold is so strange. Could it be that some evil spirit is at work? Qin Siyu nodded gravely and replied, it's not impossible. This place is too desolate and unknown dangers may be lurking. We need to be extra cautious. Perhaps because men have more yang energy, Qin Siyu was in much better condition than Yuanqing. Qin Siyu glanced at the surrounding environment. The thin mist covering the desolate island was gradually thickening, and he thought the temperature would likely drop even further. Looking at Yuanqing's lips, which had already turned somewhat purple, his heart was filled with worry. Yuanqing felt as if the cold on this island had a will of its own, targeting her specifically. At this moment, her entire body was enveloped in a biting chill, so piercing that even the marrow of her bones felt frozen. She was like someone thrown into an ice cellar, so cold she was nearly losing sensation, on the verge of being completely frozen stiff. Yet, in stark contrast to her, Qin Siyu merely felt a slight chill. Could it be that this mysterious island harbors some special power or object that specifically targets the yin energy within women? And Qin Siyu, being a man, could rely on his own yang energy to resist the invasion of this cold. The thoughts in Yuanqing's mind grew increasingly chaotic, but at this moment, her brain, numbed by the cold, could no longer support her in thinking any deeper. Yuanqing bit down tightly on her pale lips, trying to use the pain to keep herself awake. She thought to herself, I originally wanted to take this opportunity to really train myself, but now it seems that if I keep going like this, I'm afraid I might actually lose my life here. Rather than that, it would be better to first hide in the farming space to take shelter. Once she got through tonight, she would find the right moment to explain things to Qin Siyu. Before Yuanqing could make a move, she suddenly felt an intense source of heat slowly approaching. Immediately after, Qin Siyu extended his arms and gently yet firmly pulled Yuanqing into his embrace, letting out a long sigh as he said, I have overstepped. The moment Qin Siyu held her tightly in his arms, Yuanqing instantly felt an unprecedented warmth and sense of security. It was as if the biting cold from moments ago had been completely dispelled by the scorching aura emanating from Qin Siyu, vanishing without a trace. Yuanqing now felt as though she were sitting beside a blazing fireplace on an extremely cold winter day, fortunate and warm. The warmth surged from all directions, gradually seeping into every inch of her skin, making her feel as if she were bathed in the spring sun, almost on the verge of being completely melted by this boundless warmth. Without realizing it, Yuanqing instinctively rested her head gently against Qin Siyu's broad and sturdy chest, murmuring softly, No, it should be me thanking you. Qin Siyu looked down at Yuanqing, who was nestled obediently in his arms. She had her eyes tightly shut, her expression relaxed, like a gentle and adorable kitten. At that moment, he felt his heart, which had been as calm as still water, ripple like a stone had been cast into it, layer upon layer, swelling ceaselessly with an indescribable joy and contentment. And so, the two clung tightly together, striving to rely on each other's body heat to withstand the relentless tide of bitter cold surging in from the outside. Yet, despite their embrace for warmth, the bone-chilling cold continued to mercilessly assail Yuanqing, showing no signs of stopping, as if it would never cease. Yuanqing's hair, cascading like a waterfall, had somehow gradually become coated with a thin layer of frost. This layer of frost seemed to drape her originally jet-black, lustrous locks in a silver-clad mantle, making her appear exceptionally cold and mysterious. Qin Siyu looked at Yuanqing's appearance, and a deep sense of worry surged within him. His brows furrowed tightly, his gaze solemn as he said, "This place is truly too eerie. We can't delay any longer, let's leave here tonight right away." Yuan nodded gently, then curled up like a docile kitten in Qin Siyu's warm and broad embrace, her eyes tightly shut. After a moment, she slowly spoke, revealing the deepest suspicions in her heart without reservation. "In my view, there might be some kind of demon beast or spiritual treasure here that specifically targets women's constitutions, secretly causing trouble. I was originally planning to endure until dawn and then search for clues everywhere, but given the current situation, I'm not even sure I can make it till daybreak. I'd better leave now." Chapter 270, Beast Ambush. Suddenly, a faint yet intricate rustling sound drifted over from 100 zhang away. The sounds were tightly interwoven, as dense as countless fine needles falling to the ground, making it seem as if an astonishingly large horde of demonic beasts was advancing in unison, marching forward together. Qin Siyu, relying on his extraordinary keen perception, instantly captured these fragmented and faint noises. His originally calm, placid expression suddenly changed, his countenance growing grave as he said, "Not good, there are demonic beasts about." Before his words had even faded, Qin Siyu rose abruptly, his movements swift as the wind. Without a moment's hesitation, he pulled Yuanqing firmly into his arms, his right hand smoothly drawing the gleaming spirit sword from his waist as he entered a state of high alert. In truth, given Qin Siyu's own strength, a few mere demonic beasts were hardly worth fearing. However, at this moment, Yuanqing's condition was far from optimistic. Qin Siyu thought to himself that if they lingered here any longer, Yuanqing might be in danger. Thus, Qin Siyu, while warily keeping an eye on the surroundings, released his spiritual sense in an attempt to detect the movements of the demonic beasts lurking in the shadows. But to his astonishment, no matter how thoroughly he scanned his surroundings, even examining every nook and cranny without exception, he could not find even the slightest trace of any demonic beast. Just as Qin Siyu was filled with confusion, Yuanqing suddenly spoke up to warn him, "Watch your step." When she heard Qin Siyu mention the appearance of demonic beasts, she immediately mobilized her spiritual sense and focused all her attention on being on high alert. Yuanqing had already entered the nascent soul stage, and the range her spiritual sense could cover far exceeded that of Qin Siyu, allowing her to detect more precisely the large number of demonic beasts lurking deep underground. At this very moment, deep beneath the island, a mountain-like mass of all kinds of bizarre insect-type demon beasts was packed tightly together. Ant-type demon beasts, no larger than the palm of a hand, seemed insignificant at first glance, yet possessed astonishing devouring abilities, capable of easily consuming soil and metal. There is also a kind of venomous spider with a massive body, compound eyes, and 8 long, thick legs, its ferocious and terrifying appearance sending chills down one's spine. Even more striking is that among these demonic beasts, there exists a kind of orchid mantis draped in pink attire like a delicate flower, its beautiful exterior concealing deadly danger. Seeing the scene, Yuanqing's heart instantly sank heavily. Although she had now reached the nascent soul stage of cultivation, facing the vast and diverse army of demon beasts before her, dealing with them would not be easy. Moreover, at this moment, her own condition was poor, her strength greatly diminished, making her practically half an invalid. The only feasible course of action now was to have Qin Siyu by her side step in to handle the situation, but this island was so eerie that they really shouldn't linger any longer. Thus, Yuanqing made a prompt decision and called out to Qin Siyu without hesitation, "There are too many demonic beasts here. Lingering in this place is more trouble than it's worth. Let's retreat quickly." Hearing Yuanqing's command, Qin Siyu nodded without the slightest hesitation and replied, "All right." Immediately, he formed hand seals with lightning speed, summoned his flying sword, and prepared to soar away from this perilous place. Yet, just as they were about to set off, Yuanqing's expression suddenly shifted dramatically, and she cried out in alarm, "It's too late." The beasts that had been stirring restlessly suddenly, as if receiving some signal, surged forth from underground like a tidal wave in an instant, surrounding the two of them on all sides. The dense, countless insect-like beasts surged forward like a flood, launching a fierce, overwhelming assault on Qin Siyu and Yuanqing from every direction. Facing the surging swarm of insects, Qin Siyu remained expressionless. With a sweep of the long sword in his hand, a fierce and unparalleled sword aura howled forth. Wherever it passed, countless insect-type demon beasts were instantly decapitated, severed limbs and broken arms splattering everywhere, blood dyeing the earth red. Yuanqing, held tightly in Qin Siyu's arms, was not idle either. Seizing the brief moment, her hands swiftly formed magical seals as she murmured incantations, beams of light shooting from her fingertips and striking the oncoming demonic beasts with unerring accuracy. Each strike carried astonishing power, directly reducing the demonic beasts to ashes. Despite the formidable strength of Qin Siyu and Yuanqing, these demonic beasts showed no sign of retreat. Instead, they grew more tenacious with each setback. Upon closer observation, it became clear that these demonic beasts varied widely in cultivation level. Logically, upon witnessing such a gruesome scene, the weaker beasts should have been struck with fear and fled in the opposite direction. But strangely, they seemed completely unaware of what fear was, still charging forward fearlessly, and their movements were highly organized, as if they had been meticulously coordinated. As time went on, the battle gradually fell into a stalemate. If this deadlock continued, the situation would become increasingly unfavorable for them. Because once they become bogged down in a prolonged tug-of-war, they could very likely be surrounded by the endless tide of swarming insects, eventually exhausting their physical strength and spiritual energy, only to become a meal for these demonic beasts. The behavior of these insects made Yuanqing involuntarily recall a common survival pattern found in the insect world. Yuanqing turned to look at Qin Siyu and said, "I find the behavior of these demon beasts rather unusual. As far as I know, ants gather and live together because of the queen ant's presence, while bees scatter and fall apart when they lose their queen. In my opinion, it's highly likely that these insect-type demon beasts also have a similar entity behind them, such as a leader with strong charisma and control, which is directing their actions. If we don't find and eliminate this hidden hand as soon as possible, I'm afraid it will be difficult to escape our current predicament. If we can find the leader among them and kill it in one strike, the remaining beasts will surely lose their backbone and scatter like loose sand," Yuanqing said with a firm gaze. At this moment, her face was pale, giving her a frail, sickly appearance, yet her demeanor added a deadly charm to her. "Good." Qin Siyu nodded solemnly, his expression grave, and replied. Then, with a forceful movement of his arms, he pulled Yuanqing tightly into his embrace. Qin Siyu also found these insect-like demonic beasts extremely difficult to deal with. After hearing what Yuanqing said, he acted without hesitation. His sharp eyes quickly swept across the group of ferocious, spine-chilling demon beasts before him, meticulously searching for any potential leader that might be hidden among them. Qin Siyu harbored not a shred of doubt regarding the words Yuanqing had spoken. During the earlier mission in Lone Mountain City, he had already witnessed firsthand that Yuanqing possessed a pure and intelligent heart, with a sharpness and wit far surpassing ordinary people. Chapter 271, The Underground Cave. Finally, through the concerted attacks of Yuanqing and Qin Siyu, after a fierce and brutal slaughter, they successfully cleared a large area of numerous demonic beasts. Those fortunate beasts that had survived seemed, in that moment, to finally understand what fear truly meant. They began to hesitate, their eyes revealing a clear look of terror. Yet, amid this tense atmosphere, a massive spider-shaped beast hidden among the insectoid monsters suddenly let out a deafening roar. This roar seemed to possess some kind of mysterious power. The insect-like demon beasts, which had been hesitating and cowering just moments before, instantly transformed as if they had become a different breed, each one turning fearless in the face of death. Like a horde of frenzied warriors, they charged fiercely at Yuanqing and Qin Siyu. Qin Siyu fixed his gaze on the spider beast that was issuing commands, his voice low and forceful, as if from the abyss of the underworld. "You're the one I'm looking for." The words had barely left his mouth, the final syllables still lingering in the air, when Qin Siyu unhesitatingly pulled Yuanqing tightly into his arms. In the next instant, his figure flickered like a bolt of lightning as he leaped straight toward the spider beast. His movements were swift and agile, like an eagle soaring freely across the sky, effortlessly dodging one ferocious beast after another as they lunged at him with claws bared. That spider demon beast clearly had not anticipated that someone would single it out as a target amidst such a multitude of demon beasts, and for a moment, it appeared flustered and panicked. It scrambled frantically, shrieking as it hastily directed the other demon beasts around it to come to its defense. A sword aura, as transparent as crystal, shot forth like an arrow from a bowstring, racing toward the enormous spider demon beast. Although the distance between them was a full 100 zhang, the sword aura moved with lightning speed, reaching its target in the blink of an eye. With a soft thud, the spider beast let out only a muffled groan as a shocking blood hole instantly appeared in its thick neck. Its massive head began to wobble unsteadily, and finally collapsed helplessly onto the hard ground. Crimson blood gushed forth from the gaping hole in its neck like a bursting dam, flooding the surrounding ground and staining it red in an instant. One must understand that this spider demon beast was no ordinary creature. Its strength was formidable, possessing at least a cultivation level comparable to that of a nascent soul stage cultivator. Yet at this moment, he was effortlessly slain by Qin Xiu with just a single sword stroke. Witnessing the scene from the side, Yuanqing couldn't help but cast her gaze toward Qin Xiu. It seems that after entering the inheritance ground, Qin Xiu has benefited greatly, his swordsmanship improving so remarkably. With the leading spider beast dead, the other beasts instantly scattered into disarray, some dying and others fleeing, leaving only Yuanqing, Qin Xiu, and a scene of utter chaos. Yuanqing's delicate brows furrowed tightly as she stared at the massive spider demon corpse on the ground, a hint of confusion flickering in her eyes. She slowly turned her head, sweeping her gaze across the other demon corpses lying haphazardly around, and the doubt in her heart grew even heavier. This spider turned out to be a female demon beast, yet the demon beasts it commanded were all uniformly male. Not a single female was to be seen. An island couldn't possibly have only one female demon beast. Those females might have all frozen to death on this island. Everything here reeks of strangeness. With the climate so bitterly cold, I truly wonder what method it used to survive here. Yuanqing sank into deep thought, her beautiful brows tightly knitted together. Standing nearby, Qin Xiu also fixed his gaze on the corpse of the spider beast. After scrutinizing it carefully, he shook his head and said, "This spider is nothing special. It feels no different from an ordinary beast." Upon hearing this, Yuanqing turned to look at the massive hole from which the beasts had emerged during their sudden attack, and said thoughtfully, "Perhaps the answer lies inside its lair." Qin Xiu's gaze shifted to Yuanqing's face, and seeing her slightly pale complexion, his concern was evident. He couldn't help but ask, "How are you feeling now? Can you hold on?" Between his words, his eyes were filled with undisguised worry and pity. Qin Xiu radiated an unending stream of pure yang energy, like the warm and gentle sunlight of a winter day, enveloping Yuanqing. This warmth made Yuanqing feel incredibly comfortable, even a little languid. She shifted slightly, burrowing deeper into Qin Xiu's arms, her voice carrying a tenderness she herself hadn't noticed. "It's fine as long as I'm in your arms." At these words, Qin Xiu's heart suddenly leaped, pounding like a drum with violent vibrations. He instinctively tightened his arms around Yuanqing, as if trying to press her into his own body. Perhaps also somewhat reluctant to let go of the boneless body in his arms, Qin Xiu's earlobes flushed red as he said, "Then let's go in and take a look. If anything seems off, we'll withdraw immediately." Qin Xiu held Yuanqing tightly and cautiously stepped into the deep and mysterious cave. Firm and steady steps fell upon the ground, producing faint sounds that seemed to create a unique resonance with the silent cave. As they gradually ventured deeper into the cave's passage, the terrain began to slope gently downward. With each step, it seemed to draw farther from the surface, and the surrounding air grew increasingly cold and damp. After traveling roughly 10 zhang, the already faint light within the passageway dimmed sharply, nearly to the point where one could not see their hand in front of their face. Facing such a pitch-black environment, Qin Xiu and Yuanqing instinctively extended their spiritual senses, like two invisible beams of light, rapidly spreading outward in all directions. In an instant, the once utterly dark and fear-inducing passage was clearly reflected in both of their minds. This interconnected passage resembles an intricate maze, with countless branches crisscrossing in all directions, making it difficult to discern one's bearings. However, for Qin Xiu and Yuanqing, who possess spiritual perception, these complex pathways posed no significant obstacle. Despite the relentless chill seeping through the cave, Qin Xiu held Yuanqing tightly in his arms, shielding her from the cold with his own body heat. As they continued on their way, several stray demon beasts suddenly darted out from the shadows, lunging at them with claws bared and fangs gnashing. With a single swing of the long sword in Qin Xiu's hand, a flash of cold light streaked through the air, and the demon beasts were instantly decapitated, blood splattering everywhere. Apart from these actively attacking demon beasts, they also discovered along the way many demon beast corpses that had been frozen into stiff zombies. Strangely enough, every single one of these frozen, dead demonic beasts was female, without exception. Chapter 272, Mysterious Inheritance. "This island doesn't seem very friendly to women," Yuanqing teased with a light laugh. But in truth, deep down she felt that as long as she could successfully pass this trial, the benefits this mysterious island could offer her would be far from negligible. Take that peculiar spider capable of controlling other insect-like demonic beasts, for instance. This was undoubtedly the most compelling evidence. You see, spiders are not like ants with a clearly defined queen caste, yet on this island, it had somehow acquired the ability to control other male insects. This was most likely due to the influence of the inheritance left by a powerful being on this island. Moreover, Yuanqing vaguely sensed that the inheritance left behind by the powerful being hidden deep within this island most likely belonged to a female cultivator. Based on the clues currently available, all signs point to an aura connected to a feminine technique. Yuanqing and Qin Siyu cautiously made their way along the path, keeping a vigilant watch on their surroundings. As they ventured deeper into the island, they began to notice increasingly clear signs of artificial construction on the stone walls flanking the passage. Though weathered by the passage of time, these marks remained distinctly visible. Seeing these traces of artificial carving, the two of them realized in their hearts that this cave, which appeared to be merely a dwelling place for insect-type demon beasts, was in fact a legacy cave left behind by a senior immortal of profound cultivation. Who could have imagined that an underground cave inhabited only by insect-type demon beasts would conceal such a mysterious and ancient cave dwelling? Without a doubt, the precious heritage contained within this island is most likely hidden inside this cave. After they walked into the deepest part of the cave, an exquisitely decorated underground cave slowly unfolded before the two of them. This place was practically a paradise on Earth. Despite being a cave 100 meters deep underground, it was filled with blooming flowers and lush, shady trees. A crystal-clear stream babbled gently by, with specks of phosphorescence like scattered stars adorning the cave's interior, casting a soft and enchanting glow. At the very center of the cave lay an exquisitely ornate chaise lounge, beside which stood an antique writing desk. On the desk rested a smooth, round bronze mirror, along with a vanity case for rouge and powder. From these items, it was clear that this place was the private domain of a certain woman, as if she had been living and resting here all along. Even standing outside the cave, Yuanqing and Qin Siyu could clearly sense the exquisite craftsmanship and luxury of these objects. However, just as they were about to draw closer, they discovered that the underground cavern had been sealed with an incredibly powerful restriction. As their eyes fell upon that restriction, a soft and melodious female voice echoed simultaneously in their minds. "Any man who enters this place shall die." This was clearly a warning left within the prohibition by the master of this cave dwelling, meant to deter any man who dared to trespass here. Yuanqing gently patted Qin Siyu's arm, which was as solid as steel, and said, "Put me down." Although Qin Siyu felt somewhat reluctant, he still slowly set down the beauty in his arms as she had asked. His gaze was fixed intently on the mysterious barrier before him, brows tightly furrowed. Holding Yuanqing's hand, his worry was written all over his face. "There might be danger inside," he said. Upon hearing this, Yuanqing's beautiful eyes shifted, casting a lazy, sidelong glance at Qin Siyu. With a light laugh, she said, "If there's danger, does that mean we won't go?" Just a few days ago, he risked his life to enter a place of inheritance, where he competed in swordsmanship against the lingering will of a mighty being. As her gaze swept over him, Qin Siyu felt as if half his body had been struck by an electric current, instantly numbing and tingling. He let out a helpless sigh, ultimately yielding to Yuanqing's wishes and releasing her hand. Seeing this, Yuanqing's lips curled slightly upward as she softly reassured him, "Don't worry. Even if I really run into danger, I won't die so easily." After all, she now possessed the phoenix bloodline bestowed by the farming space. Even if something truly went wrong, she could simply undergo nirvana and be reborn. Qin Siyu gave Yuanqing a deep look and said softly, "All right then, I'll wait for you here." Yuanqing gently exhaled a puff of white mist and replied, okay." Having said that, unable to bear the bone-chilling cold any longer, she turned around and quickly walked into the barrier. Upon stepping into the barrier, Yuanqing instantly felt a warm current of air rush toward her, and the biting chill that had been lingering around her vanished without a trace. She cautiously surveyed her surroundings, treading carefully as she moved forward through this mysterious cave dwelling. This cave dwelling was a place of inheritance, but it was vastly different from what Yuanqing had imagined. Generally speaking, inheritance caves are often filled with various thrilling and perilous mechanisms and traps, used to test the wisdom and strength of those who come to explore. Alternatively, they might contain the lingering will of a long-departed great cultivator, offering guidance or warnings to later generations. Yet this place was unusually tranquil, devoid of any traps or obstacles, nor any lingering remnants of great power, and not even the slightest hint or clue had been left behind. This place appeared just like the cave dwelling of an ordinary woman, except that its owner was not present at the moment. Yuanqing slowly walked a full circle around the cave dwelling, carefully examining every corner. Yuanqing approached the couch, casually opening the desk drawer and vanity case beside it, full of hope that she might uncover some clues or precious treasures. To my disappointment, both the desk and the vanity case were completely empty, as if they had never been used. Could it be that I arrived too late, and the treasures here have already been taken away by someone else? At this thought, Yuanqing couldn't help but feel a surge of frustration and chagrin. Just as she was lost in her private sorrow, she suddenly heard a crisp splashing sound, the rippling of water. Yuanqing suddenly snapped back to reality, quickly shifting her gaze to the stream that had been murmuring through the cave dwelling all along. There, a small fish, pure white as jade, was swimming leisurely and joyfully in the crystal-clear water. This little fish was like a meticulously crafted work of art, shimmering with a captivating luster under the reflection of the water. Seeing the scene, Yuanqing couldn't help but wonder, how could there be fish here? Yuanqing gently extended her palm, and a small orb of water floated out from the stream, carrying a tiny white jade fish as it slowly descended into her hand. Chapter 273, Cold Fragrance, Soft Jade. Qin Siyu stood outside the cave, having already waited for quite some time. At first, the barrier blocking his path at the entrance was like a wall of bronze and iron, preventing him from entering. Just as his patience was about to run out, the barrier suddenly vanished without any warning. Staring at the empty cave entrance before him, Qin Siyu's worry for Yuanqing instantly overshadowed everything else. Without a moment's hesitation, he stepped into the cave. Just as Qin Siyu set foot inside the cave, the mysterious and unpredictable prohibition reappeared like a ghost, trapping him within. At this moment, Qin Siyu had no time to dwell on such matters, for his gaze was entirely captivated by Yuanqing, who lay collapsed on the grass before the chaise lounge not far away. Yuanqing's face was as pale as paper, her entire body trembling incessantly like a reed in a fierce wind, isolated and helpless. A thin layer of frost had formed on her long, dense eyelashes, as dark as a raven's feathers. Seeing the scene, Qin Siyu was burning with anxiety, completely forgetting the usual distance he deliberately maintained from Yuanqing and the sect. He hurried over, intending to help her up. However, just as Qin Siyu approached Yuanqing and reached out to lift her, he was immediately seized firmly by the wrist and gently pushed away. And just like that, she was effortlessly pushed down onto the beauty couch behind her by Yuanqing. Yuanqing had never devoted much effort to the path of physical cultivation in her daily life. Relying solely on her own strength, it would have been absolutely impossible for her to so easily move a sword cultivator like Qin Siyu, who regularly practiced swordsmanship and trained his body. But the fact was just so. Qin Siyu was pushed by Yuanqing's casual shove and fell onto the beauty couch. Yuanqing twisted her delicate body, turning over lightly like a nimble serpent onto the exquisite beauty couch, then gracefully straddled Qin Siyu's waist and abdomen. This series of movements flowed like a dance, smooth and seamless. Feeling the sudden increase in weight on his body, Qin Siyu couldn't help but tremble all over. His mind went blank in an instant, as if he had fallen into a hazy dream. At this moment, he even became cautious with his breathing, afraid of breaking this heart-pounding atmosphere of ambiguity. Yuanqing, what's wrong with you? Qin Siyu slightly pursed his lips, his voice trembling a little. He didn't dare to look directly at Yuanqing, his gaze only vaguely resting on her waist, which was as supple as a water snake's. The only response he received was Yuanqing's indistinct murmurs. "Sea cold, so cold." At this moment, Yuanqing was already immersed in her own world of cold, deaf to Qin Siyu's words. She only felt so cold, and the person beneath her was her sole furnace, her lifeline. She lowered herself like a kitten seeking warmth, pressing her soft body tightly against Qin Siyu's broad chest. Her cheek gently brushed against his neck, occasionally leaving soft kisses that felt like feathers drifting by, sending a tingling sensation through him. Her small, delicate jade-like hands slipped like nimble fish through the collar of Qin Siyu's shirt, gliding and exploring across his firm chest, igniting a trail of heat wherever they touched. "Yuanqing, stop it now." Qin Siyu could no longer endure such teasing. His hands gripped the armrests of the beauty couch so tightly that the veins on his arms bulged one by one, their intricate network clearly visible, revealing the intense struggle and restraint within him at this moment. "Yuanqing, stop." However, as if she hadn't heard a thing, Yuanqing not only failed to stop what she was doing but grew even bolder. Frowning with displeasure, she wrestled with Qin Siyu's belt, muttering under her breath, "Such a nuisance." In Yuanqing's remaining shred of rationality, the cloth wrapped around the stove had now become an obstacle to her intimate contact with it. So she actually began to prepare to tear off Qin Siyu's clothes. Seeing this, Qin Siyu collapsed weakly onto the beauty couch, allowing Yuanqing to do as she pleased. He knew that Yuanqing's current state was extremely abnormal. If he forcibly stopped her, it might trigger unforeseen danger. Even deep down inside, he didn't seem to truly want to stop her from such audacious behavior. And so, Yuanqing easily peeled off Qin Siyu's clothes, piece by piece. When the last piece of clothing slipped off, Qin Siyu's perfect physique was revealed without reservation. His body was robust yet agile, every muscle sharply defined and full of elasticity, as if meticulously sculpted. His taut, powerful waist exuded an endless sense of strength. With his slight breaths, the lines of his abdominal muscles appeared and disappeared like mountain peaks hidden in mist, mysterious and alluring, radiating an irresistible sensual charm. At this moment, Qin Siyu's once neatly arranged clothes had become disheveled, meekly submitting beneath Yuanqing as if he were a leopard resting in the mountains. Though his sharp edges were temporarily sheathed, he still exuded a heart-stopping wildness. Qin Siyu's garments had been stripped to nearly nothing by Yuanqing, and now Yuanqing had turned her attention to herself. She also felt that the clothes on her body were somewhat in the way. Her slender jade-like fingers lightly clasped the waistband at her waist, and with a slight exertion, the intricately embroidered waistband fell gently to the ground like a butterfly freed from its bonds. Looking at the waist sash that Yuanqing had casually discarded on the ground, Qin Siyu couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. He hastily straightened up, reached out his two broad and powerful hands, and tightly grasped Yuanqing's hands, as if afraid she might make any further move. Qin Siyu let out a low growl, his voice carrying a hint of restraint and suppression. "This is enough." His tone softened slightly, but the resolve in it was still unmistakable. At that moment, the woman who had stirred his heart so deeply was sitting upright on top of him. Qin Siyu was, after all, a normal man. Faced with such temptation, he truly feared that he might lose control and take the woman before him. Yet reason told him he could not do this. He could not take advantage of someone in a vulnerable position. Yuanqing looked up with a dazed expression, her big, watery eyes filled with confusion and grievance. She gently bit her lip and said pitifully, "Yuanqing is so cold." A flicker of pity stirred in Qin Siyu's heart, but he still let out a soft sigh and said, "Don't do anything foolish. You'll regret it." As he spoke, a barely perceptible trace of pain swiftly flickered through the depths of his eyes. Chapter 274, First Taste of the Sword. Yuanqing, whose hands were firmly restrained by Qin Siyu, leaving her unable to move an inch, blinked her large, sparkling eyes, her gaze fixed directly on Qin Siyu's lips as he spoke. The lips were sharply defined, with firm contours and clearly visible lines. As they moved with each word, the warm breath exhaled between their opening and closing seemed to carry a trace of magic, firmly capturing Yuanqing's gaze, making it impossible for her to look away even a fraction. That place seemed so warm. Yuanqing's legs secretly tensed as she propped herself up, then tilted her head slightly, parted her rosy lips, and carefully pressed them against Qin Siyu's. In that instant, the words Qin Siyu had been about to speak were abruptly sealed between his lips and teeth by Yuanqing's alluring red mouth. Feeling Yuanqing's sudden movement, Qin Siyu instinctively tightened his grip on her hands, but, unexpectedly, it caused her to let out a soft cry of pain. Hearing Yuanqing's pained cry, Qin Siyu snapped back to reality as if waking from a dream, hastily releasing his hands, his eyes filled with worry and tenderness, afraid that his carelessness might have hurt the woman before him. The moment Qin Siyu loosened his grip, Yuanqing grew bolder. Her nimble little tongue, like a slippery fish, effortlessly pried open his tightly shut thin lips, first probing shallowly, then gradually delving deeper inside. Qin Siyu felt as if his heart was being tightly gripped by an invisible hand, his pulse racing like rapid drumbeats. The entire cave was shrouded in silence, with only the intertwined breaths of the two rising and falling in turns. In this quiet space, the flames of desire spread unchecked, raging freely. Gradually, Qin Siyu forgot his former resolve and began to respond passionately to Yuanqing's kisses. His kiss was domineering and fierce, as if pouring all the longing and yearning he had harbored for Yuanqing over the long years into this one passionate embrace. Yuanqing's crimson lips, under his storm-like assault, grew even more alluring, like ripe cherries. The warmth in Qin Siyu's mouth filled Yuanqing with contentment, as if she were basking in the warm spring sun. Yet for some reason, she still felt an unusual chill in her body, a creeping coldness that seemed to seep from the depths of her marrow, causing her to shiver uncontrollably. Yuanqing's hands began to gently undo her own garments. At this moment, Qin Siyu's entire attention was fixed on Yuanqing's luscious, tempting lips. He was completely immersed in that enchanting sensation, utterly unaware of Yuanqing's movements. Time ticked by second. When Qin Siyu finally came to his senses from that intoxicating kiss, the sight before him made his eyes widen instantly and his breath quicken. There, Yuanqing was completely unclothed, like a peerless flower blooming in the dark night, radiating boundless charm and allure. Her ink-black hair cascaded down like a waterfall, as if dyed in dark ink. Beneath her long, jade-like neck, a pair of full breasts were faintly visible, like solidified mutton-fat white jade, half hidden and half revealed, adding a touch of mysterious beauty. Her slender waist was so delicate it seemed barely graspable, while her long, moist, and well-proportioned legs were fully exposed, white as snow, with smooth and graceful lines. Even her delicate, petite lotus feet inadvertently exuded a silent, seductive aura. Such an enchantress was now straddling him, as if issuing an irresistibly tempting invitation. Qin Siyu felt a raging fire surging wildly inside him, nearly spiraling out of control. He reached out a trembling hand, firmly gripping Yuanqing's soft, slender waist, pulling her tightly against his body to feel the scorching heat between them. His other hand involuntarily clawed fiercely at the armrest of the nearby chaise lounge, the hardwood groaning under his immense strength as the once smooth, even surface was twisted out of shape by his grip, losing its original form. It seemed that only this could barely suppress the surging desire within him, preventing him from immediately turning over and pressing the exquisitely charming figure before him beneath him to indulge in unrestrained ravishment. Their skin pressed tightly together, Yuanqing could clearly feel the scorching and rich masculine energy emanating from Qin Siyu, like a warm current slowly flowing into her body, dispelling the chill from her and making her let out an involuntary sigh of contentment. At this moment, their bodies were intimately entwined, like a pair of intertwined branches, as they lay together on that exquisite chaise lounge. Yuanqing was not well behaved, like a mischievous little cat, occasionally reaching out to gently stroke and rub against Qin Siyu's firm muscles, and sometimes even tilting his chin up for a lingering kiss. This series of intimate gestures made Qin Siyu feel as if time was passing unusually slowly, every minute and every second filled with a sweet torment. Suddenly, Yuanqing seemed to sense something unusual. She furrowed her brows slightly, shifted her legs uncomfortably, and murmured softly, "What is it?" As her words faded, the veins on Qin Siyu's neck twitched violently, as if he was struggling to suppress some emotion. Then Yuanqing's slender, smooth little hands began to slowly explore downward along Qin Siyu's broad chest. Yuanqing's fingers gently traced over his firm abdominal muscles, bringing a faint ticklish sensation. At this moment, Qin Siyu, enduring such provocation, finally clenched his fists. Under the force of his immense strength, the armrest of the beauty couch instantly crumbled into a pile of fine powder. His eyes revealed an intense longing as he took the initiative to wrap his arms around her waist, feeling the softness and smoothness of her body. Qin Siyu's heartbeat quickened, as if it might leap out of his chest. Even so, Qin Siyu still lay quietly on the beauty couch, merely covering his eyes with his arm and letting out a sigh, without making any move to stop Yuanqing's exploratory actions. He simply allowed Yuanqing to continue her unrestrained advances downward. Yuanqing's remaining shred of rationality made her realize that this thing might be able to solve the problem she was currently facing. Yuanqing. Qin Siyu was already drenched in sweat, his damp bangs clinging tightly to his skin as if he had just emerged from a fierce battle. The muscles all over his body trembled uncontrollably, exuding a wild and dangerous aura. "Don't, you'll regret it." Those eyes, once as deep as a pool of water, had now become dim and indistinct, as if dark, surging waves were churning within them. His eyes nearly split with rage as he watched Yuanqing pressed tightly against him, their skin, one fair as snow, the other a honeyed brown, so close together that the line between them was starkly clear. Chapter 275, A Night Like a Dream. No one knew exactly how much time had passed before Yuanqing let out a delicate, seductive moan, her soft body collapsing limply onto Qin Siyu as if all her strength had been drained away. Her cheeks flushed crimson, her eyes hazy and unfocused, her lips slightly parted. Qin Siyu could clearly see the small, bright red tongue hidden behind her pearly teeth. She was panting heavily, like a delicate flower that had weathered a storm of wind and rain. Qin Siyu tightly pulled Yuanqing into his arms and let out a deep sigh. By now, the places where their bodies touched were a complete mess. Qin Siyu slowly reached out, gently stroking Yuanqing's now disheveled long hair, his gaze filled with tenderness and affection. He couldn't help but plant a few passionate kisses on Yuanqing's exposed skin, indulging her movements as he suppressed his urges, letting himself be pinned beneath her. The fervent feelings in his heart could find no suitable outlet for release. The moment he thought about what face he should show Yuanqing once she woke up, a wave of unease surged in Qin Siyu's heart. Although this passionate affair was initiated and led by Yuanqing, as the only one of the two who still retained some rationality, he not only failed to stop it but instead seemed to indulge it. Qin Siyu carefully turned sideways and gently placed Yuanqing on the beauty couch nearby. He prepared to get up and tidy himself, lingering on the beauty couch for a long time. With a slight exertion, he suddenly heard an ambiguous sound between the two of them, which instantly froze Qin Siyu's movements. It took him great effort to barely restrain the impulse to turn back and return to Yuanqing's side. Despite the surging tide of desire still raging within him, Qin Siyu chose to simply ignore it. Suppressing the restlessness inside, he rose to fetch a soft silk handkerchief and began carefully wiping Yuanqing's body, which was stained with sweat and traces of pleasure. The marks left on Yuanqing's body were indeed far fewer compared to those on Qin Siyu. Looking at Qin Siyu, his body was covered in countless kiss marks left by Yuanqing when she was in a dazed state of consciousness. These hickey marks were like scattered stars, densely dotting his neck, broad chest, and taut waist and abdomen. Even his handsome face was not spared, their number truly astonishing. In contrast, Yuanqing bore only a large patch of bruising on her waist, a clear palm print imprinted upon it, as if telling of the man's desire and possessiveness so intense that, when he sank into the abyss of lust, he wished he could nail her to himself forever. The snow-white garment, worn by Qin Siyu on Yuanqing, concealed the woman's graceful, curvaceous, and enchanting figure. In the blink of an eye, Yuanqing, who had just moments ago been like a soul-snatching female demon, transformed into a serene goddess resting like a begonia blossom, breathtakingly beautiful and intoxicating. Qin Siyu moved swiftly, picking up his own clothes and quickly pulling on the black form-fitting outfit, successfully concealing the traces of intimacy that marked his body. However, even so, the parts of his face and neck that could not be fully concealed still faintly revealed traces of the passionate entanglement that had come before. A single glance would make it easy to guess just what kind of amorous encounter he had just experienced. Those parts that cannot be fully concealed by the clinging fabric stand like a silent declaration, hinting that the man before you is akin to a hungry, prowling leopard. Though all the wildness and impulse are now hidden beneath this thin layer of clothing, the primal power lurking deep within still seems ready to burst forth. Eyelashes as thick and long as raven feathers gently lifted, like a breeze brushing across a lake's surface. Revealing eyes as clear and translucent as water-polished gems, still lingering with a few traces of intoxicating spring warmth. Yuanqing slowly sat up from the beauty couch, gently rubbing her drowsy eyes. As her consciousness gradually cleared, her mind began to slowly awaken. Yet, no matter how hard she tried to recall, she simply could not remember why she had fallen asleep on this beauty couch, leaving her heart filled with doubt and confusion. How did I end up on the couch? Yuanqing murmured softly, gently shaking her head in hopes of stirring up more fragments of memory, but it was all in vain. You don't remember? A low, slightly husky male voice suddenly reached her ears, like a bolt of lightning cutting through the silent night sky, sending a faint tingling sensation through her ears. She instinctively turned her head, only to see Qin Siyu holding his razor-sharp spirit sword, leaning casually against the edge of the desk. His tall and upright figure stood like a steady mountain, while his deep, ocean-like eyes were fixed intently on her, as if trying to see straight through her entire being. Qin Siyu? How did you get in? Yuanqing stared at him in surprise, her gaze involuntarily drifting toward the cave entrance. The barrier that had clearly marked "men not allowed" was now gone without a trace, as if it had never existed. Qin Siyu took a few steady steps forward, each one carrying an intangible sense of oppression. His voice could hardly conceal a hint of urgency and interrogation. How much do you still remember? Yuanqing mistakenly thought that Qin Siyu was so anxious because he cared about her, so she answered honestly, after I came in, I saw a fish swimming in the stream. I wanted to catch it and examine it, but I didn't expect the fish wasn't alive. When I touched it, I felt an icy chill all over my body. After that, my mind went blank and I can't remember anything. Now it seems I must have fainted. Yuanqing's delicate brows furrowed tightly, a troubled expression on her face as she shook her head in chagrin. It's all my fault for being too careless. Qin Siyu's deep, ocean-like eyes fixed intently on Yuanqing, watching as she had so completely and utterly forgotten every single detail of what they had been through together. His heart felt as if it were being violently seized by an invisible giant hand, aching so much that he couldn't breathe. The hand holding the spirit sword unconsciously tightened, his knuckles turning white from the excessive strain. The unwillingness in his heart surged like tumultuous waves, churning wildly one after another, nearly drowning him entirely. Yes, when I first walked in, I found you already collapsed on the floor. I checked you over and saw that you weren't seriously hurt, so I carried you over to this couch to rest. Qin Siyu dared not look Yuanqing in the eye, afraid he would lose control of his emotions. So he turned his head away and spoke in a low voice. Yuanqing expressed her gratitude after hearing this. Upon hearing Yuanqing's words of thanks, Qin Siyu felt a bitter taste in his mouth, as if he had eaten cactus root. He took a deep breath, struggling to calm himself, then slowly spoke. You should sit in meditation and regulate your breathing first. See if there's anything unusual in your body. Having said that, without waiting for Yuanqing's response, he turned around and left the cave without looking back. Chapter 276, The Island of Slaughter. What's wrong with him? Yuanqing's delicate brows furrowed tightly, her heart filled with confusion. Even as foolish as she was, she could clearly sense that Qin Siyu's state was somewhat abnormal at this moment. However, having lost her previous memories, even if she racked her brains trying to think, she couldn't come up with any explanation. After a long period of deep contemplation, Yuanqing still had no clue. In the end, she decided to calm her mind first, sitting cross-legged to meditate and regulate her breath. As her breath gradually steadied, she was pleasantly surprised to discover that her cultivation had actually improved, surging upward by a noticeable margin. Although there was still some distance to the mid-nascent soul stage, it was a significant advancement compared to before. Yuanqing knew that this breakthrough in cultivation did not come from the mysterious white jade fish. Rather, it was because after waking from this sleep, she had successfully absorbed and refined all the spiritual energy accumulated in her meridians during her dual cultivation with her master. But why would the spiritual energy that had been accumulating in her body suddenly be refined? Yuanqing felt that this matter was very likely related to the small white jade fish she had obtained earlier in the stream. With this question in mind, Yuanqing began searching for clues throughout the cave. Hard work paid off. After a meticulous search, she finally discovered a small booklet in a corner that had been used as a table leg shim. This small booklet was covered with a thick layer of soil and moss. If Yuanqing hadn't searched so meticulously, it would have been difficult to spot its traces. It turned out that the seemingly ordinary little white jade fish was actually an extremely rare and top-grade elixir. This pill is called the Heroine pill, and for women, it holds immeasurable benefits. This miraculous pill can purify the inattributed spiritual roots within a woman's body. Take Yuanqing, for example. She originally possessed top-grade 5-element spiritual roots, but after the effect of the Heroine pill, her water spiritual root has now transformed into a more powerful and rare superior variant spiritual root, the ice spiritual root. Not only that, after taking the Heroine pill, a woman will also acquire the Heroine physique. A woman with such a special constitution can achieve twice the results with half the effort when engaging in dual cultivation with a partner. Moreover, if the woman is willing, she can also channel part of the benefits back to the man cultivating with her, making it a mutually beneficial arrangement. However, the preservation conditions for this Heroine pill are extremely stringent. It can only be stored in living water. Once exposed to air, it dissipates like smoke without a trace. If it touches the ground, it instantly melts and vanishes. Most peculiar of all, the moment this pill touches a woman's body, its medicinal effects activate instantly. As for the cold syndromes triggered by the yin energy within a woman's body, they are one of the pure yin pill's natural anomalies. After confirming the powerful effects of the pure yin pill, Yuanqing instead felt somewhat displeased. Her own master, due to the vast difference in their cultivation levels, would have to stop after every 2 or 3 sessions of dual cultivation with her, and even then, it would torment her to the point of near death. If her master were to find out that she had obtained the pure yin pill and become a pure yin body, Yuanqing pressed her slightly aching temples. She wouldn't die in bed, would she? Yuanqing slowly emerged from the deep, shadowy underground cave. As soon as she poked her head out, she saw Qin Siyu standing upright at the cave entrance, a long sword in his hand. His silhouette was tall and straight, yet for some reason, it inexplicably exuded a faint, indescribable sense of loneliness. Qin Siyu, what's wrong with you? Yuanqing quickly walked to his side and asked softly. However, Qin Siyu merely turned his head slightly, his gaze not meeting hers, but quickly shifting away, as he said indifferently, "It's nothing, let's leave." With that, he took the lead and strode forward. Yuanqing watched his retreating figure, knowing he was unwilling to say more. With no other choice, she could only follow his steps. And so, the two of them silently left this desolate, isolated island together. Several days had already passed since parting ways with Mu Yunxi and Pei Wuqi. Now, Yuanqing was filled with anxiety, eager to find traces of the two of them within the mysterious and unpredictable Penglai secret realm. This longing was no longer concealed in any way, fully revealed in her words and actions. Along the way, Qin Siyu remained silent the entire time, simply following quietly behind Yuanqing. He watched helplessly as Yuanqing tirelessly crossed one island after another in search of those two people, a bitter taste welling up in his heart that he could not put into words. This bitterness flowed like an undercurrent, quietly surging in the depths of his heart, but he could only bury it deep within himself, with no one to confide in. Sometimes, watching Yuanqing close her eyes to rest, utterly exhausted, he wanted to tell her directly, "We have already shared the bond of husband and wife, so can you spare a little of your attention for me?" But he didn't want to force her with what happened in the cave before, so he could only watch her in silence. On the blood-shrouded isolated island, cultivators clad in the robes of various sects lay fallen in pools of blood, their tattered garments soaked through, clinging to mangled flesh and bone. A few still struggled in their death throes, crawling painfully among severed limbs and broken bodies, their blood-smeared faces revealing a terror woven from both despair and hope, as faint moans escaped their lips. Dispersed by the howling gale, it spread together with the scent of blood, drifting far into the distance. This drew carrion-eating flying beasts to circle in the air, emitting eerie cries, occasionally diving down with massive wings skimming the ground, suddenly stirring up gusts of foul wind that sent chills down one's spine. A cold gleam flashed in the distance, instantly reaping the life of this dying man. Ha ha, another one. Soon the inheritance will be mine. Ha ha ha. Mu Yunshi's cyan robe had long been stained red with blood. Leaning against a tree, he treated his own wounds, the silver needle in his hand ever vigilant against potential ambushes from all directions. All around were the corpses of cultivators, each struck down by a single needle piercing an acupoint, a single blow, instant death. A chaotic melee filled the air with a nauseating stench of blood, as the lingering gunpowder smoke mingled with the low-hanging gray clouds, casting dappled, murky shadows over the patches of faintly glistening blood on the ground. Mu Yunshi, however, remained stern-faced and unmoved, as if long accustomed to such a scene. When the Pinglai's secret realm opened, Mu Yunshi was directly teleported to this island, one of the central islands of the Pinglai secret realm. There is a legacy that governs slaughter. Anyone who enters the island can obtain this legacy by killing enough people on it. There were even those who entered the island long ago, choosing to remain in the Pinglai secret realm when it closed, waiting for the next opening to continue their killing spree in order to claim the legacy. Chapter 277, Mu Yunshi's Anomaly. Mu Yunshi had no interest whatsoever in the inheritance contained within this island. When he first set foot on this land and figured out what kind of island it was, the only thought in his mind was to get away as quickly as possible and go find Yuanqing. Yet, driven by the power of inheritance, this small island had already turned into a bloody and brutal meat grinder. Every cultivator who sets foot on this island seems tightly bound by the threads of fate, unable to break free. Even those who harbor thoughts of escape may be ambushed and hunted down halfway, ultimately meeting their end in the Yellow Springs. Here, whether by force or by choice, every cultivator who arrives inevitably sinks deep into an endless cycle of slaughter. Even Mu Yunshi, whose sole desire was to leave as soon as possible, was no exception. In just a few days, the number of lives he had taken to protect himself surpassed the total from his entire past life. Mu Yunshi had just finished tending to his own wounds. He slowly raised his head, looked up at the sky, and sighed, absolutely insane. Mu Yunshi tilted his head slightly, gazing at the blazing sun in the sky, blinking a few times. Ever since entering the Pinglai secret realm, his overall condition had been less than satisfactory. Specifically, the state of his eyes had not been good. Speaking of these eyes, he had searched through ancient texts, but could find no origin for them. Even the name was a designation he himself gave only after he had thoroughly familiarized himself with their effects. Once, these eyes, capable of seeing through all disguises and reaching the depths of others' hearts, brought him both unexpected surprises and a heavy burden. It was precisely because of these unique eyes that he was able to glimpse the countless hidden schemes and deceptions lurking in people's hearts, with all their unknown ugly faces and dark thoughts laid bare before him. Through the tempering of time, these experiences gradually shaped the Mu Yunshi of today, unflappable and serene, as light as drifting clouds and gentle breezes. But now his eyes suddenly underwent a transformation. First, his range of vision was vastly expanded. After the mutation, his eye of true sight granted him a 360-degree, unobstructed field of view. Even the blind spots behind him, which ordinary people could hardly detect, were no longer a secret to him. Not only that, but he could also effortlessly see through the amount of spiritual energy within a cultivator's body and its flow direction. Sometimes, merely by observing the trend of this spiritual energy's movement, he could accurately determine which school of cultivation technique the other party was practicing. He even had the ability to perceive the traces left behind by the circulation of spiritual power, and based on these clues, he could track and predict the attacks his opponent was about to launch in advance. However, this did not come without a price. Due to the prolonged effects of this phenomenon, his eyes could no longer bear the strain, and his vision was deteriorating at a visibly noticeable rate, growing increasingly blurred and indistinct. Mu Yunshi thought to himself, at this rate, it wouldn't be long before he would be completely engulfed in darkness, becoming a total blind man. After all, he was a medical cultivator, so Mu Yunshi made a preliminary assessment of the current state of his eyes. He suspected that his eyes had some inherent defect or had never fully developed from the very beginning, and that it had simply gone unnoticed all along. As for the purple cloud detoxification pill he had taken earlier during the alchemy convention, it accelerated the growth process of his eyes, but at the same time, it also caused their mutation rate to suddenly speed up. Now, as the mutation of his eyes deepens day by day, the negative effects it brings become increasingly apparent. There is no turning back from the fact that his eyes will go blind. Fortunately, he still had his spiritual sense to rely on, so Mu Yunxi was not afraid, though using spiritual sense was far less convenient than using his eyes. At that very moment, Mu Yunxi, who had been sitting quietly on the ground, suddenly felt his eyes tremble slightly. Then, as if sensing something, he abruptly turned his head and saw a faint, indistinct wisp of spiritual energy quietly creeping toward him. Without a moment's hesitation, Mu Yunxi sprang to his feet, his right hand tightly gripping a silver needle that glinted with a cold light, his full attention fixed warily on the mass of spiritual energy drawing ever closer. At that moment, a figure darted out from the dense forest like a phantom, moving with startling speed. Damn it! I was hiding so perfectly, how did this bastard still manage to detect me? That cultivator muttered curses under his breath, his face full of chagrin and unwillingness. You see, he had gone to great lengths to find this prey that appeared heavily wounded and easy to take down, expecting an effortless victory, only to have his whereabouts exposed at the critical moment. Yet at this moment, facing those sharp eyes staring straight at him, this cultivator felt an inexplicable chill rise in his heart, as if all his thoughts had been completely seen through by the other party. What the hell is going on? How can this be so eerie? He couldn't help but curse under his breath again, but now that things had come to this, there was no room for him to back down. That cultivator stopped overthinking altogether, steeled his resolve, and charged straight at Mu Yunxi without a second thought. In an instant, the wind of his fists howled as his fierce assault swept in like a sudden storm. On this perilous island, cultivators meeting one another often have little need for excessive verbal exchange or probing. For here, the law of survival is exceptionally brutal. It is either your death or mine. Thus, the moment they met, both sides would unhesitatingly launch into a life-or-death struggle. However, to Mu Yunxi, although the cultivator before him attacked with ferocity, in his eyes it was riddled with flaws. Relying solely on his agile and ever-changing footwork, he could effortlessly evade those seemingly lethal moves, handling the enemy's relentless waves of attacks with ease. What a pain! After a long struggle with Mu Yunxi without ever gaining the upper hand, the cultivator couldn't help but furrow his brow, a growing anxiety stirring in his heart. If this stalemate continued, by the time his spiritual power was depleted, he himself would be the one in danger. At this critical moment, a flash of inspiration struck the cultivator's mind, and he suddenly recalled a scene he had witnessed earlier on the way here. At that time, a fierce melee was unfolding with great intensity not far away. An evil thought instantly surged into his mind. If he could somehow manage to drive this troublesome opponent before him into that chaotic place, then he might be able to sit back and reap the benefits. At this thought, a faint, cunning, and sinister smile curled at the corner of the cultivator's lips. Immediately after, the originally fierce offensive in his hand suddenly shifted, his techniques becoming increasingly bizarre and unpredictable. Chapter 278, The Final Loss of Light. Yuan Qing casually cast a spell, instantly striking down the cultivator who had attempted to ambush her. The cultivator was seen lying on the ground in a sorry state, having already lost the strength to continue fighting. Yuan Qing furrowed her delicate brows and said, "Could it be that these cultivators have all been blinded by this so-called inheritance? With mere golden core stage cultivation, they actually dared to ambush me." When Yuan Qing first set foot on this mysterious island, she couldn't understand why anyone would cast aside even the most basic assessment of danger for the sake of an illusory inheritance, recklessly charging in to fight and kill others. One must understand that the gap between the golden core stage and the nascent soul stage is as vast as a chasm. Challenging a nascent soul expert while at the golden core stage is no different from a moth flying into a flame, courting one's own destruction. Beside him, Qin Xiu raised his sword and brought it down in a clean, decisive stroke, slaying a cultivator who had already fallen deep into the madness of slaughter on the spot. Then he turned his head to look at this island, which was shrouded in an eerie atmosphere, and said in a deep voice, "Since ancient times, wealth has stirred men's hearts, let alone the precious legacy left by a great cultivator. But this place has already been steeped in endless bloodshed. Those who set foot on this island and stay too long will inevitably have their minds clouded and lose themselves. This is no place to linger." Upon hearing this, Yuan Qing nodded slightly in agreement. As someone skilled in physiognomy, she could naturally see the dense, almost black aura of slaughter permeating the island. She swiftly began to employ the art of the manhwa divine physiognomy, extending her fingers to make calculations. As she did so, her expression grew increasingly grave. Yuanqing bit her lower lip tightly and said in a low voice, but according to the method of locating people in the manhwa divine physiognomy, Mu Yunxi should be nearby. It's highly possible that he is on this island. Yunxi is a medical cultivator. You must understand that on this island, he could very well meet with misfortune. At this thought, Yuanqing grew even more anxious. Thus, even though fully aware of the dangers ahead, Yuanqing still firmly expressed her desire to enter the island to search for Yunxi's whereabouts. She turned her head to look at Qin Siyu beside her, her gaze clear and resolute, with not a trace of hesitation on her face. I still plan to go in and look for Yunxi. Perhaps we should part ways here. This island is far too perilous. There's no need for you to accompany me and risk danger by staying here. Upon hearing these words, Qin Siyu's body trembled violently, and he stood frozen in place as if struck by lightning. Qin Siyu felt a sharp pang in his heart, as if thousands of fine silver needles were gently pricking him, each one precisely touching the softest and most vulnerable corner of his soul. His deep, ocean-like eyes locked onto Yuanqing before him, as if trying to pierce through her cold exterior to see the true thoughts within her heart. Although what Yuanqing said was indeed out of concern for his safety. But at this moment, Qin Siyu felt that the woman standing before him was so cold and heartless, enveloping him from head to toe in a deep sense of powerlessness. Every word she spoke, every sentence she uttered, was like a razor-sharp blade, carving fresh, unhealable wounds into his already battered heart, bloody and agonizing, piercing through to his very soul. Time passed minute by minute, and all around was a dead silence, broken only by the occasional rustle of leaves stirred by a gentle breeze. After an unknown amount of time, Qin Siyu, who had remained silent all along, finally spoke slowly, breaking the suffocating stillness. His voice was low and hoarse, like that of a lonely traveler who had trudged through an endless, arid desert for a long time without finding a source of water, carrying boundless exhaustion and world weariness as he said, "No need for this. In fact, I also intend to train well on this island." Tempering. Thinking back to how Qin Siyu had entered the inheritance ground earlier, wanting to compete with a great sword cultivator, and had even obtained the inheritance there, Yuanqing felt that Qin Siyu's choice was hardly surprising. All right, since that's the case, let's travel together. Yuanqing looked at Qin Siyu and offered a faint smile. For no reason, she felt that Qin Siyu was willing to stay on the island because of her. But this somewhat shattered Yuanqing's impression of Qin Siyu. Without Lin Sairu's deliberate seduction and enticement, Qin Siyu should have always remained that genius sword cultivator whom everyone looked up to. In the original novel, Lin Sairu exhausted all her efforts to melt his heart, yet even then, Qin Siyu only succumbed because he couldn't bear the demonic cultivation that surrounded Lin Sairu. This in no way suggests that Qin Siyu is arrogant. Without Lin Sairu, his pride would never allow him to develop feelings for a woman who is already in a relationship. It must have been her overthinking things. Believing she had seen through Qin Siyu's character, Yuanqing set aside that trace of doubt. There was no reason to suspect someone of liking her. It seemed she had been too caught up in the adulation she'd received lately. This island is truly bizarre. Everyone's murderous intent is laid bare on the surface. Yuanqing had fought who knows how many people along the way, and killed who knows how many. Later, they discovered that the island's influence was growing stronger, so Yuanqing and Qin Siyu instead held back, merely knocking out those who came to attack them, refraining from killing anyone. Chaotic battles frequently broke out on this island, with people fighting to the death over inheritance, and some had even become so immersed in slaughter that they turned into killing machines. The battlefield was strewn with cold corpses lying in chaotic heaps, the air thick with the pungent, acrid stench of blood. And at the very center of this hellish battlefield stood Mu Yunxi, starkly conspicuous. He, who had originally used silver needles as his weapons, had now resolutely abandoned those more flexible tools better suited to his techniques, instead relying on his bare fists to engage in brutal combat. His once calm and peaceful face was now twisted and contorted, his entire body exuding a chilling, murderous intent. A cultivator who had once attempted a sneak attack on him had now fallen under Mu Yunxi's control. Mu Yunxi's powerful hand tightly gripped the other's throat, and with a crisp crack, the cultivator's head suddenly twisted to the left, then drooped limply like a broken kite, completely devoid of life. A thick layer of crimson blood already stained Mu Yunxi's 10 fingers, slowly dripping from his fingertips and pooling into a small, shocking puddle of blood on the ground. The originally clean and tidy robe he wore had also become tattered and bloodstained in the fierce battle. His eyes were bloodshot, his vision blurred, as if everything before him was shrouded in layers of mist and darkness. By now, he had completely lost his sight. This pitch-black world made him feel that every corner harbored endless danger. The silver needles once used to heal the sick could no longer bring him even a shred of security. At this moment, deep within Mu Yunshi's heart, there was nothing but a frenzied desire to kill. He only wanted to slaughter everyone who dared to approach him. I don't know how long had passed when the clamor of battle gradually subsided, leaving only a scene of utter devastation and mangled corpses strewn across the field. Alone, Mu Yunshi still stood rooted in place. He gasped for breath, sweat mingling with blood trickling down his forehead, yet in his hollow, vacant eyes, a chilling glint still flickered, enough to send a shiver through anyone's heart. Chapter 279, Encounter on the Island. The aura of slaughter permeated the air, thick with a nauseating stench of blood, as if the entire world had been stained red. As far as the eye could see, rivers of blood flowed, with only Mu Yunshi standing alone, like a solitary sculpture. At this moment, Mu Yunshi was drenched in blood. His once immaculate robes were now tattered and torn, stained with the blood of both his enemies and himself. His hair was disheveled, falling loosely over his shoulders, and his face was splattered with bright red bloodstains. The once radiant, gentle, and jade-like demeanor was completely gone, replaced by a cold expression and murderous intent, as if he were a vengeful demon crawling out from the depths of hell. This was the scene Yuanqing witnessed when she found Mu Yunshi. She could never have imagined that Mu Yunshi, once so gentle and kind, with a disposition as clear as the wind and bright as the moon, would have turned into such a person. Yunshi. Yuanqing called out softly, her lips trembling, her eyes filled with heartache and disbelief. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Mu Yunshi's body trembled violently, and the movement in his hands came to an abrupt halt. With just that one soft call, he immediately recognized that the person who had arrived was the woman he had been longing for day and night. The murderous intent stirring in his heart was suppressed. She was a woman who held an incomparably important place in his heart, one he could not allow to suffer even the slightest harm. Wanqing. Mu Yunshi replied with difficulty, his voice as hoarse as sandpaper. It was indeed pitch black before his eyes, unable to see anyone. Mu Yunshi belatedly activated his spiritual sense, which he hadn't even used during the battle, to search for Yuanqing's figure. Yuanqing rushed over and firmly embraced Jiang Muyangxi. Yunshi, are you all right? Jiang Muyangxi shook his head slightly, then somewhat disheveledly raised his right hand, wiping the blood stuck to his fingers with force. He quickly tidied his clothes, which had become disheveled in the fierce battle, wanting to face his beloved with the best possible appearance. Yet, no matter how hard he tried, the smell of blood and the scars on his body remained clearly visible. I'm fine. Are you injured? Yuanqing asked anxiously, her hands groping over Mu Yunshi's body, trying to find any wounds. Mu Yunshi caught Yuanqing's small hand that was causing mischief on him. After a moment of hesitation, he silently resolved to conceal the fact that he had gone blind. After all, being trapped in this Penglai secret realm was fraught with danger, and he didn't want Yuanqing to be distracted because of him. Mu Yunshi gently shook his head and said softly, I'm really fine. Though his voice was calm, it could hardly conceal a barely perceptible tremor within. Hearing this, Yuanqing looked up at him, as if trying to discern some clue from his expression and eyes. Then, she suddenly reached out both hands, carefully cupping Mu Yunshi's cheeks, as crystalline tears uncontrollably streamed down in a cascade. She sobbed as she spoke, Mu Yunshi, stop lying to me. Don't you realize your eyes have turned completely white now? With that, her gaze locked tightly onto Mu Yunshi's eyes, once so bright, now hollow and lifeless. The once handsome and extraordinarily charismatic face, whose eyes were always filled with a smile, had now lost all its luster. The pupils seemed to have vanished into thin air, leaving only a blank expanse of white. This appearance gave off an eerie, inhuman sensation that sent chills down one's spine. Yuanqing looked at the man before her, whose pain tore at her heart, and tears burst forth like a breached dam. Choking with sobs, she demanded, how much longer are you going to keep this from me? Mu Yunshi slowly raised his hand, gently wiping away the tears that kept rolling down Yuanqing's cheeks, his heart brimming with tender affection. He curled the corners of his mouth slightly, forcing a faint smile, and comforted her in a gentle voice, don't cry, Wanqing. This injury is nothing serious to me, it's just that I can't see anymore. Stop talking nonsense here. I don't believe you. Why would your eyes go blind for no reason? Mu Yunshi had tried to deceive himself before, but Yuanqing would not believe that he was truly as fine as he claimed. What exactly is going on? Yuanqing stared intently at Mu Yunshi, showing no sign of backing down, determined to make him explain the matter clearly. Faced with such a stubborn Yuanqing, Mu Yunshi had no choice but to let out a long sigh and recount the entire story from beginning to end in detail. In other words, it was that purple cloud detoxification pill that accelerated the mutation process of your eyes, causing them to be unable to withstand the pressure and ultimately leading to the current state. Yuanqing frowned as she asked, her eyes filled with concern and confusion. At this moment, Yuanqing, Mu Yunxi, and Qin Xiu were sitting together, the atmosphere somewhat tense. Mu Yunxi nodded, indicating agreement with Yuanqing's speculation. Indeed, as you said. However, as for the exact situation, perhaps I'll need to go out and conduct a thorough examination before I can be certain. Yuanqing shook her head firmly and retorted, no. As the saying goes, physicians cannot heal themselves. What if you miss something during your own examination, or discover a problem but deliberately hide it from me? What then? When the time comes, we must find a highly skilled medical cultivator to give you a thorough checkup. In short, don't even think about hiding anything from me. Yuanqing spoke with resolute finality, her gaze piercing straight through Mu Yunxi as if trying to see right through him. Watching Yuanqing's earnest and stubborn demeanor, Mu Yunxi couldn't help but laugh, quickly agreeing, all right, whatever you say, I won't hide a single thing from you. Hearing this, Yuanqing's expression finally softened slightly. Qin Xiu sat quietly to the side, his gaze firmly fixed on the two of them. They gazed at each other with tender affection, exchanging solicitous care, and the intimate atmosphere seemed to form an invisible barrier, shutting everyone else out. A surge of frustration and suffocation welled up in Qin Xiu's heart. Although Mu Yunxi was blind in both eyes, he kept his spiritual sense activated. Naturally, he sensed Qin Xiu's presence, turned his head slightly, offered a polite smile in Qin Xiu's direction, and asked, "Why is the chief disciple here?" Qin Xiu gently pressed his lips together, pausing for a moment before slowly replying, "We just happened to meet, so we traveled together, that's all." His voice was low and calm, yet it seemed to conceal a barely perceptible tremor. Although Mu Yunxi could no longer see with his eyes, the keen perception he had honed since childhood had not diminished as a result. On the contrary, having lost the crucial sensory channel of sight, his other senses had instead grown even sharper. At this moment, he clearly detected the jealousy buried deep in Qin Xiu's heart from those brief words. He chuckled inwardly at how truly captivating Yuanqing was. He distinctly remembered that the two had only met a few times, yet judging by the situation, Qin Xiu seemed to have already fallen deeply for Yuanqing. Chapter 280, Fierce Battle Against a Powerful Enemy. 3 more, just 3 more. If I can kill just 3 more people, this priceless inheritance that can elevate one to the heavens will be mine. In the forest, a monk who appeared mad like a starving wolf glared with bloodshot eyes, frantically searching for prey in all directions. All the while murmuring under his breath, "Kill you all, kill you all." This cultivator, known as Azure Cloud Taoist, was originally an inner disciple of the prestigious Lingshu sect. In those days, he was elegant and courteous, deeply loved and praised by his fellow disciples and elders alike. However, 600 years ago, by a stroke of chance, he entered the mysterious and unfathomable Penglai secret realm and arrived on this island steeped in bloodshed and slaughter. In order to obtain the legendary, powerful inheritance on this island, Qingyun Taoist struggled bitterly within the Penglai secret realm for a full 600 years. For 600 years, facing endless slaughter and death day after day, his once peaceful heart was gradually eroded, influenced by the terrifying killing aura emanating from this island of carnage. Now, he is no longer that gentle and refined sect disciple, but a demon whose hands are stained with blood, a merciless killer. Having been immersed in slaughter for so long, Qingyun Taoist had even strayed from the righteous path and fallen into the demonic way. At this moment, his heart held only an obsession with the inheritance and a craving for killing. "Come out now. Let me kill you all." Qingyun Taoist's voice echoed through the silent forest, sending chills down one's spine. Now, on this small island, he has earned a fearsome reputation. Anyone who sees him either gets brutally killed on the spot or flees in terror, scrambling away with their pants soiled, too scared to give him any chance to harm them. Seeing that he only needed 3 more kills to meet the inheritance's requirement, Qingyun Taoist was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. He truly wished that at this very moment, 3 people would suddenly pop up before him, so he could slay them all in one fell swoop and smoothly obtain the inheritance he had been dreaming of. Within the dark, silent, and dense forest, the field of vision began to grow clearer and clearer. The figure of Qingyun Taoist gradually emerged. His sharp gaze, like a bolt of lightning, locked directly onto the 3 people sitting together discussing their countermeasures, Yuanqing, Mu Yunxi, and Qin Xiu. "Heh heh heh." A low, eerie laugh escaped from Qingyun Taoist's mouth, like the howl of a demon from the deepest hell, sending chills down one's spine. "My prey." He laughed wildly while shouting loudly, his voice filled with greed and madness. "My legacy." Immediately after, another roar erupted. At this moment, Qing'un Daoist's face was twisted into an extreme smile, a grin that appeared exceptionally ferocious and terrifying, like a madman who had lost all reason. In the blink of an eye, Qing'un Daoist lunged fiercely toward Yuanqing and the others like a savage beast. Mu Yunqi, who had been honed by constant trials on this mysterious island, possessed an extremely acute perception of danger. The moment Qing'un Daoist made a move, he immediately sensed something was wrong. He swiftly rose to his feet, unhesitatingly drew the silver needle from his waist, and shouted loudly, "Someone's coming." Upon hearing Mu Yunqi's warning, Yuanqing and Qin Xiu dared not show the slightest negligence. They rose to their feet almost instantly, entering a state of high alert as they warily scanned their surroundings. Having failed in his sneak attack, Qing'un Daoist's face showed not a trace of discouragement. Heh. So you've discovered me after all. No matter, you're all going to die anyway. Accompanied by a spine-chilling laugh, Qing'un Daoist slowly strolled out from the dense forest. His laughter echoed through the silent air, seeming especially eerie. They saw that Azure Cloud Daoist was wearing a uniform of the Lingshu sect disciples, and this set of clothes was all too familiar to Yuanqing and the others. Could it be a senior from the same sect? Yuanqing furrowed her brow slightly, yet she still dared not let her guard down in the slightest. She did not recall there being such a figure among the disciples of the Lingshu sect who had come to the Pinglai secret realm this time. Qing'un Daoist casually straightened his slightly disheveled robes, a cryptic smile curling at the corner of his mouth as he said, "That's right, little girl, you have a sharp eye. But when I first arrived at the Pinglai secret realm, I wasn't wearing this outfit. This garment, I stripped it off a dead man." Since the dead man was wearing the robes of a Lingshu sect disciple, he was naturally a member of the Lingshu sect without a doubt. But how exactly did this person die? The answer was self-evident. Naturally, he died at the hands of Qing'un Daoist. Qing'un Daoist, who had already killed countless people on this island, simply did not care about so-called sect brotherhood. Not only that, but those fellow disciples would often unconsciously let their guard down around him simply because they knew he was a disciple of Lingshu sect. It was precisely for this reason that, when facing these fellow disciples, he could often achieve his goals with ease. At this moment, however, the situation was different for Qing'un Daoist. You see, he was only 3 lives away from obtaining that precious inheritance. At this critical moment, he truly couldn't muster the slightest interest in dealing with or putting on a show for Yuanqing and the others. After all, in his eyes, the strength of Yuanqing and her group was utterly negligible. 2 nascent soul cultivators and 1 golden core cultivator. How could such a lineup compare to his late-stage nascent soul cultivation? In fact, if it weren't for the fear of being expelled from the Pinglai secret realm upon a successful breakthrough, Qing'un Daoist would have already advanced to the nascent soul stage. This junior has no interest whatsoever in the inheritance on this island. I wonder if you, senior, could show mercy and allow us to leave. Yuanqing attempted to ask, but in truth, she held little hope for it in her heart. Let you leave? Absolutely impossible. Qing'un Daoist's gaze locked onto Yuanqing and her 2 companions like a hawk, a cold sneer curling on his lips. I only need 3 more lives to claim the inheritance. Do you think I'd let such a fat prize slip through my fingers? A savage killing intent surged forth like a ferocious beast breaking free from its chains, rampaging wildly across heaven and earth. Torrents of surging, violent air currents formed, emitting piercing, shrill howls like the wailing of malevolent spirits. Under the ravaging onslaught of this murderous intent and oppressive pressure, the very heavens and earth changed color, sending chills down one's spine and making one shudder with fear. Nascent soul late stage? No, it's half step to the deity transformation stage. Chapter 281. Peerless Sword Chi. Prepare to die. Accompanied by this dull yet deafening roar, Qing'un Daoist's face twisted into a hideous and terrifying expression. His eyes were wide with rage, his hands tightly gripping the hand seals, and the spiritual energy throughout his body began to surge wildly. In an instant, the spiritual energy that had been swirling around him rapidly condensed into a tangible form, its light flickering so brightly that it was impossible to look directly at it. Immediately after, he swung his arm fiercely, and 3 blood-red beams shot forth from his hand, hurtling toward Yuanqing and the others with an overwhelmingly fierce momentum. These 3 blood-red beams tore through the sky at tremendous speed, and wherever they passed, the very space seemed to warp and twist. Carrying the immense power of nearly the nascent soul stage, they lunged at Yuanqing and her 2 companions like ferocious flood dragons, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. For a moment, the faces of Yuanqing and the others instantly changed drastically, deep wariness flashing in their eyes. It was not only because the blood-colored beam had yet to strike, but also because its intangible, terrifying pressure was already bearing down on them like a heavy mountain. Under this oppressive force, the 3 felt as if their legs were filled with lead, each step they took becoming excruciatingly difficult. At this critical moment, Yuanqing activated the mysterious hidden moon veil on her body with all her might. As her spiritual power poured into it without cease, the hidden moon veil instantly erupted with a dazzling, resplendent spiritual radiance, shielding the three of them from the nascent soul stage's oppressive pressure. These strands of spiritual light intertwined, gradually forming a vast and boundless star chart. This star chart resembles a galaxy in the cosmos, shimmering with countless bright stars, beautiful and mysterious. At this moment, Yuanqing, who was activating the hidden moon veil, seemed like a goddess among the starlight. The star chart stretched across before everyone, exuding a powerful aura as it attempted to block the impending fatal blow. In the blink of an eye. The next moment, the four blood-red beams slammed violently into the star chart. As the two collided, a deafening roar erupted, causing the entire space to tremble violently. Raging energy rampaged in all directions, kicking up a sky full of dust and smoke that completely swallowed the figures of Yuanqing and the other two. When the smoke stirred up by the blood-colored beam gradually dissipated, Qingyun Daoist suddenly realized that not a single figure could be seen in the original spot. Before Azure Cloud Taoist could react, a fierce and dazzling sword aura shot forth like lightning, racing toward him with incredible speed. Its velocity was astonishing, arriving before his eyes in the blink of an instant. Qingyun Taoist had killed many sword cultivators before, but he had never seen a sword this fast. However, Qingyun Taoist was, after all, a master who had cultivated for many years. He instantly activated the protective artifact on his body, attempting to withstand this sudden attack. A crisp clang rang out as the sword chi collided fiercely with the protective artifact. Although Qingyun Daoist's protective artifact successfully blocked the strike, it was instantly destroyed by that exceedingly sharp sword chi. At the same time, the white silk fluttered in the wind, instantly transforming into a pair of massive wings, carrying Yuanqing aloft like a phoenix, soaring gracefully into the sky. Hovering midair, Yuanqing wasted no time in unleashing a series of spells, striking fiercely downward at the Azure Cloud Daoist below. For a moment, flames shot into the sky, thunder and lightning crackled, and a dazzling yet perilous array of magical lights intertwined. Mu Yunxi appeared like a ghost behind Qingyun Daoist. In his slender, jade-like hand, he tightly gripped several silver needles as fine as strands of hair, glinting with a cold gleam. With lightning speed, he shot them towards several vital acupoints on Qingyun Daoist's body. These silver needles seemed to possess a spirit of their own, tracing eerie arcs through the air as they sped straight toward Qingyun Daoist. Facing fierce attacks from three directions, the Qingyun Daoist, caught between enemies on all sides, displayed combat instincts and adaptability beyond ordinary human limits. His figure flashed rapidly, narrowly dodging several potentially fatal strikes at the last possible moment. But even so, he was inevitably wounded, a trace of fresh red blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Azure Cloud Daoist raised a hand to wipe the blood from his lips, his face dark as he glared at Qin Siyu, who stood closest to him, and said through gritted teeth, "Humph, I underestimated you young whelps. Today, I'll show you my true strength." Life-severing palm. With a furious roar from Qingyun Daoist, his entire aura suddenly erupted, and the surrounding air seemed to ignite in an instant, blazing with fierce flames. At this moment, Qingyun Daoist unleashed all his power without reservation. That terrifying energy converged wildly, ultimately coalescing before him into a colossal blood-red demonic mist palm that blotted out the sky. This giant palm exuded a heart-stopping aura, its contained magical power far more formidable than any spell cast before, as if a demon god had descended upon the world. And the target of this giant palm was none other than Qin Siyu, who stood closest to Qingyun Daoist. Qin Siyu. Seeing this, Yuanqing couldn't help but cry out in alarm, her beautiful face now filled with fear. She wanted to fly over using her white silk ribbon, but it was already too late. Mu Yunxi knew that Azure Cloud Daoist was immensely powerful, and now that he had unleashed such a ferocious technique, Qin Siyu was likely in grave danger. Both of them were on edge, their nerves stretched to the limit as they stared intently at the center of the battlefield, silently praying that Qin Siyu could withstand this palm strike and emerge unscathed. However, Qin Siyu, who was at the very center of the storm, remained exceptionally calm. Facing the fierce attacks of Qingyun Daoist, his voice was low, yet it betrayed no trace of panic. Instead, it revealed an unshakable conviction. The sword heart is clear and free of dust. As his words fell, an intangible sword intent rose from within him. This sword intent was like a gentle breeze brushing against the face, yet also like a towering mountain inspiring awe, evoking an indescribable sense of shock. At the same time, the spirit sword in his hand began to tremble violently, as if resonating intensely with its master's sword intent. A glimmer of cold light pierces the heavens. Qin Siyu murmured again, then swept his arm in a gesture. This time, what Qin Siyu unleashed was no longer the surging, tide-like sword aura of the past, but an extremely slender beam of sword light. Though this beam of sword light seemed insignificant, its radiance was like the most brilliant star in the night sky, condensed, unwavering, and shimmering with dazzling luster. It shot forth with a speed surpassing that of the aurora, carrying an unstoppable and overwhelming momentum, charging straight toward the giant palm of the azure cloud Taoist. In an instant, the entire space trembled from their collision, emitting rumbling sounds. The giant palm and the sword aura collided fiercely, instantly erupting with a thunderous roar that shook the heavens. That sky-covering demonic cloud giant palm was pierced through with a small hole, and even Qingyun Daoist's body was punctured with a finger-sized opening. Chapter 282, Joining Forces to Repel the Enemy. Yuan Qing and Mu Yunxi exchanged a glance, instantly understanding each other's intent, and launched their attacks almost simultaneously. Their fierce techniques rained down upon Qingyun Daoist like a sudden storm, leaving him no chance to react. Even the battle-hardened Azure Cloud Daoist, who possessed a cultivation level halfway to the nascent soul stage, was caught completely off guard at this moment. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the wound on his chest, then looked at Qin Siyu, who was merely at the golden core stage. He couldn't believe in his heart that he had been wounded so easily. In that brief instant, a flicker of clarity unexpectedly crossed the mind of Qingyun Daoist, whose reason had been clouded by the lust for slaughter. A sense of foreboding surged within him as he realized the situation was dire. Given the strength and seamless coordination displayed by these three, he was highly likely to be defeated or even face the peril of falling. Yet, when his thoughts touched upon the inheritance he had long dreamed of, attainable only by killing the three before him, the unwillingness in his heart blazed like an inextinguishable, raging fire. Azure Cloud Daoist clenched his teeth, a flash of resolute determination flickering in his eyes, with no trace of retreat left. Yuan Qing, seeing Azure Cloud Daoist so stubbornly deluded, couldn't help muttering under her breath, "This man, he'd rather die than give up the inheritance. Every single one of them is like they've fallen into demonic possession." Her movements grew increasingly ruthless, as if she was determined to utterly defeat Qingyun Daoist. Qingyun Daoist, gritting his teeth against the pain of his injuries, a flash of fierce ruthlessness in his eyes, prepared to strike once more despite his wounds. At that moment, Yuan Qing struck again without hesitation. Her hands swiftly formed seals, and a fiery red magic array suddenly materialized before her. Accompanied by a crisp and piercing cry, as if it could pierce the clouds and shake heaven and earth. Immediately after, clusters of blazing fire clouds materialized out of thin air, swirling and dancing around Yuan Qing. Then, a massive fire phoenix adorned with multicolored feathers slowly emerged from within the magic array. As soon as this fire phoenix appeared, it exuded an unparalleled aura of majesty, inspiring awe in all who beheld it. It suddenly spewed forth a ball of blazing hot flames, instantly dyeing half the sky a vivid red. As for this fire phoenix art, Yuan Qing had never been able to master it smoothly under Jiling Yuan's guidance, and her execution of it had always been clumsy and halting. However, ever since she acquired the phoenix bloodline, she was delighted to discover that she could now command this powerful phoenix with the same ease and flexibility as moving her own arm. Upon hearing this, the fire phoenix immediately flapped its wings and soared high, carrying the force of thunder and lightning, darting toward Azure Cloud Taoist like a meteor. Its speed was so astonishingly fast that it was beyond imagination, closing in on Azure Cloud Taoist in the blink of an eye. The Azure Cloud Daoist gazed at the overwhelming, all-consuming flames surging toward him, a deep sense of regret welling up in his heart. He silently cursed himself for not having decisively chosen to flee this place earlier. Now, faced with such a terrifying fire phoenix and its world-annihilating nirvana flames, he feared his chances of survival were slim. In his panic, Qingyun Daoist could only mutter under his breath, "Damn it, how are these cultivators nowadays all like monsters?" The blazing fire phoenix radiated scorching light and an overwhelming aura, instantly capturing all of Qingyun Daoist's attention. Just then, several streaks of silver light flashed across the sky like lightning. In the blink of an eye, several silver needles had precisely pierced the body of the Azure Cloud Taoist. However, Qingyun Daoist paid no attention to this at all. He cast a contemptuous glance at those few silver needles, thinking to himself, "With just these tiny silver needles, you think you can harm me?" The silver needles had not even struck any of the vital acupoints on the body, and were directly ignored by Qingyun Daoist. He concentrated his mind and devoted all his efforts to dealing with the majestic phoenix before him. Mu Yunxi, standing behind Qingyun Daoist, took in the entire scene. After seeing the silver needle he had shot successfully hit its target, the corner of his mouth lifted slightly, revealing a faint, barely noticeable smile. Because only he knew in his heart that although these needles were not aimed at Qingyun Daoist's vital acupoints, for Qingyun Daoist, their power was absolutely far more lethal than a direct strike to those acupoints. The fire phoenix opened its massive beak, and a blazing phoenix flame erupted like a volcanic eruption, surging forth with unstoppable force. Facing the fierce phoenix flame surging toward him, Qingyun Daoist's expression instantly turned grave. He abruptly extended his palm and struck fiercely at the flames that had already rushed before him. A mysterious light radiated from his palm, colliding with the phoenix's blazing fire in an inconceivable manner. A deafening roar followed. In an instant, the entire space trembled, and a powerful shockwave radiated outward, snapping trees all around and sending sand and stones flying. However, although Qingyun Daoist succeeded in dispersing the phoenix blaze, the fire phoenix was not about to let the matter rest. It spread its wings, let out a piercing cry, and then shot into the sky like a burning meteor, clearly gathering strength for an even more ferocious attack. At this moment, Azure Cloud Daoist appeared to have the upper hand, but unexpectedly, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of black blood. Pfft! Black blood sprayed from his mouth, arcing eerily through the air. Then his body swayed a few times, and his once formidable aura quickly dimmed. Qingyun Daoist's face was full of shock. He reached up in disbelief to touch his own chest, trying to find the cause of the sudden severe injury he had suffered. Because before this, aside from that one sword strike from Qin Siyu just now, he had not sustained any harm at all. Seeing Azure Cloud Daoist injured, the fire phoenix pressed its advantage, diving straight down from the sky toward him. Azure Cloud Daoist saw the situation was dire and prepared to flee, but at the very moment he was about to escape, he suddenly felt as if he was frozen in place by an overwhelming killing intent. It was as if there was a beast lurking in the shadows, plotting against his life. What is happening? Why did he suddenly become unable to move? The fire phoenix passed directly through his body. Qingyun Daoist knelt on one knee, his body covered in wounds and burns, with scorch marks so close that one could even smell the scent of cooked flesh. Yuanqing's strike brought Qingyun Daoist to the brink of death, while at the same time, Mu Yunshi's silver needles triggered the hidden injuries within him. The combination of old and new wounds flaring up simultaneously left him in such a wretched state. After 600 years of immersion in slaughter on this island, the cultivators he had killed during that time had left him with no small number of injuries. Qingyun Daoist had no time to recuperate and instead accumulated many chronic ailments. Now, stirred up by Mu Yunshi, he was directly like a flickering candle in the wind. Ha 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 ha. A burst of maniacal laughter echoed through the skies, and Qingyun Daoist's figure appeared somewhat desolate and sorrowful in the wind. Instead of getting angry, he laughed. On his weathered face, those deep and sharp eyes now shed tears of regret. The tears slowly trickled down the deep wrinkles at the corners of his eyes, as if telling a story of endless sorrow and pain. You're mocking me. Chapter 283, Dying Wish. Fake, it's all fake. With this furious roar, Qingyun Daoist finally collapsed from exhaustion, his face slamming heavily into the dirt. In that instant just now, the overwhelming and suffocating force of restraint was such that, even with his half-step to deity transformation cultivation, he could not break free in the slightest. How could he not sense the trickery behind all this? It was abundantly clear that this mysterious island had no intention of letting him obtain the so-called inheritance, which was why it had secretly manipulated things to set such a trap. No wonder no one had been able to obtain the inheritance for so many years. So it turned out that they were killed by the inheritance at the very last step. At this thought, Qingyun Daoist's eyes instantly turned a blazing red, like burning flames that seemed ready to consume even himself, yet also like a dying candle flickering in the wind. The surging blood and energy within his body began to churn uncontrollably, and Qingyun Daoist's hatred and unwillingness made him willing to simply close his eyes and die. I, Qingyun, was once, at the height of my glory, full of ambition and vigor. Yet now, I am toyed with by such a small island, having exhausted every scheme, killed so many innocent people, lost my sect, abandoned my teachings, only to fall short at the final step. Ha 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 ha. How utterly ridiculous. As he laughed wildly, tears uncontrollably burst from his eyes, streaming freely down his cheeks. The laughter was filled with boundless grief, anger, and despair, stirring a pang of sorrow in anyone who heard it. At that moment, Yuanqing descended slowly from the air like a light bird, and the three of them gathered together, quietly watching Qingyun Daoist pour out his pent-up anger and unwillingness in the final moments of his life. Yuanqing declared with conviction, I've said all along that this island is definitely no ordinary place. It seems that so-called inheritance is nothing but a harmful thing. Mu Yunxi smiled faintly and softly agreed. Wan Qing is clever. It's just a pity that the world is full of fools. Countless cultivators have been killed on this island. How ridiculous. How pathetic. Qin Siyu looked coldly at Qingyun Daoist. The more Qingyun Daoist spoke, the more agitated he became. His hands clenched tightly into fists, and his body trembled incessantly. Suddenly, he opened his mouth wide and spewed out a large mouthful of fresh blood. Then, the scarlet blood scattered down in a flurry, dyeing the ground beneath him a shocking shade of red. The originally youthful Qingyun Daoist, after all this turmoil, seemed to have aged decades in an instant. His once handsome and dashing face was now covered in wrinkles, looking utterly haggard. Those bright and spirited eyes had also grown dim and lifeless, losing their former radiance. The whole man appeared like an old man on the verge of death, as if he might draw his last breath at any moment. A trace of pity stirred in Yuanqing's heart, and she called out softly, "Senior." Before her words had even faded, the previously silent Qingyun Daoist suddenly acted like a drowning man grasping at his last lifeline, his eyes locking tightly onto Yuanqing as he murmured to himself, "Come here." Although his voice was not loud, it reached the ears of everyone present with perfect clarity. Standing to the side, Mu Yunxi and Qin Siyu reached out almost simultaneously, firmly grasping Yuanqing's arm. With expressions of disapproval appearing on their faces in unison, they said together, "You can't go over there. This azure cloud Taoist before us is likely putting on a deliberate act of pitifulness to deceive everyone. For all we know, he might be hiding some formidable tricks up his sleeve." Yuanqing harbored similar concerns in her heart. She shook her head slightly at Azure Cloud Taoist and replied in a tone that was both firm and gentle, "I'm afraid I can't go back to the past. Senior, if you still have any unfulfilled wishes, please do not hesitate to tell us. As long as it is within our power, we will spare no effort to help you." Upon hearing these words, Azure Cloud Daoist seemed to regain a trace of vitality in an instant, as if experiencing a final resurgence. The heavy malice and murderous intent that had once filled his brow dissipated without a trace, replaced by an indescribable sense of kindness. The trembling fingers slowly lifted, pointing to the highest peak on the island, and he said with great effort, "That damned legacy is there." "What legacy?" "It's all a lie. To think that I, Qingyun, was deceived by this accursed inheritance for a full 600 years. And how many cultivators like me have been tricked and taken in tens of thousands, with countless more innocent souls suffering its harm. You young friends, I can tell at a glance that you possess extraordinary skill and unmatched strength. I wonder if you might be willing to avenge this blood-deep grievance for me." Qingyun Daoist's words were filled with boundless fury and resentment, every syllable seeming to burn with raging flames. "I implore you, young friends, to destroy that inheritance. Let it vanish from this world forever, no longer bringing harm to future generations. This would also serve as a measure of justice for the millions of wrongfully slain cultivators on this island." At this point, Qingyun Daoist's eyes had grown moist, and his voice trembled involuntarily as he recalled the host of cultivators who had died by his own hand. Yuanqing turned to look at Qin Siyu and Mu Yunxi beside her. After learning that this so-called inheritance concealed a sinister conspiracy, the thought of completely destroying it had already taken root in her heart. However, since that inheritance had managed to deceive so many cultivators, achieving this goal by herself was almost a fantasy. Seeing the longing and pleading in Yuanqing's eyes, Mu Yunxi and Qin Siyu naturally had no objections. "All right. We agree to this matter." Yuanqing nodded solemnly and promised Qingyun Daoist, "If we cannot find the culprit, we will destroy this island directly." "Hee hee. Good, thank you." A faint, relieved smile appeared on Qingyun Daoist's face, yet the smile seemed so pale and feeble. As this word of thanks fell, his body, which had been held up by sheer will, seemed to have its last ounce of strength drained away, and he collapsed limply to the ground. Qingyun Daoist died a restless death. In the final moments of his life, scenes of the killings he had committed in the past kept flashing through his mind. Those bloody and brutal images lingered like a nightmare, keeping his soul perpetually immersed in pain and regret. I'm sorry. It's all my fault. Junior sister. Master." Qingyun Daoist's breath gradually grew faint. Finally, after a slight tremor, he slowly closed his eyes and completely stopped breathing. Chapter 284. The Mystery of Slaughter. A small black dragon, no longer than an arm, soared through the sky within the Penglai secret realm. This dragon was none other than Candle Joain, who had sneaked into the Penglai secret realm. He suppressed his cultivation and hid on the Qi dragon and his companions, successfully entering the Penglai secret realm. As soon as he entered the Penglai secret realm, he began to sense the location of the dragon orb on Yuanqing, preparing to reach her side at the earliest opportunity. It was a pity that Candle Join underestimated the impact of suppressing his cultivation on his own travel speed, especially since Tian Yuanqing and the others had been traveling day and night without rest. As a result, Candle Join had been chasing them at a distance that was neither too close nor too far, but he simply could not catch up. If I had known that suppressing my cultivation would have such a huge impact, I really shouldn't have cut corners and relied solely on my physical body to enter. If I had brought a few more powerful magical artifacts back then, I might be having an easier time right now. Candle 9 muttered incessantly to himself as he hurried along, his face full of regret. Just then, Candle Join seemed to suddenly sense something unusual. He jerked his head up, a wary and guarded expression spreading across his face as he murmured to himself, "This aura feels so familiar." Through the dragon pearl, Candle Join faintly detected a very familiar aura from Yuanqing's direction. Immediately after, Candle 9 seemed to recall something, his expression shifting dramatically. How does this feel like the aura of Qiangqi? At this thought, Candle 9 couldn't help but feel both angry and anxious, silently complaining to himself, Wanqing, what kind of terrifying existence have you gone and provoked? You've even attracted a ferocious beast like Qiangqi. One must understand that this Penglai secret realm was supposed to be a relatively safe place. How could a ferocious beast like the Qiangqi have appeared here? He recalled that the last time this Qiangqi had appeared was perhaps 10,000 years ago, and even then, the now-renowned cultivator Jiling Yuan and the arrogant demon lord Song Moling were only just beginning to make their names known. When that Qiangqi appeared, it was subdued by a mysterious figure and then vanished without a trace. Why is it now showing up in the Penglai secret realm? Now that the aura of Qiangqi has emerged, it would be strange if Yuanqing could still be safe. Candle Join grew increasingly anxious and restless. With this in mind, Candle Join could no longer care about anything else. Gritting his teeth, he exerted all his strength, pushing his traveling speed to the utmost limit. He only hoped to reach Yuanqing as quickly as possible to protect her from harm when the Qiangqi appeared. After Yuanqing carefully gathered and laid to rest the remains of the Qingyun Taoist, she set out with Mu Yunqi and Qin Siyu toward the towering, cloud-piercing peak that the Qingyun Taoist had pointed to before his death. When they arrived at the foot of the mountain, they began a meticulous reconnaissance of the surrounding area. After a thorough investigation, they discovered that this towering mountain was shrouded by an ancient and powerful forbidden formation, and that this barrier could only be opened from within. Breaking through it from the outside would be more difficult than reaching the heavens. This fellow who secretly pulled the strings is truly meticulous in his scheming. The Penglai secret realm has strict restrictions. Only cultivators at the golden core and nascent soul stages can enter. Yet this person was able to set up such a thorough, insidious, and deadly trap at the golden core and nascent soul level, ensnaring so many cultivators. It truly sends a chill down one's spine. If he were still alive today, how terrifying would he be? Yuanqing, while fully focused on probing the complex formation within the mountain, couldn't help but let out a heartfelt exclamation, her mind filled with wariness toward the one who had set this trap. Qin Siyu, standing nearby, furrowed his brow in thought for a moment before saying, perhaps not. It could be the work of a cultivator above the nascent soul stage who deliberately suppressed their cultivation to sneak in here. Upon hearing this, Yuanqing immediately paused her probing movements and gently clapped her hands in rebuttal, saying, in my opinion, that's highly unlikely. For cultivators whose strength far exceeds the nascent soul stage, there are clearly more exquisite secret realms available for them to display their skills. Why would they go to such trouble to come here and make such a fuss? Moreover, by observing the residual spiritual energy fluctuations here, it can be determined that this trap was set by the mastermind during their nascent soul period. And it's quite likely just a playful piece done on a whim by the other party. But we can't force the formation open, or it'll explode, and we won't be able to save ourselves either. We still need to find a way to unravel this formation. Mu Yunqi said, it might be unwise to act rashly. We have no idea what awaits us inside. Yuanqing nodded. Indeed, we should make more preparations. After some discussion, the group decided to first go out to the other islands to find Pei Wuqi. As the #1 cultivator in the nascent soul stage, having Pei Wuqi with them would add a layer of security to their mission. However, on her way back, Yuanqing was unexpectedly entangled by a small dragon without any warning. Yuanqing stared curiously at the little creature before him, assuming it was one of the young dragons by Zhu Jiuyin's side. So he asked softly, have you not found your own kind? At this moment, Candle Jiuyin could only shake his head helplessly, for he was still unable to take human form. Because dragons in the nascent soul stage were still in their infancy, if he rashly transformed into an adult form, the Penglai's secret realm would instantly detect that he had suppressed his cultivation to enter. Yuanqing heard a familiar voice coming from the little dragon's mouth. It's me. Hearing this familiar voice, Yuanqing couldn't help but show a look of surprise, exclaiming in disbelief, Demon King. Zhu Jiuyin was clearly not satisfied with being addressed in such a manner by Yuanqing, and quickly said, "Don't call me that, just use my name directly." Upon hearing this, Yuanqing silently changed her address. "Zhu Jiuyin, why are you here?" Zhu Jiuyin looked completely at ease, his expression not changing in the slightest, and replied with perfect composure, "Naturally, I came to find you. The Penglai secret realm is so perilous that I simply couldn't bear to leave you here alone." Yuanqing's delicate brows furrowed slightly, a troubled look crossing her face as she said, "There's really nothing here worth your while to make such a grand trip. Perhaps you should head back first." Her clear and beautiful face now showed a hint of helplessness, as if she found the arrival of Candle 9 to be quite troubling. Candle 9's face darkened, his voice low and suppressed. "You just outright rejected me like that? Can you even bother to humor me a little?" A flicker of irritation and unwillingness gleamed in his deep golden eyes, as if he could not accept Yuanqing's so resolute attitude. After all, as the Demon King of the demon race, he was usually a majestic and highly revered presence. Now, however, he was showering Yuanqing with excessive attention, even making his feelings unmistakably clear. Almost everyone attending the Immortal Ascension ceremony knew that Zhu Jiuyin, the Dragon Clan's Demon King, had taken a liking to the youngest disciple of the Ling Yuan Immortal Lord. Yet, precisely because his intentions were too obvious, Yuanqing refused him without hesitation. She deeply understood that once matters of the heart become too entangled, they easily fall into endless complications. And she had already borne too many emotional debts, truly unwilling to add new worries and burdens. Chapter 285, The Ferocious Beast Qiangqi. Yuanqing had no idea that the emotional debts she carried far exceeded her imagination. Though somewhat annoyed by this outcome, Candle Jiuyin did not lose heart because of it. After all, Yuanqing's rejection had actually been within his expectations all along. If he were a domineering person, he would have likely already taken her away by force. Unfortunately, he is not that kind of person. Candle Jiuyin fixed his gaze on Yuanqing and the few people beside her, then spoke slowly. "Even if you wanted to drive me away right now, that would be impossible." He paused, then explained, "You have all been tainted with the aura of Qiangqi. With your current strength, trying to fend off such a ferocious beast as Qiangqi is almost a fool's dream." Upon hearing the name Qiangqi, Yuanqing couldn't help but pause slightly. She certainly knew what Qiangqi was. That is one of the 4 infamous beasts of calamity. This beast is ferocious by nature, delighting in sowing chaos and malice. Wherever it appears, it inevitably stirs madness in people's hearts, plunging them into endless slaughter. The Taodai most enjoys watching humans slaughter each other, engaging in mutual destruction. You mean to say that a Taodai actually dwells on that island? Upon hearing these words, Yuanqing's expression instantly turned grave, her delicate brows tightly furrowed. Who would be so bold as to bring this ancient ferocious beast into the Penglai secret realm? Zhu Jiuyin, standing nearby, continued, "Now, there are 2 paths before you to choose from. The first is to feign complete ignorance of this matter and immediately withdraw when the secret realm opens. However, this requires a stroke of luck, praying that the Qiangqi remains asleep throughout your time within the realm. Secondly, you could take the initiative to strike and slay the Qiangqi before it awakens. But let me be blunt, with your current meager cultivation, wanting to kill the Qiangqi is nothing short of a fool's dream." Having said this, Candle Jiuyin couldn't help but lift his head, puff out his chest, and deliberately sway his majestic dragon body a few times, as if flaunting his own formidable power to the crowd. Its current size, similar to that of a young dragon, made its movements look somewhat comical and cute. Candle 9 added proudly, "Of course, if you could bring me along, there might be a chance to successfully kill Qiangqi. I'm currently suppressing my cultivation to move around in the Penglai secret realm. When the Qiangqi actually appears, I can burst forth with my full power and kill it without any problem before the realm expels me." Yuanqing hadn't expected that island to actually seal a Qiangqi. If that was the case, their own preparations were far from sufficient. Muyunshi lowered his eyes slightly, his gaze deep and resolute as he said, "How can one tolerate others snoring beside one's bed? That Qiangqi has always been extremely dangerous. If we don't eliminate it, it will surely become a great calamity. In my view, it would be better to invite the Demon King to accompany us. That way, our chances of victory might be greater." As the head of the discipline hall, Pei Wuqi had been raised from a young age with the unshirkable responsibility of upholding the righteous path of the world. Hearing Mu Yunshi's words at this moment, he nodded solemnly and said, "The urgent task is to resolve the matter of the Qiangqi. With such a ferocious beast wreaking havoc in the world, we have an unshirkable duty." Although he only had a vague understanding of what had actually happened, merely hearing the name Qiangqi was enough to prevent him from standing idly by. Although he was not pleased to see Candle 9 following Yuanqing around, faced with the threat posed by Qiangqi, he could tolerate it to some extent. If during this time Candle 9 truly dared to do anything to Yuanqing, Pei Wuqi would not be intimidated just because the other party was a demon king. After saying this, Mu Yunxi and Pei Wuqi simultaneously turned their heads to look at Qin Siyu, their eyes conveying a sense of inquiry, wanting to hear his opinion on the matter. They saw Qin Siyu holding his sword with both hands, quietly gazing at Yuanqing. In the depths of his heart, everything revolved around Yuanqing's wishes. As long as it was a decision she made, he would support it unconditionally. But he would not easily voice such thoughts, only silently keeping them buried in his heart. After a moment of silence, Qin Siyu parted his thin lips and lightly uttered 3 words, "I'm fine with anything." A seemingly casual reply, yet it was filled with deep regard for Yuanqing. Candle Join couldn't help but show a delighted expression, never expecting matters to progress so smoothly. Most of the people around Yuanqing surprisingly expressed their agreement. It seemed that my accompanying her to the Penglai secret realm was already a done deal, with no further complications in sight. To be sure, that little Qiangqi was troublesome, but it wasn't as dangerous as he had just made it out to be. For Zhu Juin, subduing it was hardly a difficult task. Although engaging it in battle does carry some risk, it is far from the point where he would need to exert his full cultivation to handle it. With his current strength suppressed at the nascent soul stage, combined with Yuanqing and the others, dealing with this Qiangqi together would be more than sufficient. A faint smile curled at the corners of Candle Join's lips, revealing a sly grin. His earlier words were nothing more than an attempt to put some pressure on Yuanqing and the others, so that they would agree to let him stay by Yuanqing's side. Now it seems, this plan is about to succeed. Yuanqing is not the kind of person who would flee at the first sign of difficulty. Moreover, she had already agreed to fulfill the dying wish of the Azure Cloud Taoist. At this moment, she turned her head to look at the Candle 9 beside her and said softly, "Then I must trouble the Demon King to accompany us on this journey." Upon hearing this, Candle Join's face showed a hint of delight, yet he said with restraint, "A small matter, merely a small matter." However, his movements were swift beyond compare, and in the blink of an eye, he transformed into a streak of light, landing steadily on Yuanqing's shoulder. Immediately afterward, he urged impatiently, "There's no time to lose, let's set off right now." The others, seeing this, cast their gazes toward the dragon on Yuanqing's shoulder, their eyes revealing a complex and indescribable expression. If it weren't for the need to go and slay a ferocious beast like Qiangqi, the current actions of Zhu Juin would have long been mercilessly thrown off from Yuanqing's shoulder by them. But at this very moment, for the sake of Qiangqi, everyone could only temporarily tolerate it. The group once again arrived at the foot of the high mountain on the island of Slaughter. This is the place where Qiangqi is sealed. Candle Join twitched his nose. It really is filthy. The malice and murderous intent around here are extremely thick, just the kind of place a Qiangqi would love to roost. The question is whose handiwork this is. Candle Join suddenly recalled that someone who had once caused turmoil throughout the cultivation world had recently escaped from a seal. Could it be that guy's doing? Chapter 286, Shinshio lends a hand. Faced with the formation within the mountain, the most proficient among them in formations was Yuanqing. However, Yuanqing had previously been focused solely on cultivation, and had no time to delve deeply into other disciplines. His knowledge of formations was merely superficial, like a half-filled bottle sloshing around. The brilliance of this formation lies in the fact that it is triggered from within to seal off the outside, easy to open from the inside, but exceedingly difficult to open from the outside. Yuanqing analyzed carefully. "I'm truly curious, after setting up such a formation, how did this person manage to get out of it?" It's not necessarily that they had to get out. Zhu Juin, lying on Yuanqing's shoulder, said, "Just force some poor fool to set up the formation for them, then seal the person inside, and that's it." Since they could create a hell under the guise of inheritance, finding a scapegoat is nothing. Candle 9 furrowed his brow tightly, his mind surging with thoughts like a tidal wave, constantly pondering who could have employed such methods. A name lingered in his mind like a ghost, haunting and impossible to shake off. As time passed, Candle 9 grew increasingly convinced that the person's suspicion was mounting. He couldn't help but turn his head to look at Yuanqing beside him, a hint of worry stirring in his heart. If this meticulously orchestrated scheme truly came from that person's hand, then after this girl destroyed Qiangqi, would it provoke a frenzied retaliation from them? After all, given that person's ruthlessness and cunning, they would never let the matter rest so easily. Furthermore, Yuanqing was still Jiling Yuan's only disciple. If these two matters become intertwined, and old grudges are settled together with new grievances, I fear Yuanqing will find herself in grave danger. At this thought, Zhu Juin's heart tightened involuntarily. At that very moment, Zhu Juin was almost on the verge of persuading Yuanqing to abandon this endeavor and let it go. After all, on this island, none of the cultivators who had descended into bloody slaughter for the sake of vying for the inheritance could be considered innocent or blameless. In that case, why waste energy saving these people? On the contrary, it might bring endless trouble upon oneself. Yet, when he saw Yuanqing's expression of righteous indignation, as if she were sworn to uphold justice on behalf of heaven, a surge of indescribable emotion stirred deep within Zhu Jiuyin's heart. He truly could not bear to witness the sight of Yuanqing's dejection and disappointment after she gave up. In the end, Candle Jiuyin sighed helplessly, thinking to himself, very well. Since her mind is made up and she insists on slaying Qiangqi, then let her go ahead. He, Candle Jiuyin, had endured countless hardships to cultivate to his current level. If he couldn't even muster the courage to back up a young girl, then what was the point? It would be better to simply cut off the horns on one's head, dig out the limbs, and honestly become a snake. In truth, Zhu Jiuyin had slightly misjudged the matter. Although Yuanqing possessed a heart for saving others, this was only on the premise that her own safety could be guaranteed. If Candle 9 had revealed the name of the person behind this trap, Yuanqing would very likely have chosen to give up. What was fairness and justice? In Yuanqing's eyes, nothing was more important than her own safety. Just as Yuanqing and the others were racking their brains before the mountain formation, still finding themselves at a complete loss. Suddenly, a melodious and profound chant of a Buddhist invocation echoed through the forest, Amitabha. This recitation of the Buddha's name flowed like a clear spring through everyone's ears, instantly capturing the attention of all. Everyone turned to look in the direction of the sound, only to see a figure clad in a yellow and white kasaya standing quietly not far away. His posture was upright, his features handsome, his expression solemn and serene, and his entire being exuded an aura of transcendent otherworldliness. Buddhist disciple Xinxiu. Yuanqing hadn't expected to encounter him here of all places. This Buddhist disciple had always been known for his compassion and devotion to the Dharma. Why would he suddenly appear here? Could it be that even a monk would take an interest in a legacy related to killing? Xinxiu seemed to sense the doubt in Yuanqing's heart. He smiled faintly, then stepped forward toward the crowd. With each step, a golden lotus seemed to bloom beneath his feet, radiating an aura of profound sanctity. As he approached, Xinxiu pressed his palms together and gave a slight nod to Yuanqing, saying, "Benefactor Yu, it's good to see you well." At that moment, all the men present turned their gazes toward Yuanqing and Xinxiu. They looked at Yuanqing, then at Xinxiu's striking features and his unique aura, ethereal yet eerily enchanting. Zhu Jiuyin even went so far as to gently poke Yuanqing's cheek with his tail, asking with a hint of displeasure in his tone, "You bastard, when did you get acquainted with this sanctimonious bald donkey?" Although only Candle 9 had spoken up to ask, it was clear from the looks in the eyes of everyone else around that the same question was undoubtedly on their minds as well. Even Qin Siyu, who was always composed, reserved, and restrained, could hardly conceal his inner doubts at this moment. His deep, penetrating eyes stared directly at Yuanqing without any pretense of politeness, the questioning intent within them so sharp it was almost palpable. "Yuanqing, why does everyone look like this? Don't be so jealous for no reason." Yuanqing turned her gaze to Xinxiu beside her. "I happened to run into him at a secret realm before." At this moment, Xinxiu smiled and took over Yuanqing's thread of conversation, saying, "Speaking of which, the successful opening of that secret realm owes much to Benefactor Yu. With just a few brief words, you were able to resonate with the Buddhist teachings within the realm and open it smoothly. Truly astonishing." Xinxiu looked at Yuanqing with eyes full of admiration. "Benefactor Yu is destined to be connected with the Buddha." "Buddha's disciple is joking," she said. If Yuanqing had any affinity with anything, it certainly wouldn't be with Buddhism. She could never endure the monastic precepts. Then Xinxiu said sincerely, "I sincerely invite Benefactor Yu to come and sit with me for discussion anytime." However, Yuanqing remained wary of the peculiar charm that Xinxiu had displayed in the original text. So he merely brushed it off with a faint reply, "And then, I'll go when I have time." Afterward, Yuanqing asked curiously, "I wonder why the Buddhist disciple has come to this place today?" Xinxiu pressed his palms together, slightly lifting his head to look around. His originally serene and peaceful expression gradually took on a trace of barely concealed sorrow. He slowly began to speak. "This humble monk has come here to perform rites for the departed souls of this place. If I can inspire those with good intentions in Shang village to lay down their butcher's knives and cease creating further bloodshed, that would be for the best. It's just a pity, the aura of slaughter on this island is far too heavy. It truly is not a good place." At this point, Xinxiu couldn't help but let out a soft sigh. Hearing that Xinxiu was also willing to address the problems here, Yuanqing told him about the Qiangqi matter. "Excellent, excellent. This is a truly virtuous act, and we are duty-bound to assist." Xinxiu looked at Yuanqing. "Benefactor Yu is indeed destined to be connected with the Buddha. I wonder if there is anything this humble monk can do to help." Chapter 287. Sudden Realization. The formations here are extremely peculiar. We are practically clueless about the art of formations and have no idea where to even begin, Yuanqing said with a frown, her face full of helplessness. It just so happens that I, a humble monk, have some slight knowledge and study of formations in my daily life. How about letting me try to see if I can break this formation? Shinshio said, his hands pressed together in prayer, his expression calm as he looked at the others. Hearing this, the crowd was first taken aback, then one by one showed expressions of pleasant surprise. Especially Yuanqing, whose tightly furrowed brow instantly relaxed, and she quickly clasped her hands and said, "Then we shall trouble the Buddha's son." Shinshio smiled faintly and replied softly, "It's fine." With that, he stepped forward and walked toward the mysterious formation. Standing before the formation, Shinshio first observed it carefully, then extended his right hand to gently touch its edge. As his fingers moved, faint streams of light flowed from his fingertips and merged into the formation. Yuanqing watched Shinshio's every move nervously, not daring to let out a single breath. Time ticked by, and before she knew it, nearly an hour had passed. Shinshio, however, maintained a focused expression throughout, completely undisturbed by the outside world. Finally, amidst a faint humming sound, the entire formation began to shimmer with dazzling light. Then, as if coming to life, the intricate runes and lines flowed rapidly, eventually converging into a massive gate of light. Seeing this, everyone's heart was filled with great joy. And Yuanqing was even more filled with admiration for Shinshio. Previously, the Buddha's disciple only said he had some knowledge of formations, but I never expected him to be so skilled. Such a troublesome formation was effortlessly unraveled by him in less than half a day. Shinshio seemed a bit embarrassed by Yuanqing's praise. "Benefactor, you flatter me." Zhu Jiuyin looked at the cave entrance that appeared behind the glowing door. All right, let's go in first. If a Buddhist prodigy couldn't even handle these things, what kind of prodigy would they be? The group walked into the cave. Yuanqing recalled Shinshio's fluid, effortless movements, and a wave of emotion and self-reflection surged within her heart. Only then did she suddenly realize that she had been far too impatient and reckless on her path of cultivation all along. In the past, because of her lack of talent, in order to advance her cultivation as quickly as possible, she had devoted almost all her time and energy to the monotonous and tedious practice day after day. But she was no longer that menial disciple who could barely even draw qi into her body. For cultivators who possess long lifespans and considerable talent in cultivation, focusing solely on training is clearly far from sufficient. To truly become a great master of one's generation, proficiency in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting is merely the most basic requirement. Beyond that, one must also delve into and gain deep understanding of formations, talismans, alchemy, artifact crafting, and many other arts. Only then can one achieve great success. The lifespan of a cultivator is far longer than that of an ordinary person. If one cannot fully utilize this time to continuously enrich oneself and cultivate one's character, then even if some progress is made in cultivation, in the end, one may still struggle to reach the highest echelons. At this thought, Yuanqing couldn't help but show a look of shame on her face. Recalling the scene when she first participated in the most beautiful woman competition, she racked her brains for a long time, only to realize that she didn't even have a single talent performance to present. Although she had not originally planned to participate, in this regard she truly could not compare with the other cultivators. From this perspective, she was practically a blank slate in every field outside of cultivation. Yuanqing's plan for her own cultivation path bore a striking resemblance to the rote learning education she had experienced in her previous life. In her view, cultivation was the top priority, occupying an absolutely central position like a core subject. Skills like spellcraft, which were closely tied to her combat effectiveness and self-preservation abilities, were considered secondary courses. Once, swordsmanship could still be considered a secondary course for Yuanqing. However, when her master pointed out that she had devoted too much energy to the way of the sword, to the point of hindering her progress in spell techniques, she unhesitatingly downgraded the importance of swordsmanship, reducing it to a mere elective. Since it was only an elective, was there still any need to throw herself into it wholeheartedly? The answer was clearly no. And so, the way of the sword was shelved and left to gather dust by her. As for techniques such as formations, talismans, alchemy, and artifact crafting, Yuanqing regarded them as nothing more than hobby classes for entertainment and amusement. She barely had enough time to allocate to her own serious major courses, so how could she possibly have any spare time left for these hobbies? Having only a rough grasp of the basics, she no longer paid attention to it. Looking back now, it was precisely this rote method of self-cultivation that allowed her to successfully advance to the nascent soul stage before the age of 50, making her a prodigy who drew everyone's attention. But at the same time, this also caused her to miss out on many of the unique sights that belong exclusively to the world of immortal cultivation. Perhaps after leaving the Punglai secret realm, she truly needed to slow down her cultivation pace, allowing her taut nerves to relax and take this opportunity to enrich her knowledge in many other areas. Yuanqing mused inwardly that, given her current cultivation speed, it was not entirely impossible for her to successfully advance to the nascent soul stage before the age of 100. However, is it really necessary to do this? She couldn't help but shake her head, dismissing the thought. He was clearly far from the point where his lifespan was running out or time was pressing, so why rush so hastily to break through to the next cultivation realm? If she truly could ascend to the nascent soul stage within a mere 100 years, in the eyes of others she would no longer be what they called a favored child of heaven, but rather more like a monster that had emerged from who knows where. Perhaps someone might become interested in why she was cultivating so quickly, realizing that she actually possessed such a heaven-defying golden finger as a farming space. Yuanqing's heart suddenly jolted, as if struck by a sudden realization, and she became acutely aware that she had perhaps been a bit too conspicuous lately. This way of doing things was vastly different from her usual low-key, restrained, and cautious style. Before long, Yuanqing gently relaxed her brow, a faint smile curling at the corners of her lips, and the worry in her heart instantly vanished without a trace. Back then, when she was navigating the cultivation world alone, she had no one to rely on and felt as if she were walking on thin ice. What's more, burdened with 5 spiritual roots and mediocre talent, she was regarded as a waste on the path of cultivation. Thus, being cautious and prudent in every situation became her only way to survive. But the situation today is no longer what it once was. At this moment, Yuanqing was no longer the weak, solitary woman who could be bullied by others as she once was. Even she herself found it hard to believe, yet the truth was right before her eyes. She had truly become a cherished treasure in the hands of many, coddled and protected like the moon surrounded by stars. No longer being alone gave Yuanqing an unprecedented sense of security. Apart from cultivation, perhaps she could also try to invest more of her thoughts in them. Chapter 288. Battle against Qiangqi. On this day, the entire Punglai secret realm seemed shaken by the sudden, deafening roar. The sound rolled forth like crashing thunder, surging from the edge of the earth and spreading instantly to every corner. This utterly savage beastly roar caused countless magical beasts and ferocious animals across the land to tremble in fear. Some curled into tight balls, while others simply prostrated themselves on the ground, as if filled with boundless terror and reverence for the being that had issued the roar, nearly on the verge of fully groveling in submission at its feet. On the island of slaughter, the cultivators who had lost their minds and fallen into a state of madness over the struggle for the inheritance were, upon hearing this beastly roar, like lit powder kegs, plunging completely into frenzy. Their eyes were bloodshot, as if possessed by demons. The magical artifacts in their hands flashed chaotically, and they muttered incantations under their breath, attacking everything around them, having completely lost their reason. Just then, atop a distant high mountain, rocks suddenly burst apart, sending fragments flying in all directions. Amid a cloud of dust and smoke, a massive, ferocious-looking beast suddenly burst forth from the mountain. Its body was covered in sharp, hedgehog-like bristles, and it bore a striking resemblance to a mighty tiger, yet a pair of broad, powerful wings sprouted from its ribcage on either side. What was shocking to behold was that its body was inexplicably covered in wounds of all sizes, its white hide already stained a vivid red by blood, which dripped and trickled down in a steady stream, presenting a sight both terrifying and horrifying. Those cultivators who had already fallen into a frenzy, upon seeing such a fearsome beast, momentarily forgot both to attack and to flee. They stood frozen in place, watching helplessly as the beast opened its bloody maw and, in just a few bites, swallowed several cultivators whole, leaving not even a trace of bone or flesh behind. The gruesome scene was enough to make one's hair stand on end, yet those cultivators seemed utterly devoid of consciousness, showing no reaction to it at all. Qiangqi has escaped. Not good, chase after it. We absolutely cannot let that beast succeed. If it eats people and recovers its strength, we'll be in big trouble. They saw Yuanqing and the others rushing out from within the mountain in a flurry, their bodies covered in wounds of varying sizes and depths, their clothes stained red with blood. Yet they paid no heed to tending their own injuries, their sole focus on quickly catching up to Qiangqi. Not long ago, when Yuanqing and the others stepped inside the mountain, they saw, as expected, the ferocious beast Qiangqi lying in slumber. At that moment, Qiangqi slept peacefully, as if nothing in the outside world had anything to do with it. Strangely enough, aside from the formation within the mountain, there were no other protective measures anywhere around. This clearly showed that the person who set this trap did not place much importance on it. This situation was exactly as Yuanqing had anticipated. If the other party truly valued this trap, they would never have set up only a simple formation as a barrier. Clearly, this was nothing more than a whimsical, spur-of-the-moment game for that person. Just a fleeting whim, and it had cost so many cultivators their lives. Yuanqing could not bring herself to imagine how terrifying this mastermind must truly be. Yuanqing and the others also discovered a corpse lying sprawled on the ground. Due to the erosion of time, this corpse had long since turned into a pile of pale white bones, scattered across the cold ground. Having witnessed the methods of the person behind the scenes, everyone felt that this individual could absolutely not be the hidden mastermind pulling all the strings behind the curtain. It seemed more likely that he was merely a pitiful scapegoat, used as a pawn to activate the evil formation. After some discussion, everyone agreed that this was the perfect opportunity. While Qiangqi had yet to awaken, they must act decisively to slay it and eliminate the threat once and for all. What Yuanqing and the others had not anticipated was that Qiangqi, after all, was one of the 4 infamous ferocious beasts, and not so easily slain. Just as they joined forces to attack Qiangqi, the commotion instantly startled the beast from its slumber, and it immediately lunged at the group with claws bared. In an instant, the mountain echoed with Qiangqi's fierce roars and the sounds of intense combat. In this narrow cave, several people engaged in a life-or-death struggle with the Qiangqi. The cramped space hindered the beast's movements, which actually made it easier for them to attack. However, Mu Yunxi, blind and thus hampered in movement, was soon seen by the Qiangqi as a vulnerable target and became the focus of its attacks. Facing the Qiangqi's fierce onslaught, Mu Yunxi found himself in a perilous situation. Seeing this, Yuanqing was burning with anxiety. Without a moment's hesitation, she unleashed a spell of formidable power. A thunderous roar echoed as the spell struck directly against the solid cliff face, instantly sending fragments of rock flying in all directions and raising clouds of dust. Although this spell saved Mu Yunxi, it also unexpectedly blasted open a massive gap, allowing Qiangqi to seize the opportunity to break free from its restraints and gain its freedom. Without the cave's confinement, Qiangqi became even more formidable than before. Just as Yuanqing and her companions were once again locked in fierce combat with the Qiangqi, the beast's roars also drew the attention of everyone within the Penglai secret realm. What kind of beast's roar is this, that it can make even other demon beasts willingly submit? Judging by the direction of this roar, it seems to be coming from the central island of the Penglai secret realm. Since it's coming from the central island, it must undoubtedly be a high-level demon beast. If we can successfully slay such a powerful beast, it's hard to imagine what rare and precious treasures we might obtain. Even so, that's not something that would fall on our heads. But still, it wouldn't hurt to go and join in the fun. When they finally arrived at their destination, the scene before them left everyone deeply disappointed. A group of people were seen attacking each other on the spot like madmen, muttering to themselves, completely out of their minds. What's wrong with these people? Have they all gone insane or something? I recall that this place is known as the Island of Slaughter, where a mysterious legacy of killing resides. Countless people have lost their lives here in the past vying for this inheritance, to the point that the entire island is steeped in a thick aura of murderous intent. Before coming to the Penglai secret realm, my master specifically warned me never to approach this place. What legacy? As I see it, these people have clearly fallen into a demonic obsession. This has absolutely nothing to do with any so-called inheritance. Maybe he's fallen into the trap of those insidious and cunning demon cultivators. Chapter 289. The Qiangqi appears. What is that? A tiger-shaped beast. From within the crowd, someone let out this cry of surprise, drawing everyone's gaze toward the depths of the forest. A massive beast, shaped like a ferocious tiger, was rampaging wildly, opening its bloody maw to devour the humans around it. It must be the beast whose single roar just now made all other creatures submit. What demonic beast? That's the Qiangqi. Another person shouted harshly, his voice filled with fear and despair. The name Qiangqi had already shaken the world in ancient times, legendary for its ferocity and brutality, unmatched by any foe. As one of the 4 great fiends, why would it appear within the Penglai secret realm? Run! How could an ancient beast appear here? Those mad cultivators were influenced by it. If you don't want to end up like them, get out of here fast. Panic spread rapidly as people turned and fled from this terrifying place. But just at that moment, they suddenly spotted Yuanqing and the others, who were in the midst of hunting down Qiangqi. Are they out of their minds? The crowd couldn't help but stop in their tracks, staring in disbelief at those figures that seemed utterly fearless. As core disciples of the Lingshu sect, Yuanqing and the others were usually held in high esteem, yet at this moment they charged without hesitation to the very front, engaging in a life-and-death struggle with the Qiangqi. Seeing that several core disciples of the sect, who held considerable status, were all locked in battle with Qiangqi, the other disciples of Lingshu sect could no longer sit idly by. After centuries of cultivation to reach our current level of power, if we only flee at the first sign of danger, then what's the point of cultivating immortality? Senior brothers and sisters, let me lend you a hand. A young disciple shouted loudly and resolutely joined the battle. Immediately after, more and more disciples of the Lingshu sect were inspired, stepping forward one after another. In an instant, sword lights flashed and spells flew everywhere as they engaged in a fierce battle with Qiangqi. Yuanqing looked at the person who had come to help, a flicker of surprise flashing in her eyes. She couldn't help but secretly feel relieved. If possible, she would still prefer not to trouble Zhu Juyin to take action. Candle Een is a demon king of his generation. Once you owe him a favor, it won't be easy to repay. Then, with a grave expression, she turned to the crowd and warned loudly, everyone must not take this lightly. Qiangqi was deliberately brought here by someone with ulterior motives to cause trouble. Under the guise of so-called inheritance, they actually intend to bring disaster upon the entire Penglai secret realm. Yuanqing paused, then added, when you all make your move, be sure to exercise extra caution. This demonic beast likely still harbors some insidious trap left behind by that villain. Do not be careless, lest you fall victim to its schemes. The disciples of Lingshu sect nodded one after another, indicating that they had taken their senior sister's words to heart. One of them replied loudly, Senior sister, rest assured. We will proceed with care. Before the words had even faded, a furious roar echoed through the sky. The Qiangqi, its eyes blazing crimson, spewed raging flames from its mouth, its malevolent killing intent surging like a rampaging beast as it madly charged toward the crowd. In an instant, the clash of battle cries and the ringing of weapons filled the air. Blood splattered everywhere, staining the ground beneath their feet a deep red. Both Yuanqing's side and Qiangqi were grievously wounded, yet neither showed any sign of retreat. Despite Qiangqi's fearsome reputation as an ancient ferocious beast, it gradually began to struggle against the human wave tactics of Yuanqing and her companions. After all, even the mightiest can be overwhelmed by numbers. As time wore on, Qiangqi's attacks grew weaker and weaker, with signs of defeat becoming increasingly apparent. Candle Een, lying quietly on Yuanqing's shoulder, fixed its sharp eyes on the Qiangqi fiercely battling the crowd ahead, and spoke nonchalantly, looks like there's no need for me to step in at all. Yuanqing furrowed her brows slightly, her expression solemn as she warned Candle Een, you should be careful too. I have a nagging sense of unease. Given the scheming mind and methods of the one who set these traps, it's impossible that he would only make such a simple arrangement on this island. There might be even more formidable traps or backup plans waiting for us. Candle Een nodded upon hearing this, indicating agreement with Yuanqing's view. Don't worry. Even if there really is some danger, as long as I'm here, I will never let you suffer even the slightest harm. At this moment, Qiangqi appeared increasingly disheveled and beleaguered under the siege of the crowd. It charged left and right, yet remained unable to break through the encirclement, instead gradually falling into a disadvantageous position. As time passed, Qiangqi had sustained multiple injuries across its body, and its movements grew sluggish. It was clearly on the verge of collapse, at any moment likely to be slain by the crowd. With no way out, Qiangqi let out a piercing roar, its massive body standing tall in the center of the arena like a volcano on the verge of eruption. In an instant, the spiritual energy across the entire island surged like a tide, converging toward it. At the same time, the malice and slaughter permeating the air seemed to be summoned, madly rushing toward where Qiangqi stood. The already massive Qiangqi began to swell inch by inch at a visible rate. Its body radiated a terrifying aura that made one's heart tremble, sending chills down the spine. Oh no, it's going to self-destruct. Everyone fall back, someone shouted in terror. Hearing this cry, the crowd snapped out of their daze as if waking from a dream, and they all turned around, ready to flee. However, at that very moment, Pei Wuqi, who had been standing by Yuanqing's side, suddenly furrowed his brows, a look of gravity spreading across his face. Wait, something's not right, Pei Wuqi said in a low voice. Yuanqing stopped in her tracks upon hearing this, and looked at him with confusion, asking, what's wrong? Pei Wuqi stared intently at the Qiangqi and said in a low voice, I can sense demonic energy from it. As someone who frequently deals with demonic cultivators, Pei Wuqi had an exceptionally keen perception of demonic qi, and he firmly believed that he could never make a mistake in his judgment. Just as the Qiangqi was about to self-destruct, I suddenly detected a faint yet extremely sinister demonic qi emanating from within its body. Pei Wuqi's expression grew increasingly grave. If we let it self-destruct, once the demonic energy disperses, the consequences would be unimaginable. I'm afraid everyone on this island would be corroded by the demonic energy, and then no one would be able to escape. On the island now, aside from the cultivators who had lost their minds to bloodlust, there were also those fellow disciples fighting alongside Yuanqing and the others, and even quite a few onlookers watching from the periphery. Even if he fled immediately, it would be impossible to escape this island. What can be done? Yuanqing's heart was filled with anxiety. Just moments ago, while fighting Qiangqi, she had been worried about the hidden move of the person behind the scenes. Now that the hidden move had truly appeared, it was like a bolt from the blue. This. In her panic, Yuanqing looked at Zhu Jiuyin, who had been obediently staying on her shoulder all along. Seeing this, Candle Jiuyin raised his head proudly and said smugly, "Beg me." Yuanqing's expression went blank, and she felt somewhat speechless, thinking that Candle Jiuyin was simply the most childish person she had ever met. Chapter 290. The Mastermind Behind the Scenes. Candle Nine Yin's massive body suddenly soared up from Yuanqing's shoulder, and in the blink of an eye, its form, which had originally been only an arm's length long, transformed into a giant dragon stretching 100 meters in the air. The black scales on its body shimmered with a mysterious light, like stars scattered across the night sky. Judging by this demonic aura, it's indeed Sang Moling's handiwork. Sigh, I was originally planning to enjoy the scenic beauty of this Penglai secret realm with Yuanqing after dealing with the Qiangqi, but now it seems I'll have to save that hope for next time. Candle Nine Yin muttered to himself while resisting the repulsive force of the Penglai secret realm against him. At that moment, Qiangqi exploded with a thunderous blast. As its body shattered, a strange demonic energy surged outward like a raging tide, sweeping in all directions. Zhu Jiuyin opened his enormous dragon maw, spewing forth a blazing dragon breath that clashed violently with the demonic aura, intertwining with it. After a prolonged stalemate, Zhu Jiuyin successfully dispelled all the eerie demonic aura. However, because he had used power far exceeding his nascent soul cultivation level, Candle Jiuyin could no longer resist the rejection of the Penglai secret realm and was forcibly expelled from it. Little Yuanqing, once you come out, you must remember to come find me and play. Zhu Jiuyin's voice came from afar, carrying a hint of anticipation and teasing. At this moment, Yuanqing was frantically fleeing, dodging the terrifying power unleashed by Qiangqi's self-destruction. She only had time to catch Zhu Jiuyin's final words. Yuanqing let out a sigh. This favor was still owed, and it seemed she would have to find a way to repay it. When everything settled into stillness, nothing remained on the scene but a chaotic and desolate sight. Meanwhile, far away in the main hall of the Eastern Sea Demon Palace, Sang Moling sat loftily in the seat of honor. He lazily propped his head up with one hand, his expression appearing leisurely, yet exuding a chilling aura, like a fierce beast at rest, ready to spring up and strike at any moment. Below him, demonic cultivators lay scattered in grotesque death poses, their blood already staining every brick a deep red. It gathered into dark crimson rivulets that flowed slowly, while the air grew thick with a pungent, cloying stench of blood. Several elder demonic cultivators stood below, bowing respectfully, not daring to make any superfluous movements. The blood had already seeped over the tops of their shoes, yet they still dared not stir an inch. Since returning to the Demon Palace, Sang Moling had been working tirelessly to root out the long-hidden rats within its walls. Lin Sairu stood pressed tightly against Xuanya, her body trembling uncontrollably. Hiding behind Xuanya's broad frame, she would occasionally peek out from beside his shoulder, stealing glances with her peripheral vision at the person seated at the head of the hall. This was the first time in her life she had encountered someone so unpredictable and ruthless. No wonder he had once silenced the entire cultivation world, leaving them with no choice but to seal him away after Sang Moling wreaked havoc, unable even to kill him. Since being expelled from the Spirit Ruin sect, Lin Sairu believed she had weathered countless storms and encountered all manner of people and events. Yet, facing the person before her now, she still found it impossible to suppress the waves of fear rising in her heart. Looking around, the many corpses lying in the Great Hall were a shocking and gruesome sight. But in reality, these deceased individuals accounted for merely 1% of the total number of people he had recently eliminated. At the thought of this, Lin Sairu felt an even deeper chill run down her spine. However, at the same time, in some corner deep within Lin Sairu's heart, a different kind of thought began to sprout. The more formidable such a figure is, if they can be won over by my charm, they will surely become an unshakable pillar of support for me in the future, like a towering tree for her to lean on and cling to. Lin Sairu once again turned her gaze to Xian Yi beside her. It must be said that among the many demon cultivators, he truly stood out as exceptional, not only possessing outstanding strength, but also maintaining his integrity, which was indeed rare. Now, Xuanya treats her with great care and meticulous attention. Whenever she recalls how, at the back mountain of Lingshu sect, even her nakedness failed to stir the heart of her master, who was under the influence of love poison. The scene of being coldly and heartlessly abandoned by her master made Lin Sairu's heart feel as if it were being viciously stabbed by thousands of fine needles. That pain and humiliation had long since transformed into an inner demon, deeply rooted in the depths of her soul. That love poison was so unbearable to endure. If Xuanya hadn't turned back to find her afterward, she wouldn't have dared to believe what she might have been driven to do by her lustful urges. At this moment, Lin Sairu was desperately eager to find someone, through some means, to prove to the world. She, Lin Sairu, was in no way inferior to that Yuanqing, not even by half. Yuanqing could have a man like her master. Her Lin Sairu's man must not be inferior to Lingyuan Immortal Lord. To wash away the humiliation of being abandoned by her master, Lin Sairu let her eyes linger on Sang Moling with a seductive, flirtatious gaze. How could Sang Moling miss the look in Lin Sairu's eyes, cloaked in allure and provocation, yet brimming with desire and ambition? The women who attempted to climb into his bed were as numerous as fish crossing a river, countless beyond measure. Although Sang Moling had single-handedly established the demon palace that shook the martial world, he had also grown up within a demonic sect. He had experienced every facet of the world and every shift in human warmth and coldness. He had long grown accustomed to those women who, like venomous snakes, were solely intent on currying favor with the powerful and were masters of scheming. They naively believe that with nothing more than their words, they can effortlessly ensnare men to obtain whatever they desire, a notion so innocent and foolish. In Sang Moling's eyes, this was utterly absurd. These women, from the strands of their hair to their skin, and every corner of their bodies, were frantically screaming out their boundless inner desires. Such a greedy and ugly sight was truly nauseating. Yet, even so, there are always those who are captivated by these women's beautiful appearances, indulging their every whim and granting their every demand. But Sang Moling has never had the slightest interest in such people, regardless of whether they are men or women. People like that are not worth Sang Moling's effort or concern. If not for the fact that she had rendered meritorious service by leaving the seal on Lin Sairu, and that as a former disciple of the previous Immortal Lord, she had previously entered the Demon Palace, a matter worthy of intrigue. Lin Sairu was now nothing more than a corpse. At that very moment, a demon ring on Sang Moling's hand suddenly shattered. Sang Moling raised an eyebrow in surprise. If he remembered correctly, this ring represented the Qiangqi. Back in his younger, more arrogant days, when demonic cultivation was in decline, he had faced many setbacks in the Penglai immortal realm. Out of revenge, and also for amusement, he set up a deadly trap in the Penglai secret realm, leaving behind the Qiangqi he had unexpectedly tamed. To think it took them until now to see through it. What a bunch of useless fools. Chapter 291, Pets Fighting. Who was the one who had no foresight and killed his Qiangqi again? Sang Moling's narrow, deep-set eyes narrowed instantly, a chilling glint flickering within them. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, yet it was not a smile. Instead, a cold, murderous sneer crept across his face. This cold sneer was like the biting wind of the deepest winter, causing the temperature in the great hall to plummet abruptly. Those in the hall who had been covertly watching the demon lord's mood felt a chill rise from their spines, and a layer of cold sweat involuntarily seeped from their backs. Who could be so bold as to provoke this? How dare they anger the demon lord? Everyone secretly speculated in their hearts, while also breaking out in a cold sweat for that reckless fool who had no idea what he was getting into this time. He would likely meet a tragic end, his body torn to pieces. Sang Moling slowly raised his hand, his slender fingers gently reaching toward the ring of magic, which had lost most of its radiance and now remained only as a band. The moment his fingertips touched the ring, a mysterious formation suddenly appeared upon it. The patterns of the formation were intricate and ancient, shimmering with a faint yet captivating light. Immediately after, a distant image began to gradually materialize before Sang Moling's gaze. It was precisely the scene unfolding within the Penglai secret realm. Within that pitch-black mountain body, the Qiangqi, long dead, still lay quietly sleeping. Clearly the scene playing was from before its death. Suddenly, the figures of a group of people appeared in this cave without any warning. At the very front walked a woman, dressed in a gown as pure white as snow, like a celestial maiden descending to the mortal world. Her features were breathtakingly beautiful, enough to captivate a nation, unforgettable at first sight. The immense shift in her cultivation and circumstances had long since stripped away all pretense, erasing the restraint and caution that once lay deep within her bones. She no longer needed false adornments to conceal her true self. Now she exudes a cool, ethereal aura, as transcendent and otherworldly as a celestial maiden untouched by mortal affairs. The men following behind her are all strikingly handsome, each one a paragon of excellence if singled out. Now they advance slowly in a semi-encircling formation, carefully guarding her at the very center of the procession. Each of them wore a solemn expression, their eyes scanning the surroundings warily to prevent any potential danger from approaching and harming the treasure they so firmly protected. Lin Sairu was slightly stunned. When her gaze fell upon that familiar yet unfamiliar figure, a trace of barely concealed venom involuntarily flickered in her eyes. Even if she were to become a vengeful spirit, Lin Sairu could never forget this woman she loathed to the bone, Yuanqing. Time flies, and after years apart, the Yuanqing before me now shines even more brilliantly than during the Outer Sect tournament all those years ago. The unique aura radiating from her entire being far surpasses the slightly restrained and inexperienced figure she cut in that competition, a difference as vast as heaven and earth. But why had the Demon Lord suddenly taken an interest in Yuanqing? Could it be that he, too, had been deceived by that face of Yuan's, just like the master? Oh my! Isn't this the Qiangqi that the Demon Lord acquired in his youth? It's been such a long time since I've seen you bring it out. A certain elder, eager to flaunt his close ties with the Demon Lord, suddenly began shouting loudly. His somewhat exaggerated tone seemed as if he feared others might not realize he shared an extraordinary bond with the Demon Lord. Back in those days, the Lord kept this ferocious giant beast by his side at all times, the elder said, his voice brimming with nostalgia and longing for that distant era. Before the Demon Lord was sealed away, he had known his excellency since their youth, and was considered a favored figure by the Demon Lord. After the Demon Lord was sealed, he, craving comfort and ease, shut his doors, ignored worldly affairs, and devoted himself entirely to pleasure. It was only thus that he managed to preserve his life during the purge that followed the Demon Lord's return. But watching Xuanya rise to prominence overnight by rescuing the Demon Lord, becoming second only to him and above all others, while he himself was left neglected and cold, how could he accept that? He spoke up now only to remind the Demon Lord of the bond they once shared. Song Moling merely gave a slight nod, feigning an absent-minded demeanor. Yet his gaze remained firmly locked on the image of Yuanqing before him, showing no apparent interest in the Qiangqi that everyone was fervently discussing. As for Qiangqi, who was once inseparable from him but now rarely appears, the reason for his fall from favor is simple. In truth, the reason is quite straightforward. It's merely that he has been cast aside by him. The Demon Lord is not for Yuanqing. It is for Qiangqi. Lin Sairu, standing by the side, secretly breathed a sigh of relief at the sight. So, the Demon Lord wasn't here for Yuanqing, but merely to see his beloved pet. With this, the heart that had been hanging in suspense finally settled back into her chest. And the series of events that followed filled Lin Sairu with ecstatic joy. They saw that Yuanqing, for some unknown reason, had launched an extremely fierce battle against the Qiangqi, the once dearly beloved pet of the Demon Lord. Judging by the situation, it seemed as though Yuanqing was determined to kill the Qiangqi without showing any mercy. At this moment, Lin Sairu was absolutely ecstatic. This Yuanqing actually dared to lay a murderous hand on the Demon Lord's beloved treasure. How could the Demon Lord ever let her off easily now? With this expectation in mind, Lin Sairu focused intently on the images before her, closely monitoring the direction of the unfolding situation. At the same time, she silently prayed in her heart, hoping that Yuanqing would truly succeed in slaying Qiangqi. Because only in this way, the next time they meet again, the Demon Lord will undoubtedly take Yuanqing's life without hesitation to comfort Qiangqi's spirit in heaven. Lin Sairu's thoughts raced in countless directions, yet she failed to guess Song Moling's intentions. In Sang Moling's eyes, the scene before him was nothing more than his two pets fighting. One of them was a creature he had long grown tired of, abandoned to fend for itself in the Penglai secret realm, a pet he wouldn't have even remembered if it hadn't died now. The other was the beloved pet he had been longing to acquire, but had yet to secure. As such, there was simply no basis for comparison between the two. Song Moling's gaze slowly shifted, eventually coming to rest on Yuanqing's delicate figure. In the midst of her fierce struggle with the Qiangqi, she had the misfortune of having her clothes torn by the beast's razor-sharp claws. Had it not been for Yuanqing's quick reflexes and timely dodges, she would likely have suffered several shocking and gruesome wounds on her body by now. Even so, the torn garments still exposed large patches of her snow-white, flawless skin. Upon that expanse of pale whiteness, there was a faintly reddened mark, like a plum blossom blooming proudly in the winter snow, delicate, vivid, and pitifully tender. Chapter 292, Attending the Monarch is like attending a tiger. These people have simply eaten the heart of a bear and the gall of a leopard. How dare they harm the beloved pet of the Demon Lord? I humbly beg your excellency to grant me permission to go and apprehend these reckless criminals, and execute them on the spot, to assuage the fury in the Demon Lord's heart. A demonic elder, his face full of fawning flattery, sidled up to the Demon Lord Song Moling. His voice was impassioned as he spoke, his emotions so stirred that it seemed as if Yuanqing had not attacked the Qiangqi, but rather some rare treasure he held dear in the palm of his hand. At that moment, Lin Sairu, standing off to the side, displayed an unusual composure, refraining from rashly speaking up at this critical juncture. She wanted to take this opportunity to observe what Song Moling truly thought of Yuanqing. After all, she clearly remembered that Yuanqing had once been tricked by her into falling into the demonic pool that sealed Song Moling. Surprisingly, Yuanqing had been trapped in that demonic pool for several days, yet she still hadn't fallen victim to the demon lord's cruelty and was successfully rescued by her master. Song Moling and Yuanqing knew each other, which was one of the reasons Lin Sairo had previously worried that Song Moling might also regard Yuanqing with special favor. Just as Lin Sairo was observing, she suddenly heard Song Moling let out a soft laugh. This laugh, however, made it difficult to discern his true emotions of joy or anger. This demon lord does recall that this woman's master is Ji Lingyuan. Since when did you have the audacity to provoke Ji Lingyuan? Upon hearing the name Ji Lingyuan, the demonic cultivator elder who had initially volunteered for battle with full confidence instantly became hesitant. His lips quivered, and he no longer dared to utter words about capturing anyone. Scared. A cold laugh echoed through the empty hall, carrying an endless sense of mockery and oppression. Song Moling sat silently upon the high seat, his towering figure shrouded in shadow, making it difficult to discern his expression, yet the formidable aura emanating from him was enough to send chills down one's spine. His eyes narrowed slightly, and the aura around him grew increasingly dark and oppressive, like a volcano on the verge of eruption. It's been years, and you lot actually aren't afraid of me, but instead fear Ji Lingyuan? Song Moling spoke slowly, his tone as calm as still water, yet the fury contained within it was unmistakable to anyone present. That low, magnetic voice echoed continuously, each word striking the hearts of everyone present like a heavy hammer. At this moment, the great hall was deathly silent, with no one daring to speak lightly. That demonic cultivator elder's face turned ashen, cold sweat streaming down his forehead. Only now did he finally realize how foolish a mistake he had made. He had just sworn solemnly that he was willing to serve the demon lord, yet merely at the mention of Ji Lingyuan's name, he cowered and retreated. This was nothing short of a resounding slap in the face to the demon lord in front of everyone. It was no different from declaring to the demon lord that, in his eyes, Ji Lingyuan was far more terrifying than the demon lord himself, to the point where even the demon lord had to rank behind Ji Lingyuan. Thinking of this, the demonic cultivator elder felt his legs go weak, almost unable to stand steady. The demonic elder's face was as pale as paper, his body trembling uncontrollably, his legs seemingly losing all strength. Ignoring even the crimson blood pooling on the ground, he fell to his knees with a thud. He spoke in sheer terror. No, no, no. Your subordinate would never dare to think such a thing. In my heart, everything is second to the demon lord. Even if you commanded me to walk through fire, climb a mountain of blades, or plunge into a cauldron of boiling oil, I would obey without hesitation. If you gave the order, I would sacrifice this very life and gladly lay down my all. These heartfelt words finally elicited a faint, almost imperceptible smile on Song Moling's face. Yet, just as the demonic elder was secretly congratulating himself on having passed this trial, he suddenly heard Song Moling's voice, brimming with amusement, drift over. In that case, then go die. Lord Demon Lord, your subordinate. That elder's throat felt as if something were blocking it, as he forced out a few words with extreme difficulty. At this moment, his heart had already sunk into utter panic and despair. What's the matter? Weren't you just now swearing that you'd go through fire and water without hesitation? Now I'm merely asking for your life. Could it be that you're unwilling? Song Moling's tone remained as calm as still water, as if he couldn't care less whether the other party was willing or not. But that demonic cultivator elder knew full well in his heart that if he dared to utter even half a word of refusal at this moment, what awaited him would surely be a fate worse than death. Rather than suffer such inhuman torment, it would be better to choose a relatively quick death now, perhaps sparing himself some pain. At this thought, he couldn't help but close his eyes, two clear tears streaming down his cheeks. Your subordinate swears to serve the demon lord unto death. With that, the man unhesitatingly chose to self-destruct. The figure's body suddenly exploded, shattering into countless fragments of flesh and a rain of blood that splattered everywhere. And, where the person had once stood, there was now nothing but a scene of utter chaos, the ground covered in nauseating chunks of meat and pools of blood. Faced with this bloody and horrifying scene, Song Moling merely raised his hand casually and nonchalantly. An invisible barrier instantly appeared before him, blocking all the flesh and blood splattering toward him from the explosion. Only his hair was stirred by the aftermath of the blast. Not a single ripple crossed his cold, stern face, as if everything happening before him had nothing to do with him at all. Even Song Moling slightly furrowed his brows, revealing a hint of impatience. Disgusting. Lin Sairo, who was standing nearby, witnessed the entire process and couldn't help but feel a shock in her heart. She never imagined that things would spiral so completely out of control. Gazing at Song Moling's cold and heartless demeanor, she couldn't help but gain a deeper understanding of his unpredictable moods. The saying, being with a ruler is like being with a tiger, felt especially fitting at this moment, staying by the side of someone so unpredictable and ruthless. One careless slip of the tongue could easily invite deadly disaster, ultimately leading to the tragic end of having one's head separated from one's body. Song Moling was not as good-tempered as Ji Lingyuan. No matter how much she offended him, she would only end up being abandoned by Ji Lingyuan in the back mountain to fend for herself. But if it were Song Moling, she would definitely die a miserable death. Lin Sairu asked herself, faced with such a person, whether she should still continue with her plan. In the end, Lin Sairu's heart told her that she should. The more dangerous a man is, the more it proves one's charm after he falls at her feet. Chapter 293, The Disappearing Primordial Yang. The scene in the footage finally stopped at Yuanqing blasting open the mountain wall, with Qiangqi escaping from the narrow cave and the others chasing after it. This formation was originally designed for Song Moling to observe the Qiangqi in the cave, not specifically for tracking. Therefore, it did not record exactly how the Qiangqi died. However, Song Moling was quite certain that the ferocious beast he had cherished for quite some time was indeed dead. If nothing unexpected had happened, it was likely that cold and dazzling little beauty who had killed it. Even if that wasn't the case, Song Moling intended to pin the blame on that little beauty anyway. As for how to get it back, that would depend on Song Moling's thoughts. The so-called inheritance of the Island of Slaughter, which had once driven countless people to madness, was finally proven at this moment to be nothing more than an illusory bubble. Grandmaster Shinshio employed his Buddhist powers, exerting all his effort to purify the killing miasma from most people. Even so, a considerable number of people, upon realizing they had been deceived and manipulated, could not bear the inner torment and anguish. He actually fell into demonic possession on the spot, choosing to descend into the demonic path in search of release. But these people's fall into demonic possession did not stem from guilt over their own sins, but rather from a mentality of cowardice and escapism. In their eyes, as long as they transform themselves into demonic cultivators, they can brazenly cast aside all the evil deeds they have committed in the past. After all, as demonic cultivators, committing all sorts of crimes seems to become perfectly logical and beyond reproach. It is precisely for this reason that cultivators place such great emphasis on the cultivation of the mind and character. If a person lacks a resolute and powerful mind, and only knows to flee whenever faced with difficulties or setbacks, then the number of demonic cultivators in the world would inevitably increase day by day. Faced with this group of cowardly and incompetent people who lacked any sense of responsibility, Yuanqing wore a look of disdain on her face, filled with contempt in her heart, yet she said nothing. Pei Wuqi, holding a gleaming long spear whose tip instantly pierced through the body of a demonic cultivator, said with a cold expression, "Slaying demonic cultivators is the duty of the discipline hall. Kill all demon cultivators." No one thought they were innocent. Although the Buddhist disciple Shinshio kept murmuring, proclaiming, "Drop the butcher's knife, and you shall become a Buddha on the spot." Yet his strikes showed not a shred of mercy. For those stubborn and unrepentant cultivators who insisted on falling into demonic ways, he decisively unleashed the fierce and unmatched palm techniques of the Buddhist path, smashing them directly into a bloody pulp, and used purification methods to utterly destroy both their form and spirit. As for the other cultivators who regained their clarity, they would likely live the rest of their lives in the shadow of what had happened. Those with strong resolve might be able to move past it, but those with weaker minds could even suffer a regression in their cultivation realm. Yuanqing felt no pity for these people. After all, this was the path they had chosen for themselves. After handling most of the thorny issues, Yuanqing breathed a sigh of relief and quickly walked over to Qin Siyu. She looked at him with concern and asked softly, "What's wrong? You don't seem to be feeling well." In fact, as early as when they were fiercely battling the Qiangqi, Yuanqing had noticed something unusual about Qin Siyu. At that time, he was like a proud eagle that once soared freely through the skies, suddenly having its wings bound by heavy chains, his movements appearing somewhat constrained and lacking the effortless grace of days past. Qin Siyu gritted his teeth, suppressing the restless spiritual energy that surged within him like a runaway stallion, shook his head, and said in a low voice, "I'm fine." His slightly trembling hands betrayed his true state at this moment. Yuanqing, seeing this, couldn't help but furrow her delicate brows. After spending this time together, she had come to understand that the man before her was a taciturn person who habitually bore everything in silence and buried all his emotions deep in his heart. But precisely because of this, it only made her worry all the more. After all, the trouble with Mu Yunxi had yet to be fully resolved. If someone else were to get into trouble at this moment, it would undoubtedly make the situation even worse. How could it be nothing? Even I, a mere bystander, could see it clearly. In that fierce battle just now, you didn't even dare to use some of your more powerful sword techniques. Could it be that something is wrong with the spiritual energy in your meridians? Yuanqing's willow-like brows knitted tightly, a look of worry spreading across her face as she spoke, reaching out a hand as if to step forward and examine Qin Siyu. No, I'm really fine. Qin Siyu, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, instantly flushed his handsome face crimson. He flailed his arms frantically, trying to block Yuanqing from getting close to him. But at that moment, a gentle voice rang out, "Let me do it instead." The speaker was none other than Mu Yunxi. He gently took Yuanqing's hand, but his gaze fell on Qin Siyu, indicating that he wanted to take his pulse. At the same time, his move was also to prevent Yuanqing from having any further physical contact with Qin Siyu. That works too. Seeing this, Yuanqing nodded slightly in response. She had always held unwavering faith in Mu Yunxi's supremely skilled and exquisite medical arts. Mu Yunxi reached out to feel Qin Siyu's pulse, but the moment his fingers made contact, his brows suddenly furrowed tightly, and a flicker of astonishment appeared on his face. At this moment, Qin Siyu remained expressionless, as if everything happening had nothing to do with him, showing none of the panic he had displayed before Yuanqing. Qin Siyu pressed his thin lips together slightly, knowing that Mu Yunxi would surely probe into his issues. He was worried she might directly speak out, yet also concerned that Mu Yunxi might not care enough to pay it any mind. Mu Yunxi's fingers lifted slightly, sensing the subtle changes emanating from Qin Siyu's pulse. Qin Siyu's primordial yang was actually already gone. This discovery left Mu Yunxi somewhat incredulous. No matter how he looked at Qin Siyu's conduct, the man could never be the kind of reckless person. Especially at such a critical juncture as the impending formation of an infant soul, one should guard their heart even more strictly, and it would be absolutely impossible for him to lose control out of lust for a woman. And isn't he in love with Yuanqing? During his previous interactions with the two of them, Mu Yunxi could vaguely sense Qin Siyu's feelings for Yuanqing. Although this feeling has not yet become clear, some hints can still be detected from his eyes, words, and actions. Recently, it has become even more apparent. Qin Siyu liked Yuanqing, but Mu Yunxi was not in a hurry. Yuanqing was so outstanding that it was only natural for Qin Siyu to like her. At least for now, he hasn't shown any romantic interest in Yuanqing toward Qin Siyu. So the question is, what about Qin Siyu's missing primordial yang? The most likely possibility is that Qin Siyu is far from being as open and aboveboard as he appears. Mu Yunxi slowly raised her hand, concluding her diagnosis of Qin Siyu. Then Mu Yunxi, as if he had just touched something unclean, immediately took out a snow-white handkerchief from his bosom and gently wiped his hands. A smile beamed on his face, showing not a trace of disgust. A faint smile curled at the corners of Mu Yunxi's lips, forming a cold smirk. Within that smile seemed to harbor endless contempt and disdain. His hollow, vacant eyes fell upon Qin Siyu. Truly, you may know a person's face, but not their heart. A man as fickle as this, unable even to control his own lower half, has no right whatsoever to appear by Yuanqing's side. Yunxi, how goes the situation? Yuanqing asked with concern, her face now full of worry. Mu Yunxi merely cast a faint glance at Yuanqing, pondering how to expose the matter to her so that Yuanqing wouldn't be deceived by the sanctimonious Qin Siyu. He said calmly, "It's nothing serious, just about to advance." Hearing this, Yuanqing first let out a sigh of relief. As long as there's no major problem, that's fine. But then, as if suddenly realizing something, he exclaimed in surprise, "Promotion." Only at this moment did she fully grasp what Mu Yunxi had just said truly meant. Qin Siyu is about to advance to the nascent soul stage. How much longer will it take? Is he really going to break through here in this secret realm? Yuanqing's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Mu Yunxi. Mu Yunxi nodded gently and replied with certainty, "In my view, it should happen within the next few days." Just now, Qin Siyu was obstructing us at every turn, presumably because he doesn't want to break through his cultivation realm in this secret realm. After all, breaking through in a secret realm involves many variables. The slightest misstep could undo all previous efforts. Mu Yunxi thought it over and decided that exposing Qin Siyu was not a good time. It would be better to wait until Qin Siyu's intentions could no longer be hidden and were discovered by Yuanqing. Based on past experience, Yuanqing would always refuse at first. The effect will be best if we do it then. Chapter 294, Crossing the Tribulation with a Protector. Crossing the tribulation within a perilous secret realm is by no means a wise decision. Compared to undergoing tribulation within a sect where an elder is present to oversee the process, the dangers one must face are so numerous as to be staggering. Not only must one withstand the terrifyingly powerful lightning tribulation, but one also has to divert a portion of their focus to deal with the unexpected situations that could arise at any moment. Disciples of the sect had heard countless tales of such accidents leading to failed tribulation transcendence. For instance, there was the case of a cultivator who, while undergoing tribulation in a desolate wilderness, was tragically attacked by a demon beast, ultimately meeting a miserable end where both body and Tao perished. Another example is a cultivator who, at a critical moment during his tribulation, happened to encounter a beautiful and captivating female cultivator. This caused his mind to waver, making it difficult for him to maintain inner peace. As a result, he failed to successfully pass the crucial heart-questioning tribulation, leading to the failure of his entire tribulation. From this, it can be seen that undergoing a tribulation is inherently a matter fraught with immense danger. Tribulation crossing in the wild, however, is more like a desperate gamble with 9 deaths and 1 chance of survival, where the variables are so immense that it truly makes one's heart tremble with fear. If there is no powerful person standing guard nearby, then the chances of the tribulation crosser successfully passing through are likely less than 50%. Even that would be a hopeful wish. It was precisely for this reason that Qin Siyu suppressed his own cultivation, unwilling to undergo his tribulation within the Pinglai's secret realm. However, while cultivation might be forcibly suppressed for a time, undergoing the tribulation was an inevitability that could not be avoided. As time goes on, if the suppression is forcibly continued, not only will the danger increase dramatically, but it could even lead to the terrifying consequence of the body exploding. You can avoid it today, but you can't avoid it forever. Yuanqing looked at Qin Siyu. Suppressing the tribulation was ultimately only a temporary measure. The Pinglai's secret realm would not open again for another half-month. The lightning tribulation would not wait for you for half a month. In the end, it is highly likely that he will still have to face his tribulation within the secret realm. Yuanqing frowned deeply, her face full of worry as she said, "As I see it, we still need to quickly find a safe and secure place for Qin Siyu, so he can peacefully undergo his tribulation first. As for the rest of us, we can stay here to protect him and ensure everything goes smoothly." Yuanqing spoke while looking urgently at the others, seeking their opinions. Pei Wuqi nodded in agreement upon hearing this. Let alone Qin Siyu, even if any random Lingxiu sect disciple asked him to protect them during their tribulation, Pei Wuqi would not refuse. All right, no problem. Muyunshi chimed in as well. Although he harbored some dissatisfaction with Qin Siyu's character, he understood clearly that this tribulation was crucial for Qin Siyu. Any slight mishap would lead to unimaginable consequences. No matter how much discontent one might feel, the tribulation could not be treated as a trivial matter. At this moment, Shinxiu, who had remained silent all along, suddenly spoke up, Amitabha. As they say, do one good deed a day. This humble monk will naturally do his utmost to help. Being able to assist benefactor Qin in successfully overcoming his tribulation is also a matter of boundless merit. Shinxiu's words caught Yuanqing completely off guard. He also thought about the monk Shinxiu's unique constitution, which always exuded an indescribable, eerie charm. But after all, as a monk, he was rooted in compassion and the salvation of all beings, so it was not surprising that he would agree to help. Qin Siyu quickly clasped his hands and bowed, saying, Siyu thanks you all here. If I successfully survive this tribulation, it will be entirely due to your righteous assistance. Muyunshi smiled and said, we are all fellow disciples, no need to thank me. At this moment, time was pressing, and finding a suitable place for Qin Siyu to undergo his tribulation had become the top priority. After a moment of thought, Yuanqing turned to Qin Siyu and asked, what about the island where you received the inheritance earlier? That island is located on the periphery, relatively remote, and since the inheritance on it has now been taken by you, I doubt anyone who could threaten your tribulation crossing would go there. What do you think? After hearing Yuanqing's proposal, Qin Siyu pondered for a moment, then nodded and replied, agreed. The entire world seemed to tremble slightly, and then the spiritual energy that had been flowing calmly through the surrounding heavens and earth began to surge and churn like a rising tide. The once clear and azure sky had, at some unknown point, become occupied by patches of thick, black storm clouds. The storm clouds gathered more and more, growing denser and heavier, churning and surging like ink, spreading rapidly at an astonishing pace. In the blink of an eye, the countless stars were completely and tightly obscured, and the entire world instantly plunged into a pitch-black darkness, where one couldn't see their hand in front of their face. Isn't it always said that the weather here in the Pinglai secret realm is clear and sunny, with gentle breezes and bright skies? How could it suddenly become so dark? Could it be that a heavy rain is about to fall? I wouldn't be so sure. Look at how the spiritual energy is gathering. It might just be some rare treasure about to emerge into the world. Always thinking about treasures. Use your brains for once, will you? Anyone with a shred of discernment can see that this is clearly someone undergoing a lightning tribulation within this secret realm. Undergoing tribulation inside a secret realm? Is this person tired of living? They really have a death wish. It looks like a righteous cultivator is undergoing tribulation. Now that the secret realm is filled with demonic cultivators and demon beasts, who knows if they'll let this person succeed? I'm afraid it's difficult. Those wicked cultivators of the demonic path won't let go of such a perfect opportunity to humiliate a righteous cultivator. If this person undergoing the tribulation holds a high status, I'm afraid they'll become even more brazen. As these people said, cultivators caught in the tribulation had no strength left to resist, and many demonic cultivators had set their sights on this amusement. With a thunderous roar, the first tribulation lightning struck down from the heavens, carrying an overwhelmingly fierce momentum, and instantly hit Qin Siyu. Suddenly, from the distant horizon, a sharp cry of a bird of prey rang out. Screech! Accompanied by this piercing, sky-piercing cry, a massive flock of jet-black crows, like a dark, oppressive cloud, surged overwhelmingly toward Qin Siyu's direction, flying at breakneck speed. These crows moved with incredible swiftness, closing in on the group in the blink of an eye. This sharp cry was truly too piercing and harsh. Even though the surroundings were now shrouded in rolling calamity clouds, it still possessed an extremely strong penetrating power. That sound stabbed straight into one's eardrums, causing an involuntary ringing in the ears, and even making the mind tremble with terror. Seeing this, Yuanqing's heart tightened sharply as she instantly entered a state of alert. Without a moment's hesitation, she raised her hand to fend off the menacing flock of shadow crows, exclaiming in surprise, could they have been drawn here by the tremendous commotion of Qin Siyu's tribulation? It must be noted that, prior to this, they had never encountered this type of demonic beast within the mysterious secret realm. Under normal circumstances, shadow crows feed on demonic energy, and thus they are most often found in territories occupied by demonic cultivators. However, this island had once belonged to the lineage of sword cultivators as a place of inheritance. By all logic, a creature like the shadow crow should never have appeared here at all. A single recitation of Amitabha rang out, and the Buddhist prodigy Shinshio had already stepped forward. A massive golden Buddhist palm suddenly materialized before him, carrying boundless might as it slammed fiercely into the surging flock of shadow crows. In an instant, countless shadow crows were obliterated into nothingness under the terrifying force of that single strike. I'm afraid someone is causing trouble behind the scenes, benefactor. At the same time, the long spear in Pei Wuqi's hand shot forth like a dragon emerging from the sea, carrying immense force as it swiftly pierced through the bodies of one shadow crow after another. His gaze was icy cold as he said in a chilling tone, anyone who dares to disrupt the tribulation of a Lingxiu sect disciple will be killed without mercy. To think I'd run into you here. A crisp, slightly reproachful voice rang out. What a small world, and a hostile one at that. A woman in a red dress, her figure graceful and lithe, stood lightly suspended in midair, treading upon a vividly blood-red embroidered carpet. This woman had a lovely face, with willow-leaf brows and almond-shaped eyes, her vermilion lips naturally red without any rouge. But at this moment, her face was filled with anger, and blazing fury flickered in her beautiful eyes. Yuanqing followed the sound and saw that the newcomer was none other than Hongxiu, the woman she had fought with earlier. Beside Red Sleeve stood an elder of heart devouring, whose face was as cold and hard as iron, his entire body exuding a piercing chill. In addition, there were several demonic cultivators clad in black robes and veiled with black cloth, each one exuding a deep, malevolent aura. Hongxiu stared fixedly at Yuanqing, grinding her teeth as she spoke. I haven't yet settled the score for those past grievances, and I never expected to run into you here today. It seems the heavens have truly opened their eyes, granting me a chance to exact my revenge. She recalled how, during the competition for the title of First Beauty, Yuanqing had burst onto the scene and snatched away the top position that rightfully belonged to her. In the first great competition, Yuanqing caused her and the heart-eating elder to be publicly humiliated, losing all face. Every single one of these incidents, Hongxiu has kept firmly in her heart, never forgetting them for even a moment. Chapter 295, The Demon Cultivator's Ambush. Originally, Elder Shirxin had only sought some amusement in this desolate place to pass the time, which was why he and Hongxiu had sought out Qin Siyu, who was in the midst of his tribulation. Yet fate seemed not unkind to him. He never expected to encounter Yuanqing here, who was protecting Qin Siyu during his cultivation. Looking at the wary Yuanqing before him, Elder Devourheart felt an inexplicable surge of anger rising within him. Grinding his teeth, he said, what luck I have today, running into you, this arrogant little wretch who doesn't know her place. Since that's the case, let's settle all our old and new scores together. Having said that, he didn't forget to tighten his arm around the slender waist of Hongxiu beside him, thereby asserting his authority. Hongxiu fell into Elder Shirxin's arms, sharing her indignation. Right, we can't let this girl off easily. Meanwhile, Elder Shirxin turned his gaze toward Qin Siyu, who was struggling through his tribulation in the distance. He furrowed his brow slightly, pondering for a moment. Elder Heart-Eater sneered coldly, haha, if I recall correctly, that brat is the chief disciple of the Spirit Void Sex Leader, isn't he? TSK, what a stroke of luck, effortlessly delivered right to my doorstep. Since I, this elder, have happened upon him undergoing his tribulation today, he can only blame his ill fortune. With that, the heart-eating elder spat contemptuously on the ground, as if filled with disdain for Qin Siyu. Then, the heart-eating elder suddenly flicked his sleeve and bellowed, "Men, get them for me. Whoever captures them will be heavily rewarded." At his command, the demon cultivators behind him, fierce as wolves and tigers, surged forward like a tidal wave, all rushing toward Yuanqing and her group. Yuanqing said, "Qin Siyu's tribulation cannot go wrong. We absolutely cannot let these demon cultivators succeed." For a time, the sounds of battle cries and clashing magical treasures echoed through the skies, plunging the entire scene into chaos. Yet, under the protection of Yuanqing and the others, no matter how many tricks the demon cultivators tried, they could not get even a step closer to Qin Siyu. At this moment, the heart-eating elder sneered disdainfully and cursed, "What a bunch of useless trash." With that, he abruptly released his hands, which had been tightly clasping Hongxiu's slender waist. His body trembled like a mountain, then he struck out as swiftly as lightning. Facing the menacing elder heart-eater, Pei Wuqi, who stood nearby, reacted swiftly. The long spear in his hand instantly transformed into a shadowless streak of light. With the force of a thunderbolt, he lifted elder heart-eater into the air. In an instant, the spear tip clashed violently with the palm wind, producing a series of piercing sounds. Meanwhile, Hongxiu, seeing her lover Elder Shixin locked in fierce combat, naturally refused to be outdone. Her beautiful eyes darted, instantly locking onto Yuanqing not far away, and without hesitation she lashed out with the dazzling red silk ribbon in her hand, sending it straight toward Yuanqing. Seeing this, Yuanqing dared not show the slightest negligence. She immediately diverted her focus to cast a subtle spell, striking the oncoming red silk with pinpoint accuracy and forcefully repelling it. Yet she did not stop there. Without pause, she swiftly unleashed a powerful fire spell. Blazing flames surged forth from her palm. In an instant, it adhered to Hongxiu's red silk ribbon. In the blink of an eye, the originally magnificent red ribbon gradually turned to ashes under the scorching flames. My magical artifact. Hongxiu watched helplessly as her most adept magical artifact was destroyed in an instant, and fury surged within her heart. After all, this red silk was the magical tool she wielded most skillfully, and now it had been ruined by Yuanqing. You deserve to die. Just as Yuanqing and Hongxiu were at daggers drawn, neither willing to yield to the other. A fierce clash erupted in an instant. Their figures interwove, their moves sharp and aggressive. Yuanqing did not want to use overly flashy techniques, so for a time, neither side could gain the upper hand. Meanwhile, on the other battlefield, Pei Wuqi moved with agile grace, darting across the battlefield like a bolt of lightning, each strike carrying the force of a thunderbolt. Facing the malicious Elder Devour Heart, Pei Wuqi showed no trace of fear. He executed his set of spear techniques with majestic momentum, as if a god incarnate, driving Elder Devour Heart back. Elder Devour Heart, forced back several steps, had a face as pale as paper. One hand tightly clutched the ghastly, terrifying wound on his abdomen, as thin streams of blood slowly seeped through his fingers. His originally sinister eyes were now fixed intently on Pei Wuqi, who stood not far away with an upright posture, a barely concealed gloom flickering within them. In the fierce clash with Pei Wuqi just moments ago, Elder Heart-Eater had felt the opponent's powerful and sharp offensive with unmistakable clarity. Every move and every stance contained boundless power and exquisite variations, leaving him overwhelmed and exhausted from trying to keep up. At this very moment, he finally came to a profound realization. The seemingly young man standing before him truly deserved the title of the number one in the nascent soul stage. In truth, the Devouring Heart Elder had also heard of Pei Wuqi's formidable reputation. Throughout the entire demonic cultivation world, this man was a figure who struck fear into the hearts of low-level demonic cultivators at the mere mention of his name. He is truly a terror that even ghosts would dread. The number of demon cultivators who died miserably at his hands is immense, if not 1,000, then at least 800. When he first heard these rumors, Elder Devour Heart dismissed them with a contemptuous snort. After all, a mere brat not even a fraction of his own age, even if he had some skill, how formidable could he truly be? Even upon learning that Pei Wuqi had actually been honored with the title of the foremost cultivator in the nascent soul stage, Elder Devour Heart's heart was filled with even greater contempt. In his view, such a wet-behind-the-ears junior was merely relying on a stroke of luck to ascend to such a lofty position. If not for a momentary lapse in vigilance that allowed Yuanqing to scheme against him and knock him off the arena platform, the title of #1 in the nascent soul stage would undoubtedly have been his. But now, having truly crossed hands with Pei Wuqi, Elder Shirxin realized with a start that his earlier thoughts had been far too naive and foolish. Given the strength and combat skills Pei Wuqi had displayed, defeating him effortlessly was nothing short of a fool's dream. Moreover, it wasn't just Pei Wuqi alone, even those around him appeared to be exceptionally skilled in their own right. Facing such a formidable group of enemies, Elder Devourheart knew that capturing them all in one fell swoop had become nearly impossible. But if he were to return empty-handed like this, he truly could not resign himself to it. Elder Devourheart's sinister gaze began to stealthily search for a new target among the crowd. Soon he shifted his focus to Qin Siyu, who was wholeheartedly preparing for the tribulation. At this moment, Qin Siyu was completely absorbed in confronting the impending thunder tribulation, utterly oblivious to everything happening around him. The heart-eating elder calculated inwardly, if he could disrupt this young man's tribulation process and cause him to ultimately perish under the thunder tribulation, then this operation would not have been in vain. If news spread that the chief disciple of the Lingshu sect leader had fallen during his tribulation, it would undoubtedly be a very heavy blow to the new generation of the Lingshu sect. With this thought, the heart-eating elder's previously taut face suddenly relaxed. The corners of his mouth lifted ever so slightly, instantly forming a chillingly sinister smile. This smile seemed to harbor endless schemes and calculations, sending a shiver down one's spine. The heart-eating elder slowly rose to his feet, his movements light yet steady, like a beast stealthily approaching its prey. Once again, he unhesitatingly charged toward Pei Wuqi, and the two instantly plunged into a fierce clash. However, in the midst of this fierce battle, the heart-eating elder's mind was clearly not entirely focused on his confrontation with Pei Wuqi. His sinister eyes would occasionally glance toward Qin Siyu, who was trapped within the thunder tribulation, secretly observing the other's every move all along. At this moment, Qin Siyu was in his most vulnerable state. If he could seize this opportunity to deliver a fatal blow, then Elder Heart-Eater could easily achieve his ulterior motives. Thus, Elder Heart-Eater, while seemingly going all out in his duel with Pei Wuqi, was secretly scheming in his mind about how to strike at Qin Siyu. Finally, he seized the right moment and abruptly pulled out his right hand, unleashing a devastating heart-eating palm that slammed fiercely toward Qin Siyu, who was amidst the thunder tribulation. However, before the heart-eating palm could even get close to Qin Siyu, it was blocked by a barrier. Impossible. No matter how powerful the barrier is, it should have been shattered by the lightning tribulation long ago. Elder Devourheart was stunned, unable to believe his own eyes, and in that brief moment, Pei Wuqi's spear pierced straight through his heart. Chapter 296, The Sinister Bone Whip. Shirxin glared resentfully at the barrier radiating a mysterious glow. His body swayed precariously in the air before plummeting straight to the ground like a kite with a broken string, landing with a dull thud. How foolish. Can't you use your head for a moment? We came here specifically to protect Qin Siyu. Why would we come unprepared? Even in the midst of your fight, we wouldn't forget to guard him. Yuanqing's lips curled slightly into a faint smile. This seemingly ordinary barrier actually contains immense power. It was reinforced by Yuanqing through the use of a spirit summoning technique, and its unique feature lies in the fact that lightning tribulations can easily pass through it without any hindrance whatsoever. However, whether it is an attack launched by humans or demonic beasts, it will be blocked by this barrier. This was a safety measure that Yuanqing had meticulously prepared specifically for Qin Siyu, to ensure that he would remain safe and sound during the critical moment of his tribulation. Heart-Eater. A heart-wrenching cry rang out. Everyone followed the sound and saw Hongxiu rushing madly toward the fallen Shirxin, her tears gushing like a burst dam, her sobs heartbreaking. Since Hongxiu gained some renown among the demon cultivators, she had been following Shirxin closely. At first, Shirxin regarded her as a plaything, but as time passed, he developed genuine feelings for her. Otherwise, how could Hongxiu have grown so willful as to dare confront Yuxianfang's sect leader, Yu Yaoguang, and enjoy Shirxin's constant protection in the Penglai secret realm? The length of time they had spent together far exceeded what others could imagine. Although the two were not formally Dao companions, the bond between them was far deeper than that of ordinary Dao couples. Now, watching helplessly as Elder Heart-Eater died tragically before her very eyes, Hongxiu's grief was utterly beyond words. You all deserve to die, every single one of you will be buried with my Heart-Eater. Hongxiu jerked her head up, her eyes blazing with fury, as if she wanted to burn every enemy before her to ashes. Today, either you die or I do. With this furious roar, a dense, blood-red glow suddenly emanated from around Hongxiu's body. The radiance grew increasingly intense, as if ablaze, enveloping her entire being. At the same time, The aura emanating from her became extremely eerie. An invisible pressure burst forth from within Hongxiao, instantly shrouding the entire battlefield. Everyone on the battlefield felt their hearts sink, their breathing becoming labored. This oppressive pressure reminded them of the omens that appeared whenever a great treasure emerged. The magical artifact that Hongxiao was about to produce was likely far from ordinary. As for those who were demon cultivators like Red Sleeve, they exchanged glances, and their faces changed drastically. One of them said in a trembling voice, "Not good, I'm afraid she's going to use that thing." The demon cultivators were all panic-stricken, stammering as they asked, "Then, what do we do?" The man who had spoken earlier looked grave and lowered his voice, saying, "Once she uses that, she'll go berserk and won't distinguish friend from foe. Now that Devourer Heart is dead, we'd better get out of here quickly, to avoid being caught up in it for no reason." Upon hearing this, the others nodded in agreement. Then the sound of these demon cultivators shouting in unison was heard, "Retreat." He then turned around and fled into the distance. At that moment, Hongxiao drew a blood-red bone whip from her dantian. The whip shimmered with an eerie light, flickering on and off, sometimes flowing and glinting, appearing extremely mysterious and fearsome. This magical bone whip was a treasure bestowed by the Demon Lord to a certain elder of the Demon Palace back in the day. Later, when the Demon Lord was sealed away, the elder who possessed this bone whip also perished in that great battle. This treasure changed hands several times, eventually falling into the grasp of Devourer Heart, who then gave it to Red Sleeve as a means to protect her life in times of crisis. This demon bone whip treasure can only unleash its true power by using human lifespan as a sacrifice. Moreover, the more lifespan the user sacrifices, the greater the power it can release. Hongxiao's eyes flew wide open as she glared at Yuanqing, who stood not far ahead, and bellowed, "All of you, die." Without a moment's hesitation, she swung the long whip in her hand while sacrificing nearly half of her precious lifespan, her once youthful and radiant face instantly becoming covered in wrinkles. As Red Sleeve moved, the crimson bone whip instantly erupted with a dazzling, blinding light, carrying the force of annihilation as it shot straight toward Yuanqing like a bolt of lightning. Wherever it passed, the very void was torn apart, leaving behind streaks of pitch-black, abyssal spatial fissures. Yuanqing raised her hand without hesitation, swiftly casting a barrier in an attempt to block the howling whip. Yet, in the instant the barrier met the whip, something unexpected occurred. That seemingly indestructible barrier shattered like fragile glass, breaking apart in an instant. Accompanied by a crisp cracking sound, the whip broke through the barrier's defenses like a splitting bamboo, lashing fiercely against Yuanqing's arm. A dull thud rang out as Yuanqing's sleeve was violently torn apart. At the same time, a sharp pain struck, blood splattered everywhere, and even a piece of flesh was torn away. "Ah, hiss." Yuanqing couldn't help but furrow her brow and cry out in pain, her voice filled with agony. At this moment, her face was pale, with fine beads of sweat forming on her forehead, as she raised a hand to cover the wound on her arm. "Yuanqing, are you all right?" Mu Yunxi, who had been watching the battle from the sidelines, unable to venture deep into the fray due to physical limitations, felt a tightness in his heart upon hearing Yuanqing's cry of injury. He could no longer suppress the worry within him. In a flash, his figure darted forward like a bolt of lightning, speeding toward the place where Yuanqing stood. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived at Yuanqing's side, shielding her from the next whip that followed closely behind. Mu Yunxi bent down to check Yuanqing's injuries, but Yuanqing stopped him. "The priority now is to deal with the whip in Hongxiao's hand. My injuries are not important." Yuanqing also realized that if they didn't handle the whip in Hongxiao's hand carefully, they might end up losing their lives here today. Yuanqing endured the pain, covering her wound with her sleeve as she said, "But this whip is too formidable. Everyone must be cautious in dealing with it." Before her words faded, Pei Wuqi, holding a long spear, approached slowly with piercing eyes. "I'll take her on." Pei Wuqi stared at Hongxiao. This person had injured junior sister Yu, and that was unforgivable. Then he strode forward, his long spear whirling like the wind as he attacked Hongxiao, who was brandishing her whip. Facing Pei Wuqi charging at her with overwhelming force, Hongxiao showed no fear. Instead, she threw her head back and laughed heartily. "Ha ha 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 ha, come on, all of you, come. This is a divine artifact bestowed by the Demon Lord with boundless power. Today, I will ensure that none of you return. You will all die without a doubt." By this time, Hongxiao had long cast aside all thoughts of life and death, her mind solely focused on avenging the fallen Shirxin. Although the constant passage of her lifespan brought her pain, the power born from the intertwining of that pain and hatred only made her more frenzied. Chapter 297. The demonic bone transforms into a python. Qin Siu, standing at the very center of the thunder tribulation, focused all his attention on resisting this ferocious and unparalleled tribulation. His keen senses detected that Yuanqing and the others seemed to be in grave danger. Yet the surging, overwhelmingly powerful thunder tribulation before him was already more than he could handle, leaving him utterly unable to spare a moment to lend them aid. The demon bone whip seemed to possess a will of its own, stirring to life without requiring much urging from Hongxiu. It writhed like a living serpent, coiling tightly around the group as if intent on strangling everyone present to death. Yet every person present was a true, top-tier prodigy of heaven, and none would fall so easily to such a death. Facing the fierce onslaught of the demon bone whip, Yuanqing and the others each deployed their own techniques, skillfully maneuvering, and, for a time, they managed to hold their ground against it. Kill them, demon bone whip, kill them now. Seeing that she still couldn't break through after a prolonged assault, Hongxiu grew increasingly frantic. Gritting her teeth, she once again sacrificed half of her remaining lifespan to the demon bone whip. As a result, her face instantly became aged and haggard, losing its former beauty and radiance. She now looked like a frail, decrepit old woman on the verge of death. Yuanqing was utterly shocked at the sight. She had never imagined that this demon cultivator would go to such lengths for his partner. However, if their roles were reversed and Hongxiu had died, Yuanqing did not believe that Devour Heart Elder would pay such a heavy price to avenge her. The demon bone whip, which Hongxiu had placed great hopes in, underwent a startling transformation after absorbing a large amount of her lifespan. Its whip-like body, originally as hard as iron, had now grown living flesh as if it had come to life. And at the tip of the whip, a massive snake head had abruptly appeared, its mouth flicking a scarlet forked tongue that sent chills down one's spine. With these changes, the power of the demon bone whip grew exponentially. The aura it emitted became increasingly terrifying, dangerous, and savage, as if it were a peerless, ferocious beast breaking free from its cage. Even more unexpectedly, this demon bone whip, already so immensely powerful, seemed to have completely lost control. With a sudden lash, its tail, thick and forceful like a giant python, swept out with a fierce and unmatched gale, instantly flinging everyone nearby violently away. Those who were struck instantly became like kites with broken strings, flung far into the air before crashing heavily to the ground, stirring up clouds of dust. At this moment, Hongxiu remained completely unaware of the danger posed by the demon bone whip's violent rampage. Even as she herself was struck to the ground by this powerful force, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, she remained utterly unconcerned, instead bursting into manic laughter, muttering incessantly, "Yes, that's it, let them all die. Die! Die!" Yuanqing's body was also sent flying backward, hurtling directly toward Qin Siyu. Fortunately, the barrier she had carefully set up around Qin Siyu earlier proved effective, halting Yuanqing's backward trajectory. Otherwise, given her path, she would have crashed directly into Qin Siyu, who was undergoing his heavenly tribulation, thereby affecting his transcendence. Seeing that Yuanqing had nearly been injured, Qin Siyu felt a surge of anxious distress. Forgetting his usual efforts to suppress his feelings for her, he asked urgently, "Yuanqing, are you all right? Are you hurt anywhere?" Upon hearing Qin Siyu's words of concern, Yuanqing suppressed the pain racking her body, turned to him with a smile, and comforted him, "I'm fine. Don't let yourself be distracted. Focus on dealing with this heavenly tribulation, that's what matters most. Don't worry about us." With that, she whipped her head back around, her gaze sharp as a torch, locking tightly onto the demon bone whip that was writhing wildly and completely out of control in the air. The whip transformed into a pitch-black demonic python, its body shimmering with an eerie glow as if possessing a will of its own, relentlessly attacking the group. Yuanqing furrowed her brows tightly, her mind racing as she pondered what strategy to adopt in order to successfully defuse this sudden and immense crisis before them. "Amitabha, benefactor Yu, the situation is now critical. It would be best for us to join forces and strike together. This treasure appears to have been meticulously refined from the entire corpse of a powerful demonic beast through some mysterious secret art. The depth of malevolent energy and resentment it contains within is almost unimaginable. If we cannot unite our efforts, I fear it will pick us off one by one." The speaker was none other than the Buddhist prodigy Hongxiu. At this moment, he was pressing his palms together, murmuring incantations under his breath, while behind him, a faint phantom of a Buddha gradually materialized. The Buddha's countenance was solemn and majestic, exuding a serene aura that brought peace to the heart. Upon hearing this, a resolute glint flashed in Yuanqing's eyes as she said, "In that case, let this demon bone whip taste our power as well." Before her words had even faded, she swiftly formed hand seals with both hands. In an instant, two completely different arrays, one red and one blue, materialized behind her. With the emergence of the formation, a scorching and violent power of flame intertwined with a bone-chilling power of frost, creating a unique oppressive pressure. At the same time, from within the red and blue formation, a faint yet piercing cry of a phoenix rang out, its sound echoing through the skies, deafening and resounding. On the other side, Mu Yunxi was fully activating the withered tree spring heart sutra he had cultivated. In an instant, green light shimmered around him as an endless stream of life force surged from within his body and rapidly spread outward in all directions. Under the influence of this powerful vitality, the surrounding trees that had withered and died seemed to be reborn, growing wildly. Not only that, but even the flowers and grass on the ground burst into a riot of colorful blossoms at this moment, filling the air with waves of refreshing, fragrant scents. The others present, upon sensing this rich vitality, immediately felt their own condition improve significantly, their spirits lifting as well. Turning to Pei Wuqi, he held a gleaming long spear in his hand, its shaft trembling slightly, emitting a series of low hums as if eager to drink deeply of the enemy's blood. At this moment, his entire being exuded a fierce aura of slaughter, making him resemble an Asura descending from a bloody battlefield, sending chills down one's spine. Seeing their formation, Hongxiu felt a flicker of fear in her heart, but she had already sacrificed most of her lifespan to the Demon Bone Whip, leaving no turning back. Demon Bone Whip, you are a magical artifact forged by the Demon Lord himself. You must avenge Devourer Heart. The giant python formed by the Demon Bone Whip faced off against Yuanqing and the others, its tail lashing the ground uneasily. It cast a glance at Hongxiu, who had already withdrawn from the battlefield, and its gaze gradually turned dangerous. Chapter 298. Encirclement and Slaying of the Giant Python. The demonic bone python surged with a blood-red demonic aura as thick as fresh blood, which seemed almost alive, constantly coiling around the python's body, making its form appear even more ferocious and terrifying. As this blood-colored demonic aura grew increasingly dense, the pressure emanating from the demonic bone python rose rapidly, like the tide surging higher and higher with each passing moment. What's going on? Hongxiu's face suddenly turned as pale as paper. After spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood, she collapsed weakly to the ground. At this moment, she only felt an incredibly powerful suction force coming from the Demon Bone Whip clenched in her hand, frantically draining the vitality and energy from her body. His already somewhat aged body became even more withered in that moment, like a candle flickering in the wind, on the verge of being extinguished at any time. Hongxiu's eyes widened, her face filled with an expression of utter disbelief as she stared fixedly at the giant python formed from the Demon Bone Whip, her voice trembling as she said, You're devouring my lifespan. She never imagined that the demonic bone whip would betray her at such a critical moment, directly draining her lifespan. However, the giant python transformed from the demonic bone whip paid no heed to Hongxiu's furious rebuke, merely letting out a low, menacing hiss. This voice seemed to come from the deepest abyss of hell, sending chills down one's spine. No, I don't want to die yet. Although Hongxiu had previously given away most of her lifespan to the Demon Bone Whip for the sake of revenge, that did not mean she had completely abandoned her will to live. She was already in the late nascent soul stage. As long as she could advance to the deity transformation stage, the sacrifice of her lifespan beforehand would be no great loss. She was indeed determined to avenge Devourer Heart, but that didn't mean she was truly willing to pay with her own life. Hongxiu mustered her last ounce of strength, trying to stop the Demon Bone Whip from continuing to drain her lifespan. But helplessly, the gap in their power was too vast. The Demon Bone Whip was forged by the Demon Lord Sung Moling, and how could anyone else so easily control it? All her efforts were nothing more than futile death throes. Before long, there was one more corpse on the ground, shrunken beyond recognition as human, aged to the point of being utterly disfigured. The once peerlessly elegant red sleeve is now nothing but a pile of withered bones and a hollow shell, a sight that evokes deep sighs of lament. This Demon Bone Whip is truly extraordinary in its power, and what's utterly unexpected is that it even possesses sentience, capable of turning back and devouring its own master. Yuanqing's face was as dark as water, her expression profoundly grave. She dared not show the slightest negligence, clenching her hands tightly as she ceaselessly channeled the spiritual energy within her body toward the two formations before her, causing the two beams of spiritual light to grow ever more dazzling and radiant. Just then, two resplendent phoenixes slowly emerged from the formation, spreading their vast and magnificent wings as if about to take flight at any moment, soaring into the clouds. Amipa, how virtuous, how virtuous! Such an evil thing should be eradicated as soon as possible, lest it continue to harm the beings of this world. The monk Shinshio muttered to himself as behind him, the phantom of a tall and majestic Buddha statue gradually became clearer and more solid. Then he suddenly stepped forward, launching a fierce attack, as a powerful Buddhist light surged like a tidal wave toward the giant serpent formed by the demon bone whip. The giant python formed by the demon bone whip opened its bloody maw, spewing rolling black demonic energy, its pungent and acrid stench instantly filling the entire space. At the same time, its saliva fell to the ground like raindrops, producing a series of sizzling sounds, and wherever it landed, it corroded pits of varying depths into the surface. More and more like a true demonic beast. Yuanqing focused intently on controlling the two phoenixes, directing them to engage in a breathtaking battle with the giant python. For a moment, the blazing flames, the bone-chilling frost, and the surging demonic energy intertwined and clashed together, bursting forth with countless dazzling lights and sparks. The entire space was enveloped in an extremely tense and oppressive atmosphere, making it almost impossible to breathe. On the other side, Mu Yunxi was not idle either. The once calm vegetation behind him suddenly began to writhe wildly, as thick, sturdy vines extended swiftly like agile serpents, tightly coiling around the massive body of the giant python. As he fully activated the withered with springs-to-life technique, strange green lights radiated from the vines, greedily devouring the vitality of the giant python. Facing the onslaught from all sides, the giant python did not sit idly by, but instead kept twisting its body and vigorously swinging its thick, powerful tail in an attempt to break free and launch a counterattack against its enemies. The two phoenixes, however, were exceptionally agile and nimble under Yuanqing's control. Whenever the python's tail swept toward them, they would always spread their wings and dodge in time, then take the opportunity to strike the python hard with their sharp, sturdy wings, inflicting considerable damage upon it. Controlling two phoenixes simultaneously was still quite taxing for Yuanqing. When there was only one before, the phoenix was vivid and lifelike, as if it were real. But now, controlling two at the same time required Yuanqing to invest much more concentration. Amidst the fierce battle, flashes of blades and swords crisscrossed in every direction, while shouts of killing and the clash of weapons resounded through the skies. Pei Wuqi gripped his long spear, his agile figure weaving swiftly through the battlefield. His gaze was sharp, like a hawk's, fixed intently on the enormous, hideous python before him, as he calculated in his mind the possible location of its vital weakness. Suddenly, Pei Wuqi's eyes lit up. In the blink of an eye, Pei Wuqi let out a sudden thunderous roar. The long spear in his hand instantly erupted with an overwhelmingly powerful force, its tip gleaming with a cold light as it shot straight toward the giant python's left eye with the momentum of a thunderbolt. This single thrust was so swift and devastating in its power that it left onlookers utterly astounded. A dull thud sounded as the spear plunged without resistance into the giant python's eye. The giant python immediately let out a miserable shriek, its deafening roar seeming to make the entire valley tremble. The giant python, its lifelines so severely wounded, suddenly faltered in its momentum and gradually fell into a disadvantage. At that moment, the phoenix, which had been circling in the air waiting for an opportunity, seized the chance and swooped down like lightning. The ice phoenix, arriving with a coat of frost, had razor-sharp claws that glinted coldly in the sunlight as it viciously struck at the giant python's remaining good eye, inflicting severe damage. Struck by such a heavy blow, the giant python, overwhelmed by excruciating pain, actually began to consider retreat. It began to writhe its massive body, attempting to flee this battlefield that had trapped it in a desperate situation. Yet how could Yuanqing, knowing that this demon bone whip was no ordinary weapon, easily let it go? Yuanqing's hands swiftly formed seals as she channeled all her spiritual power into the phoenix in an unending stream. Empowered by its master's potent energy, the fire phoenix blazed with dazzling light, shining like a brilliant sun. Then, it flapped its wings and soared high, transforming into a resplendent streak of light that shot toward the fleeing giant serpent with lightning speed. In an instant, the flowing light and the giant serpent collided with a thunderous impact, erupting into a cataclysmic storm of energy. The surrounding trees were uprooted, and rocks shattered and crumbled. After everything had settled, the once arrogant giant python had vanished completely. Even the demon bone whip it had transformed into shattered inch by inch under the terrifying impact, ultimately scattering into dust that filled the air. Chapter 299, Tribulation Transcendence Failed. Amitabha, such evil beings should be completely eradicated from this world, never to reappear. Shinshou watched the demon bone whip gradually dissipating into the air, his brow furrowed and his expression turning grave as he slowly said, "It's truly hard to imagine what kind of twisted mind could have created such a sinister and vicious evil artifact." Beside him, Pei Wuqi gently put away his long spear and thoughtfully interjected, "From what that demonic cultivator just said, it seems this demon bone whip was the work of the demon lord himself." As he spoke, his gaze sharpened slightly. The matter of Song Moling escaping from the seal was now known to everyone in the cultivation world, and, because Pei Wuqi was the head of the Discipline Hall, he had access to even more information. According to the Discipline Hall's investigation, it was Ling Yuan Immortal Lord's former disciple, Lin Sairu, who led a demon cultivator into the back mountain and rescued him. Unexpectedly, even after being expelled from the sect, Lin Sairu still refused to repent, and in the end, she even ended up mingling with demonic cultivators. If only I had known this would happen, I should have eliminated her root and branch. Now that Song Moling has broken through the seal and returned to the world, I fear the entire cultivation realm will be thrown into turmoil because of this. Yuanqing couldn't help but let out a deep sigh, her face full of worry. Yuanqing recalled the man she had encountered earlier at the demon pool, the one who exuded an air of arrogance and self-importance, as if he were the only one who mattered. Even when trapped and sealed within, his majesty remained such that no one dared to underestimate him. Perhaps it was precisely because of his rather down-and-out circumstances at the time that Yuanqing, even sensing the danger he posed, failed to directly connect the trapped man with the legendary, bloodthirsty demon lord Song Moling. She even tried to exploit his inexplicable leniency to protect herself, though in the end she still fell into his hands. If her master hadn't arrived in time, she had no idea what might have happened to her. At this moment, upon seeing the demon bone whip again, Yuanqing's understanding of Song Moling had undoubtedly deepened by several degrees. Although she still did not know why Song Moling had been so lenient with her back then, she understood in her heart that this by no means meant he was someone capable of turning over a new leaf. With the addition of the demon lord Song Moling, who rivals the spirit abyss immortal lord in power, the demon cultivators will only grow more arrogant from now on. Shinshio mused, deep in thought. Though the others present had never truly laid eyes on Song Moling, rumors of this figure had long been circulating widely across the continent. We'll deal with what comes later when it comes. For now, the most urgent task is to protect junior brother Qin and ensure no ill-intentioned individuals seize the opportunity. Mu Yunxi's gaze was fixed on Qin Siyu, who was at a critical stage of tribulation, as he spoke with a grave expression. Beside him, Yuanqing nodded slightly in agreement. Yunxi speaks truly, she said. Afterward, she gently straightened her slightly disheveled clothes, brushed off the dust clinging to them with a pat of her hand, then turned around to devote herself fully to guarding Qin Siyu. The heavenly tribulation lightning in the sky, like a nimble giant python, suddenly burst forth from the dense tribulation clouds. They brandished their claws and bared their fangs, opening their bloody maws as they cascaded down like a waterfall, carrying boundless might and power. The lightning tribulation struck with such speed, like a meteor streaking across the sky, too fast for the eye to follow. In the blink of an eye, everyone present witnessed countless dazzling bolts of lightning, accompanied by rolling thunder, crashing down mercilessly upon Qin Siyu's body. Pei Wuqi stared intently at the scene before him and couldn't help but remark, from what I can see, the power of this heavenly tribulation seems even greater than when junior sister Yu underwent her tribulation. Qin Siyu, possessing a natural-born sword bone, was resented by the heavenly Tao, so facing such a ferocious tribulation was only to be expected. Hearing this, Yuanqing couldn't help but reach up and scratch her delicate cheek, responding with a hint of confusion. Is that so? When she was undergoing the nascent soul thunder tribulation, she happened to be in Jiling Yuan's room. At that time, her master had grabbed her body and wouldn't let her go out to face the tribulation. So much so that she had never actually witnessed with her own eyes what her tribulation lightning had looked like when she formed her nascent soul. Mu Yunxi's lips curled slightly upward as she let out a soft laugh, a laugh that also carried a hint of unmistakable jealousy as she said leisurely, Yuanqing was under her own master's protection back then. I'm afraid she felt nothing except the heart-questioning tribulation. Hearing this, Yuanqing couldn't help but lightly bite her lower lip, a faint blush quietly creeping onto her fair cheeks, revealing a hint of shyness. Hasn't this matter already passed long ago? Why is it being brought up again now? Her thoughts drifted back to the heart-questioning tribulation she had faced during the Conception Thunder tribulation, and Yuanqing couldn't help but murmur to herself, that heart-questioning tribulation was also quite deadly, you know. If she hadn't remembered at that moment that she was enduring a tribulation and managed to hold on, she would likely have failed it. Alright, enough talk. The most important thing now is to protect junior brother Qin during his tribulation. This is already the final Thunder tribulation. Once he passes the heart-questioning tribulation, junior brother Qin will also become a nascent soul cultivator. The final Thunder tribulation, amidst the wild churning and brewing of wind and clouds, came crashing down with the force of a thunderbolt. Qin Siyu clenched his teeth, mustering the last shred of strength left in his body to withstand the Thunder tribulation. His consciousness gradually grew hazy, yet in that blur, he faced his own heart trial tribulation. A crescent moon hung high in the sky, casting down a cold, clear radiance like a silver veil covering the earth. Under the moonlight, a woman in white danced gracefully with a long sword in her hand, her robes fluttering as if she were a celestial maiden descending to the mortal world. That was the first time in Qin Siyu's life that he had ever felt the beauty of a woman. He no longer immersed himself solely in the way of the sword as he once did. Every flicker of her expression, every gesture and movement seemed to carry an indescribable magic, deeply captivating his gaze and drawing him irresistibly into a state of enchantment. The woman's figure was graceful and lithe, her skin as crystalline as snow, warm and smooth like mutton-fat jade. Her black hair, cascading like a waterfall, veiled her delicate features like light smoke and mist. At this moment, her cheeks were flushed peach red, both bewitching and endearing. In the intoxicating throes of their passionate union, the woman let out a series of soft, lingering moans that completely shattered his inner defenses, leaving him unable to care about anything else. At the very end, he could only watch helplessly as that female cultivator, who had once brought him endless joy and happiness, gradually drifted away, surrounded by a group of men with indistinct faces, until she vanished from his sight. Yet he could not even find a reason to call out and stop her. Because to that female cultivator, the joyful times they had once shared had long been ruthlessly cast aside by her, as if they had never happened at all. No, don't. The spiritual energy that had gathered between heaven and earth suddenly dissipated overnight. What's going on? Yuanqing looked at Qin Siyu in disbelief. Qin Siyu failed his tribulation? Chapter 300, Qin Siyu's Ordeal. Yuanqing's eyes widened in terror as she stared at the figure standing amidst the thunder tribulation. In the next moment, that person plummeted straight down from the sky like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily onto the ground with a dull thud. Pfft. Qin Siyu felt a surge of sweetness rising from his chest to his throat and couldn't help spitting out a mouthful of bright red blood. The once surging and overwhelming aura of his cultivation instantly receded like a tide, rapidly dropping to the mid-golden core stage. At this moment, his breath was so faint it seemed like a candle flickering in the wind, on the verge of being extinguished at any moment. Then he saw Yuanqing standing not far away, watching him, her eyes brimming with overflowing concern. A faint smile curled at the corner of Qin Siyu's lips as his eyes closed tightly, and he fell into complete unconsciousness. Yuanqing was so startled by Qin Siyu's fall that her face turned pale with fright. Yunxi, save him quickly. Upon hearing Yuanqing's call, Mu Yunxi, as a medical cultivator, did not hesitate for a moment and immediately flew to Qin Siyu's side. Her expression was solemn as she skillfully reached out her fingers to feel his pulse, carefully sensing the changes in its rhythm. After a moment, he let out a slight sigh of relief and said, "Fortunately, he managed to withstand the previous lightning tribulations, so there is no immediate danger to his life. However, since he failed to pass the heart-questioning tribulation, his meridians and cultivation will suffer a certain degree of damage. He will need to rest and recuperate quietly for several years before he can slowly recover to his original state. It seems unlikely that I'll be promoted anytime soon." Mu Yunxi let out a soft sigh, his words unconsciously tinged with a hint of wistfulness. Qin Siyu, the chief disciple of the sect leader and a young prodigy blessed with an innate sword bone, had now fallen into a state of near ruin. How could this be? The heart-questioning tribulation is a trial designed to test a cultivator's character. For someone like Qin Siyu, who is wholly devoted to the way of the sword, there should be no reason for him to fail the heart-questioning tribulation. Yuanqing's delicate brows were tightly furrowed, her face full of confusion, as she truly couldn't fathom the reason behind it. After all, Qin Siyu was one of the male protagonists in the original novel. Even the terrifyingly formidable thunder tribulation had failed to stop him, so how could he suffer such a setback over a mere heart-questioning tribulation? Moreover, in the original work, every one of Lin Sairu's close companions was the kind of existence that could only be looked up to, like sons of destiny. Yet at this moment, Qin Siyu had actually stumbled and fallen at this trial of the heart, which truly left Yuanqing utterly unable to comprehend, no matter how she tried. Had she known this would happen, she would never have urged Qin Siyu to undergo his tribulation in the secret realm. Perhaps if they had delayed it by a few days, Qin Siyu might have been able to pass the heart-questioning tribulation after all. At this moment, Mu Yunxi, using her divine sense to observe Qin Siyu, who had already fallen into a deep coma, then glanced at Yuanqing beside her, who was still utterly bewildered and firmly believed that Qin Siyu should not have failed the heart-questioning tribulation. She could not help but sigh inwardly. Then, his gaze shifted to Pei Wuqi beside him. The two exchanged a glance, their thoughts flowing between them. Pei Wuqi nodded gently, indicating that he too had noticed the extraordinary feelings Qin Siyu harbored for Yuanqing. Siyu failed to successfully cross the heart-questioning tribulation, and the reason was most likely related to Yuanqing. Yet they tacitly chose to remain silent. Because they knew that once they told Yuanqing the truth, aside from adding unnecessary worry to her, it would not change the current situation in any way. Mu Yunxi gently comforted Yuanqing, saying, "Wanqing, do not be overly troubled by this matter. The path of cultivation is inherently fraught with hardships and obstacles. Everything depends on oneself. I imagine that junior brother Qin must have something in his heart that is difficult to speak of and inconvenient to reveal to us." Mu Yunxi felt that, judging solely from his earlier diagnosis that Qin Siyu had lost his primordial yang, Qin Siyu was by no means as upright as he appeared on the surface. He was a man of duplicity. A hypocrite of this sort was truly not worth Yuanqing fretting over and disturbing her peace of mind. The most urgent task was to find a suitable place to heal. Yuanqing furrowed her brows slightly, her gaze resolute as she took out the light boat from her storage pouch. Previously, when they were traversing the secret realm, relying on their agile movement techniques to travel was far more flexible and effortless than riding a light boat. Yet now, the situation was completely different. Mu Yunxi and Qin Siyu were both severely injured and unable to move freely. In comparison, using a light boat would undoubtedly be more convenient and trouble-saving. Yuanqing turned to look at Xinxiu and said sincerely, "I am truly grateful for your righteous assistance in the matter before. Once I have some free time in the future, I will definitely pay a personal visit to express my gratitude." Now that Yuanqing's side had taken on several wounded, it was clearly inconvenient to continue traveling together with Xinxiu. The two parties had no choice but to part ways here, each going their separate directions. Xinxiu pressed his palms together and murmured, "Amitabha, Benefactor Yu is far too kind. When that time comes, if Benefactor Yu can come to visit, Xinxiu will naturally prepare a warm welcome." As he spoke, his gaze toward Yuanqing unconsciously softened. For this woman before him, who remained unmoved by his unique charm, Xinxiu genuinely felt a measure of goodwill. In his eyes, Yuanqing was different from everyone else. Yuanqing smiled and replied, "Certainly. But there's really no need for all that sweeping and welcoming." Then, she helped the injured Qin Siyu and Mu Yunxi onto the light boat and quickly sailed away. Along the way, they deliberately chose paths rarely traveled by people, and after a painstaking search, they finally found a remote cave. Fortunately, with Yuanqing and Pei Wuqi escorting them the entire way, they encountered no unexpected dangers along the journey. Upon entering the cave, Yuanqing skillfully waved her hands and quickly set up a defensive illusion array. This formation shimmered with an eerie light, enveloping the entire cave within a mysterious protective barrier. On the other side, Mu Yunxi took a healing pill from her sleeve and fed it to Qin Siyu. Taking the elixir alone was far from sufficient. Next, a large amount of spiritual power needed to be channeled into him to help stabilize the chaotic and wildly surging spiritual energy within his body. Mu Yunxi had originally intended to personally treat Qin Siyu's injuries. But Yuanqing was worried about Mu Yunxi, who was also carrying not insignificant injuries, and the condition of his eyes was still unknown. So Yuanqing unhesitatingly stopped Mu Yunxi and said gently, "Perhaps let me do it instead, Yunxi. I'm truly worried about your injuries." Hearing Yuanqing's words of concern, Mu Yunxi felt a warmth in his heart. He made way for Yuanqing and couldn't help but urge, "All right then, but you must be careful. Don't make any mistakes. Healing through inner energy is no trivial matter. You must not be the least bit careless." Although he disliked Qin Siyu, Mu Yunxi ultimately did not forcibly stop Yuanqing from interacting with him. Only through more contact and communication between people can one truly gain a deep understanding of another's character and conduct. He believed that with Yuanqing's exceptional intelligence and keen insight, given time, it would be absolutely impossible for her not to see what kind of person Qin Siyu truly was. Chapter 301, Rest and Heal. After a long while, Qin Siyu slowly regained consciousness. The feeling of chaotic meridians and rampant spiritual energy was far from pleasant. In his hazy consciousness, Qin Siyu found himself lying on a cold, hard floor, with his head resting on a pair of soft, warm thighs. Startled, Qin Siyu instinctively tried to get up and see what was happening, but his body seemed unresponsive, completely unable to move. Suddenly, he felt a warm current pouring continuously into his body from the top of his head, and wherever it went, the pain was alleviated. Qin Siyu had a guess in his heart, and forcing himself to endure the discomfort, he slowly opened his eyes. What came into view was indeed Yuanqing. She was now sitting cross-legged on the ground, her eyes tightly shut and both palms pressed against his chest, fully focused on channeling her inner energy to heal his injuries. Sensing Qin Siyu's awakening, Yuanqing ceased her healing efforts. When she saw that Qin Siyu had regained consciousness, a hint of delighted surprise immediately appeared on her exquisitely beautiful face. "Junior brother Qin, you're finally awake. Do you have any idea? You've been unconscious for nearly half a month." Hearing this, Qin Siyu's heart jolted. He hadn't expected to have been asleep for so long. During this time, it must have been Yuanqing who had been taking care of him. He opened his mouth, just about to say something, when suddenly a wave of coppery sweetness surged up in his throat, followed by a large gush of blood spurting out. The bright red blood traced an arc through the air, then scattered in droplets over Yuanqing's pale white dress, as striking and glaring as blooming red plum blossoms. Don't move just yet. Your injuries haven't healed. Seeing this, Yuanqing quickly reached into her bosom, pulled out a clean white handkerchief, and wiped away the bloodstains from Qin Siyu's mouth and neck. In truth, during this period, Qin Siyu would occasionally spit out mouthfuls of fresh blood while unconscious, and Yuanqing had long grown accustomed to it. Every time she saw him coughing up blood, she would immediately use a handkerchief to clean him up. Yuanqing was used to it, but Qin Siyu, unaccustomed to such an intimate gesture from her, actually felt a bit embarrassed. His face, already pale from severe injuries, now involuntarily flushed with a faint layer of red. After spitting out the stagnant blood, Qin Siyu felt that his physical condition seemed to have improved slightly compared to before. Though still weak and powerless, at least his mind was no longer as muddled and unclear as it had been. Qin Siyu took a deep breath, striving to make his voice sound less trembling. Thank you, senior sister Yu, for your care and trouble. There's no need to thank me. We're fellow disciples, so it's only right. Besides, I only did what I could. The diagnosis and the medicine were all Yunxi's work. If you want to thank someone, wait until Yunxi returns and thank him. Your injuries are truly too severe. You must rest and recuperate properly for a while. Yuanqing's expression was grave, her voice heavy as she spoke. She tucked away the blood-stained handkerchief in her hand, then pulled from her bosom a crystalline pill that emitted a faint, refreshing fragrance. Perhaps because she was too worried about Qin Siyu's injury, Yuanqing unthinkingly reached out, gently pinched the pill, and slowly brought it to Qin Siyu's lips. This series of movements was smooth and natural, as if she had long been accustomed to taking care of someone like this. Yet at that very moment, she suddenly realized that Qin Siyu had already woken up, and she only needed to hand him the pill. There was no need to feed it to him by hand like this. But it was already too late. Yuanqing could only pretend that the intimate gesture from just now had never happened, acting as if she hadn't noticed. When Yuanqing's tender, slender fingertips, as delicate as scallion shoots, gently brushed across Qin Siyu's slightly pale lips, Qin Siyu felt an electric current instantly surge from his lips through his entire body. His throat involuntarily tightened, and even his usually familiar breathing became strangely unfamiliar. Qin Siyu pressed his lips together slightly and obediently swallowed the pill. His deep, ocean-like eyes remained fixed on Yuanqing before him, filled with an indescribable intensity of emotion. At this moment, scenes from the heart-questioning tribulation kept surfacing in his mind. Those images that had once torn his heart apart remained as vivid as ever. If it were before, he could still convince himself with the excuse that Yuanqing was already taken. After that night of tender intimacy, Qin Siyu knew deep down that his feelings for Yuanqing had become impossible to sever. If before this, he could still barely suppress the surging, overwhelming love within his heart. But now he could no longer bear the thought of Yuanqing becoming a stranger to him, going their separate ways forever. At the thought of this, Qin Siyu's heart ached as if pierced by thousands of steel needles all at once, an unbearable pain. Anyway, there were plenty of men around Yuanqing, so why couldn't he have a place among them? Recalling the life-and-death moment in the heart-questioning tribulation, if he hadn't caught a glimpse of that anxious Yuanqing before losing consciousness, I'm afraid he would have long since been unable to hold on, and would have fallen into the demonic path on the spot, wouldn't he? By the way, may I take the liberty of asking, Junior Brother Qin, what exactly was the reason you failed to pass the heart-questioning tribulation smoothly? Yuanqing stared intently at Qin Siyu, deeply worried about his state of mind, concerned that he might become despondent after experiencing the tribulation. It must be known that the majority of cultivators who fail to cross the heart tribulation fall into demonic possession. Yuanqing did not wish for Qin Siyu to end up the same way. This junior apprentice brother Qin Siyu, aside from once being troubled by Lin Sairu's fickleness, which caused some slight impact on his cultivation, had never encountered any other issues concerning his mental state. It was even more impossible for him to fail to pass the heart-questioning tribulation. Qin Siyu slowly raised his head, his gaze meeting Yuanqing's directly, his expression carrying a complexity that Yuanqing could not decipher. He parted his lips slightly, and after a long pause, spoke in a low yet steady voice. It's just that I couldn't quite figure things out for a moment. Rest assured, senior sister, this kind of situation will not happen again in the future. As he spoke, his gaze never once strayed from Yuanqing, as if it carried some profound meaning, along with a hidden determination to claim her. Qin Siyu had no intention of telling Yuanqing everything he had seen during the heart-questioning trial, or the reason he had failed to pass it. Although he understood that explaining the matter clearly to Yuanqing at this moment might evoke her sympathy and lead her to accept him. But Qin Siyu did not want Yuanqing to be affected in any way by his past experiences, nor did he want her to accept him for such reasons. Therefore, Qin Siyu would rather endure silently alone, in exchange for Yuanqing's genuine acceptance of him in the future. Chapter 302, Leaving the Secret Realm. Qin Siyu pressed his lips tightly together and fell silent, but Yuanqing felt she had already grasped the unspoken words behind his silence. Could it be because of those matters with the Zhang family in Qing'an City? Recalling the various events that had occurred recently, Yuanqing felt that the only thing capable of causing Qin Siyu's psychological issues was the irreparable rift between him and his mother. Previously, Qin Siyu had personally visited Yu's mother, hoping to gain her approval and support. However, the outcome was far from satisfactory. No matter how hard he tried to prove himself, he could not move Yu's mother's heart. In Yuanqing's eyes, the conflict between Qin Siyu and his mother was undoubtedly the most troublesome issue he faced at the moment. But that was a matter between mother and son. No matter how much Yuanqing wanted to comfort Qin Siyu, she couldn't casually voice her opinion on such a matter. All she could do was hope that Qin Siyu would come to terms with it on his own. Qin Siyu could tell from Yuanqing's expression that she had misunderstood, but he offered no explanation for her assumption, deliberately letting her continue in that misconception. Gazing at Qin Siyu's slightly haggard face, Yuanqing couldn't help but feel a pang of pity for him. Although Qin Siyu had awakened, his injuries had not yet healed. Recovering from wounds sustained in the Thunder Tribulation would take at least several years. In the secret realm these days, Yuanqing and Mu Yunxi have been taking turns caring for the injured Qin Siyu. At other times, they have not paused their exploration of the Penglai secret realm due to caring for Qin Siyu. Although the results were not particularly bountiful, at least he did not return empty-handed. During this time, Yuanqing also found the Dinghai Pearl, which supported the entire Penglai secret realm, based on the impression from the original work. Unlike Lin Sairu in the original story, Yuanqing did not take away the powerful Dinghai Pearl. The magical artifacts Ji Lingyuan had refined for her were more than enough for her use. There was no need to covet the Calming Sea Pearl. Moreover, this pearl was responsible for stabilizing the entire Penglai secret realm. Taking it away would cause the realm to collapse. Qin Siyu felt guilty for delaying the other's exploration progress, and being mature for his age, he was somewhat unaccustomed to having everyone go to such trouble to look after him. Qin Siyu genuinely wanted to cultivate a good relationship with Yuanqing, and since the two men by Yuanqing's side shared a deep bond with her, despite the jealousy that lingered in his heart, Qin Siyu tried his best to maintain a calm demeanor and get along with them. Through this kind of interaction, the relationships among them unknowingly improved quite a bit. Even Mu Yunxi, who was usually so perceptive, gradually began to notice the change in Qin Siyu, though the center of that transformation remained as oblivious as a block of wood. Mu Yunxi also came to realize that Qin Siyu was not the two-faced, duplicitous person he had initially thought him to be. Qin Siyu was as taciturn as Pei Wuqi, but there were some differences between them. Compared to Pei Wuqi, who often dealt with insidious and treacherous demon cultivators and had long witnessed many dark matters, Qin Siyu, who devoted himself wholeheartedly to sword practice and cultivation, appeared more simple and straightforward. It was just unknown whether he had truly lost his primordial essence. Presumably, there were some unspeakable difficulties involved. But Mu Yunxi still felt that Yuanqing should not have too much contact with Qin Siyu, and would usually separate the two of them without making it obvious. If it were possible to dispel Qin Siyu's thoughts about Yuanqing, that would naturally be best. But putting himself in others' shoes, Mu Yunxi didn't think Qin Siyu would let go of Yuanqing. The next day, early morning. By my reckoning, the exit of the Penglai secret realm will soon open again. Yuanqing and Pei Wuqi slowly walked back to the cave, where Yuanqing clutched several bulging storage pouches tightly in her hand. On their way back, the two encountered a group of reckless demon cultivators who had blocked their path. But this was nothing for the two formidable individuals, especially Pei Wuqi, whose moves were clean and decisive. In just a few strokes, he easily dispatched this rabble. As for the treasures carried by these unlucky souls, they naturally all fell into Yuanqing's pockets. It's about time we prepared to leave. A faint herbal fragrance was wafting through the cave. Mu Yunxi was fully focused on administering acupuncture treatment to Qin Siyu, his movements skilled and every needle placement precise. Setting down the silver needle, Mu Yunxi let out a soft sigh of relief and said, "Junior brother Qin's injuries are no longer serious. He has essentially recovered. From now on, he only needs to rest and recuperate quietly for a while to fully heal." "Yes, that would be excellent. With junior sister Yu's cloud boat as well, we should have no trouble leaving this secret realm smoothly." Pei Wuqi nodded. Pei Wuqi suddenly noticed the silver needles in Mu Yunxi's hand and asked curiously, Mu Yunxi, I've never seen this set of silver needles from you before. All eyes fell simultaneously on the silver needle in Mu Yunxi's hand. The set of silver needles was crystal clear throughout, as light as cicada wings, hollow inside, with a faint trace of warm jade-green color flowing within. Such an exquisite and ingenious object is clearly a top-tier magical artifact. Mu Yunxi toyed with the silver needle in her hand, a hint of pride in her light laugh. This? Wanqing gave it to me. Earlier, when Wanqing went to the place in the Penglai secret realm where the calming sea pearl was placed, although she did not take the pearl away because it was needed to support the realm, she found this set of silver needles there and gave them to Mu Yunxi. These silver needles can conceal poison within them, which shows that the person who forged them never intended to use them for healing and saving lives, but rather for killing. Yet, even the eerie silver needles refined by Mu Yunxi's hand must obediently be used to heal the sick and save lives. Wanqing gazed into Mu Yunxi's still vacant, unfathomable eyes, as deep and dark as an abyss, and said softly, once we successfully leave this place, perhaps we could ask Senior Danyangzi of the alchemy sect to examine your eyes. As far as I know, Senior Danyangzi is not only an unparalleled master of alchemy, but also possesses remarkable medical expertise. At this moment, Mu Yunxi was methodically withdrawing the silver needles embedded in Qin Siyu's body one by one, signaling the successful conclusion of this treatment. When he heard Wanqing mention his eyes again, his movements suddenly froze. After this period of self-diagnosis, Mu Yunxi had come to understand that his eyes were likely beyond recovery. However, she did not reveal this matter to Wanqing, simply because she did not want him to worry endlessly about it. It would be the same even if he had divine perception. After a moment of thought, Mu Yunxi nodded slightly and replied, that works too. Senior Danyangzi is erudite and deeply experienced. Perhaps he can indeed come up with a way to cure her. That said, even Mu Yunxi, who spoke these words, was well aware of their futility and slim chance of realization. The reason she responded this way was simply to give Wanqing a glimmer of hope. Chapter 303, Seeking Help from Danyangzi. Walking slowly out of the Penglai secret realm, the group of elders and disciples from Lingshu sect had already been waiting outside for quite some time. Qin Siyu, who was carefully supported by Wanqing as he walked out, had a pale complexion and unsteady, feeble steps, bearing no resemblance to a resolute sword cultivator. Sect leader Xia caught sight of the scene from afar, his expression instantly shifting slightly. He hurriedly strode forward in large steps, his voice tinged with a hint of panic. What on earth happened here? How did you sustain such severe injuries? Wanqing gently released her hand that had been supporting Qin Siyu, her expression grave as she said, Junior brother Qin encountered an accident while attempting to ascend to the nascent soul stage within the secret realm, and unfortunately failed. Her words were like a boulder dropped into a calm lake, stirring up 1,000 ripples and sending a shock through the hearts of everyone present. Advancing to the nascent soul stage. And failed. Sect leader Xia was greatly shocked, his face full of disbelief. He then turned to Qin Siyu and said, Didn't I already warn you time and again not to act rashly and rush ahead? Sect leader Xia looked at the disciple before him, who filled him with both love and frustration, his heart churning with a mix of anger and pity. My disciple, you have experienced so many things during this time, and your mind has yet to settle. How can you successfully endure the thunder tribulation without calming your heart? Sect leader Xia said with a heartfelt sigh. Wanqing spoke up for Qin Siyu. Sect leader, please stop blaming junior brother Qin. The thunder tribulation is not something he can choose to avoid. Chief Xia looked at Qin Siyu, who was covered in wounds, and let out a long sigh. With a voice full of emotion, he said, Ah well. To have narrowly escaped with your life from such a perilous thunder tribulation is already an immense stroke of luck. Chief Xia slowly extended his right hand, reaching toward Qin Siyu's wrist to take his pulse. But at that moment, Qin Siyu recoiled as if shocked, instinctively trying to hide his hand. This move naturally did not escape sect leader Xia's notice. He suddenly widened his eyes and barked, What's going on? Have you grown bolder and stiffer wings these days? Now you won't even let your master examine your injuries. When Qin Siyu heard such stern words from his master, his heart tightened, but he still forced himself to remain calm, pondering for a moment before saying, To report to master, while in the secret realm. Senior sister Yu and senior brother Mu have already examined and treated me. He still attempted to struggle slightly, because he knew in his heart that if his master found out he had lost his primal yang before reaching the nascent soul stage, his master would surely be furious. But how could sect leader Xia let him off so easily? His face instantly turned grim, and he said again, Give me your hand. Faced with his master's unquestionable attitude, Qin Siyu knew he could no longer avoid it. With a face full of resignation, he slowly extended his hand in front of sect leader Xia. Upon seeing this, sect leader Xia immediately extended 2 fingers to rest on Qin Siyu's pulse, carefully examining it. He furrowed his brow slightly and murmured thoughtfully, the meridians are in disarray, but fortunately the spiritual energy has gradually stabilized. It seems that boy Mu Yunxi truly possesses extraordinary skill in the medical arts, truly miraculous. Between the words, there was high praise for Mu Yunxi's medical skills. But immediately after, sect leader Xia seemed to suddenly notice something extremely unusual, an expression of disbelief spreading across his face as he stared directly at Qin Siyu. Under such a gaze from his master, Qin Siyu felt as if needles were pricking his back and dared not meet his eyes. Seeing sect leader Xia's expression, Yuan Qing, who was standing nearby, couldn't help but feel a twinge of worry and quickly asked, "Sect leader Xia, what exactly has happened? Could it be that junior brother Qin still has some other undiscovered ailment?" Well, Chief Xia's brows furrowed slightly as his gaze swept back and forth between Qin Siyu and Yuan Qing. His lips parted and closed, but he didn't know how to begin. At this moment, his heart was filled with doubt and turmoil. What exactly had happened between these two? "It's nothing serious, senior sister Yu, rest assured." Qin Siyu looked at Yuan Qing, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly into a gentle smile. That smile seemed to possess a soothing power, easing the tension in Yuan Qing's heartstrings just a little. This was the first time Yuan Qing had ever seen such a smile on Qin Siyu's face, as if he were no longer the unattainable sword cultivator, but just an ordinary boy next door. Qin Siyu lowered his eyes. Yuan Qing stood there with a perfectly composed expression, her demeanor dignified and upright, completely unaware of the turmoil churning within Qin Siyu's heart. Could it be that she had truly forgotten that matter entirely? Qin Siyu couldn't help but think to himself. That was merely a moment of infatuation. Perhaps for Yuan Qing, being able to forget this episode would be the best outcome. But sooner or later, he would make Yuan Qing submit willingly. Sect leader Xia was also puzzled in his heart. Thinking of that foolish apprentice of mine, who had once been wholeheartedly devoted to Yuan Qing. He actually went and lost his primal yang. What on earth is going on? Could it be that he has already changed his heart? Chief Xia quickly shook his head, dismissing the thought. He knew his disciple very well, deeply aware that he was by no means the kind of person who is fickle or half-hearted. There must be some misunderstanding or hidden circumstances involved here. After thinking it over, sect leader Xia finally decided with a carefree attitude that matters among the young should be left for the young to resolve themselves. Alright, no need to stand here any longer. Go back and tend to your injuries. With that, he turned around and instructed the disciples behind him to quickly take Qin Siyu back to the Sex Cloud vessel for treatment and recovery. The group returned to the Sex Cloud boat. No sooner had she steadied herself than Yuan Qing rushed off in a flurry toward the area where the alchemy sect was stationed, her steps hurried and unceasing. Soon, Yuan Qing arrived at the territory of the alchemy sect and eagerly sought an audience with Dan Yangzi. At that moment, Dan Yangzi was in seclusion, cultivating and contemplating the insights gained from the previous alchemy convention. But when he heard his disciple report that Mu Yunxi was injured, without a second word he immediately stopped his cultivation and hurriedly rose to follow Yuan Qing over there. After all, Mu Yunxi was an alchemy genius he valued extremely highly and could not afford any mishap. However, just as they were about to set off, Dan Yangzi suddenly thought of something. He stopped in his tracks, turned to the disciple beside him, and said, "Go quickly and fetch my granddaughter." Before long, a charming and lovely young girl appeared before Dan Yangzi. "Grandfather, what do you need me for?" The charming young girl was innocent and adorable, with a hint of pampered willfulness, a truly delightful maiden. Dan Yangzi nodded with satisfaction. "A few days ago, didn't you say you were very interested in the cultivator who took my title as the #1 alchemist? Today, I'll take you to meet him." "Really?" The young girl revealed a sweet smile. Lately, her grandfather had been constantly going on and on in front of her about how that man was a genius of unparalleled talent, which made her itch with curiosity to see him for herself. Now that she heard there was a chance to meet that #1 alchemist, how could she not be overjoyed? Chapter 304, Celestial Dew Condensation. Hiss, those eyes of yours. Yuan Qing had just invited Dan Yangzi to this place and explained the cause of Mu Yunxi's illness, when she saw Dan Yangzi staring fixedly at Mu Yunxi's eyes, letting out a gasp of astonishment from his throat, and for a long while, he could not utter a single word. After all, Dan Yangzi was a figure of great renown in the martial world. In his lifetime, he had seen countless people and encountered all sorts of strange and extraordinary things. Yet at this moment, facing Mu Yunxi's eyes, he seemed to be struck by a paralysis spell, standing frozen like a wooden chicken. Dan Yangzi had once heard a mysterious rumor. There exist in this world some people born with special supernatural abilities, and every single one of them is a celestial immortal descending to the mortal realm for trials. The abilities they possess are actually divine powers brought from the celestial realm by these heavenly beings. Thinking of this legend, and then looking at the eyes of Mu Yunxi before him, which seemed to hold endless mysteries, Dan Yangzi felt a surge of shock and turmoil in his heart. Could it be that this Mu Yunxi was truly a reincarnation of the legendary Immortal? Or perhaps he was simply an immortal from the heavens descending to the mortal world to experience the mundane. At this thought, Dan Yangzi's gaze toward Mu Yunxi instantly grew even more fervent. At first, he was merely intrigued by the idea of a marriage alliance because of the astonishing talent Mu Yunxi had displayed in alchemy. But at this very moment, when he realized that Mu Yunxi was highly likely a reincarnated celestial being, the determination deep within to bring Mu Yunxi into their own family grew increasingly unshakable. After all, if they could successfully recruit this Mu Yunxi, who was suspected to be a reincarnated immortal, it would undoubtedly be an unprecedented and monumental opportunity for their entire alchemy sect. Whether he ascends to immortality here or abandons the trial and returns to the celestial realm, the Dan family will not lack for benefits. Dan Yangzi's gaze first fell upon Mu Yunxi, then slowly shifted to Yuanqing. One must admit that when these two stand side by side, they truly resemble a pair of celestial lovers, evoking boundless envy. Especially when Yuanqing gazes at Mu Yunxi, the deep, unguarded worry in her eyes stirs the heart and moves one to sorrow. But Dan Yangzi knew that Yuanqing was not accompanied solely by a man like Mu Yunxi. It is said that even the demon king of the demon race, Zhu Jiuyin, has been fawning over her and pestering her relentlessly. Thinking of this, Dan Yangzi couldn't help but let out a cold snort in his heart. How could someone who is a reincarnated immortal be matched with a woman as fickle as her? Dan Yangzi secretly made up his mind clearly. His own innocent, well-behaved, and adorable granddaughter was a far better match for Mu Yunxi. Just then, Mu Yunxi was heard comforting Yuanqing, telling her not to worry. These eyes of mine have always had some peculiar qualities. Now that I've lost my sight, it must be the price I have to pay for them. As for the peculiar nature of his eyes, Mu Yunxi had never mentioned a word of it to anyone. Now that he had ended up blind, it seemed to be the will of heaven. Worth a try. Yuanqing refused to accept it. How could she suddenly go blind for no reason? At this moment, Mu Yunxi and Yuanqing were completely unaware that Dan Yangzi had already turned over countless thoughts in his mind, even beginning to scheme about how to break up him and Yuanqing. Senior Dan Yangzi, is there truly no way at all? Yuanqing clutched tightly at Mu Yunxi's sleeve, her face showing urgency, her voice trembling slightly as she pressed the question again. Dan Yangzi stroked his beard, his eyes flickering, then declared with conviction, there is. Of course there is. He had to quickly think of a way to send Yuanqing away so that he could create more opportunities for his granddaughter and Mu Yunxi to be alone together and develop feelings for each other. Upon hearing this, Yuanqing's originally dim eyes instantly lit up, a look of joy spreading across her face as she eagerly pressed on. Really? What is it? As long as it can cure Yunxi's eyes, Yuanqing, would go through fire and water without hesitation. Standing to the side, Mu Yunxi couldn't help but feel a bit puzzled. Based on his own diagnosis, he had long determined that his injured eyes should be beyond the help of medicine or treatment. Dan Yangzi pretended to be profound, pondering for a moment before slowly speaking. Young friend Mu's eye injury is extremely severe, and the methods of ordinary medical cultivators would naturally be difficult to cure. If you wish to heal it completely, I'm afraid only divine means can be attempted. Divine methods? Yuanqing repeated with a puzzled look, an involuntary thought surfacing in her mind. Could it be that they had to wait until ascending to immortality, then invite celestial deities from the heavens to heal Mu Yunxi's eyes? At this thought, her brow furrowed even tighter. I wonder if any of you have heard of celestial dew. Dan Yangzi suddenly shifted the topic, drawing everyone's attention to himself. Celestial dew? Yuanqing and Mu Yunxi exchanged a glance, both shaking their heads with bewildered expressions, indicating they had never heard of that name before. Upon seeing this, Dan Yangzi smiled and turned to look at his granddaughter, Dan Yutong, casting an encouraging glance her way to signal that she should explain. Dan Yutong understood his intent, cleared her throat, and said, this celestial nectar, according to legend, is formed from the tears of immortals in the heavenly realm. It possesses miraculous effects and can cure all ailments. Moreover, it contains boundless immortal spiritual energy, making it a rare and precious treasure for cultivators. Having said this, Dan Yutong let out a sigh of relief as if she had just completed a task. Dan Yangzi nodded with satisfaction and added, this celestial dew descends from the heavens, truly a genuine divine method. If we could obtain it, perhaps we might be able to cure young friend Mu's eyes. As he spoke, he gently stroked his own beard. Upon hearing this, Yuanqing could not wait to ask, in that case, where should we go to find the celestial nectar? Dan Yangzi smiled faintly and replied unhurriedly, such divine means can naturally only be bestowed by immortals. The last time news of celestial immortals condensed dew surfaced in the cultivation world, it was said to have appeared in the mortal realm. The mortal realm? Could that be the legendary paradise of blessed caves and celestial grottos? Yuanqing suddenly recalled the key she carried with her. Wasn't that precisely the pass to the mortal realm? Dan Yangzi smiled and nodded, affirming, that's right, it's exactly there. Cultivators who go to the mortal realm often stay away for decades at a time. If Yuanqing were sent away to the mortal realm, then he could create opportunities for his beloved granddaughter to spend long periods of time with Mu Yunxi. In this way, as time passed, the two would inevitably develop feelings for each other. Decades later, Mu Yunxi would surely have already pledged his lifelong love to his granddaughter. By that time, even if Yuanqing returned with the celestial nectar, everything would likely have already been settled. Can it really work? Mu Yunxi had never heard of the so-called celestial nectar, and her heart was filled with doubt. Moreover, for some reason, he kept feeling that Dan Yangzi was acting unusually attentive today, and this enthusiasm seemed to conceal some unknown purpose. Don't worry, little friend Mu, it'll be fine. Dan Yangzi assured Mu Yunxi with great confidence. Although his intention was indeed to lure Yuanqing away from this place, what he said was not entirely baseless or empty boasting. This celestial nectar truly possessed its own unique and wondrous effects. However, Dan Yangzi mused to himself that the celestial dew might not have much effect on Mu Yunxi's eyes, which were regarded as a symbol of a celestial reincarnation. After all, those eyes were far too unique, perhaps fundamentally beyond the influence of the celestial dew. Chapter 305, Agreeing to Travel Together. On the cloud boat, a gentle breeze brushed against the gunwale, producing a faint rustling sound. Chief Xia stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze falling upon his beloved disciple Qin Siyu, whom he had painstakingly nurtured for years. He couldn't help but let out a long sigh before asking, what exactly happened between you and junior apprentice Yu? Qin Siyu kept his head lowered the entire time, not uttering a single word, as still as a silent statue. Seeing this, sect leader Xia was both exasperated and helpless. He pointed a finger at Qin Siyu, his tone filled with a sense of frustration over wasted potential. You. I truly cannot fathom what goes on in that mind of yours day in and day out. Since you have feelings for her, then boldly pursue her. What can possibly come of burying your emotions deep in your heart like this day after day? Only suffering for yourself. At this point, sect leader Xia grew even more furious, raising his voice as he continued his tirade. Now look at what you've done. You've already cooked the rice, so to speak, but junior disciple Yu remains completely in the dark about it. Tell me, what kind of mess is this? Pausing for a moment, sect leader Xia seemed to suddenly think of something. His brow furrowed slightly as he fixed his gaze on Qin Siyu and pressed further. The reason you haven't overcome your heart tribulation, is it because of this? And now? Have you given up? Faced with his master's series of questions and accusations, Qin Siyu remained silent. However, upon hearing the final question, he slowly lifted his head at last, meeting his master's gaze, which was filled with concern and worry, and replied in a voice that was not loud but exceptionally resolute. No. Just two simple words, yet they revealed an unquestionable determination. Because his own son was not earning money, sect leader Xia took great care of his disciple. Every time he thought of his own good-for-nothing son, sect leader Xia couldn't help but shake his head and sigh repeatedly, truly at a loss for how to even evaluate him. This child not only has numerous flaws in character, but also some issues with their temperament. However, in recent years, for reasons unknown, they have become unusually diligent in cultivation, which can be considered a sign of maturity. What is worrying, however, is that his temperament is increasingly straying from the right path. It is precisely for this reason that sect leader Xia has devoted all his efforts to his only disciple. Even after failing to overcome the thunder tribulation, Qin Siyu's resolve remained utterly unshaken. At this, sect leader Xia felt both gratified and conflicted deep within his heart. On one hand, he was delighted that Qin Siyu possessed such an unwavering resolve. On the other hand, he was not too fond of this temperament that bordered on stubbornness to the point of obstinacy. Are you sure? Sect leader Xia let out a sigh. Qin Siyu nodded. I'm sure. Then figure it out yourself. Sect leader Xia waved his hand wearily, signaling Qin Siyu to leave quickly. It seemed that the only thing he could do as a master was to beg the Spirit Abyss Immortal Lord not to kill his disciple with a single sword strike when he turned hostile. After finishing his conversation with his master, Qin Siyu turned around and left without delay, hurrying off to find Yuanqing. Before long, he spotted the slender figure standing alone at the stern of the cloud boat. Qin Siyu quickened his pace, his gaze falling upon Yuanqing as he asked softly, "Why are you here all by yourself?" Yuanqing turned her head at the sound of his voice, and upon seeing it was Qin Siyu, she offered a faint smile. Raising a hand to smooth her wind-tousled hair, she said, "Senior brother Qin, elder Dan Yangzi is administering acupuncture to Yunxi. He said I was in the way, so he sent me out." Qin Siu frowned at these words, pondering to himself. He distinctly remembered that when Dan Yangzi boarded the cloud vessel today, there was a female cultivator accompanying him. If he found someone obstructive, why did he only drive Yuanqing out? Thinking of this, Qin Siu spoke up. "I recall there was another person who came along with Dan Yangzi." Yuanqing nodded and explained, "That is Dan Yutong, the granddaughter of Senior Dan Yangzi. She has been kept inside to assist the senior with minor tasks." Hearing this, Qin Siu's face showed a hint of displeasure. Men and women should not touch each other. Mu Yunxi is already with you. How can he be allowed to have such contact with another woman? Besides, there are plenty of medical cultivators in the Dan sect. Why must they find a woman to help with the tasks? After hearing what Qin Siu said, Yuanqing couldn't help but recall the scene that had taken place in the room earlier. At that time, Dan Yangzi was preparing to apply acupuncture to Mu Yunxi to heal his injuries, but demanded that he remove his clothes. However, Mu Yunxi adamantly refused because there were other women present in the room, and in the end, he administered the acupuncture while fully clothed. At this moment and place, recalling the scene from back then, Yuanqing's lips curled slightly upward, revealing a faint smile. Yuanqing said, "It's merely about treating illnesses and saving lives. As a physician, one should not distinguish between men and women in the first place." In Yuanqing's view, this was truly nothing to make a big fuss over. Recalling the past, Mu Yunxi had often treated and healed female cultivators in the sect, always maintaining a calm and composed demeanor regardless of the situation, showing no signs of unease. But now the tables have turned, and when the one in need of treatment becomes himself, he has grown rather bashful. "Can Pastor Brother's eyes be cured or not?" Qin Siu asked. He knew that Mu Yunxi's injured eyes had always been a thorn in Yuanqing's heart. Even now, though Mu Yunxi himself has come to terms with this matter, Yuanqing has never given up trying every possible method to heal his eyes. Yuanqing nodded gently, her delicate brows tightly furrowed as she said, "From what we know so far, there is a treasure called celestial nectar dew that could benefit his eyes. However, this precious item originates from the mortal realm. However, the rewards that the mortal realm grants to those who enter are not fixed, they depend entirely on luck. So I truly cannot be sure whether, after we go there, we will be fortunate enough to obtain this celestial nectar," Yuanqing said with a worried tone. She knew full well that the mortal realm's completely random reward system made it unlikely for her to have such explosive luck as to precisely obtain the celestial nectar. Upon hearing the words mortal realm, Qin Si's heart stirred slightly, and he said thoughtfully, "I seem to recall that entering the mortal realm requires a specific key." Yuanqing nodded again in agreement. "Indeed. But as luck would have it, I happen to have just such a key on me." As he spoke, Qin Siu took out the key that the Zhang family had given him from his bosom and handed it to Yuanqing. "Is it something like this?" Yuanqing fixed her gaze on it, a glimmer of delight flashing in her eyes. "Exactly. This is indeed the key to the mortal realm." She truly hadn't expected that Qin Siu would also hold such a crucial key in his hands. "It seems I'll have to go with senior sister Yu," Qin Siu said with a firm gaze. Hearing this, Yuanqing couldn't help but frown. Wouldn't that be too much trouble? After all, you still have the injuries from your previous tribulation. However, Qin Siu just smiled faintly, unconcerned. "It's fine. The fact that I failed the heart-questioning tribulation only shows that my character is flawed. I've heard that the mortal realm is the best place to temper one's heart and mind. Perhaps after this journey, I will achieve spiritual perfection and successfully break through my bottleneck." Yuanqing nodded gently. She had indeed heard of such a notion before. It is said that those cultivators who enter the mortal realm simulate living a complete life there, personally experiencing the trials and tribulations of birth, aging, sickness, death, and the full range of human emotions and desires. It is the truest test of one's character. Thinking of this, Yuanqing said no more. "In that case, I thank you, junior brother, for your help this time." Chapter 306, Dan Yangzi's Scheme. The injuries to Mu Yunxi's eyes were extremely severe. Under Dan Yangzi's insisted demands, Mu Yunxi had no choice but to temporarily stay at the Dan sect to rest and recuperate in peace. However, the true thoughts deep within Dan Yangzi's heart were likely known only to himself. Must it really be done this way? Dan Yutong was quite dissatisfied with the series of arrangements made by her grandfather. She pouted her little lips and complained, "You know perfectly well that Mu Yunxi and Yuanqing are deeply in love and completely devoted to each other. Now that Yuanqing has gone out to find medicine for Mu Yunxi and hasn't returned yet, if I were to barge in at this moment, forcefully tear them apart, and take advantage of Mu Yunxi's injury to worm my way in, wouldn't I become a despicable, shameless villain?" As the young leader of the Dan sect, Dan Yutong had been held in high esteem since childhood, and naturally carried her own sense of pride and self-respect deep within her heart. My dear granddaughter, you must not be so short-sighted. Whether our alchemy sect can soar to new heights and become renowned throughout the world hinges entirely on seizing this rare opportunity. Dan Yangzi earnestly counseled his granddaughter. For now, the most urgent task is to do everything possible to keep Mu Yunxi within our alchemy sect for the long term. All other matters can be discussed and planned later. Faced with her grandfather's insistence, Dan Yutong remained unwilling to accept it. She furrowed her brow and retorted, in my view, that Mu Yunxi may have some talent in alchemy and medical cultivation, but aside from that, I truly see nothing exceptional about him that would warrant such painstaking effort on your part. Hearing his granddaughter's words, Dan Yangzi couldn't help but let out a long sigh, thinking to himself whether he had been too indulgent with her on ordinary days, to the point that she now wouldn't even listen to him. One must understand that the matter of a celestial being's reincarnation is not a secret to be casually divulged to others. Thus, his only hope at this moment was that his granddaughter would obediently and compliantly follow the arrangements. Dan Yangzi's face was grave, his tone heavy yet filled with concern as he said, "How is it that now you won't even listen to your own grandfather? Do you think I would ever deliberately harm you?" Although Dan Yutong did not speak up to refute him, her heart was seething with extreme dissatisfaction and indignation. Forcing her to go and break up a loving couple, no matter how you look at it, such an act could never be considered honorable. Dan Yangzi naturally also saw his granddaughter's full reluctance. Thus he decided to appeal to her emotions and reason with her. Just look at Mu Yunxi. He cuts a fine figure with an elegant demeanor and has achieved extraordinary mastery in both medical cultivation and the alchemical arts. If this old man's memory serves me right, these past few days, staying by his side has brought you no small benefit. Having said this, Dan Yangzi paused for a moment, his gaze fixed intently on Dan Yutong, then pressed on. So, have you truly never felt even a flicker of attraction toward him? Faced with Grandpa's such blunt questioning, Dan Yutong couldn't help but part her lips slightly, wanting to say something, but in the end, she still failed to utter a single word. This person Mu Yunxi is not only amiable in dealing with others and meticulous in etiquette, but also possesses a refined and gentle temperament, as smooth and warm as jade. Moreover, he is the universally acclaimed #1 alchemist in the Penglai Wonderland. After spending these days together, coupled with the fact that Dan Yutong had always admired Mu Yunxi from the start, to say she had never felt a flicker of attraction would be nothing but self-deceiving lies. So what if I do? Mu Yunxi already has someone in his heart. Dan Yutong stomped her foot in a petulant huff, shouting loudly at her grandfather, her cheeks flushing slightly with agitation and her eyes growing a bit moist. Are you engaged? Have you formed a bond? Dan Yangzi asked his granddaughter, arms crossed, unhurriedly. A hint of authority gleamed in his deep eyes. No, not yet. Dan Yutong's momentum weakened a few notches at her grandfather's question, and her voice dropped lower. In that case, it's merely a private exchange of favors, nothing significant. Dan Yangzi let out a cold snort and continued, as long as they haven't formally established their relationship, there's still a chance for a turnaround. Matters of the heart, who can say for sure? Perhaps one day he'll simply forget that so-called beloved. But, Dan Yutong looked up at her grandfather with tear-filled eyes. Silly child, once you marry him, have children, and live a happy and fulfilling life, look back at the present, what will a former lover matter then? Dan Yangzi gently stroked his granddaughter's hair, offering heartfelt consolation. If you like her, go after her boldly, child. Our entire alchemy sect will support you with all our might. Dan Yangzi said with a kindly expression. He gently patted Dan Yutong on the shoulder, patiently guiding him step by step. By that time, even if that girl Yuanqing kicks up a fuss, what of it? Our alchemy sect isn't to be trifled with. Do you think we'd be afraid of her? Facing our entire sect alone, how much trouble could she really stir up? Hearing Dan Yangzi's words, Dan Yutong felt a surge of warmth in her heart, and her eyes grew slightly moist. She raised a hand to gently wipe away the tears at the corners of her eyes, a shy blush spreading across her cheeks. Thank you, grandfather. I understand. Previously, she had hesitated and dared not approach Mu Yunxi easily because she was worried that unpleasant gossip might spread. But at this moment, with her grandfather's encouragement and the entire alchemy sect backing her up, the deep-seated concerns in Dan Yutong's heart instantly vanished like smoke in the wind. She took a deep breath, her eyes shimmering with the light of confidence and courage, as if she could already see the beautiful future she and Mu Yunxi would share. In the tranquil and rustic courtyard of the Dan sect, Yuanqing and Mu Yunxi sat side by side on stone stools, engaged in conversation. I really can't understand it. Why does Senior Dan Yangzi insist on keeping you here in the alchemy sect? You clearly know all those medical techniques he performs. Yuanqing furrowed her delicate brows slightly, her tone filled with confusion. After observing for this period of time, Yuanqing had already seen through it clearly. Dan Yangzi's medical treatments were merely stopgap measures that could only alleviate the symptoms, but could not fundamentally solve the problem. Now the only hope lies in that celestial nectar, which Dan Yangzi once mentioned. What puzzled you watching the most was that the therapeutic methods Dan Yangzi employed were hardly difficult for Mu Yunxi. Yet, even so, Dan Yangzi insisted that Mu Yunxi remain in the alchemy sect, euphemistically claiming it was for the convenience of treating the patient. In response to Yuanqing's question, Mu Yunxi smiled faintly, reaching out to gently stroke her silky, smooth hair and comforted her. Don't overthink it. Perhaps Senior Dan Yangzi simply longs for a companion to share and discuss the various experiences and insights along the path of alchemy and medicine. Mu Yunxi's vacant gaze was clear and gentle, as if it could pierce through all the mist. Although it remains unclear what intentions lie behind Dan Yangzi's actions, as time goes on, the truth will eventually come to light. Chapter 307. The Mortal Realm I. It had been a full century since the establishment of the Ling dynasty, a long span of years weathered through storms and vicissitudes. The current emperor has decided to hold an unprecedentedly grand banquet across the nation at this moment of special significance to celebrate the Ling dynasty's centennial anniversary. He also wishes to use this banquet to pray to the heavens for the Ling dynasty's future prosperity, favorable weather, and flourishing abundance, ensuring its continuation for 1,000 generations. It was now the 3rd month of spring, when the gentle spring breeze brushed across the land, bringing with it boundless vitality and energy. On both banks of the Tenli Qinhuai River, the scenery was picturesque and overwhelmingly beautiful, with lush greenery filling the eyes at every turn. Such a pleasant season is undoubtedly the perfect time for people to go out on spring outings. And before long, the capital will host a grand centennial celebration, which has already caused the city's population to far exceed its usual numbers. At this moment, some visitors strolled in pairs or small groups, while others gathered together with their entire families or a retinue of servants. Those from wealthier households went so far as to send servants to meticulously set up banquets on the lush green lawns by the lake, savoring fine wines and delicacies while enthusiastically playing the game of composing spring-themed verses. Laughter and cheerful voices rose and fell in waves. The women, dressed in brightly colored garments, waved their long sleeves like fluttering butterflies, adding even more vitality and charm to this beautiful scene. At the same time, this rare and grand gathering naturally drew the attention of countless merchants. They all seized the business opportunity, eager to make a huge profit from this chance. Thus, all kinds of street vendors flooded the streets like a tide, cramming the once spacious roads to the brim. In front of the shops lining both sides of the street, colorful cloth banners were hung high, swaying in the wind, as if vivid paintings were slowly unfurling before one's eyes. Meanwhile, the bookshops situated at the street corner presented a scene of a different charm altogether. Rich waves of ink fragrance wafted out from the shop, refreshing the mind and heart. There, stacks of books piled high like mountains were neatly arranged, drawing groups of diligent students to come in droves. They gathered here, immersed in an ocean of knowledge, holding books in their hands with unwavering concentration, reluctant to set them down for a long time. I never imagined that in this capital city there would be a free bookstore, allowing people like us to borrow books and read freely. Indeed, when I was studying back in the day, finding a single book was an immense struggle. Now, to be able to read for free in this bookshop, I wonder which great scholar performed such a benevolent deed. It's said to be the work of a woman. I hear she also came from a poor background, made her fortune in business as a woman, and then opened this bookshop to give back to those from humble origins. This is truly a case of a woman outshining a man. Inside the bookshop, a group of scholars dressed in long robes sat huddled together, whispering among themselves in low voices. At that moment, a maidservant carrying a tray with several cups of freshly brewed tea was hurrying past them with her head lowered. When she heard the words spoken by these scholars, the maidservant's originally tight lips couldn't help but curl up slightly, revealing a faint smile of shared pride. Only her footsteps quickened, producing a faint thump-thump sound as she swiftly ascended the stairs. "Miss, all those scholars downstairs are praising you. They all say you're a woman who outshines men." As soon as they entered the room, the maidservant eagerly poured out all the words of praise she had just heard downstairs. Then, she gently placed the tray on the table and carefully set one of the cups of tea in front of the woman, who was intently focused on handling the account books. The woman seated behind the spacious desk had long, jet-black hair cascading down her back like a waterfall. Her features were delicate, her skin fair as snow, smooth and supple like fine white jade. Her eyes sparkled like stars, bright and piercing, as if they could see through all things in the world. Her nose bridge was straight and high, her lips naturally red without any rouge, luscious and tempting. The whole person radiated a brilliance that reflected light, stunningly beautiful, as if a pearl had just been washed clean of the moonlight clinging to it. and like fine jade, after meticulous carving, had become crystalline and translucent, untouched by any dust. Faced with such praise and compliments, the woman showed not the slightest hint of pride. Although her original intention in opening this bookshop was precisely for this, now that her wish had truly come true, her heart was instead unusually calm. I've provided so many precious books for them to read for free, and in doing so, I've even offended all the other bookshops in the capital. It's only right that they offer me a few words of praise. The woman continued flipping through the ledger in her hands as she replied calmly. Her words revealed a composed demeanor, unruffled by either favor or disgrace. When she was a child, her father sold her to a human trafficker for a few taels of silver. She escaped along the way, disguised herself as a boy, and begged for a living in the capital. After saving up a bit of money, she started setting up a stall to sell goods. Later on, her beauty grew more and more striking. Even she herself hadn't expected that, born to ordinary parents, she would turn out even more beautiful than the young ladies from noble families. Anyone could see that her build was not that of a man, but she had no choice but to reveal her identity and conduct business as a woman. From then on, even though she deliberately concealed her appearance and falsely claimed that her face had been disfigured, countless men, like flies drawn to a stench, still swarmed around her, refusing to leave. In the beginning, things were not too bad. After all, at that time her status was lowly and humble, and the amount of money she possessed was quite limited. Thus, most of the men who cast their eyes upon her were merely a bunch of rogues and street thugs trying to take advantage of her. A small trick was enough to send him away. However, as her business empire continued to expand and grow stronger, her wealth accumulated day by day. Those men who harbored ill intentions toward her and coveted her vast fortune had grown increasingly noble and prominent in social status. Landlords and wealthy gentry, sons of officials and nobles. She began to soberly realize that if she wanted to continue developing steadily, she would have to find a solid and reliable backer. Yet, with her innate pride, how could she be willing to use her own beauty to serve and please those men? Thus, after much deliberation, she finally came up with such a clever plan. By using free reading bookshops to win over those young scholars from humble backgrounds who were diligent and eager to learn, she could solidify her reputation and status. Although these students from humble backgrounds might, out of male pride, refrain from weeping with gratitude and prostrating themselves before her as they would a male benefactor, simply because she is a woman. Yet, even just receiving a few words of praise and commendation from them would be enough to make those who originally intended to scheme against her think twice. Not daring to easily stand against such a multitude of students from humble backgrounds, they ultimately could only shrink back and retreat in the face of difficulty. Chapter 308, The Human Realm, Part 2. That woman put down her brush and signed her name on the ledger. It means she has checked the ledger up to this point. Huaner, how are the preparations at the rouge shop coming along? Yuanqing gently closed the ledger in her hands, looked up and turned her beautiful eyes toward Huaner, who was standing nearby. To answer you, miss, everything at the rouge shop is all set. The clerks have arranged the goods neatly, and the accountant has calculated the costs and selling prices. We're just waiting to open our doors to customers tomorrow. You can rest assured, barring any mishaps, the opening will go smoothly tomorrow. Huaner replied with a cheerful grin. Although Huaner was merely a young maidservant by Yuanqing's side, having spent years accompanying her mistress, she had absorbed a great deal through constant exposure and had come to know quite a bit about business matters. Now, she was even able to help her mistress manage the shops under her charge. Yuanqing nodded slightly, as if recalling something, and then asked, by the way, if I remember correctly, isn't there a young general returning from the frontier tomorrow? That's right, a young general will indeed be returning in triumph from the frontier tomorrow. I've heard that this general is no ordinary man. Not only has he achieved great military feats, but he is also the heir of a prince. I've heard he's also blessed with a fine appearance, exceptionally handsome in fact. Many noble ladies in our capital are eagerly longing for a chance to meet him. Whenever those talented young men were brought up, Huaner would open up like a floodgate, chattering on and on without pause. In Huaner's heart, her young mistress was actually not that young anymore, having long reached the age for marriage. It was just a pity that the young mistress was busy all day with business and making money, with no mind at all to consider her own lifelong matters. It was rare for the young lady to take the initiative in asking about a man today, so Huaner naturally couldn't wait to say a few more words, hoping to help her find an ideal husband sooner. Yuanqing mused to herself, if that's the case, then by the time he enters the city tomorrow, there will surely be many admiring young girls coming to watch. Perhaps this will become the day with the highest number of women stepping out in the capital. Then she added thoughtfully, taking advantage of this opportunity to officially open our rouge shop, we can at least borrow some of his limelight and popularity. I imagine business will be quite good. Upon hearing this, Huaner couldn't help but show a hint of disappointment on her face, muttering with a complaint. So you were asking me all these things, miss, not because you wanted to find yourself a suitable husband. Upon hearing this, Yuanqing let out a soft laugh, her voice as crisp and pleasant as silver bells. A match? Why would I want to find myself a master to serve? Isn't a life of freedom and ease far more delightful? Huaner was momentarily rendered speechless by these words, muttering to herself inwardly, still unable to grasp the true thoughts of her young mistress. After a moment, she recovered her composure and continued, but miss, it wouldn't hurt to just go and take a look. That young general who has returned this time is truly extraordinary. Yuanqing had no interest in this, but couldn't bear to dampen Huaner's enthusiasm, so she nodded casually in response, her tone full of perfunctory agreement. Hum, fine. Huaner's face was brimming with excitement and joy as she began to speak effusively to the woman about the remarkable young general. The young general who has returned is named Qin Siyu, the legitimate son of the Prince of Qin. At just 16, he resolutely joined the military and quickly distinguished himself with his outstanding abilities, becoming a commandant. He once personally led 1,000 elite cavalry and, with overwhelming force, annihilated an entire kingdom. It was precisely because of this illustrious military achievement that His Majesty bestowed upon him the title of young general. Now this young general is only 21, in the prime of his youth, and not yet married. Having guarded the perilous border for 5 full years, he has repeatedly repelled invading enemies, striking fear into their hearts. His bravery is as if the god of war himself had descended to the mortal realm. I hear that on this return to the capital, the current emperor has praised him highly and intends to bestow upon him the rank of a prince or marquis. As she spoke thus, Huaner's voice trembled involuntarily, tinged with the unique shyness of a young girl experiencing her first stirrings of love. Young heroes always inspire admiration in women. Upon hearing the name, Qin Siyu, Yuanqing couldn't help but softly repeat it under her breath. Qin Siyu. For some reason, she felt as though she had heard this name somewhere before, but for the moment, she couldn't recall the exact source. After a moment of contemplation, Yuanqing slowly set down the brush she had been gripping tightly and said thoughtfully, 2 kings from one family? Then I'm afraid he won't live much longer. A hint of regret and concern slipped through his words. What? Miss, what did you just say? Huaner looked at Yuanqing with a puzzled expression and asked. Yuanqing parted her rosy lips and said, nothing urgent, but we'll be heading to negotiate business with the Su family soon. You should prepare quickly, we'll set off shortly. As you command. Upon receiving the order, Huaner dared not show the slightest delay. She hurriedly turned and went into the inner room, emerging shortly with an outer robe and a thin veil for covering the face, carefully helping Yuanqing dress neatly. The veil, white as snow, gently draped over Yuanqing's face of unparalleled beauty, while several meticulously carved crystal ornaments adorned the edges of the veil, firmly securing its corners, ensuring that it would not easily lift even when she walked or when a breeze passed by, so that her features would never be seen. After everything was properly arranged, Yuanqing slowly pushed open the door and made her way downstairs. Huaner followed closely at her heels, and the mistress and maid thus left the bookshop together. Before long, an ornately decorated carriage came to a halt before a magnificent, imposing pavilion. This establishment, known as the Golden Jade Tower, was one of the most renowned taverns in the capital, and also a property under the name of the imperial merchant Su family. Yuanqing stepped gracefully down from the carriage. Although her attire today was already quite refined and elegant, amidst the resplendent splendor and bustling crowds of the Golden Jade Tower, she did not appear particularly outstanding or dazzling, and thus failed to attract much attention from the other patrons. Just then, a well-trained waiter with a beaming smile hurried over and asked warmly, esteemed guest, are you here to dine or to lodge? Yuanqing raised a hand slightly, taking a flawless, warm jade pendant from her sleeve. She handed it to the waiter and said softly, I have not come to eat or stay. I have an appointment with your young master. Please inform him of my arrival. Xiao'er looked at the jade pendant in the woman's hand, his smile growing even more eager. Our young master hasn't arrived yet, esteemed guest. You may wait in a private room upstairs. Yuanqing nodded and led Huaner upstairs. Chapter 309, The Mortal Realm 3. In the bustling and lively capital city, a magnificent and solemn mansion stood at the end of the street. That was the renowned Prime Minister's residence. At this moment, an ornately decorated carriage slowly came to a halt before the vermilion gates of the Chancellor's mansion. The carriage curtain gently lifted, and a handsome young man in splendid brocade robes gracefully descended from the carriage. His posture was upright, his bearing extraordinary, and every movement exuded an innate nobility and confidence. Immediately after, he carefully lifted the carriage curtain, reached out a hand, and gently helped the beautiful woman inside to alight. This woman was blessed with a face of such exquisite beauty that it could topple kingdoms, and her light pink silk dress made her appear as fresh and ethereal as a lotus emerging from the water. She is Lin Sairu, the third miss of the Chancellor's mansion, renowned throughout the entire capital. Passers-by stopped in their tracks to gaze, and when they made out the woman's features, they could not help but let out waves of exclamations of admiration. "Oh my! Isn't this the third miss of the Chancellor's residence? Truly a celestial beauty," someone murmured. "She's no less than a heavenly fairy." Regarding this third young lady of the Chancellor's residence, many legends have long circulated among the common folk. It is said that she possesses a beauty that could make fish sink and geese fall, and a visage that would outshine the moon and shame the flowers, a rare beauty rarely seen in this world. Yet, it is a pity that despite her breathtaking beauty, she seemed to possess no other outstanding qualities. Moreover, as a daughter born of a concubine, her status could not be compared to that of a legitimate daughter. It was precisely for this reason that, despite Lin Sairu's renowned beauty captivating countless men, the truly aristocratic young masters from prestigious families rarely considered her as their top choice for a wife. Even when they showered Lin Sairu with attention, most harbored the intention of waiting until after they had married a proper wife before taking her in as a concubine. In this era of strict hierarchy, the gap between a legal wife and a concubine was as vast as the distance between heaven and earth. But how could the proud and ambitious Lin Sairu ever be content to bow beneath another? She was determined to find herself a perfect marriage, marrying into a noble and wealthy family to become the matriarch of the household. The legitimate sisters in the Chancellor's residence flaunted their superiority before her all day long, claiming she was only fit to be a concubine, clearly jealous of her face. Therefore, Lin Sairu must marry better than her legitimate sisters in the family. As for the requirements for her future husband, Lin Sairu's demands were even more stringent. Not only must he come from a prominent family background, but he must also be handsome and graceful. More importantly, he must possess outstanding talent that can overshadow all other men. Lin Sairu slightly lifted her eyes and casually glanced at the man who was helping her down from the carriage. Su Jingheng of the imperial merchant Su family. His posture was as straight as a pine, and his face, with its feminine beauty, was hardly inferior to hers. Not only that, but his talent is truly extraordinary, whether in poetry, lyrics, songs, and odes, or in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. He has achieved considerable mastery. Moreover, I hear that he has now begun to gradually take over the vast family business affairs, managing the Su family's enterprises in an orderly manner, truly a young man of promise with boundless prospects. Among the many men who had expressed their willingness to marry Lin Sairu, Su Jingheng was undoubtedly the most outstanding. Yet even so, there remained a trace of discontent in Lin Sairu's heart. Though the imperial family possessed boundless wealth and was the richest under heaven, in the final analysis, they were nothing more than mere merchants. In this rigidly hierarchical society, the status of merchants was far too humble and lowly to ever help her hold her head high and stand proud before those legitimate sisters of hers. Lin Sairu's true desire for a lifelong was not the seemingly flawless young master Su before her, but rather the several already grown princes, or at the very least, a prince of the royal household. Lin Sairu was filled with eager anticipation that she could marry one of the princes, and preferably the one who would ultimately ascend the throne. In this way, she could legitimately become the empress, the mother of the nation, enjoying endless wealth, honor, and reverence, becoming the most exalted woman in the world. Let those noble ladies and legitimate daughters who looked down on her kneel before her. I had a wonderful time on today's outing. Thank you, young Master Su, for inviting me out. Despite holding Su Jingheng in deep contempt at her core, Lin Sairu could not ignore the weight of his money pouch. Since Su Jingheng appeared, her current standard of living has become even better than her sister's. Therefore, she had no intention of letting go of this big fish, Su Jingheng, easily, believing that she must firmly control this man in her own hands and make him her lifelong cash cow. Miss Lin, I'm glad you're pleased. Su Jingheng's lips curled upward as he smiled gently at Lin Sairu. That smile was filled with boundless affection, as if the woman standing before him was the entire meaning of his life. Lin Sairu felt exceptionally satisfied with Su Jingheng's deeply affectionate display. In her eyes, Su Jingheng's current infatuated demeanor was enough to prove her extraordinary charm. She even began to imagine that when those noble princes and young lords laid eyes on her breathtaking beauty, they would surely fall at her feet just like Su Jingheng. Then this little lady will take her leave now. If I return too late, I'm afraid my sisters might. Lin Sairu stopped mid-sentence, confident that Su Jingheng's intelligence would allow him to grasp the unspoken meaning behind her words. Sure enough, a flicker of pity quickly passed through Su Jingheng's eyes as he asked with concern, "Did your sisters deliberately make things difficult for you again? If that's the case, how about I personally come to your home tomorrow to propose marriage?" Hearing this, Lin Sairu was startled and quickly waved her hand to refuse, saying, "The sisters are actually quite kind to me." She had no intention of marrying Su Jingheng at all, and absolutely could not let him come to propose. If a concubine's daughter could be exchanged for the friendship of the Su family, the imperial merchants, her father would certainly marry her off to Su Jingheng without a second thought. As for the matter of seeking a marriage proposal, Lin Sairu's cheeks flushed with a faint rosy hue as she said shyly, "My elder sisters have yet to be married off. How could I go before them?" Su Jingheng stood quietly in place, watching Lin Sairu gradually recede into the distance until her graceful figure completely vanished from his sight. At that very moment, the tender smile that had been brimming on his face seemed to be blown away without a trace by a sudden gust of cold wind, replaced by a look of coldness and gloom. Immediately after, he turned without hesitation and boarded the carriage, saying to the driver in a tone that brooked no argument, "To the Golden Jade Pavilion." Today, according to the original plan, he was supposed to go to Jinxiu workshop to meet with that Miss Yu to discuss important matters together. But a few days ago, Lin Sairu suddenly sent a letter, the lines of which subtly hinted that she wished to go on a lakeside outing together today. But once she arrived at the lakeside, her mind was set on running into a noble scion, thinking she hadn't been found out, when in truth her methods were clumsy and her intentions shallow. If a successful marriage alliance could be made with the Chancellor's mansion, which holds sway over the entire court, it would undoubtedly be a good thing for the Su family. Although the Su family had been merchants for generations, they were ultimately just a family of traders. In this rigidly hierarchical society, how could the Prime Minister's estate easily allow their noble legitimate daughter to marry down to a merchant? As a result, Lin Sairu, being a concubine's daughter, naturally became the most ideal marriage candidate in Su Jingheng's eyes. At first, he was full of anticipation that this marriage alliance would bring many benefits to both sides, achieving a win-win situation. Unexpectedly, this Lin Sairu turned out to be a proud and haughty person who looked down on him, a mere merchant. Now she has become even more insatiably greedy, attempting to have it both ways, going so far as to surpass many men in her excesses. Chapter 310. The Mortal Realm 4. It's clearly the Su family that wants to cooperate with our young lady, yet we've been waiting here for so long without even seeing a single person. It's utterly outrageous. In the Golden Jade Pavilion, roughly the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn had already passed. Yet Su Jingheng, who was supposed to appear for a business collaboration with Yuan Qing, still had not shown up. Huaner's pretty little face was now full of anger, and she kept muttering under her breath, "You have no sense of hospitality at all." Yuan Qing, who was sitting to the side, appeared relatively calmer. She slightly lowered her eyes, quietly gazing at the delicate teacup in her hand. After a moment, she said softly, "Let's wait for him for the time it takes a cup of tea to cool. If he still hasn't shown up by then, we'll head back home." Yuan Qing was no pushover who could be easily manipulated by others. Although this meeting was of great importance, if she were to wait foolishly like this, the Su family might think that her embroidery workshop was weak and easily bullied. At this thought, she couldn't help but clench her fist secretly. The next second, Yuan Qing had already drained the tea from her cup, then abruptly set it down heavily on the table with a crisp clatter. Immediately after, she rose without hesitation and instructed Huaner beside her, "Let's go, Huaner." With that, she moved lightly and walked toward the door. Huaner, seeing this, quickly followed close behind. Just as the two were about to step down the stairs, a voice suddenly came from behind, "Miss Yu, please wait. I was held up by some urgent business on my end, and I'm truly sorry to have kept Miss Yu waiting." Su Jingheng strode over, appearing somewhat travel-worn yet still maintaining his composure. He secretly regretted in his heart, knowing he should have been more forceful and taken Lin Sairu away when the time came. Instead of standing by the riverbank like a spectator, letting Lin Sairu flutter around like a butterfly among flowers, trying to catch the attention of those men, now he had nearly ruined everything. "This is just a small token of my regard, Miss Yu. I insist you accept it. Consider it an apology for my lateness today." As he spoke, Su Jingheng gestured for the attendant behind him to carefully present an exquisite brocade box. When it was gently opened, a stunning set of jadeite head ornaments lay inside. This set of head ornaments was carefully selected by him from the most renowned jewelry workshop in the capital. Each piece was crystal clear, a vivid green that seemed to drip, and worth a fortune. Yuan Qing's expression, however, remained displeased. Her willow-like brows slightly furrowed as her voice emerged from beneath the veil. "Young Master Su should be well aware that for a merchant, integrity is paramount. Since we agreed on a time in advance, one ought to arrive punctually. Being late like this is truly improper. Su Jingheng nodded repeatedly in agreement. Yes, 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 Miss Yu's reprimand is absolutely right. This time, the fault is truly mine. I hope you can be lenient and give me a chance to make amends. In the future, I will be doubly careful and never repeat the same mistake. Su Jingheng understood that under today's circumstances, any hope of smoothly negotiating a cooperation was likely lost. For now, the only option is to first find a way to coax Yuanqing into calming down, and once her mood improves, then seize the opportunity to bring up future collaboration again. To express his apology, Su Jingheng quickly said, "How about this, Miss Yu? Let me be the host and treat you to a banquet today, shall we? No business talk, just making friends. Consider it my personal apology to you. What do you think, miss?" Having said this much, Su Jingheng's attitude was already extremely sincere. Seeing this, Yuanqing found it difficult to continue maintaining a stiff face and stalemate, so she softened her tone slightly and said, "Enough, enough. Since young Master Su is so sincere, I won't dwell on it any further. It's just a business relationship, so it wouldn't be good to be too aggressive. Both sides need to give a little to create a win-win opportunity." Because of the lateness, although Yuanqing expressed understanding on the surface, during the banquet, when Su Jingheng tried to get closer to her, the attitude she showed was merely lukewarm. Although this meeting between the two did not involve any discussion of matters, it nonetheless came to a close in a relatively peaceful atmosphere. However, after this incident, Su Jingheng truly left no favorable impression on Yuanqing. After Yuanqing had left, the young servant who had been attending Su Jingheng all along felt extremely dissatisfied with Yuanqing's consistently cold attitude during the banquet and couldn't help complaining. "This Miss Yu really puts on airs to an outrageous degree. It was just a slight delay in arriving. Was there any need to be so relentless and aggressive?" After saying this, he even shook his head, as if to express his incomprehension. Then he added, "And look at her, there's not a trace of a proper lady about her. She hardly even seems like a woman." Upon hearing this, Su Jingheng furrowed his brow slightly. With a flick of his folding fan, he tapped the servant on the head and scolded, "Nonsense. This meeting was for discussing serious matters between both parties. I was the one who arrived late. That was my fault to begin with." Su Jingheng paused, then continued, "As for today's events, Miss Yu was gracious enough to consider the possibility of future cooperation between us and didn't make a big deal out of it. That alone was already a great show of respect toward me. If this were an ordinary invitation between a man and a woman, with me arriving this late, I'm afraid that young lady would have already shown your young master the door without a second thought." The young servant scratched his head, revealing a simple, honest grin as he chuckled. "I've always believed that it's not a good thing for a woman to show her face in public and engage in business. A truly virtuous and refined lady should be just like the eldest Miss Lin, staying quietly at home all day, never stepping out the front gate or crossing the threshold, spending her days playing the zither and painting. Only then can she be called a woman fit for the family and the home." Hearing this, Su Jingheng's lips curled slightly as he let out a non-committal snicker. "Oh? Like Lin Sire, you mean?" In his view, those so-called ladies of noble families were merely outwardly glamorous. In reality, they were nothing more than tools used by their clans for marriage alliances, decorative vases displayed in the manner for show. Yet, ironically, they would fight tooth and nail, scheming endlessly, just for the chance to be placed on that pedestal. Yuanqing was entirely different. Though she was a woman, she was able to rely on her own abilities and courage to build a career that left most men in the world far behind. How could an ordinary woman ever compare to such a heroic spirit that rivals even the finest men? He had never realized it before, but this supposedly clever young servant who had always been by his side turned out to be so utterly dull-witted. The young servant continued chattering on, "Young master, just think about it. In this vast capital, besides Yuanqing, is there any other woman who would go into business? Whether men or women, isn't everyone pointing fingers at her, looking down on her with contempt?" Pointing fingers? Looking down with contempt? Can the contempt of these people stop her brocade workshop from raking in a fortune every day? Su Jingheng lowered his voice and asked coldly in return. Chapter 311, The Human Realm, v. Yuanqing's carriage came to a slow halt before the gates of a rather sizable mansion. This mansion was situated in the bustling capital city, serving as Yuanqing's residence. Its location was somewhat remote, but all the prime spots had already been taken by the prominent noble families. Yuanqing couldn't have been happier to keep her distance from those people. The capital of this kingdom is truly a place where every inch of land is worth its weight in gold, with each plot commanding an exorbitant price. As for the mansion before us, though it is somewhat remote, it occupies a considerable area, and its internal layout is notably meticulous and well-structured, with clear layers of organization. The doorman pushed open the door, and the first thing that came into view was an extremely spacious front courtyard. At the center of the front courtyard stood a uniquely designed flower bed, crafted with exceptional ingenuity. The flowers in the garden vied for beauty, emitting waves of refreshing fragrance that soothed the soul. Yuanqing led Huaner through the festooned gate and entered the inner courtyard. "I've been traveling through dust all day. Have the kitchen staff prepare hot water. I wish to bathe." "Yes," Huaner acknowledged and left to instruct the others. The main hall of the inner courtyard was exquisite and spacious, and the furnishings within were even more elegant and luxurious. Every item, from the tables and chairs to the screens, had been meticulously selected and arranged by Yuanqing. Having risen from a beggar to a merchant of unparalleled wealth, Yuanqing should have been the type to revel in the utmost extravagance, like those nouveau riche. But in reality, Yuanqing's aesthetic preference leaned toward understated elegance. The decorations in the room were all in this style as well. Of course, gold is an exception in this regard. Yuanqing admired her small home as she walked through it. Unsure where this obsession came from, she was deeply passionate about buying a house. The side rooms on the east and west are arranged in a pleasingly irregular pattern, connected to each other by a winding covered corridor. Walking along the corridor, one can enjoy the beautiful views of the courtyard from various angles. In the backyard, there was a small and exquisite garden. In the garden, rockery stood tall. A clear pond revealed its bottom, and various flowers, plants, and trees adorned the space, creating a scene of breathtaking beauty. A garden of this size was just right for Yuanqing and the maidservants and guards around her. Living here, they would neither feel it was too vast and desolate, nor would they fail to fully enjoy life. Thinking back to when Yuanqing first arrived in the capital to purchase a property, she had spared no effort in tirelessly traveling around to make comparisons. In the end, among the many options, she settled on this mansion. Although with the immense wealth Yuanqing now possessed, she could easily afford even the mansions of princes and nobles. Doing so would be far too conspicuous and ostentatious. If one were to actually purchase a mansion of such grand scale, it would likely attract the attention and covetousness of many. At that time, it wouldn't just be ordinary noble scions. Even those lofty princes and heirs apparent would cast their gazes upon her and set their sights on her. After all, for these powerful and influential people, a small sedan chair was all it took to easily carry her into their homes, without any need for Yuanqing's consent. This vast capital could lift her to the skies, or just as easily cast her into the abyss in a single day. Yuanqing constantly reminded herself to act with caution. "Miss, the water is ready for your bath," Huaner said as she approached Yuanqing. "All right, I understand. You may all withdraw for now." Yuanqing raised her hand slightly, signaling for everyone to leave, her cool voice echoing in the air. Yuanqing had never liked having others attend to her up close, a fact that everyone in the household knew well. Thus, when Huaner heard her mistress's instruction, she merely replied softly, "Yes, miss." Then she silently bowed and withdrew. Though she knew that one must keep a low profile when acting in this bustling capital, Yuanqing was also someone who knew how to enjoy life. Thus, in her own backyard, she had a delicate bathhouse built specially by her orders. At this moment, the bath was enveloped by rising steam, as if a layer of gauze surrounded it. On the surface of the pool, colorful, delicate petals lay scattered, gently swaying with the ripples. Yuanqing walked to the edge of the pool and removed the veil covering her face, instantly revealing her stunningly beautiful features. Then, with gentle movements, she shed her garments and slowly stepped into the bath, like a lotus emerging from the water. As soon as she stepped into the warm pool water, Yuanqing couldn't help but close her eyes and let out a long, weary sigh. Feeling the comfort and relaxation that came from the hot water enveloping her entire body, she stretched out freely, allowing every inch of her skin to fully enjoy this warmth and nourishment. Her originally fair skin flushed a delicate pink. At the same time, beside her hand rested a plate of fresh fruit meticulously prepared by Huaner and a pot of clear, fragrant wine. Such a leisurely and comfortable life is truly intoxicating. Looking back on those days of rushing and toiling desperately to earn money, Yuanqing couldn't help but feel deeply emotional. She was indeed bold back then. Every choice she made was not what an ordinary girl would do. The entire journey was like walking on thin ice. Yet now, being able to enjoy such luxurious and leisurely moments can be considered a consolation for all the efforts made in the past. But after all these years of struggling and hustling, Yuanqing, fears she will never find a husband who truly suits her wishes in this lifetime. At this thought, Yuanqing couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh to herself. An ideal husband. If one were to ask her whether Yuanqing truly cared about finding an ideal husband, Yuanqing would answer without hesitation, "I don't care." Sometimes even she herself felt that her own thoughts were somewhat strange. What woman in this world didn't long to find a compatible, worthy companion to stay by her side? Yet, oddly enough, she alone had no interest in this at all. Yuanqing soaked leisurely in the clear, warm water, gently extending an arm above the surface to pick a plump, glistening grape. Just as Yuanqing was about to bring this delicious grape to her lips, a sudden loud splash rang out. Completely off guard, Yuanqing saw a dark shadow crash through the roof like a meteor, plummeting rapidly and landing squarely in the bath she was in. Yuanqing was stunned by this sudden turn of events, momentarily at a loss for what to do. The grape in her hand, which had been perfectly intact just moments before, was crushed by her subconscious tightening of her grip. Purple juice trickled down her slender fingers, dripping onto her body and into the pool water, spreading into faint purple ripples. That dark figure was also agile and nimble. In the instant after hitting the water, he quickly adjusted his posture and steadily regained control of his body, then rose from the water like a sleek fish. Only then did Yuanqing get a clear look at the newcomer. The figure was clad in a tight black outfit that wrapped around his robust frame, exuding an air of mystery and sternness. A black mask covered his face, completely concealing his features, making it impossible to glimpse his true appearance. Yet, even so, just from his tall and upright stature and the powerful aura he exuded in every gesture, one could tell that he was no ordinary man. Chapter 312, The Mortal Realm 6. Qin Siyu never expected that in his attempt to temporarily evade those relentless shadow guards, he would accidentally fall into a bathing pool where a woman was bathing. The Qin family has been loyal and virtuous for generations, with illustrious military achievements. The Duke of Qin followed the late emperor in the struggle for the realm, while Qin Siyu, a young general, guarded the borderlands in his youth. By now, their family's influence has reached its zenith, so much so that their merits overshadow the sovereign. Although His Majesty, the current emperor, outwardly heaps praise upon the Qin family, in truth, his heart has long been filled with wariness and suspicion toward them. The so-called supreme glory of two princes from one house is nothing more than a carefully orchestrated scheme by His Majesty to elevate the Qin family only to destroy them. Yet this seemingly grand and universally celebrated spring feast is, in truth, a trap secretly laid by His Majesty. The purpose is to completely settle accounts with the Qin family. For this spring banquet, His Majesty, under the guise of a national celebration, recalled Qin Siyu, who had been stationed at the frontier for many years. Yet, with feigned benevolence, he declared that the elite troops under Qin Siyu's command must continue guarding the border against foreign invasion, forbidding him from bringing his main army back to the capital, and only allowing him to return with a mere 100 trusted guards. Qin Siyu endured a long, arduous journey, returning to the capital covered in dust and fatigue. Knowing that a treacherous banquet awaited him in the capital, Qin Siyu naturally could not relax. Originally, he had only thought about how to make the current emperor set aside his suspicions and allow him to return to the frontier. But Qin Siyu never expected that the Son of Heaven would not allow the Qin family to stay even for a moment. On the journey back, Qin Siyu faced countless dangers, encountering numerous assassination attempts. Those assassins were highly trained and came with ferocious momentum. Even though Qin Siyu was skilled in martial arts, he was outnumbered and outmatched. Of the 100 personal guards he had brought, more than half were already wounded or dead before they even reached the capital. To make matters worse, just a few days earlier, Qin Siyu had suddenly received an urgent secret letter informing him that his elderly father had been ambushed by villains and was now gravely ill, bedridden, and unable to rise. The current emperor, seeing that his attempt on Qin Siyu had failed, actually turned his attention to the king of Qin. This filled Qin Siyu, already anxious about the situation in the capital, with burning worry. A young general who has fought bloody battles on the frontier for years, highly skilled in martial arts and full of youthful vigor. Faced with such unjust treatment, how could he swallow this bitter anger? And so, in a fit of rage, he disregarded his own safety and traveled alone through the night to return to the capital, leaving behind only a few personal guards and a decoy disguised as himself to enter the city the next day as planned. After entering the city, he first went to see his father the king. Since his mother's death, the king had neglected state affairs and stayed idle at home. Yet he had once fought alongside the late emperor to conquer the realm, earning great military merits, so even in his idleness, no one dared to slight him. But now, having been struck down by a hidden scheme and lying gravely ill in bed, he had aged considerably. But unexpectedly, just as he was about to leave, he was discovered by the hidden guards lying in ambush around the Prince of Qin's residence, and they immediately prepared to strike at him. Qin Siyu fought against the shadow guards, but the capital was the emperor's stronghold, and the shadow guards kept coming without end. Qin Siyu had no choice but to retreat first. He never expected to end up in such a predicament. The woman in the bath was stunningly beautiful, with a face like a celestial being and a graceful, alluring figure. The key point was that at this moment, she was completely unclothed, revealing herself to him without any reservation. From childhood to adulthood, Jin Siyu had devoted himself wholeheartedly to martial arts training, and after growing up, he had spent a long time roughing it in military camps. Where would he have ever witnessed such a scene? For a moment, he stood frozen as if turned to stone, completely at a loss for how to respond. At that moment, Yuanqing was also startled into a panic, her face drained of color as she was about to open her mouth to cry out for help. But Qin Siyu, who had already snapped back to his senses, was quick and sharp-eyed. He swiftly reached out and covered her mouth, whispering, "Don't scream." There were assassins pursuing him from behind. If this woman were to attract those assassins, he would be fine, but she would be in trouble. Yuanqing's face was flushed crimson, a mix of shame and fury as she twisted and struggled desperately, trying to break free. Even as someone who defied convention, she could not accept being seen by a man while bathing. Qin Siyu knew very well that if he let her keep this up, and she actually attracted the shadow guards, it would be a huge problem. So he had no choice but to move even closer to Yuanqing, his large hand gripping hers, his knee pressing down on her legs, tightly restraining her. And so, Yuanqing was ultimately firmly pinned beneath Qin Siyu. At this very moment, the two of them were in an extremely intimate posture, one that could even be described as brimming with an air of ambiguity. You must understand that nowadays, even between ordinary married couples, such intimate physical contact is probably rare. The woman could only submit meekly, trapped in his arms, her furious yet helpless demeanor only fueling the fire in Qin Siyu's heart. Qin Siyu, who had always been devoted to martial arts and had no interest in women, suddenly understood why so many people in this world were obsessed with romantic love. Yuanqing was about to die of anger. Yet this lecher, for all his misdeeds, wore a face of stern propriety, even deliberately lowering his voice as he spoke. Yuanqing listened as he slowly began to explain, "I absolutely did not intend to barge in. It was truly unintentional disrespect toward you, miss. Please forgive me." Yuanqing was pinned beneath Qin Siyu, unable to move. Her hand groped for the fruit platter beside her, and she hurled it away. The fruit and wine splashed all over Qin Siyu, the liquid trickling down his mask in droplets. "Regarding today's matter, Just as Qin Siyu was about to speak up and express his willingness to take responsibility, a series of light, hurried footsteps came from above the roof. Though the sound was not loud, it was exceptionally clear in the silent surroundings. Qin Siyu's heart tightened, and he quickly looked up. Just then, he caught sight of the dress hanging on the folding screen. Without a moment's hesitation, he reached out and swiftly lifted Yuanqing, who was soaking in the bath, out of the water. Yuanqing had never anticipated such a situation. Before she could even react, she was already pulled out of the water by a powerful force. His body, already completely unclothed, was now utterly exposed to the air without any reservation. Qin Siyu's pupils trembled slightly. This sudden turn of events left Yuanqing both shocked and furious. She stared wide-eyed at the masked stranger before her. Was this what he meant by claiming he had no intention to offend? This is absolutely ridiculous. At this moment, however, Yuanqing dared not make a rash move, for she could sense a chilling aura emanating from the man before her, suggesting that his martial arts skills were undoubtedly formidable. If he truly had malicious intent, she probably wouldn't have even the slightest chance to resist. Thinking of this, Yuanqing couldn't help but feel deep regret in her heart. If I had known I would encounter such a situation, I should have spent more money to hire a few highly skilled guards. At least then I wouldn't be in such a sorry state now. The moment Qin Siyu pulled Yuanqing out of the water, he immediately grabbed a garment from the nearby screen and wrapped her securely in it as fast as he could, shielding her from view. The young general certainly has refined tastes. Even at death's door, he still finds time to toy with a maiden. Nearly a dozen shadow guards leaped down from the large hole in the roof, instantly filling the already cramped bathroom with people. Qin Siyu pulled Yuanqing into his arms, pressing one hand against her head to keep her face buried in his chest, denying anyone else the chance to see her features. Chapter 313, The Mortal Realm, 7. I've heard that the young general has always kept his distance from women. I never imagined that, now that death is upon you, you'd still have such leisure to be secretly meeting with a lady here. The leading shadow guard stared intently at Yuanqing in Qin Siyu's arms, his heart filled with curiosity. He was eager to get a clear look at the one who could make the always aloof Qin Siyu protect her so dearly. Yuanqing was tightly shielded in Qin Siyu's arms, leaving the shadow guard only able to glimpse a pair of jade-like, flawless little feet exposed outside, while the rest of her was completely concealed. Seeing this, Qin Siyu felt a surge of anger rise within him and couldn't help but roar, "Keep your dog eyes in check." At the same time, he pulled Yuanqing even closer. He knew well that his accidental intrusion into this place had already tainted the purity of the woman in his arms, and by both emotion and reason, he ought to take full responsibility for her. If he were to allow these shadow guards to continue their unbridled spying, or even attempt to take advantage of the woman in his arms. At this thought, Qin Siyu's gaze grew increasingly dangerous, as if he would not hesitate to take their lives the moment they overstepped their bounds. Heh, the general truly is a man who cherishes the fairer sex. The dark guard leader let out a dry chuckle. Though he hadn't been able to catch a full glimpse of Yuanqing, just from the pair of jade-like feet exposed, he could deduce that the woman sheltered in Qin Siyu's arms must be a breathtaking beauty of unparalleled allure. With such flawless, perfect feet, and being so thoroughly protected in Qin Siyu's embrace, how could they possibly belong to someone of ordinary appearance? Qin Siyu had risked his life to rush back to the capital overnight. Upon entering the city, the first thing he did was go to visit his father, who lay gravely ill in bed, and immediately afterward, he braved mortal danger to come and find the woman before him. From this, it is clear that this woman must hold a crucial place in Qin Siyu's heart. Judging from various signs, the relationship between this woman and Qin Siyu is far from ordinary. The leader of the Shadow Guards arrogantly believed he had already grasped the truth of the matter. He was completely unaware that, in reality, Yuanqing and Qin Siyu had only met for the first time today. His misjudgment only made the entire situation increasingly complicated. Once they successfully captured Qin Siyu, wouldn't that woman be completely at their mercy? The Shadow Guards had always lived a life of licking blood from their blades, never knowing if they would survive to see another day. For this very reason, they steadfastly adhered to a philosophy of seizing the moment and enjoying life while it lasts. Get him. After we take him down, the woman is yours to deal with. The Shadow Guard leader gave the order, and the Shadow Guards began to engage Qin Siyu in combat. If they could toy with the woman cherished by the renowned General Qin, right before his eyes, it would undoubtedly bring them immense thrill and satisfaction. At the thought of this, these Shadow Guards could no longer contain their excitement and restlessness, as if they could already see that pulse-racing scene unfolding before them. Yuanqing's body was tightly held in Qin Siyu's arms, yet a chill slowly crept up from her spine, causing her to tremble involuntarily. The uninvited guests before her all bore fierce expressions, exuding an aura that sent chills down one's spine. With just one glance, Yuanqing could tell they were far from good people. If she were unfortunate enough to fall into the hands of these villains, her life would likely be in grave danger. At this thought, Yuanqing grew even more terrified, shrinking deeper into Qin Siyu's arms, determined not to let these people see her face. Compared to those desperados, this lecher who had accidentally fallen into her bath almost seemed like a decent person. Moreover, just now she heard those people addressing Qin Siyu as general. Could there really be such a young, accomplished, and highly skilled general in the capital city? This made Yuanqing involuntarily think of Qin Siyu, the one from a family with 2 kings, whom Huaner had just mentioned to her today. Just as Yuanqing was deep in thought, a group of highly trained shadow guards surged forward like a violent storm. In an instant, the cramped bathhouse was filled with clashing blades and flashing swords, the cries of battle deafening. Over a dozen shadow guards encircled Qin Siyu, launching a breathtaking life-and-death struggle. Facing the siege of numerous formidable enemies, Qin Siyu showed no trace of fear. He held a long sword, his form moving as nimbly as a ghost, each swing of the blade carrying a fierce sword aura, like a dragon emerging from the sea, unstoppable in its sharpness. Though the enemy's assault was ferocious, he always managed to deftly evade their strikes and counterattack in the same motion, delivering a fatal blow as effortlessly as eating or drinking. Even more remarkably, even when surrounded on all sides, he still managed to attend to Yuanqing in his arms, ensuring she remained completely unharmed. Damn it, this guy is actually this formidable. The leader of the Shadow Guards watched helplessly as his men fell one by one into pools of blood, while Qin Siyu remained unscathed, not even a single scratch left behind. A bitter sense of despair welled up in his heart. At this rate, continuing to entangle with him would only mean throwing away their lives for nothing. The master ordered them to keep watch over the Prince of Qin's residence. Tonight's pursuit and killing of Qin Siyu was an act taken on the Dark Guard leader's own initiative. Training Dark Guards is no easy task. If they continue to die off, he won't be able to account for it to the master. He got off easy today. After weighing the pros and cons, the Shadow Guard leader decisively issued the command, retreat. At his command, the remaining few Shadow Guards fought while retreating, slipping out through the hole in the roof and quickly vanishing into the night. At this moment, Yuanqing, nestled in Qin Siyu's arms, keenly caught the sounds of movement around them. She dared not imagine that this man had actually driven back those well-trained assassins. Yuanqing's heart sank as she realized the situation was dire. When she had purchased this mansion, she had taken no measures to conceal her identity. With just a little inquiry, anyone could easily learn that this was the property of Miss Yu from the brocade workshop. If she allowed these shadow guards to leave and bring back the news, they would surely follow the trail and trace it back to her. Those people seemed to have misunderstood her relationship with the man before her. Since they couldn't kill him, they would definitely come for her. The mysterious man holding her at this moment could easily turn and walk away, leaving her to face the assassins who might return. The business empire and stable life she had painstakingly built over the years would all be destroyed in an instant. With this thought, Yuanqing unhesitatingly reached out and grabbed the man by the collar, tilting her head back to gaze directly into his eyes with her limpid, autumn water-like orbs. "You can't let them go. I'm the only one living in this mansion now, and you've led them right to my home. If you let them leave safely, once you're gone, they'll come back for revenge. I'm afraid I'll have no choice but to die." "I understand." Qin Siyu touched Yuanqing's still damp hair, then laid her down on the bed nearby and immediately chased after him. Chapter 314. The Human Realm, 8. "Miss, are you all right?" The sounds of a fierce struggle came from inside the room, and Huaner, who had been waiting outside, was frantic with worry. Yet she was nothing more than a frail, powerless young girl, utterly helpless in the face of such a situation. He could only wait anxiously for the room to calm down before entering to check the situation. Pushing open the door, the sight before her left Huaner utterly stunned. The ground was littered with bodies lying in chaotic disarray, blood staining the floor crimson, while the water in the bath within the room had already been dyed red by blood, a scene of utter devastation. At that moment, Yuanqing, draped in a thin outer garment, sat quietly on the edge of the bed, her eyes revealing a trace of lingering fear and unease. Seeing this, Huaner quickly walked over to Yuanqing's side and asked with concern, "Miss, what exactly happened? Are you hurt?" Yuanqing gently gathered her clothes, steadied herself, and replied, still somewhat shaken, "I'm fine, not hurt. Just a bit shaken." "Huaner, help me change my clothes first." "Yes." Huaner, trembling with fear, helped Yuanqing change her clothes. At the same time, she couldn't help but admire her young mistress for still having the presence of mind to get dressed first in such a situation. If it were her, she would have been scared stiff long ago, lying on the ground crying. After Yuanqing had dressed properly, Huaner couldn't help but cast her gaze once more toward the pool full of corpses, asking with a restless heart, "Miss, how should we deal with these bodies?" Yuanqing looked up at the gaping hole in the roof, lost in thought for a long moment, then said slowly, "Let's wait and see for now. I reckon it won't be long before someone comes to take care of this." "Someone else?" Huaner asked, her face full of surprise, clearly puzzled by Yuanqing's words. "If they don't come," Yuanqing mused, "then we'll leave the capital at daybreak tomorrow." Yuanqing walked over to a corpse lying by the edge of the bath, gently nudging it with her shoe-clad foot. A stream of fresh blood immediately gushed out. The room full of corpses was not something an ordinary person could bear, which made Huaner, already pale-faced, appear even more terrified. Yuanqing noticed that Huaner's face was still as pale as paper, realizing she had been deeply frightened by the scene, so she gently comforted her, saying, "Huaner, you don't need to be too afraid. Go out for now and tell the servants in the mansion that I am perfectly fine, and have them carry on with their duties as usual." "Yes," Huaner quickly replied and hurriedly left. Yuanqing cautiously approached the cold corpse, her brows tightly furrowed, her heart filled with wariness. She reached out her hands, gently feeling along the body, meticulously searching every corner that might hold a clue. After some searching, Yuanqing finally found something. On the corpse's waist, she discovered an iron waist token. The token was heavy and cold to the touch, with 2 characters engraved on it, Dark Division. When she turned the waist token over, the back read Math 61. Yuanqing stared at the waist token in her hand, a flurry of thoughts racing through her mind. Clearly, these dead were no ordinary people. They must have belonged to some mysterious and powerful organization of shadow guards and assassins. Moreover, the number on this token was 61, meaning that this organization had at least 61 members. To be able to operate within this heavily guarded capital and command such a large number of well-trained assassins, the strength of this organization must not be underestimated. Thinking of this, Yuanqing couldn't help but fall into deep contemplation. What kind of person could possess such capability and audacity, daring to nurture such a fearsome force right under the emperor's nose? The more she thought about it, the more she felt the situation was tricky, and couldn't help but let out a soft sigh. This is going to be difficult. After all, she had now, for no reason, provoked such a vast and dangerous organization right in her own home. If that man hadn't disposed of all the retreating shadow guards just now, they would surely come looking again later. Once this organization catches wind of it, not only would she be unable to protect herself, but even the brocade workshop, which she had painstakingly built over the years, would likely face utter ruin. Just as Yuanqing was anxiously pondering a countermeasure, suddenly, a black shadow once again descended from the sky like a shooting star, passing through the shocking hole in the roof and plunging straight into the pool, splashing up a spray of water. Yuanqing's gaze immediately fell upon the center of the pool, where blood mingled with water. There, she saw the masked man lying silently face down in the water, as if all life had left him, unconscious and unresponsive. The fabric at his waist had been mercilessly slashed open by a sharp blade, exposing a gruesome wound from which blood still flowed endlessly, made all the more horrifying by the pool water stain. Yuanqing lightly bit her lower lip, pondering silently. If this man were to die here, then what had happened today would likely have no chance of turning back. With this thought, she took a deep breath and, without hesitation, stepped into the pool and walked toward the man, the crimson blood staining the hem of her skirt and her sleeves. Struggling to drag the man out of the water, she found his body unbearably heavy. Though Yuanqing was kept busy daily with the affairs of the brocade workshop, her physique was indeed much stronger than that of an ordinary woman. But to fish such a heavy person out of this enormous bath still required considerable effort. She strained with all her might, barely managing to half-embrace the man's body, dragging him little by little toward the shore. After some struggle, he finally managed to pull the man out of the pool and carefully laid him on the bed nearby. Yuanqing stood inside the room, her brow slightly furrowed, and called out through the crack in the door, "Huaner, go fetch some medicine for wounds." From outside the door came Huaner's surprised response. She wondered to herself, puzzled as to why her young mistress would suddenly ask for medicine for wounds. Could it be that the young mistress intended to help those injured people? Thinking of this, Huaner couldn't help but shake her head, finding it somewhat hard to believe. Yuanqing looked at the man's wound, where blood was steadily seeping from his injury, and which had just fallen into the bath filled with corpses. If not treated promptly, it could very likely lead to an infection. Also, bring some of the sake I personally brewed. Yes, miss. Despite the doubts swirling in her heart, Huaner knew well that her mistress always acted with discretion, so she asked no further questions and turned to walk toward the place where the medicines and wine were stored. Before long, she returned to the doorway, holding the wound medicine in her hands. "Miss, I've brought the medicine," Huaner said softly. Just leave it by the door. You don't need to come in." She did not want the others in the household to become too deeply involved in the matter of the Shadow Guard assassins. After all, the fewer people who knew about this, the safer everyone would be in the future. After Huaner left, Yuanqing gently opened the door, bent down to pick up the medicine for wounds on the floor, and then carefully walked to the bedside. She looked at the pale-faced man on the bed, took a deep breath, and began to tend to his wounds. Chapter 315. The Human Realm 9. Qin Siyu slowly regained consciousness from his coma, feeling his eyes incredibly heavy, as if weighed down by a burden of 1,000 pounds. He struggled to lift his eyelids, and a faint ray of light pierced his vision, forcing him to squint. As his consciousness gradually cleared, the searing pain in his abdomen surged like a tide, wave after wave assaulting his nerves, causing him to furrow his brow involuntarily and let out a soft groan. "You're awake." A soft and calm female voice reached his ears. Qin Siyu turned his head at the sound and saw Yuanqing sitting upright by the bedside, quietly gazing at him. At this moment, she was already fully dressed, her hair meticulously combed, a stark contrast to the flustered figure he had stumbled upon earlier. Even though there were still specks of blood on her skirt, these stains did not seem to affect her in the slightest. Instead, they only accentuated her composed demeanor in the face of adversity. Qin Siyu opened his mouth with difficulty, his voice slightly hoarse as he said, "You saved me?" "Thank you." His gaze fell on Yuanqing, a trace of gratitude showing in his eyes. At this moment, the sky outside the window was gradually turning pale, and the first light of dawn streamed through the window lattice into the room. Yuanqing had thus stayed by Qin Siyu's side the entire night, without closing her eyes. She worried in her heart, fearing that once this person woke up, he would leave without a word, abandoning the room full of corpses and the entire mess for her to clean up. With this thought, Yuanqing lowered her eyes slightly and said in a low voice, "I'm just worried that if you die here, this matter will become utterly impossible to resolve." Following Qin Siyu's gaze, she looked at the bodies lying haphazardly across the room, and a wave of guilt surged in his heart. He had dragged an innocent woman into the danger surrounding him. Qin Siyu gritted his teeth, enduring the pain in his body as he sat up, and made a solemn promise. "Don't worry, since this matter started because of me, I will handle everything properly." After a pause, he slightly raised his head, his gaze firm as he looked at Yuanqing. Yuanqing felt her face grow warm under his gaze. Qin Siyu spoke again slowly. In addition, I will also take responsibility for my previous offense. Hearing this, Yuanqing was first stunned. It took a long while before she slowly came to her senses, as if waking from a deep dream. Her beautiful eyes blinked. Could it be that this man intended to take responsibility for having seen her bathing just now? At this thought, Yuanqing couldn't help but furrow her brows, finding the matter quite tricky and troublesome. All along, she had lived freely on her own, while also carefully managing her own estate. Though such days were busy, they were also fulfilling and comfortable. Now, if she were to give herself to another man because of such an unforeseen incident and thus enter some man's back courtyard, she would be unwilling. Strangely enough, though women in this world value chastity above all else, her body had now been fully seen by the man before her. Yuanqing, however, felt that she didn't care. Not long ago, she had clearly heard those suddenly appearing shadow guards address the man before her as general. Looking again at this man's appearance, though he was indeed handsome and extraordinary, judging by his age, he must be quite old. Moreover, as a dignified general, it was naturally impossible for his household to be without wives and concubines. Thus, what he called taking responsibility would likely amount to nothing more than granting her the status of a concubine in the end. At this thought, Yuanqing gently shook her head, then replied in a slightly cold tone, "Thank you for your kindness, young master, but there's no need for you to take responsibility. As long as you can handle this matter properly and keep these people from finding me, I will be more than grateful. As for the rest, there's truly no need for you to trouble yourself." Having said that, her eyes, clear as water, gazed straight at Qin Siyu across from her, her expression resolute. Qin Siyu clearly hadn't expected Yuanqing to refuse so decisively and resolutely, and for a moment he couldn't help but stand frozen in place. However, after pondering for a brief moment, he soon came to terms with it. He was indeed in the wrong first, not only barging rudely into the young lady's room without any courtesy, but doing so while she was bathing. He had even attracted a crowd of shadow guards and assassins. The young woman had likely never seen such a scene in all her life. It was only natural that she was afraid and wanted nothing to do with him. "Rest assured, miss. Leave this matter to me. I will handle everything properly." Qin Siyu nodded solemnly, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on the woman before him. As the crown prince of Qin, he had seen many beautiful women since childhood, from the concubines in his father's rear courtyard to the noble ladies of high-ranking families at youthful banquets. He had even seen Lin Sairu, the daughter of the chancellor's mansion, who was widely praised for her peerless beauty, on several occasions. At this moment, Qin Siyu felt that compared to the woman before him, all other women were nothing but common beauties. A faint blush crept over his originally pale earlobes as he spoke somewhat nervously. "My name is Qin Siyu, the crown prince of the current king of Qin. May I ask for your name, miss?" Between the words, a hint of barely concealed anticipation slipped through. Although the woman had just clearly stated that she did not need him to bear responsibility, deep within Qin Siyu's heart, the relationship between the two of them had already become unusual because of what had happened before. Qin Siyu thought that once he had sorted out the various complicated matters around him one by one, it would not be too late to discuss marriage with her. He figured that the other party would agree by then. The Crown Prince of Qin. Upon hearing these words, Yuanqing couldn't help but murmur silently to herself. Little did she expect that the person before her was none other than the young General Qin Siyu, whom Huaner had mentioned to her earlier. What a coincidence. Truly, it seemed as if fate had a hand in this. Yuanqing slowly moved to the door. After a night of waiting, she indeed felt utterly exhausted. After a moment's thought, she decided to tell the truth. This young woman's name is Yuanqing. For her, this was not something that needed to be deliberately concealed. Besides, given the other party's status and abilities, even if I remained silent at this moment, it would surely be a simple matter for him to find out who I am in the future. Chapter 316. The Mortal Realm, X. Yuanqing returned to her room to catch up on some sleep. When she woke again, the sunlight was already streaming brightly through the window. Yuanqing stretched lazily, her eyes still heavy with sleep. Huaner, who had been waiting in the outer room, heard Yuanqing's voice and quickly lifted the curtain to enter. "Miss, you're awake." Yuanqing nodded and asked Huaner, "I asked you to keep an eye on that side. How's it now?" Huaner's expression was also somewhat puzzled. In the blink of an eye, it was already taken care of. Qin Siyu had already left, and the horrifying corpses that filled the room had vanished without a trace, as if they had never existed at all. Yuanqing raised an eyebrow. Truly remarkable indeed. The more the other party acted this way, the more Yuanqing felt the need to keep her distance from such a person. Her original rest time had been disrupted for no reason, and although Yuanqing later caught up on sleep, she still felt a dull ache in her head. She gently raised her hand and rubbed her temples, trying to ease the nagging pain. At the same time, Yuanqing completely put aside everything that had happened the night before. Huaner, as if reading her mind, brought over a steaming cup of fragrant tea and said gently, "Miss, have some tea to refresh yourself." Yuanqing smiled as she took the teacup, took a light sip, and immediately felt a warm stream slide down her throat, her whole spirit lifting considerably. After setting down the teacup, Yuanqing asked, "What time is it now?" Huaner quickly replied, "Miss, it's already the hour of the snake." Upon hearing this, Yuanqing nodded and slowly sat up from the bed. As she rose, she continued to ask Huaner, "How are the preparations at the rouge shop coming along?" Huaner quickly replied, "Everything is ready, just waiting for you, miss, to go and inspect it yourself." Additionally, General Qin will be entering the city at noon, which is sure to draw a crowd of onlookers. That's why we deliberately chose that time for the shop's opening. It will definitely attract more customers. However, when Yuanqing heard the name Qin Siu from Huaner's mouth, her hand, which was tidying her clothes, involuntarily paused. But soon, she returned to her usual demeanor as if nothing had happened, saying lightly, I understand. Hurry up and help me sort out my clothes. We'll set off for the rouge shop right away." Having said that, Yuanqing quickened her movements. "Are you in such a hurry to rush over right now, miss? Don't you intend to have a little something to eat first, just to tide you over?" Huaner said with a face full of worry. She was deeply worried about her young lady's physical condition. Because of what happened last night, the young lady missed her dinner time. When night fell, the young lady stayed up late, busy for a long time, and only managed to catch up on sleep in the early hours of this morning. As a result, she slept so soundly that she even missed breakfast. Huaner knew well that her mistress had once endured a hard life, not much better than her own childhood. Often going without enough to eat, she had developed a chronic stomach ailment as a result. Now, with 2 proper meals already missed, she was truly worried about whether her young lady's health could withstand such an ordeal. Yuanqing, however, appeared completely unconcerned. She gently waved her hand and replied calmly, "No need. If I eat now, how could I possibly manage lunch later? I'd rather just wait for lunch." Having said that, he prepared to set off. Huaner, seeing her young lady's resolute attitude, opened her mouth as if to offer a few more words of advice. But in the end, she swallowed her words and silently followed Yuanqing, understanding that in her young lady's heart, eating was certainly not as important as the shop. She could only silently pray in her heart that the young lady wouldn't fall ill from hunger. "That dog Emperor's order for your recall now. His intentions are as clear as day, and they're clearly up to no good. If you go back now, General, it's undoubtedly walking right into a trap." Inside a spacious tent in the military camp outside the city, the atmosphere was heavy and oppressive. Qin Siu was seated with his close guards, gathered together to discuss urgent matters. Although they had already arrived in the outskirts of the capital, they could not act rashly and enter the city recklessly. According to protocol, a military commander leading personal guards into the capital must first receive an audience with His Majesty before being permitted to enter. Otherwise, such actions would be no different from open rebellion, inevitably inviting deadly disaster. Thus, even though Qin Siu and his men had already arrived at the city gates, they could only temporarily restrain their impatience and obediently wait outside the city for the emperor's summons to arrive. Exactly. Since ancient times, which emperor hasn't feared his own ministers becoming too powerful and overshadowing him? Take this so-called 2 kings from 1 family business. Anyone with eyes can see it's a trap, a carefully laid snare. "General, you must not be so gullible." At this moment, at the head of the tent, Qin Siu sat firmly on a broad chair draped with a magnificent animal hide. He was bare-chested, changing his own bandages, revealing bronze skin and 8 clearly defined, firm, and powerful abdominal muscles. His waist was thick and solid, as if brimming with boundless strength. Beside him lay a roll of silk stained with blood and medicinal ointment, the very sash that Yuanqing had casually grabbed to use as gauze when she changed his bandages before. "General, you must say something quickly. The Emperor is clearly trying to kick us to the curb after we've served our purpose. We can't just sit and wait for death. In my opinion, we might as well lead the army straight back to the border. Once we retreat to our own territory, the Emperor won't dare make any more moves." The adjutant beside Qin Siu said anxiously. Along this journey, wave after wave of assassins and ambushers kept emerging from the mountain forests on both sides of the road. Although the personal guards around the general were all battle-hardened warriors, faced with such dense and ferocious attacks, they could barely hold their ground, suffering heavy casualties. Now more than half of them had been lost. The prolonged bitter battle had long bred resentment among the men, their dissatisfaction and fury toward the emperor surging like a tidal wave. Just then, another general stepped forward and bellowed, "What are you all doing? Spouting nonsense and giving the general terrible advice?" Don't forget, His Highness the King of Qin is still trapped in the capital. Do you think the general could simply abandon him and leave on his own? At the mention of the King of Qin's name, the once noisy and clamorous crowd instantly fell silent. The King of Qin was a legendary god of war whose might shook the world, not only renowned for his brilliant military achievements, but also the biological father of the general. By both reason and sentiment, the general could not possibly leave the old man alone in the perilous capital. Qin Siyu, his face as dark as water, silently drew a sharp dagger from his waist and skillfully cut through the gauze bandage. He gritted his teeth, enduring the pain as he applied medicinal powder to the wound, then bandaged it properly again. Qin Siyu put on his clothes, stood up, and after looking around, said in a low voice, "It's about time. Everyone, pack up your gear quickly and prepare to enter the city." Chapter 317, Wan Qing Missing. It's been a while since the last update, and the storyline in the mortal realm ended abruptly. What happened there will be mentioned from time to time in later chapters. Mu Yunxi held the medicinal herbs in his hand, but his mind was elsewhere. I wonder how Wanqing is doing now. Brother Yunxi, what are you thinking about? A delicately dressed and charming young woman stepped lightly into the room. She was none other than Dan Yutong, the granddaughter of Dan Yongzi, the sect leader of the alchemy sect. At this moment, she was holding a tray of carefully prepared pills for Mu Yunxi, gently setting it down on the table. Mu Yunxi had lived in this alchemy sect for a very long time, and he was fully aware of Dan Yangzi and Dan Yutong's intentions. Dan Yangzi seemed to place great value on his alchemy talent, intent on betrothing his precious granddaughter Dan Yutong to him. However, Mu Yunxi slowly stood up and said in a firm tone, "Miss Dan, to be honest, I have long had someone else in my heart. So there is no need for you and sect leader Dan to waste any more effort." Having said that, he turned and walked toward the door. If not for the slight inconvenience caused by his blindness, he would have long been eager to return to the Lingshu sect. Dan Yutong gazed at Mu Yunxi's gradually receding figure and murmured to herself, that may not be the case. In truth, she initially felt a hint of discontent toward her grandfather's arrangement. But after spending this time with Mu Yunxi, those grievances had long since been cast to the winds. Now in Dan Yutong's eyes, Mu Yunxi's bearing stood as tall and graceful as a green pine, his temperament as warm and gentle as fine jade. Especially the way he remained steadfastly devoted to the one he loved, such deep affection was truly rare in this world. Unconsciously, Dan Yutong's thoughts began to drift, imagining the day when she and Mu Yunxi would formally form a bond and become cultivation partners. Would he then be as single-minded and unwavering in his devotion to her alone as he was now? At this thought, Dan Yutong's cheeks involuntarily flushed with a rosy hue, as delicate and captivating as a ripe apple. Dan Yutong followed Mu Yunxi's gentle guidance. Cultivators who enter the mortal realm lose all their memories and experience the ordinary human cycle of birth, aging, sickness, and death, along with the full range of emotions and desires. Senior Sister Yu, being a woman, will surely marry and share a loving bond with someone there. Maybe her heart has already changed. Mu Yunxi frowned, then relaxed again. I know Wanqing. She would never easily marry someone. Neither he nor anyone else. Dan Yutong's beautiful eyes darted around, instantly catching the flaw in Mu Yunxi's words. The corners of her mouth lifted slightly, revealing a sly smile as she said, Brother Yunxi, it seems you have some complaints about Senior Sister Yu. Why don't you tell me about it? I promise I won't upset you the way she did, okay? Upon hearing this, Mu Yunxi's face suddenly darkened, his brows tightly furrowed as he snapped silence. Stop talking nonsense. His voice carried clear anger. Dan Yutong was startled by the sudden reprimand, but quickly regained her composure, a surge of grievance and discontent welling up in her heart. Dan Yutong, who had always been the center of attention, surrounded by people who doted on her endlessly, how could she ever have endured such treatment before? She pouted and let out a cold snort, saying, Humph, Brother Yunxi is being so harsh with me. I know that Sister Wanqing is the only woman you truly love in this life. No matter how hard I try, it's all in vain. But, don't forget that things are unpredictable. Maybe after Senior Sister Yu goes to the mortal realm, her heart will change. Then you'll naturally come to see my good qualities. Just then, a disciple hurriedly walked over in their direction. When he saw Mu Yunxi standing beside Dan Yutong, the words he had been so eager to report were abruptly swallowed back down, and a flicker of hesitation appeared on his face. Seeing this, Dan Yutong's brows knitted sharply, and she snapped with displeasure, Speak up. What exactly happened? Why are you hemming and hawing like this? At this moment, there was not a trace left of her former charming and lovely demeanor. Instead, she wore an expression of lofty superiority and unbridled arrogance. That disciple hurriedly bowed and saluted, trembling as he replied, Reporting to you, Miss, something terrible has happened. Someone is breaking through the mountain gate. Upon hearing these words, Dan Yutong was instantly ablaze with fury. Her eyes blazed wide as she scolded sharply, "How dare you? Which reckless fool has the nerve to be so insolent? Come, follow me to see for yourself." With that, she took the lead and strode swiftly toward the mountain gate. Dan Yutong rushed to the mountain gate in a state of frantic urgency, and from afar, she could see chaos unfolding ahead. A crowd of Dan's sect disciples gripped various magical artifacts, their faces solemn and poised for battle, yet their steps seemed shackled by some invisible oppressive force, hesitating to advance, not daring to make a single rash move. When she looked closely, she realized that at the center before the mountain gate stood her beloved grandfather, Dan Yangzi, proud and unyielding. Facing him was a man who appeared somewhat disheveled, with a hasty demeanor and covered in dust, bearing an air of weariness. This man exuded a chilling aura of brutality from head to toe, as if he were a demon emerging from the depths of hell. Just being near him sent shivers down one's spine and made cold sweat break out uncontrollably. Dan Yutong, seeing this, flew to Dan Yangzi's side. She stared fearlessly at the unfamiliar man and shouted angrily in a delicate voice, "How dare you, you reckless scoundrel! Breaking into the sacred grounds of our Dan sect, state your name at once." Faced with Dan Yutong's interrogation, the man turned a deaf ear. Instead, his eyes grew bloodshot and his breathing became increasingly rapid. He glared viciously at the members of the Dan sect. "I'm looking for Muyunshi. Everyone, get out of my way. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless." As his words fell, a powerful aura surged from within him, and the surrounding air seemed to freeze because of it. Dan Yangzi saw this and inwardly cried out in alarm. He quickly raised his voice and said, "Esteemed fellow cultivator, please calm your anger. Our alchemy sect has always valued harmony above all and never actively stirs up trouble. However, I can see that your chi is currently disordered, showing signs of falling into demonic influence. If you force your way in any further, I fear it may cause irreparable harm to yourself. Therefore, I hope you can set aside your obsession for now and come back to discuss matters once your mind has settled. How about it? Celestial dew of immortals." The man murmured softly. Though his voice was not loud, it was heard by everyone present. "What?" Dan Yutong asked, her face full of confusion. The man slowly raised his head, his gaze as cold as frost, and carefully pulled out a crystal-clear jade bottle from his bosom. A gentle breeze swept by, lifting a few strands of hair from his forehead and revealing a handsome yet slightly weary face. It was Qin Siyu, who had entered the mortal realm together with Yuan Qing. Dan Yutong's heart jolted violently at the sight, and her face instantly turned deathly pale. How is this possible? This was nothing more than an excuse Grandpa made up on the spot to get rid of Yuan Qing. I never imagined someone would actually be able to find it. Dan Yangzi, standing nearby, appeared quite composed. He narrowed his eyes slightly, sizing up Qin Siyu before him, and said unhurriedly, "Since Yuan Qing has already been found, why hasn't she come in person?" Qin Siyu had no intention of lingering with them. When he and Yuan Qing were leaving the mortal realm, they were attacked by demonic cultivators, and Yuan Qing's whereabouts became unknown. At this moment, his heart was filled with nothing but concern for the missing Yuan Qing. Every second wasted in the Dan sect meant one more moment of danger for Yuan Qing. Chapter 318, Leaving the Dan sect. Qin Siyu tightly clutched the celestial immortal dew in his hand, his brows furrowed and his eyes filled with impatience. His tone was harsh as he said coldly, "I want to see Muyunshi. The Dan sect had better stop stalling here. I have no patience to argue with you right now." If not for Yuan Qing's repeated instructions before her disappearance, insisting that this celestial nectar do be delivered to Muyunshi's hands, why would he be wasting his time here at the alchemy sect right now? He would have long since gone to the place where Yuan Qing vanished and turned it upside down. Dan Yangzi and Dan Yutong exchanged a glance. In that meeting of eyes, outsiders could hardly see through it, but the abacuses in their minds were clicking and clacking away. The Dan sect had been plotting this for a long time. Muyunshi was someone they were determined to capture. They absolutely could not let him escape. Dan Yangzi turned around, his expression grave and brows slightly furrowed, as he looked at Qin Siyu and said in a low voice, "To be honest, Muyunshi and my granddaughter Dan Yutong are deeply in love and of one heart. As for Yuan Qing, that matter is already a thing of the past, not worth mentioning. Before long, we will hold their binding ceremony at the Dan sect. Sir, you might as well take your leave now." Upon hearing these words, Qin Siyu turned his gaze to Dan Yutong, the sneer on his face growing even more pronounced. A contemptuous curl tugged at the corner of his mouth as he scoffed, "I never knew when Muyunshi's taste became so poor that she could actually take a liking to you." These words were like a razor-sharp dagger, plunging straight into the depths of Dan Yutong's heart. Having stayed by Muyunshi's side for so long without ever achieving her wish, her heart was already filled with resentment and indignation. At that moment, Dan Yutong instantly flew into a towering rage, her beautiful eyes wide as saucers, as if flames were about to shoot from them. She snapped, "How dare you, you insolent wretch! How dare you humiliate me like this? Have you grown tired of living?" Before her words had even faded, she raised her hand and, without a moment's hesitation, summoned her magical artifact. In an instant, a dazzling, almost blinding streak of light shot forth with a whoosh, its speed akin to a lightning strike, carrying a surging tide of spiritual energy as it hurtled fiercely toward Qin Siyu. But Qin Siyu seemed to pay no heed to this attack, his expression calm and unchanged, merely lightly waving the spirit sword in his hand. A mere trick. A crisp sword hummed with a resonant "wang," and the seemingly boundless power of the light was effortlessly dissolved into nothingness. In the next instant, Qin Siyu's figure flickered, swift as a phantom, turning into a blur as he lunged toward Dan Yutong with the speed of a thunderbolt. In the blink of an eye, he had already closed in on Dan Yutong, his spirit sword steadily pressed against her throat, its cold gleam flickering, chilling to the bone. Dan Yutong was so frightened that her beauty faded, her face pale as paper. The oppressive aura of a sword cultivator emanating from Qin Siyu made it impossible for her to remain calm. Terrified, she stared at the spirit sword pressed against her neck, tears welling up in her eyes. Her voice trembling and choked with sobs, she cried out, "Grandfather, save me. Grandfather, please save me. Don't harm my granddaughter." Watching from the side, Dan Yangzi was so anxious that sweat the size of beans rolled down his forehead. He paced back and forth on the spot, yet dared not act rashly, fearing that any misstep might provoke Qin Siyu and cost his granddaughter her life. With no other choice, he gritted his teeth, his face full of forbearance, and spoke in a deep voice to Qin Siyu. "Fine, fine. As long as you don't harm my granddaughter, I will take you to see Mu Yunxi right now. I implore you, sir, not to act rashly." Dan Yangzi sighed, his expression gloomy and his heart filled with deep frustration. If Yuanqing had gone missing while searching for medicine for Mu Yunxi, and if Mu Yunxi were to learn of this, all the years of planning by their Dan sect would likely come to nothing. Qin Siyu's sword rested steadily against Dan Yutong's neck, unmoving even a fraction, as he said with an icy gaze, "In that case, I'll trouble sect leader Dan to lead the way. Best not try any tricks or else." Dan Yangzi's face instantly flushed crimson, his clenched fists trembling slightly. In his heart, he had already cursed Qin Siyu up and down, secretly vowing, this debt, once the alchemy sect succeeds in the future, will be repaid twofold. But for now, with no other choice, he could only swallow this anger and turn to lead Qin Siyu toward Mu Yunxi's residence. Along the way, Dan Yangzi's brows were tightly furrowed as he pondered to himself, "It seems that arranging for my granddaughter to become Mu Yunxi's cultivation partner is out of the question. Perhaps I could pull some strings to have my granddaughter leave behind a bloodline with Mu Yunxi? The son of an immortal reincarnation must surely possess no poor talent." Thinking thus, Dan Yangzi brought Qin Siyu to the courtyard where Mu Yunxi was recovering from her injuries. Hearing the chaotic footsteps, Mu Yunxi instinctively checked who was approaching. Seeing that it was Qin Siyu, a look of surprise immediately appeared on her face, and a hint of confusion flickered in her eyes. She said, "Qin Siyu, why are you here?" Qin Siyu wasted no words and directly tossed the celestial nectar in his hand toward Mu Yunxi, shouting loudly, "Catch." Mu Yunxi reached out and caught it steadily, his eyes full of confusion as he asked, "What is this? Weren't you accompanying Wanqing to the mortal realm? Where is Wanqing? Why didn't she return with you?" Qin Siyu's expression was grave, his face etched with worry and bitterness, his voice low as he said, "When Wanqing and I were leaving the mortal realm, we were ambushed by demon cultivators. Wanqing has gone missing. I searched everywhere but found no trace of her." "What?" Mu Yunxi shot to his feet upon hearing this, his face full of anxiety. "Instead of looking for Wanqing, why are you coming to me? This is nothing but a waste of precious time. Before Wanqing and I were separated, she repeatedly urged me to deliver this celestial nectar to you. By the way, I wanted to ask if you have any way to contact Wanqing. However," Qin Siyu said, glancing at Dan Yangzi and Dan Yutong, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth. "You are about to have a happy event, so I won't disturb you further. I still need to continue searching for Wanqing. Farewell. What good news is approaching? Speak clearly." Mu Yunxi looked utterly bewildered, his brows tightly furrowed. "Wait, I'll go with you. With Wanqing in such a situation, how can I just sit here and wait?" With that, Mu Yunxi was seen hastily following Qin Siyu. At this moment, his heart was preoccupied with Yuanqing's safety, and he could no longer spare a thought for treating his own still unhealed eyes. At this moment, there was only one thought in his mind, to go with Qin Siyu as quickly as possible to find the missing Yuanqing. Just then, Dan Yangzi, who was standing nearby, saw this and quickly called out, "Hold on." He strode forward quickly, wanting to detain Muyunshi, his tone carrying a hint of concern as he said, "Your eye injury hasn't healed yet. If you act so rashly, I'm afraid you'll face many inconveniences along the way." However, Muyunshi had already made up his mind. He turned around to face Dan Yangzi, bowed deeply to show his respect, and said, "Thank you, sect leader Dan, for your meticulous care and hospitality during this time. But now Wanqing is in danger, and I am burning with anxiety. I truly have no time to consider my own condition. Please forgive me." Having said this, she bowed once more to Dan Yangzi and added, "Sect leader Dan, I will forever remember your great kindness in my heart. Should an opportunity arise in the future, I will surely repay this favor 100-fold." With these words, she turned and left without hesitation, leaving behind only a resolute and unwavering silhouette for Dan Yangzi to behold. Dan Yutong stamped her foot in frustration. "Grandpa, what are we going to do now?" Chapter 319, The Fall of the Demon Palace. On the other side, nightfall descended over the eastern sea, its heavy ink-like darkness swallowing the entire demon palace like surging tides. The biting cold wind howled like the wails of countless tormented souls, weaving and echoing through every crevice of the demon palace. As a palace tightly shrouded in black mist, the demon palace lay like a dormant beast, exuding a chilling aura that struck fear into all who approached. But at this moment, the demon cultivators in the demon palace all looked at them with strange expressions, watching their demon lord Song Moling, who had never been close to women, carry a figure clearly belonging to a woman into the palace. Ignoring the strange gazes of the demon cultivators, Song Moling suddenly stopped and looked down at the person in his arms. This woman had resolutely abandoned him and left back at the demon pool. If he placed her in the palace as soon as she entered the demon palace, wouldn't that be too indulgent? Better to put her in the dungeon first and let her suffer a bit. With this thought, the demon lord's posture of holding Yu Wanqing shifted to grabbing her like a chick, ready to haul her off to the demon palace dungeon. The demon cultivators of the demon palace felt that this was the proper demeanor for their demon lord. "Your Excellency, the dungeon is filthy. Allow me to bring the person inside for you." A demon cultivator who prided himself on his perceptiveness stepped forward to take Yu Wanqing. Song Moling cast a cold glance at the other. Having captured Yu Wanqing today, he was in a good mood, though his voice remained flat, betraying neither pleasure nor anger. "Get lost." The demon cultivator's body stiffened as he nodded repeatedly. "Yes, yes, yes. This humble one will scram right away." With that, he scrambled away in a fluster. When Yu Wanqing was callously thrown onto the cold floor of the dungeon, her consciousness hazy, the demon lord's low, icy voice reached her ears. "Stay put. Don't even think about escaping." The voice echoed endlessly through the empty dungeon, carrying with it an overwhelming sense of menace. At this moment, her hair was disheveled and her clothes were stained with dust, making her look utterly disheveled and miserable. "Filthy as a beggar." The demon lord's voice carried a hint of disdain, yet he forgot that he had been holding her in his arms all along. Yu Wanqing forced her eyelids open, enduring the excruciating pain of her spiritual energy nearly depleted. She slowly lifted her head, gazing at the gradually receding figure of the demon lord. Her heart was filled with confusion, utterly unable to understand what she had done to provoke this god of slaughter into traveling such a great distance just to capture her and bring her to the demon palace. When she had fallen into the demon lord's hands earlier, she had nearly resigned herself to certain death, never expecting to be fortunate enough to escape with her life. Yu Wanqing struggled to slowly rise to her feet, lifting her gaze to look around her surroundings. The walls of this dungeon were built from a dull black stone, its surface veined with faint, dark red streaks that resembled congealed blood, exuding an indescribable eeriness. A pungent stench of decay filled the dungeon, mingled with the damp smell of mold, nearly making one retch. It was obvious that many people had been imprisoned here before. The walls were sealed by the demon lord with eerie demonic energy, where magic patterns flickered and leaped, emitting a strange, ghostly glow. Yu Wanqing looked wary, cautiously approaching as she gathered the last wisp of spiritual energy within her body and abruptly struck out. In an instant, the restriction emitted a black light, surging forth as swiftly as lightning, devouring her spiritual energy completely without leaving a single trace behind. A chill ran through Yu Wanqing's heart. This restriction was certainly extraordinary. It seemed that escaping from this dungeon would be no easy task. Why has the demon lord imprisoned me here? What exactly is his purpose? She murmured to herself, her voice echoing through the empty dungeon with a profound loneliness, like a flickering candle in the wind, on the verge of being extinguished at any moment. Realizing she couldn't escape anytime soon, Yu Wanqing slowly sat on the ground to regulate her breathing and meditate. Suddenly, a crisp and deliberate sound of footsteps came from outside the dungeon. Yu Wanqing instantly became alert, staring tensely at the doorway. A woman with a delicate yet fierce expression entered the dungeon, her steps graceful but tinged with arrogance. Yuanqing found this person very familiar, yet the drastic change in their temperament made her hesitant to confirm. The newcomer was none other than Lin Sairu. Lin Sairu had heard from the words of other demon cultivators that the demon lord had brought a woman back. She had long set her sights on Tseng Moling, wholeheartedly wanting to cling to him in order to live a comfortable life in the demon palace, but had always been frustrated by the lack of opportunity. Upon hearing this news, Lin Sairu could hardly wait to come and see this woman. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be an old acquaintance. At this moment, a smug and mocking smile hung on her face, her eyes brimming with venomous malice, like a viper lurking in the shadows, waiting for the right moment to strike, as she stared at Yuanqing, who was sitting on the ground. "Oh, if it isn't Yuanqing? How did you end up in such a sorry state?" Lin Sairu's originally gentle and coquettish voice had become sharp and piercing, like the screech of an owl at night, echoing endlessly through the dungeon. She had originally thought it would be some enchanting, soul-stealing vixen, but it turned out to be Yuanqing. Moreover, Yuanqing had been thrown into this sunless dungeon by the demon lord. It seemed he had been overthinking things. "Lin Sairu? Why are you in the demon palace?" Yuanqing saw that it was Lin Sairu, her delicate brows tightly furrowed, her eyes filled with astonishment. She truly never expected to encounter her in the demon palace. Lin Sairu had been completely unheard from ever since she left the sect, and now, unexpectedly, she had become a demon cultivator. "Why am I in the demon palace?" A cold smirk curled at the corners of Lin Sairu's lips as she slowly approached. "Isn't this all thanks to you?" Her willow-shaped eyebrows shot up, fury blazing in her eyes. "If it weren't for your shameless seduction of our master, how could I have been expelled from the sect?" Upon hearing this, Yuanqing's expression turned stern. "It was clearly you who harmed your fellow disciples, which is why the master struck your name from the sect." "You're talking nonsense." Lin Sairu's eyes instantly reddened, her furious gaze wide open. "Before you showed up, the master doted on me endlessly. If it weren't for you, this seductive vixen, luring the master away, he would never have been willing to drive me off." As she spoke, she paced around Yuanqing, scrutinizing her from head to toe, her eyes brimming with jealousy and resentment. "If it weren't for you, how could I have ended up here, suffering endlessly, living a life worse than death?" Lin Sairu grew more and more agitated as she spoke, her once beautiful face now twisted and contorted with rage, making her appear increasingly ferocious and terrifying. Her eyes bulged so wide that her eyeballs seemed ready to pop out of their sockets, and she gnashed her teeth as she roared in fury. "And now you've tried the same old trick again, attempting to use those seductive wiles to enchant Tseng Moling. And what happened? You were still ruthlessly thrown into this sunless dungeon." Yuanqing faced this accusation with a look of speechless helplessness. She gently shook her head, feeling utterly unable to communicate with this woman whose mind was filled with nothing but matters of love and lust. Yuanqing took a deep breath and responded as calmly as she could, "I truly have no desire to argue with you here over such meaningless matters. If you have nothing else, then please take your leave." Hearing this, Lin Sairu couldn't help but let out a cold laugh, her tone dripping with sarcasm as she said, "Oh ho, look at you with that lofty, self-righteous air. Do you really think you're still that exalted, pampered darling of heaven?" Then her face darkened, and she glared viciously at Yuanqing, continuing her harsh tirade. "Everything you have now, including that so-called glory and status, you stole it all from me." Chapter 320, Invited to be the Demon Lord's Concubine. In the dungeon, dim light flickered faintly, while chill and decay spread unchecked. Back in the mortal realm, the Emperor had clearly arranged a marriage between Qin Siyu and me. "It was you who butted in. You're nothing but a thief. You stole everything that was rightfully mine." Lin Sairu's eyes blazed with fury, demonic energy surging around her, her face twisted in rage as she stared at Yuanqing with a look that could have devoured her alive. Yuanqing found Lin Sairu's words utterly absurd. "Why are you so interested in my 5 spiritual roots?" She rose step by step from being a menial disciple, and that had nothing to do with her, Lin Sairu. She neither targeted Lin Sairu nor used her knowledge of the plot to seize the other's opportunities. On the contrary, it was Lin Sairu who refused to let things go. You will pay for everything I've lost, with your life." Lin Sairu shrieked, raising her right hand and condensing a mass of dark magic, which she blasted toward Yuanqing's chest. Yuanqing, now depleted of spiritual energy, could only endure the blow with her body. Fortunately, her current level was not low, and her physical resilience was high enough that Lin Sairu's attack inflicted no real damage on her. Foundation establishment initial stage, and the spiritual energy is unstable, likely obtained through dual cultivation. Yuanqing assessed for a moment. "I recall you have a single spiritual root. It seems even after leaving the sect, you haven't learned your lesson and taken cultivation seriously." In the original novel, Lin Sairu never cultivated diligently, she only advanced rapidly through dual cultivation with the male leads. I never expected she would still be the same now. Hearing Yuanqing's words, Lin Sairu suddenly felt a bit embarrassed. Mind your own business. You're badly injured now, you might withstand it once, but that doesn't mean you can withstand it a second time. With that, Lin Sairu made a move again. Just then, the sash draped over Yuanqing's shoulders suddenly stirred, binding Lin Sairu in place and rendering her unable to move. Lin Sairu's eyes widened as she struggled desperately. How is this possible? Yuanqing said, letting you land a hit once was because I was injured and careless. If I let a Foundation establishment cultivator hit me again, I might as well go back to the furnace and be reforged. Although Yuanqing could not use her spiritual energy at the moment, that did not mean she could not use her magical treasures. Yuanqing walked up to Lin Sairu, raised her hand and waved, tossing her out of the dungeon. She said coldly, do not come to disturb me again. If you truly hate me to the bone, the cultivation world is one where the strong prey on the weak. I welcome you to try and kill me. But next time, I will no longer hold back out of consideration for our former bond as fellow disciples. Lin Sairu collapsed to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood, her heart filled with unwillingness. Just then, the demon lord Song Moling suddenly appeared. He strode into the dungeon, his gaze sweeping over the disheveled Lin Sairu before landing on Yuanqing, his brow furrowing. Yuanqing's heart skipped a beat. Lin Sairu seemed to be doing quite well in the demon palace. She couldn't possibly have a connection with this Song Moling, could she? Thinking this, Yuanqing quietly became vigilant. What are you doing here? Sang Moling's voice was low as he looked at Lin Sairu, his eyes flickering with an unreadable expression. Seeing Song Moling arrive, Lin Sairu sat on the ground, weeping pitifully. Lord Demon Lord, this Yuanqing has entered the demon realm but still refuses to behave. You must punish her severely and make her understand the might of our demon palace. Song Mo cut him off sharply. Shut up. Who told you to touch her? His voice echoed through the dungeon, making Lin Sairu tremble all over. She stammered, but she's a disciple of the righteous Immortal sect, and now she's a prisoner of the demon palace, so of course we should. I remember now. Sung Moling looked at Lin Sairu. You were once a disciple of Jilingwan at the Spirit Ruin sect, just like her. How can the gap between the two of you be so vast? Hearing Song Moling's words, Lin Sairu's hatred for Yuanqing deepened by another measure. It was all her seducing the master that made him expel me from the sect. Song Moling sneered disdainfully. Do you take me for a fool who can't tell right from wrong, or Jilingyuan for a worthless degenerate ruled by his lust? Song Moling tore open the silk sash on Lin Sairu's body. Get lost, now. Thank you, Demon Lord, for saving me. Lin Sairu hurriedly left. Yuanqing seized the opportunity to retrieve the sash. This was a gift from her master and must not fall into the hands of a demon cultivator. What are you skulking about for? Song Moling raised his hand, using demonic energy to pin the sash midair. Yuanqing was startled and dared not move. The demon lord of the demon palace is renowned far and wide. I doubt you'd take any interest in a mere girl's magical artifact. I have no interest in magical artifacts. Song Moling raised a hand to summon the sash. But if Jilingwan made it, that would be a different story. Song Moling observed carefully and confirmed that it was indeed Jilingyuan's handiwork. Just looking at it is irritating. Sing Moling let out a cold snort. Humph, better not have these things in front of me. With a wave of his hand, he destroyed the silk sash and looked at Yuanqing. Yuanqing stepped back, sensing a bad premonition. Seng Moling looked Yuanqing up and down. I'm starting to believe that woman's words. There wasn't a single thing on Yuanqing that wasn't forged by Jilingwan, and this realization left Song Moling feeling deeply unsettled. The dignified demon lord naturally followed his heart. The clothes on her body suddenly turned into shreds, catching Yuanqing off guard. What are you doing? Song Moling took out a set of demon realm attire from his spatial ring and approached Yuanqing. As he dressed Yuanqing, his movements were somewhat slow. When his fingers touched her skin, his heart suddenly leaped, yet his expression remained unchanged. Yuanqing, both ashamed and furious, struggled and shouted angrily, "You shameless scoundrel! Let me go at once." Song Moling paid her no heed, using demonic energy to restrain her limbs, leaving her completely unable to move. Forcibly dressing Yuanqing in attire belonging to the demon realm, he adjusted the garments and looked at her. Her dark hair cascaded loose, her skin was fair, her bright eyes glistened with a watery sheen, and her lips trembled, exuding a unique beauty, both sacred and seductive. An inexplicable emotion surged within the demon lord's heart, yet he did not understand its meaning, merely taking it as his satisfaction with Yuanqing, thinking it would be fine to keep her by his side. The corners of his mouth curled up as he murmured, "From today onward, you belong to me." In this world, there is no longer the immortal sect disciple Yuanqing, only my demon cultivator concubine. Yuanqing bit her lower lip hard, glaring at him with fury. Don't you dare. She cultivated immortality through spiritual energy, and staying too long in the territory of demon cultivators would do her no good. The demon lord's lips curled with that meaningful arc as he reached out to gently lift Yuanqing's chin, forcing her to meet his gaze. His voice was low yet carried an unshakable certainty. That is not for you to decide. From the moment you set foot in the demon abyss, you were destined to remain in the demon palace. Yuanqing turned her head away, unwilling to meet the demon lord's eyes, her gaze filled with resolute determination. Since I have entered the immortal sect, I am a disciple of the immortal sect. Even if I die, I will never become a demon. If you wish to keep me in the demon palace as your concubine, you can only have my corpse. Song Moling's eyes instantly turned icy cold, and his demonic aura surged once more. He leaned close to Yuanqing, speaking each word deliberately. This lord sees that you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. If you obediently comply, I will naturally protect you and let you enjoy all the world's riches. If you insist on resisting, this dungeon will be your grave. A wave of sorrow washed over Yuanqing. She had heard of the demon lord's methods, but to make her yield like this was utterly impossible. If it were merely a matter of cultivating the demonic path to ensure her safety, Yuanqing might have agreed. But becoming Song Moling's concubine is absolutely out of the question. Chapter 321, Ill Intentions. In the dim dungeon, a spine-chilling silence pervaded the air. Yuanqing, clad in demonic cultivator robes, was bound by Song Moling. Her hands and feet were restrained by runes formed of demonic energy, completely out of her control, leaving her at Song Moling's mercy. Do with me as you will, kill me or cut me to pieces. Yuanqing lifted her head. Though her hair was disheveled and her face bore dried traces of blood, it could not conceal the resilience and stubbornness in her eyes. Her voice was not loud, but it carried an unyielding resolve. Song Moling looked down at her from his commanding height, a flicker of complex emotion passing through his eyes. Yet, surprisingly, even after being so affronted by Yuanqing, he did not grow angry. It feels like a kitten you've raised is playing with you, accidentally biting you without causing any pain. Instead, it leaves a ticklish feeling in your heart. Song Moling reached out and wiped the dirt from Yuanqing's face. Yuanqing was stunned. Was this really an action befitting the demon lord of the demon palace? Song Moling seemed startled by his own action as well. He released his grip, turned around, and faced away from Yuanqing, his voice returning to its usual coldness. I'll give you time to think it over properly. Otherwise, the experiences of the sect disciples in the demon palace are beyond your imagination. With that, he flicked his wide sleeve and left directly. Seeing Song Moling leave, Yuanqing breathed a sigh of relief and sat down on the ground. That guy's weird. Yuanqing looked around. The place was dark and damp, the ground covered in mud. Occasionally, droplets of water fell from the stone ceiling above, their drip-drip sound echoing through the silent dungeon, monotonous and irritating. In truth, being captured in the demon palace did not frighten Yuanqing. She still had her farming space. If things truly reached an irredeemable point, she could simply hide inside it. By then, she could simply wait inside until the master and the others came to find her. In the demon hall, Song Moling sat alone on the throne, the image of Yuanqing constantly surfacing in his mind. After all this time, he still couldn't understand why this woman was so persistent. If it had been anyone else intimidated like this by him, they would have long since knelt and begged for mercy. At the same time, he was even more puzzled as to why he cared so much about her. Those who had once defied him had long since been dealt with by his own hand, yet when faced with Yuanqing, he became unlike himself. Enough. If she still cannot see reason, I'll simply refine her into a puppet. Song Moling murmured to himself, draining the wine from the cup in his hand. Just outside the demon palace, a group of demon attendants clad in black robes and wielding demonic artifacts were gathered together, whispering among themselves. The topic of their discussion was precisely about Song Moling's unusual behavior over the past few days. What's going on with the demon lord? He's been acting really strange these days, one of the demon attendants asked, his face full of confusion. Another demon attendant shook his head, indicating that he too was completely in the dark. Exactly. Since the demon lord broke through the seal and returned, we've never seen him wear such a strange expression. Just then, a demon attendant in the crowd who fancied himself rather clever spoke up with self-importance. Oh, you lot are truly dense. No matter how powerful the demon lord is, at the end of the day, isn't he still a man? In my opinion, he's probably taken a fancy to some woman. These words immediately caused an uproar among those around. Someone couldn't help but retort, are you joking? The demon lord is of such high status and position, how could he easily take a fancy to any woman? However, the demon attendant who had spoken earlier curled his lips dismissively. Who says it's impossible? Didn't the demon lord bring back a woman from outside not long ago? Maybe it's because of her. Upon hearing this, another demon attendant raised an objection. That can't be right. That person has already been thrown into the dungeon by the demon lord, hasn't he? Logically, it shouldn't be her. As soon as the demon attendant finished speaking, someone chimed in, exactly. And I heard that woman has been tortured endlessly in the dungeon, probably no longer looking human by now. So I'm sure it can't be her. For a time, everyone was talking at once, but soon a voice cut through the chaos. If you ask me, the most likely one is still Lin Sairu. Lin Sairu? Isn't she the Dao companion of Elder Xuanya? The crowd was startled by this revelation. Why would the demon lord care about such trivial matters? Besides, Lin Sairu is the demon lord's lifesaver. With such a profound debt of gratitude, it's only natural for some special feelings to develop, one of the demon attendants whispered. Yet, at that very moment, a sweet voice suddenly came from behind these demon attendants, daring to gossip freely in the demon palace. Aren't you afraid of losing your heads? The crowd was startled and turned around to look, only to see Lin Sairu standing behind them, though no one knew when she had arrived. It turned out that Lin Sairu had come here long ago and had been quietly listening behind these people for quite some time. It was only when she heard these people recklessly speculating about the relationship between her and the demon lord that she finally revealed herself. And at this moment, seeing the astonished expressions on the demon attendants before her, Lin Sairu couldn't help but think to herself, now I'm afraid they will become even more convinced that there is some unusual relationship between themselves and the demon lord. Yes, this one knows his mistake. Please forgive us, Miss Lin, the demon attendants replied in unison. Enough, all of you rise. Go attend to your own affairs. I shall go in and meet the demon lord. Lin Sairu waved her hand lightly, signaling them to withdraw. But at that moment, one of the demon attendants seemed about to say something, but before the words could leave her mouth, a companion beside her quickly reached out and covered her lips. Lin Sairu glanced at the demon attendant and then went inside. The demon attendant whose mouth had been covered struggled free and complained discontentedly. The demon lord clearly ordered earlier that no one should disturb him. What if he blames us for this? Oh, you really are a blockhead. Lin Sairu is of such a status. How could she be compared to us? Another demon attendant shot him a glare. Lin Sairu, with her graceful and slender figure, stepped lightly and elegantly into the demon hall. Her vermilion lips parted slightly, a self-satisfied smile curling at the corners as she spoke in a soft, gentle voice, Lord Demon. Her voice was melodious and lilting, as if it could pierce through the layers of mist within the demon hall. Tseng Moling, who had been resting with his eyes closed in the hall, suddenly snapped them open upon hearing someone enter, two cold glints shooting forth like sharp swords. His originally handsome yet exceedingly cold face now turned even more terrifyingly gloomy, his brows instantly knitting into a deep furrow as he roared in anger, "Get out! I said not to disturb me." Lin Sairu flinched at the sudden roar, never expecting Song Moling to be in such a foul mood. But she quickly composed herself, forcing a smile as she explained, "Please calm your anger, Demon Lord. I had no intention of offending you. I came here because I heard you've been troubled by something lately, and I've come specifically to help ease your worries." Song Moling merely let out a cold snort, his tones still icy and piercing. Since when does this venerable one have any troubles? Get lost. Chapter 322, Lin Sairu's Inner Demon. I have a way to make that Yuanqing obediently listen. Lin Sairu quickly said, I know that the Demon Lord has been troubled lately by matters concerning Yuanqing. It must be to extract information about the Lingshu sect from her and make her submit to you. I can help you achieve your wish. Getting what one wishes for. Song Moling swirled the wine glass in his hand. Even he himself didn't know what he truly wanted, yet Lin Sairu claimed her method could help him achieve his desires. Song Moling looked at Lin Sairu. What method do you have? Lin Sairu gave an awkward smile. They're just some tricks of the trade for us girls. You can rest assured and leave it to me, Your Excellency. Very well, I'll entrust the person to you. If you can persuade Yuanqing, I will reward you handsomely. Rest assured, Demon Lord. Sairu will not fail your trust. Having received the command from Demon Lord Song Moling, Lin Sairu set off the next day with several burly men, swaggering toward the secret chamber where Yuanqing was imprisoned. The secret chamber was dark and damp, filled with the stench of decay. Yuanqing, bound by restraints and unable to use her spiritual power, had disheveled hair yet an ethereal aura that stood in stark contrast to her surroundings. Suddenly, Yuanqing opened her eyes, listened to the sounds outside, and after confirming no one was there, she took out a spiritual fruit from her farming space and took a bite. I have no idea what whim has possessed this demon lord. Yuanqing munched on a spirit fruit as she pondered. Could it be that because Master sealed him for 1,000 years, he intends to humiliate Master with this method? Thinking this, Yuanqing took another bite of the spirit fruit. In this dungeon, no one else came except for Tsung Moling. If not for the threat of the Demon Lord, Yuanqing would have found living here not too difficult, thanks to the farming space. The rarely seen Yuanqing heard a series of footsteps. The dungeon must have been given orders by Tsung Moling. Usually, no one came except for Tsung Moling, who walked silently and often appeared suddenly. There would be no sound of footsteps at all. It was just that when he appeared, the atmosphere in the dungeon would grow even more somber. As time went on, even if Tsung Moling did not appear, Yuanqing could tell whether he was present just by the atmosphere in the dungeon. This series of footsteps clearly did not belong to Tsung Moling. Yuanqing hastily tossed the spirit fruit into the farming space. When Lin Sairu gracefully walked in, Yuanqing merely cast a faint glance at her, parted her crimson lips, and said, "What? Could it be that the Demon Lord actually sent you to act as a persuader?" Ever since that first meeting with Lin Sairu, Yuanqing had been imprisoned in this dungeon and had not seen Lin Sairu's figure again. On Lin Sairu's delicate, beautiful face, a hypocritical smile was now plastered. She first raised her hand, signaling the person following behind to wait outside the door for now, then gracefully took steps, slowly walking up to Yuanqing. Once she had steadied herself, Lin Sairu looked down at Yuanqing from a position of superiority and said, "Yuanqing, oh Yuanqing, why must you be so stubborn? If you're willing to submit to the Demon Lord, not only will you be spared all that physical suffering, but such a good deal, are you still going to refuse it?" Upon hearing this, Yuanqing lifted her eyes slightly to glance at Lin Sairu, a cold smirk curling at the corner of her mouth as she retorted, "Submit." It was very clear that Lin Sairu had no idea that Tsung Moling actually intended to take her as his demon concubine. Otherwise, given Lin Sairu's jealous and narrow-minded nature, she would have already flown into a rage and caused a huge scene. "Would you ever have such a kind heart?" Yuanqing sneered mercilessly. Hearing this, Lin Sairu's face instantly stiffened, but she forcibly suppressed the surge of displeasure in her heart and continued to advise earnestly, "Don't be so ungrateful. Now that you're trapped deep in the demon palace, what's the point of persisting stubbornly, other than bringing yourself more unnecessary pain?" A faint smile curled at the corners of Yuanqing's lips as she let out a soft laugh. "Stop wasting your breath on useless words. To be honest, I never expected that you, once a dignified disciple of the Immortal sect, would now take so naturally to the ways of demonic cultivation." Her words carried a hint of mockery and surprise. Upon hearing these words, Lin Sairu's anger was instantly ignited, her expression growing even darker. If it weren't for you." Yuanqing's smile faded, and she spoke with a serious expression. "Lin Sairu, even at this point, you still believe that ending up in such a predicament is all my fault. You're truly beyond saving." Lin Sairu gritted her teeth, wanting to retort but not knowing how to begin. Her tone gradually softened, though it still carried a hint of defiance. "No, who else could it be but you? If it weren't for you back then, I'd surely still be living a carefree and untroubled life under our master's guidance. Not like this." Yuanqing's gaze was as sharp as a hawk's, staring at her with an intensity that seemed to pierce through her very soul, as he said slowly, "To be honest, I've always harbored doubts. Clearly, you've long left the mortal world behind and stepped into the realm of cultivation, yet why do your actions, words, and deeds still follow the style and tactics of a woman in a mortal harem? Remember, those who cultivate immortality all hold reverence and pursuit for the great way in their hearts, yearning for the day they can ascend and transcend the mundane. Why must you cling to that narrow-minded view of the women in the inner chambers as if it were a precious treasure?" Yuanqing cast a light glance at the several men standing outside the prison cell. Even though Lin Sairu had yet to explain her intentions, she understood as clearly as a mirror what the other party intended to do with these people. Lin Sairu was stunned speechless by these words, frozen in place as if turned to stone. Her lips parted slightly, as if she wanted to argue something, but her throat felt clogged with cotton, and she couldn't force out a single word. "If you truly consider yourself a qualified cultivator, you might as well be straightforward. Either use your demonic cultivation's ruthless methods to torment me, or steal your heart and finish me off with a single killing blow." Yuanqing continued speaking with earnest gravity, looking down from the bottom of her heart on Lin Sairu's petty tactics of vying for affection and belittling other women. Rather than clinging to that absurd notion even now that destroying a woman's purity can humiliate her and thereby make oneself seem superior. Lin Sairu took a deep breath, her chest rising and falling slightly. Her beautiful eyes fixed tightly on Yuanqing before her, she demanded in a slightly trembling voice, "What exactly do you mean by this?" A faint smile curled at the corners of Yuanqing's lips, blooming like a delicate flower in the spring sun, radiant and captivating. She spoke slowly, I only want to tell you this. No matter whether the path you walk is the so-called righteous way or the demonic cultivation path despised by the world, you will always be a cultivator. As a cultivator, one should possess their own independent will and pursuits, rather than being like those women in mortal households who spend their days only knowing how to cling to men and rely on them to survive. As Yuanqing's words came to an end, it was as if a thunderbolt had exploded in Lin Sairu's ears. In that instant, her mind involuntarily recalled the words her mother had spoken to her in childhood. A woman without talent is virtuous, my child. Even if you lack talent, it matters not, but your appearance must never be lacking. As long as you make good use of it, it will surely become your most effective weapon against men, allowing you to conquer all and prevail without obstacle in this world. Sairu, you must remember this above all else. The most important thing in your life is to do everything you can to win over a man who will devote himself wholeheartedly to you. Only then can you live a stable, smooth life, enjoying all the riches and honors. A man, a man, a man. Once upon a time, these words echoed over and over again deep within Lin Sairu's young heart. They were like an inescapable curse, tightly entwining her fragile thoughts, gradually evolving into an unshakable golden rule deep within her soul. Enough. Stop talking. Lin Sairu suddenly let out a hysterical scream, pressing both hands tightly against her head, her face twisted in extreme agony. At this moment, those repeated words seemed to be splitting her skull apart. You are a cultivator, Lin Sairu. Not some fragile woman in a mortal household who can only survive by clinging to men. A clear, cool female voice suddenly rang out beside Lin Sairu, like a thunderbolt splitting the sky, striking straight into the depths of her soul. These were words she had never heard before, yet at this moment, they deeply pierced her heart, completely shattering the long-held perceptions she had always taken for granted. Can I really not rely on a man? Lin Sairu slowly knelt down on the ground, tears uncontrollably streaming from her eyes, one drop after another, falling like pearls from a broken string. Her body trembled slightly, like a withered flower swaying in the wind, appearing so helpless and forlorn. Yuanqing stood to the side. She hadn't expected that her own words would have such a profound impact on Lin Sairu. Unexpectedly, he helped Lin Sairu break through the inner demon that had been binding her all along. Chapter 323. Forcible Soul Snatching. Lin Sairu stood still, her gaze fixed directly on Yuanqing before her, her expression extremely complex. The hatred that once shrouded his heart like a dark haze was now swept away by a gentle breeze, vanishing without a trace. Yet, this sudden change left her feeling somewhat at a loss, momentarily unsure of how to face the person before her. Lin Sairu's lips trembled slightly, as if she wanted to say something, but the words died in her throat. She stammered out a few words, her gaze still fixed on Yuanqing, holding within it too much that was beyond words. Then, as if she could no longer bear the pressure, Lin Sairu abruptly turned her head and walked away quickly without a word. On the other side, Yuanqing was left utterly bewildered by Lin Sairu's series of strange actions. When she saw her walk away with her head down like that, she couldn't help but let out an astonished sigh. Truly, the world is full of surprises. Yuanqing couldn't help but start pondering, thinking of Lin Sairu, who on ordinary days was always hovering around men, seemingly unable to leave them for even a moment. Could her current state really be caused by the demons in her heart? At that very moment, the heavy, seemingly indestructible door of the dungeon collapsed to the ground with a thunderous crash, without any warning whatsoever. In an instant, countless fragments of stone flew in all directions, raising a cloud of dust that filled the air. Immediately after, a black shadow, like a ghostly apparition, swept in with an extremely dense demonic aura at a breathtaking speed. This black shadow was like a black hurricane. Wherever it passed, the air seemed to be torn apart, emitting a sharp and piercing howl. The person who arrived was none other than Song Moling. His deep-set eyes now seemed to blaze with raging fire, flames soaring to the heavens, nearly incinerating everything around them. The surging, unending demonic energy around him was like a ferocious beast opening its gaping maw, poised to swallow the entire chamber in one gulp. What a formidable technique indeed. Sang Moling's voice was as low as if it came from the depths of the nine nether hell, icy and bone-chilling, sending shivers down the spine of anyone who heard it. I never expected that even my own subordinates would be won over by you. What a touching scene of turning enemies into friends. Faced with Song Moling's aggressive questioning, Yuanqing's heart tightened. Now Lin Sairu was still working under Song Moling. If he mistakenly believed that she had betrayed him, the consequences would be unimaginable. After a moment's thought, Yuanqing also tried to offer a few words of explanation for Lin Sairu. I merely unintentionally triggered Lin Sairu's inner demon. It can hardly be considered the subjugation you speak of. Although she was somewhat surprised that Lin Sairu was able to eliminate her inner demon, she did not believe that merely removing the demon would make Lin Sairu turn over a new leaf from then on. After all, Lin Sairu had long since embarked on the path of demonic cultivation. Even if the inner demon was gone, she was still that ruthless and merciless cultivator of the demonic way. At most, she might become more like a wanton demonic enchantress in the future, rather than the delicate, fragile woman of the past who clung to men's sides all day. Sung Moling could clearly discern Yuanqing's meaning, but his gaze locked onto her with a complexity that sent chills down one's spine. Even now, you still have the mind to make plans for others. Yuanqing, I've given you countless chances, but you never treasured them. Since you refused to stay by my side willingly, don't blame me for being ruthless. Before his words had even faded, Sung Moling's hands swiftly formed seals, and the demonic aura around him surged violently. Yuanqing muttered to herself, realizing she must have unknowingly crossed some line with this demon lord. Thinking this, Yuanqing, no longer caring about exposing her farming space, dodged and attempted to hide inside it. But suddenly, the entire dungeon was engulfed by a dark force as thick as ink, and an unsettling chill permeated the air. Yuanqing was instantly pinned to the spot. Black runes surged ceaselessly from Sung Moling's palm, writhing and spiraling in the air like living creatures, hurtling toward Yuanqing at great speed. Yuanqing felt an overwhelming, irresistible pressure bearing down on her, her body clamped tight as if by an invisible giant hand, leaving her unable to move. The moment those black runes touched her, it was like thousands of icy insects crawling over her skin, a piercing pain that forced a stifled groan of agony from her lips. She mobilized the spiritual energy within her body, resisting with all her might, but before this powerful secret art, her spiritual energy was as feeble as a candle flame, easily suppressed by the demonic aura like black mist. No, don't. Yuanqing gritted her teeth, forcing out a few words through clenched jaws. She could clearly feel her consciousness being eroded bit by the force, as if the self deep within her soul was about to be erased. Sung Moling's face went blank for a moment, then calmed again as he muttered incantations under his breath, quickening the pace of his hand seals. Yuanqing's influence on him was growing inexplicably stronger, and Sung Moling disliked this feeling. Yuanqing's rejection of him made him even angrier than when he was betrayed by the elders of the Demon Palace 1,000 years ago. Since Yuanqing was unwilling, he would have to resort to some coercive measures. As he moved, more black runes surged into Yuanqing's body. Her frame began to twitch uncontrollably, and the sensation of numbness creeping inch by inch was far from pleasant. Until Yuanqing felt herself completely engulfed in darkness. The once clear eyes gradually lost their luster, becoming hollow and vacant. Finally, as if draining the very last ounce of strength from her body, Yuanqing ceased her futile struggles. She stood there, bolt upright, her body stiff as if drained of all vitality, like a hollow shell from which the soul had been mercilessly extracted. At this moment, her eyes were vacant and lifeless, the once spirited gaze now utterly dull, completely devoid of any ability to react to the world around her. Sung Moling parted his lips slightly, speaking in an exceedingly gentle tone, his voice so soft it seemed as if he feared disturbing the soul that had long slumbered within this vessel. In Yuanqing's pupils, faint glimmers of fragmented light began to flicker indistinctly. Then, like a puppet under a malicious curse, she stiffly and mechanically lifted her foot and took the first step. Next came the second step, the third step. Step by step, she slowly approached the direction where Tsang Moling stood. Yuanqing came to a halt beside Song Moling, her eyes listless and devoid of spirit, yet she appeared obedient and docile. At this moment, she was so close to Song Moling that she could even clearly feel the warmth of his breath gently brushing against her face. Seeing Yuanqing obediently walk up to him, Song Moling nodded with satisfaction, the corners of his mouth lifting involuntarily into a smile. He reached out and gently stroked Yuanqing's fair and delicate cheek, his cautious manner as if he were touching a priceless, one-of-a-kind treasure. From now on, you will obediently stay by my side, and never even think of having a chance to leave. Song Moling gently caressed Yuanqing's face while lowering his voice to whisper softly. His voice was deep and magnetic, yet it carried an undertone of morbid satisfaction that was hard to conceal. And a near-maniacal paranoia that even he himself might not have been aware of. Chapter 324. The Caged Canary. Have you heard? Our fearsome demon lord seems to be keeping a hidden beauty in a gilded cage. I've heard from so many people that the demon lord dotes on that woman to the extreme, utterly besotted with her. It's not just that. I've heard that even during every council meeting, the demon lord brings that woman by his side. And he absolutely forbids anyone else from even glancing at her, truly domineering to the core. Oh my, it's already been several years, and the demon lord still hasn't grown tired of her. Could it be that the demon lord has truly fallen in love this time? Who is it that possesses such extraordinary charm, able to earn such affection from the demon lord? A group of beautiful mortal maidservants filed in carrying toiletries, deaf to the chatter of those around them. They moved with light, graceful steps, one after another entering a palace at the center of the demon fortress. Inside the palace, the vermilion pillars stood thick and sturdy, carved with lifelike, auspicious beasts and flourishing blossoms, every vein and texture so exquisitely detailed it seemed to pulse with life. The floor, paved with jet-black jade, gleamed with a cold luster under the candlelight, so spotless that it clearly reflected a person's shadow. Upon this polished floor lay a massive woven tapestry carpet. The carpet was dominated by a blood-red hue, embroidered with golden threads depicting landscapes, towering mountain ranges stretching endlessly, surging rivers winding through them, pavilions and towers arranged in exquisite order, and lively birds and beasts rendered with vivid detail. Every stitch poured forth boundless effort, each detail exuding opulence, so that stepping upon it felt like treading the entire world beneath one's feet. Yet this precious carpet was not cherished by its owner in the slightest, as wine, fruits, and red candles were carelessly scattered across it. The maidservants silently entered the hall, dispersing in an orderly manner, and began to clear away the clutter within. The palace lanterns overhead were intricate and exquisite, their layered wooden structures cleverly interwoven, inlaid with luminous night pearls that emitted a soft and mysterious glow, as if the vast starry sky had descended indoors. At the center of the palace stood a massive sandalwood throne gilded with gold, its surface adorned with spiraling forms of various mythical beasts, each dragon whisker distinct, with rubies set into their eyes that sparkled brilliantly in the candlelight. On one side of the palace, a carved nanmu bed was placed. Upon the bed lay soft silk brocade quilts, their covers embroidered with pairs of mandarin ducks in exquisite stitching and vibrant colors. The bed's railing was intricately carved, with flowers, birds, fish, insects, and mythological figures leaping vividly across its surface, the lines flowing smoothly and the forms lifelike. Before the bed stood a small, carved footstool, upon which a pair of feet in red embroidered shoes rested obediently. Red candles flickered, and a woman clad in a bright red wedding gown sat upright on the bridal bed. Her brows were like distant mountains, her eyes clear and bright, with a flowing gaze that shimmered as she glanced around. Her nose was delicate and straight, her lips bore an unnatural rosiness, and her skin was fair, glowing with a blush under the candlelight. Anyone who saw her would be captivated by her breathtaking beauty. Adorned in a phoenix coronet and embroidered bridal gown, she sat gracefully amid the flickering red candles. Her figure was elegant, her slender waist made even more delicate and moving beneath the intricate wedding attire, as obedient and endearing as a doll placed upon the bed. Those maidservants quickly washed the woman clean, tidied up the great hall, and then hurriedly withdrew, not daring to linger even a moment. After the maidservants had all left, the woman on the bed slowly stood up. Yuanqing stretched her limbs and let out a light sigh of relief. Thank goodness I now carry the phoenix bloodline and have a powerful soul, otherwise I really wouldn't have been able to break through the restrictions Zhang Moling placed on me. Yuanqing murmured to herself, I have no idea what that guy is plotting. If he wants to kill me, just kill me, why control me? I originally thought he was going to use me to sneak into Lingshu sect. Yuanqing looked around at the surroundings. It was clear that this place was still within the demon palace. What exactly is Zhang Moling plotting? Yuanqing's heart was filled with doubt. Suddenly, she saw a mirror as tall as a person in the hall, and in the mirror was reflected her own image, dressed in a phoenix coronet and embroidered bridal gown, her beauty surpassing that of flowers. Yuanqing froze. She was no naive, innocent girl, and she instantly caught onto something amiss. She walked over to the mirror, scrutinized herself closely, and gently pulled open the collar of her clothes. There, at the neckline, were faint blue and purple marks, exuding an air of intimacy. At that moment, demonic aura thickened like ink, silently seeping into every corner of the palace. Yuanqing keenly caught this subtle change and quickly returned to sit by the bedside. The palace door creaked open slowly, and a gust of cold wind swept in, carrying the figure of Zhang Moling as he drifted inside. He was clad in a black robe, his ink-dark hair wildly dancing, exuding a bone-chilling, fierce aura. His deep, abyssal eyes seemed to harbor endless dark whirlpools, glinting under the candlelight. Zhang Moling advanced step by step, each footfall excruciatingly slow, as if savoring the sensation of controlling everything. During this time, the sight of Yuanqing under his control pleased him greatly. Yesterday, on a whim, he even played at being an ordinary mortal couple with her, which left Zhang Moling utterly satisfied. He increasingly felt that not killing Yuanqing back then, but instead keeping her under control was an incredibly correct decision. Yuanqing is truly well behaved, waiting for me here. Sung Moling looked at her, his voice low and husky, as he naturally sat down beside Yuanqing and pulled her into his arms. I just ordered someone to come and help you wash up. Did they have any wandering hands? The hot breath sprayed across Yuanqing's cheeks, making her deeply uncomfortable. Unable to move, she could only endure the unease, forcing herself to remain still so that Sung Moling wouldn't discover she had broken through the restraint. But weren't all the people he sent women? How could they have unclean hands? And what was with Sung Moling's overly familiar tone? Forget it, a bunch of clumsy mortals. They probably wouldn't take good care of you anyway. I'll bathe you myself. Yuanqing was inwardly shocked. As he spoke, Sung Moling picked Yuanqing up and carried her into the inner chamber's bath. During this time, Sung Moling's gaze never once strayed from Yuanqing. He personally untied the sash of Yuanqing's wedding garments, his movements gentle yet carrying an undeniable force. The wedding robe slipped down like autumn leaves, and Yuanqing's skin glowed with a faint pink in the candlelight. Filled with humiliation and anger, she struggled to control herself, not letting a single sound escape. Sung Moling lifted her and gently placed her into the bath, where the warm water enveloped Yuanqing's body. Just as Yuanqing breathed a sigh of relief, suddenly, Sung Moling sat down in the pool, his slender fingers wandering casually over Yuanqing's shoulder, occasionally picking up a strand of hair and bringing it to his nose to inhale its scent. The way you look right now is truly captivating, he murmured softly, his voice laced with barely concealed desire. Yuanqing closed her eyes and covered her ears in her mind, desperately suppressing the turmoil within, while frantically searching for an escape plan. Chapter 325. Escaping the Demon Palace. Yuanqing never expected that the legendary bloodthirsty Sung Moling would actually have a passion for dress-up and cosplay. During this time, Yuanqing almost thought she had become a character in a dress-up game. Sung Moling always enthusiastically dressed her in various outfits, using restraints to control her through all kinds of play, to a degree of openness that even Yuanqing, who was a modern person at heart, found too much to watch. Yuanqing simply couldn't take it anymore and had to withdraw her consciousness, handing her body back over to the restraints, or else she feared she would die of shame and indignation. Lin Sairu reclined leisurely against Xianye's broad chest, her slender fingers idly playing with his cascading black hair, her mind wandering. Ever since successfully dispelling her inner demon, Lin Sairu had grown increasingly adept at matters between men and women. At the same time, her own cultivation was advancing day by day, her strength steadily climbing. All of this was because of Yuanqing. Xianye, wearing a black mask, tilted his head slightly and asked softly, "What are you thinking about?" His voice was low and magnetic. Lin Sairu's gaze drifted languidly through the window, settling on the distant, towering demon palace with its imposing grandeur, as she said slowly, "I'm thinking of the demon lord." A flicker of complex emotion showed in her eyes. That woman had been trapped in the demon palace for several years, and the men outside who sought her had nearly gone mad searching for her. Upon hearing this, Xuanya couldn't help but reach out, gently turning Lin Sairu's face toward him so she could look directly into his eyes. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly as he said with a hint of teasing, "I knew you, little girl, wouldn't stay honest for long." Upon hearing this, Lin Sairu not only showed no anger but instead let out a tinkling, coquettish laugh. She suddenly flung her arms wide and tightly embraced Xianye's head, pressing her cheek against his as she said in a cajoling tone, "Oh, don't you trust your own charm? It's just that the woman now by the demon lord's side has done me a considerable favor." Xianye raised an eyebrow slightly at this, lowering his voice to ask, "So, you want to save her?" Lin Sairu nodded, hugging Xianye's arm with some helplessness, and let out a soft sigh. "Actually, I'm quite conflicted inside. Though she has shown me kindness, she has also wronged me. Given her relationship with the demon lord, she'll likely become my direct superior in the future. If that happens, won't I be constantly under her thumb?" As she spoke, Lin Sairu's face showed reluctance. Although she had let go of her grudge against Yuanqing, that didn't mean she wanted to see Yuanqing every day. Xuanya Lin Sairu coquettishly shook Xuanya's arm, her watery eyes full of expectation and pleading. "You wouldn't want to see the majestic demon lord of the demon palace, after being controlled by a woman, end up looking as pathetic as you do now." Her voice was soft and melodious, as if it could melt a person's heart. Hearing this, Xuanya furrowed his brows slightly, a hint of displeasure rising in his heart. He muttered, "What's wrong with the way I am? Is there something bad about it?" Xuanya Lin Sairu called out softly once more, this time with a hint of coaxing in her tone. She tightly grasped the sleeve of Xuanya's robe with both hands, gently swaying it back and forth, like a child begging for candy. Xuanya's heart ultimately softened. He let out a helpless sigh and said, "I can help you think of a way to distract the demon lord for a while, but whether you can successfully rescue that trapped woman will depend entirely on your own abilities." Hearing that Xuanya agreed to help, Lin Sairu immediately beamed with joy. She excitedly planted a quick, feather-like kiss on Xuanya's cheek, like a dragonfly skimming the water, then turned and ran out the door, her heart full of joy, to begin preparing the rescue plan. Xuanya, left behind on the bed, let out a cold snort first, seemingly displeased with Lin Sairu's burning the bridge after crossing it behavior. Heartless and ungrateful, used and tossed aside. Yet, despite these complaints, there was not a trace of reproach in his eyes. Instead, they were filled with affection and tenderness. 3 days later, in the dead of night, the once peaceful demon palace was suddenly thrown into chaos. Numerous demon soldiers could be seen fleeing in panic, their shouts and curses echoing throughout the entire palace. Something terrible has happened. There are invaders. Quickly report this to the demon lord. At this moment, Zhang Moling, who was in his bedchamber, heard the clamor coming from outside. His face instantly darkened, and the demonic aura around him churned like surging waves. Who is so audacious as to dare cause trouble on my territory? Before his words had even faded, Xian Yi, clad in armor, rushed in hastily. He knelt on one knee, cupped his fists in salute, and said, "Lord Demon Sovereign, according to my reconnaissance, the invading enemies this time seem to be from the Lingshu sect. Moreover, they appear to be targeting." At this point, Xian Yi raised his head and cautiously glanced at Yuanqing beside Song Moling, hesitating to continue. Song Moling's brows furrowed tightly, a flicker of murderous intent flashing in his eyes as he said coldly, "Go on." Xian Yi took a deep breath and continued, "They seem to have come for Miss Yu. These reckless fools dare to target Yuanqing, they're practically courting death." With that, he abruptly stood up, casually grabbing a black robe and draping it over himself. Turning around, he gazed tenderly at Yuanqing and said softly, "Yuanqing, you stay put here. I'll be back to keep you company as soon as I've dealt with these arrogant bastards." Then, with a flicker of his form, he transformed into a bolt of black lightning, racing out of the demon palace at astonishing speed. Wherever he passed, a fierce gale stirred, and over a dozen skeletons floated behind him. Lin Sairu, seeing Song Moling fall for the trick and leave, immediately cast a concealment spell, sneaked into the demon palace and arrived beside Yuanqing. "I don't know how to lift the demon lord's seal. If we don't, I'm afraid even if I take you out, we'll still be found." Yuanqing, who had been playing the part of a docile puppet all along, suddenly spoke up when she heard Lin Sairu was going to take her out. "I've almost figured it out." Here, should be corrected to. Lin Sairu hadn't expected Yuanqing to suddenly speak. "You scared me to death. In that case, let's go quickly." Yet just as they were about to escape the demon palace, Yuanqing sensed a familiar demonic aura. She quickly pushed Lin Sairu away. "The demon lord is coming. I can't drag you into this. I'll go the rest of the way on my own." "Fine." Lin Sairu still had to establish herself in the demon palace. If the demon lord discovered that she had taken Yuanqing away, death would surely be near. "Your men are searching the world for you. As long as you leave the demon palace's territory, you should be able to run into them." Yuanqing nodded and said, "Thank you." Having said that, Yuanqing fled into the distance, while Xuanya suddenly appeared beside Lin Sairu and whisked her away from the spot. "Yuanqing, did you really think you could escape? Isn't it better to follow me?" As he spoke, Song Moling's demonic aura surged violently, rushing forward like a black tide, catching up in an instant. "Sorry, but I have no interest in being someone's plaything." Yuanqing's eyes were filled with determination as she channeled all her spiritual power and fled into the distance. Chapter 326, The Mermaids of the Eastern Sea. Yuanqing stumbled and staggered along, fleeing in utter panic and disarray, feeling the spiritual power within her body draining away at an alarming rate. Song Moling followed her like a specter, always keeping a steady distance, neither too close nor too far, appearing completely at ease, as if this chase were merely a game of cat and mouse. In her panic and confusion, Yuanqing suddenly caught sight of the vast, surging East Sea ahead. Without a moment's hesitation, she mustered her last ounce of strength and leaped, plunging straight down like a shooting star into the surging, fathomless sea. In the next instant, her form flickered, transforming into a streak of water-blue light that swiftly merged with the rolling waves, racing away through the seawater at an astonishing speed. Even so, Song Moling's powerful and terrifying aura still clung to her like a shadow, never weakening in the slightest. His cold, merciless voice carried a hint of mockery and indulgence, piercing through the layers of waves to reach Yuanqing's ears with perfect clarity. "Where do you think you can run to? Damn it, is there really no way to escape?" Yuanqing clenched her teeth tightly, recalling all the suffering she had endured in the demon palace, especially those absurd scenes of nightly revelry that kept flashing through her mind. That kind of dark, utterly ridiculous life, she truly didn't want to experience even a single second of it again. "No, I have to escape. I absolutely cannot fall into Song Moling's hands again. Yu Wanqing wailed inwardly. That man was simply a demon. Watching Song Moling draw closer and closer, Yu Wanqing's heart nearly leaped into her throat. She fled forward with all her might, but her speed was far from matching that of Song Moling, who was relentlessly pursuing her from behind. Just as Yu Wanqing felt she had no way to escape and was about to give up hope, suddenly, an incredibly agile figure shot up from the bottomless sea like a bolt of lightning. This figure moved as swiftly as a ghost, too fast for the eyes to follow. It turned out to be a merperson. His figure was tall and straight, like a king of the deep sea. Those deep, sharp eyes seemed capable of piercing through the seawater and reaching straight into one's heart. A head of jet black, lustrous long hair spread wantonly through the water like seaweed, gently swaying with the waves, shimmering with flecks of iridescent light. Even more astonishing was the long fishtail below his waist, covered in scales that glimmered with a faint, eerie light, each one radiating a mysterious and enchanting glow. In the blink of an eye, the merman unhesitatingly reached out his hand, precisely blocking Yu Wanqing, who was trying to escape into the water. Immediately after, his long and powerful fishtail lashed out fiercely, and in an instant, a tremendously strong current formed, sweeping outward with overwhelming force. In the span of a heartbeat, this surging torrent enveloped the two of them tightly, then carried them away together, vanishing into the vast ocean. So it's a merperson. Yu Wanqing gazed at the man beside her, his extraordinary fishtail leaving her inwardly astonished. She knew well that the merfolk were born in the sea, possessing an innate adaptability and mastery over the ocean, making them the undisputed rulers of the waters. With their natural advantages, they moved through the sea with lightning speed, covering 1,000 miles in an instant. Even Song Moling, with his vast supernatural powers, could not hope to catch up. Yu Wanqing lifted her head slightly, her gaze slowly falling on the merman who had just saved her. The moment she clearly saw his face, she couldn't help but be startled. It's you. It turned out that this person was none other than Ihanqing, the disabled young man she had once helped in Gushan City. Back then, Ihanqing, who possessed the bloodline of the merfolk, had unfortunately had his legs crippled by villains. Yu Wanqing had left her spiritual medicine for him at the time, helping him heal his injuries. Since then, Yu Wanqing had heard no further news of Ihanqing, only occasionally learning from others that he had already embarked on a journey to find the merfolk tribe. Yet, what Yu Wanqing had never imagined was that today, on the vast and boundless East Sea, she would encounter him again. Ihanqing's powerful arm wrapped around Yu Wanqing, swiftly taking her deep beneath the sea to escape danger. Under Ihanqing's escort, Yu Wanqing arrived at the underwater palace. Ihanqing looked at her, utterly exhausted, and gently reassured her, "Don't worry, this is the East Sea Mermaid Palace. Song Moling can't get in here. Get some rest first, and we'll figure things out once you've regained your strength." Yu Wanqing's voice was weak with gratitude as she said, "Thank you." Ihanqing's face flushed slightly. "It's all what I should do." The main structure of the East Sea Mermaid Palace was built from a mysterious crystal that emitted a soft blue glow. The crystals overlapped and were arranged in a staggered, harmonious pattern, refracting dreamlike halos in the deep seawater, enveloping the entire palace in a tranquil and enchanting blue light. The palace's pillars were thick and ornate, carved with lifelike merfolk totems and dynamic reliefs of sea beasts. Their claws bared and bodies poised with vigor, they seemed as if they might burst from the walls at any moment to roam freely through the deep sea. Surrounding the merfolk palace was a strange and beautiful underwater garden. In the garden grew corals of all shapes, gently swaying under the caress of the seawater. A clear underwater current murmured past the mermaid palace, its flow alive with shimmering plankton that drifted like luminous ribbons, as if guided by an invisible hand. Above the current, an occasional giant sea turtle glided by with unhurried grace. In the depths of the eastern sea, the merfolk lived a peaceful and secluded life, isolated from the world. Because they never communicated with cultivators from the outside world, this mysterious underwater realm had always maintained its unique tranquil atmosphere. But Ihanqing brought Yu Wanqing into the mermaid palace, a move that stirred up a huge uproar. "This is outrageous. How can he casually bring an outsider into our mermaid palace? That brat Ihanqing is treating the safety of the mermaid clan like a child's play," some elderly male mermaids, their faces full of anger, indignantly accused. "Yes, Ihanqing, as the prince of the merfolk clan, has openly violated our clan's rules and personally tested the law. We implore your majesty to severely punish the prince, to set the record straight and uphold the dignity and order of our merfolk clan." The merfolk echoed with righteous indignation. At this moment, the male merfolk seated at the highest point of the palace bore a face strikingly similar to Ihanqing's, yet in comparison, he appeared more mature, composed, and exuded great authority. He is the king of the merfolk, and all respectfully address him as His Majesty. His Majesty's face was as dark as water, his gaze piercing like a torch, as he coldly commanded, "Send someone at once to summon the prince to see me." Before long, Yi Hanqing hurried into the palace under the escort of the guards. The king sat high upon his throne, one hand propping up his head, casting a scrutinizing gaze at Yi Hanqing below. He slowly opened his mouth and asked, "Hanqing, I hear you brought a human woman into our mermaid palace. Is this true?" Yi Hanqing met the king's gaze without a trace of fear and answered calmly, "Yes." It was only after arriving at the East Sea merfolk tribe that Yi Hanqing learned the merfolk who had accidentally impregnated his mother was none other than the king of the East Sea merfolk. Yi Hanqing came to the merfolk clan under the pretense of searching for his kin, but his true intention was to seek revenge for his mother. He wanted to find the culprit who had caused his mother's unexpected pregnancy and avenge her. Chapter 327, Conclusion, Part 1. Chapter 327, Conclusion, Part 1. Yi Hanqing only learned this after entering the mermaid clan. At that time, the mermaid clan was deeply embroiled in the turmoil of a regime change. His father, as the heir to the throne, was forced into exile on land, where he met his mother and, by accident, they became husband and wife. The merfolk are devoted to a single partner for life. Even though the bond between my father and mother was not particularly deep, he still intended to give her a proper title. However, the temptation of power and the drive of duty compelled my father to resolutely decide to first return to the Eastern Sea to reclaim his authority, and only then come back to find my mother. But his departure completely rewrote the course of his mother's life. When the king had quelled the internal strife and returned to the mainland full of anticipation, he was shocked to learn that his mother had already married another man and borne children. His heart full of joy shattered in an instant, leaving him to return to the Eastern Sea in dejection, alone from then on. The Merman King looked at Yi Hanqing, this son he had regained after losing him. During this time, he had been trying to mend their relationship, but to no avail. "Do you have any idea what you're doing? The Mermaid Palace has always strictly forbidden outsiders from entering. How dare you openly defy our clan's rules and even bring a human woman inside? Do you still have any regard for me, your father? Or for the laws of the Mermaid clan?" Yi Han stood with his back straight, meeting the other's gaze without a trace of fear, and replied firmly, "Father, I am fully aware of my actions. But Wan Qing saved my life. Back when I was crippled by villains in Gushan City, she left me a miraculous medicine that helped me recover from my injuries. Now that she is in trouble, how could I stand by and do nothing?" At the mention of Lonely Mountain City, the merfolk king's body gave a violent start, the sleeves in his hands trembling slightly, followed by a soft sigh. That past with Yi Hanqing's mother had always been an unspoken pain in his heart. Back then, it was his own decision that caused both mother and son to endure so much suffering. The king's expression was complicated, his brows tightly furrowed, a flicker of inner conflict flashing in his eyes as he asked, "Let me ask you this, do you have feelings for her? Merfolk are cold by nature and do not show kindness to others without reason, yet those same cold-natured merfolk are actually easily moved to genuine emotion by human actions." Yi Hanqing lifted his head, his gaze filled with deep affection and resolve. Kneeling on one knee, he said, "Father, I truly do love Wan Qing. I have decided that once her injuries heal, I will leave the merfolk palace with her." The king slammed his hand on the armrest of the throne, springing to his feet with a roar of fury. "You are the sole prince of the merfolk race, my only son, and now you would abandon your identity and your people for a human woman." Yi Hanqing remained unmoved, kowtowing once more with his forehead pressed to the ground. "I have no right to judge the rights and wrongs between you and mother. But the harm has already been done, and mother left this world when I was still young. I cannot forgive you on her behalf. So, even if it weren't for Wan Qing, I had long planned to leave the merfolk race." The king looked at the stubborn Yi Hanqing, his hands clenched into tight fists, his heart filled with both anger and anxiety. He understood that the experiences of the past, along with the debts he owed to her and their son, had become an unbridgeable chasm between father and child. Having no other choice, he waved his hand and said in a weary tone, "You may leave for now. We'll discuss this matter later." After Yi Hanqing left, the king leaned back on his throne. The group of merfolk below remained silent as cicadas in winter. After a long moment, a flicker of ruthless determination flashed in the king's eyes. He mused to himself that since Hanqing was utterly infatuated with this human woman, he would start by targeting her. What to do if his son wanted to leave with an outsider woman? Then the only option was to keep that woman here as well. Yi Hanqing rested for a few days in the guest room of the Mermaid Palace, and her spiritual power gradually recovered. On this day, Yi Hanqing stretched lazily and was about to go out for a walk to familiarize herself with the surrounding environment. The scenery of the underwater palace was so unique that it would likely be hard to see again in the future. Since I was already here, I couldn't afford to miss it. Unexpectedly, as soon as Yuanqing reached the entrance, she was blocked by a merman guard. What business do you have? Yuanqing looked at the group of mermaid guards who had suddenly appeared before her. The mermaid guard said expressionlessly, His Majesty requests Miss Yu's presence in the Great Hall for a discussion. Why would the king of the Sharkmen summon her for no reason? Yuanqing's heart skipped a beat, a flicker of doubt rising within her, but she didn't dwell on it and simply followed the guard to the Great Hall. The merman guard stole glances at Yuanqing as he led the way, thinking to himself, no wonder the prince is so infatuated with this woman. Her beauty is such that even the fairest maiden of the mermaid clan could hardly rival her. Arriving at the grand hall of the merman palace, she saw the king seated high upon his throne, gazing at her with a stern and imposing expression. The king spoke, saying, Yuanqing, do you realize how much trouble your arrival at the mermaid palace has brought to our mermaid clan? Yuanqing bowed slightly and said respectfully, I, Yuanqing, am well aware that my abrupt entry into the mermaid palace has caused considerable inconvenience to your noble clan. Once my body has fully recovered, I will leave immediately and will not disturb your peace any further. The king let out a cold laugh, a mocking curve tugging at the corner of his mouth as he said, Leave? It's not that easy. Since you've come, you must pass the trial of our merfolk clan. If you succeed, I'll allow you to leave. If you fail, you'll stay forever in the merfolk palace as a slave of our clan. The king thought to himself, Ihan was determined to leave with this woman. As long as he kept the woman here, Hanqing would naturally have to stay as well. Yuanqing's heart jolted, pounding wildly as she failed to understand what exactly had angered this merfolk king. Yet, she also knew that retreat was not an option now, so she steeled herself and asked, Of course I can. May I ask what your majesty means by this trial? As a disciple of the venerable Lingyuan, I will certainly not back down from a challenge. Lingyuan. The king rose to his feet, clasping his hands behind his back, his gaze fixed intently on Yuanqing as he spoke slowly. You are Ji Lingyuan's disciple? Yuanqing replied, The venerable immortal Lingyuan of Lingshu sect is indeed my master. The king was momentarily at a loss, a flicker of panic flashing in his eyes. He had never expected that this woman would actually be a disciple of the venerable Lingyuan. Yuanqing chuckled inwardly. This was the advantage of having a powerful sect backing you. In that case, how about this? There is a 1,000-year luminous coral in the underwater garden of the mermaid palace. If you can pluck that 1,000-year luminous coral within 1 hour, I will consider you as having passed the trial, and I can give you the luminous coral as a reward. In truth, after learning that Yuanqing was Ling Yuan's disciple, the mermaid king no longer wished to make things difficult for her. But since the words had already been spoken, he could only steel himself and continue. Yuanqing took a deep breath, bowed to the king, and said, Rest assured, your majesty, I will do my utmost. Chapter 328, in conclusion. Chapter 328, in conclusion. Yuanqing followed the merman guard into the deep sea rift, and the moment she stepped inside, a chilling and oppressive aura rushed toward her, and, even with her current level of cultivation, Yuanqing found it hard to bear, causing her to shudder involuntarily. There was not a trace of light here. The darkness was thick and tangible, as if it had substance. The surrounding seawater churned into violent undercurrents, roaring past with a force that could topple mountains and overturn seas. Massive underwater reefs jutted out in jagged, interlocking formations, like sharp blades glinting with a cold light in the dark currents, standing tall and menacing with their claws bared. The pressure of the deep sea weighed down on her like a 1,000-pound burden, making Yuanqing's bones creak and groan. Each breath felt like swallowing shards of ice. So this is the underwater garden of your merfolk? Yuanqing simply couldn't fathom who would use a place like this for a garden. In the center of this perilous deep-sea chasm, the Millennium Spirit Coral emitted a faint yet resilient blue glow, like the sole spark of hope in the darkness, drawing Yuanqing's gaze to lock firmly upon it. This spirit-infused coral can be considered a supreme treasure of the deep sea. Its color shifts with the surrounding environment and its own spiritual energy fluctuations, typically appearing as a deep ocean blue, occasionally shimmering with dreamlike purple and pink halos. Even in the depths of the sea, it emits a soft and enchanting glow. At its tip grow tiny coral flowers like scattered stars, their petals thin as feathers and translucent, gently swaying in the current. Rooted in the deepest, most mysterious dark trenches of the ocean, where water pressure is immense, it is surrounded by surging spiritual springs. These spirit springs contain a rich concentration of spiritual energy, providing an endless source of power for the growth of the coral. Moreover, the spirit-infused coral grows extremely slowly, requiring 1,000 years to mature, during which it must also fend off the covetousness of various ferocious sea beasts in the deep ocean and withstand the onslaught of harsh sea conditions. Lingyun possesses the ability to purify spiritual energy, automatically cleansing impurities and negative spiritual power from the surrounding seawater and converting them into pure spiritual energy. For cultivators, training often requires residing in specific areas to ensure they can absorb enough spiritual energy aligned with their spiritual root attribute. However, with the Lingyun coral, this limitation no longer exists. It can transform different types of spiritual energy, demonic aura, and fiendish energy into a special form of spiritual power that all cultivators can absorb, making it an unparalleled treasure for aiding cultivation. If one were to pluck its coral petals and refine them into a pill, it would possess the miraculous effect of reviving the dead and mending spiritual wounds, allowing a severely injured, dying cultivator to swiftly regain vitality and rebuild damaged meridians and spiritual roots. Yuanqing took a deep breath, suppressing her physical discomfort and inner fear, and swiftly swam toward the spirit-infused coral. But as soon as she drew near, a group of massive, terrifying deep-sea beasts charged out from all directions, each one as large as the orcus in Yuanqing's memory. These sea beasts emitted an eerie green glow from their bodies, their sharp fangs flashing with a chilling gleam in the darkness, each one several times her size and clearly ferocious beyond measure. Yuanqing's brows furrowed tightly as she thought to herself, as expected of a sea beast used by the mermaid palace to guard its treasures, its strength truly surpasses imagination. She swiftly mobilized the spiritual power within her body, her hands forming seals at a rapid pace, as a dazzling white light gathered between her palms. With her low shout, the light transformed into countless sharp spiritual blades, shooting toward the sea beasts like lightning. The sea beasts roared, their voices shaking the seawater into rippling waves. They opened their gaping maws, reeking with a foul stench, attempting to swallow her in an instant. Yuanqing showed no fear, continuously shifting hand seals as spiritual power blades crisscrossed, weaving into an impenetrable defensive net that not only successfully blocked the sea beast's attacks, but also seized opportunities to deal them heavy blows. It's really inconvenient in the deep sea, so many handy spells are unusable, Yuanqing complained. A sea beast launched a lightning-fast ambush from the side, its sharp claws about to catch her off guard. Yuanqing's eyes sharpened, and with a light tap of her foot, she used the force of the water to sidestep, simultaneously thrusting out a barrier of spiritual energy with both hands. The sea beast's claws scraped harshly against the barrier, producing a grating screech. Yuanqing seized the moment to gather her spiritual power at her fingertips, condensing it into a long sword of energy, and thrust it fiercely into the sea beast's neck. The creature cried out in agony, a shrill scream echoing as its massive body, battered by the currents, crashed heavily against the nearby reef. After a harrowing and breathtaking battle, the sea beasts finally fell one by one, their strength utterly spent. Yuanqing was already gasping for breath, her clothes torn to shreds by the undercurrent, her body covered in wounds. Blood quickly dispersed in the seawater, attracting more dangerous creatures lurking in the darkness. The deep-sea monsters were far more dangerous than she had imagined, and their bodies were much larger than those of the beasts on land. Finally got it, Yuanqing murmured to herself, her voice laced with the relief of a narrow escape. She carefully plucked the spirit-infused coral, clutching it tightly in her hand, then, pulled by the undercurrent, she trudged quickly back to the grand hall of the mermaid palace. In the great hall, Yuanqing was waiting anxiously. His posture was tall and straight, with ink-black hair casually tied up, a few stray strands falling beside his fair cheeks, accentuating his picturesque brows and eyes. Beneath his high-bridged nose, his thin lips were slightly pursed, carrying an innate air of nobility. The merfolk king sat to one side in silence, the atmosphere between them heavy. The two had already quarreled over Yuanqing earlier. Yuanqing was extremely displeased upon learning that the mermaid king wanted Yuanqing to go to the underwater garden. The deep-sea pressure was unbearable for ordinary people, and Yuanqing could very well be harmed by the high pressure during this trip. Seeing Yuanqing return safely, a flicker of relief passed through Yuanqing's eyes. He immediately strode forward and asked with concern, "Yuanqing, are you all right?" Yuanqing smiled faintly at Yuanqing, shook her head, and said, "I'm fine." With that, she handed the spirit-infused coral to the merfolk king. "Your Majesty, this is the 1,000-year spirit-infused coral you requested. I have retrieved it." The merfolk king took the spirit-infused coral, a flicker of complex emotion passing through his eyes, surprise, mingled with a trace of resignation. He nodded and said, "Indeed, you have passed the trial. From now on, you're an honored guest of our merfolk clan, and we welcome you at any time. This spirit-infused coral is yours as a gift." "Thank you, Your Majesty." The merman king returned the coral to Yuanqing, who accepted it with delighted surprise. Yuanqing looked at the merfolk king and said, "Since Yuanqing has passed the trial, according to our agreement, you should allow her to leave." The merfolk king gazed at Yi Hanqing, utterly unable to fathom why his outstanding son placed such importance on Yi Hanqing. After a moment of silence, he finally nodded and said, "Very well, you may leave whenever you wish." Chapter 329, The Conclusion, Part 2. Chapter 329, The Conclusion, Part 2. After recuperating in the East Sea Mermaid Palace to a satisfactory degree, Yi Hanqing prepared to take her leave and depart. When they had left the Demon Palace earlier, Lin Sairu had mentioned that Mu Yunxi and the others had been searching everywhere for her, so she truly could not afford to delay for too long, lest they do something foolish out of desperation from being unable to find her. "I'll go back with you," Yi Hanqing said. Yi Hanqing glanced at the cold-faced mare king behind Yi Hanqing, hesitated as if to speak, then finally sighed and said, "All right." Then, Yi Hanqing and Yi Hanqing traveled without rest, day and night, and finally arrived at Lingshu sect. The moment they stepped into the sect, a familiar aura surged toward them like a tide. For Yi Hanqing, who had been away from the sect for so long, everything here felt so familiar and reassuring. Just then, several exclamations suddenly arose from the crowd. "Senior Sister Yu? That looks like Senior Sister Yu. Sister Yu is back. Thank heavens." Voices rose and fell in a chorus of surprise and delight. "Great, our discipline hall finally doesn't have to work overtime anymore. Yeah, I can finally go to the medicine hut too. If it dragged on any longer, I feel like I'd be on the verge of perishing." Upon hearing this, someone nearby immediately teased, "Oh, is it that serious?" That person scratched their head sheepishly and said with a smile, "Well, it's not that exaggerated." However, before Yi Hanqing could respond to the crowd, several figures shot toward her like arrows from a bowstring, their urgency palpable. "Hanqing." A voice, slightly anxious yet still composed, reached her ears. Yi Hanqing looked up and met the gaze of her master, Ji Lingyuan. On ordinary days, Ji Lingyuan wore a stern expression, exuding an aura that kept others at a distance, as if nothing in the world could catch his eye. At this moment, a rare flicker of concern passed through his eyes. A few strands of hair, disheveled from rushing, fell messily across his forehead, disrupting his usual meticulous and aloof image. His eyes were bloodshot, and several wisps of demonic energy clung to his body. "I heard that the Venerable Lingyuan has been locked in a fierce battle with the Demon Lord in the Demon Palace these past few days. Master." Yi Hanqing's eyes reddened slightly, her voice unconsciously catching with a sob. Ji Lingyuan restrained the urge to pull her into his arms, raised a hand to stroke Yi Hanqing's hair, and said, "It's good that you're back. Hanqing, you're finally back. We've been so worried about you these past days." Mu Yunxi's voice was gentle and soft as she gently took Yi Hanqing's arm, her eyes filled with tenderness and concern, tears welling up in them. "Your eyes." Yi Hanqing's gaze fell on Mu Yunxi's eyes. "Did the celestial nectar not work?" Mu Yunxi shook his head. "How could I feel at ease treating my eyes without you here?" Pei Wuqi stood quietly to the side, always mature and steady, able to remain calm and composed in the face of any situation. At this moment, his eyes revealed an irrepressible joy. He stepped forward with a steady gait, stopping a few paces away from Yi Hanqing. Though he said little, it seemed as if 1,000 words were woven into this gesture. Qin Siyu stood not far away, his face brimming with excitement. He strode over to Yi Hanqing in a few quick steps. He had always been a man of few words, not good at expressing himself. His hands lifted and then fell, he opened his mouth, but could only force out, "You're back. That's good. I thought." His voice trembled slightly with emotion. At that time, Yi Hanqing had vanished right before his eyes, and he had nearly fallen into chi deviation because of it. Yi Hanqing watched the scene before him, his heart a mix of emotions. He understood that in Yi Hanqing's heart, these people held an irreplaceable place. Thus, Yi Hanqing silently stepped aside, a trace of loneliness in his expression, mingled with a hint of understanding, leaving them space to pour out their longing. However, a merman would never abandon his mate. Yi Hanqing, he would never give up on him. Although Qin Siyu very much wanted to chat more with Yi Hanqing, being poor with words, he could only listen quietly on the side. Mu Yunxi gently asked Yi Hanqing about her situation outside, her gaze both concerned and tender, yet her hand tightly gripped Yi Hanqing's wrist, showing how worried this disappearance had made Mu Yunxi. Yi Hanqing omitted the absurd events between herself and Song Moling, only mentioning that she was rescued by Lin Sairu after falling into the Demon Palace, then pursued and fell into the East Sea. She went on to recount her experiences among the merfolk, starting with the novelty of first entering the merfolk palace, and introduced Yi Hanqing to everyone. "Disciple, you've worked hard." Ji Lingyuan's voice was low, still maintaining his aloof demeanor, but the concern in his eyes was unmistakable. "Go heal your wounds first, we'll discuss the rest later." Yi Hanqing had been gone for several years, and it was impossible that only these things had happened. But since she didn't want to talk about it, no one pressed her. As long as she returned safely, that was enough. Surrounded by the crowd, Yuanqing arrived at her residence. Ji Lingyuan personally examined her injuries, placing his hands on her pulse points. Closing his eyes, he gently channeled his spiritual energy into her body, his movements decisive yet composed. Mu Yunxi busied herself gently nearby, quietly bringing over healing pills and spiritual liquid, keeping a constant watch on Yuanqing's condition. Pei Wuqi carefully prepared clean clothes, handling every detail with precision. Qin Xiu stood guard at the door, quiet and alert, like a loyal sentinel. Yi Hanqing stood not far away, watching everyone busily at work, his heart filled with complex emotions. He looked at Jiling Yuan's aloof and ethereal demeanor, thinking that as Yuanqing's master, he must be as steadfast as Mount Tai in Yuanqing's heart. Then he saw Pei Wuqi's steady and reliable appearance, and then observed Qin Xiu's silent yet utterly loyal guardianship, his jealousy growing even stronger. When he first met Yuanqing, there weren't so many people around her. If it hadn't been for his recent recovery from a serious illness and his low cultivation level, he would never have let these people take advantage of the situation. Under the attentive care of everyone, Yuanqing's injuries healed quickly. After returning, Ji Lingyuan told her to cultivate diligently within the sect during this time, striving to reach the nascent soul stage as soon as possible. Once she did, everyone would no longer have to worry so much. Yuanqing roughly calculated that she might need to go into seclusion and cultivate within the sect for several hundred years. The weather was perfect that day. Yuanqing opened her eyes from meditation and saw her master, Ji Lingyuan, sitting beside her crafting a tool. She looked at the object, which resembled an anklet, and could barely make out a positioning array on it. Could it be prepared for me? Yuanqing turned her head and saw Mu Yunxi studying a medical scripture nearby, holding the celestial condensation dew in her hand, seemingly preparing to cure her own eyes. Pei Wuqi sat to the side, handling the backlog of official duties from the discipline hall that had accumulated over this period, while Qin Xiu practiced his swordplay not far away, his moves fierce and sharp. As she looked toward Yi Hanqing, he followed her gaze and smiled at her, and in that instant, flowers seemed to bloom. She clearly remembered, that at the very beginning, all she wanted was to ascend to immortality. Extra 1, Lin Sairu. Extra 1, Lin Sairu. Since that confrontation with Yuanqing in the dungeon, Lin Sairu seemed to have become a completely different person, undergoing a earth-shattering transformation. She no longer focused her main energy on fawning over men, but instead began to truly act like a cultivator, sitting in meditation and diligently practicing her mental techniques. But that doesn't mean she has turned into an ascetic. In fact, she is still very interested in men, only now, men have become playthings in her eyes, to be summoned at will and dismissed at a moment's notice. She no longer bothers to invest any real effort. If she likes someone, she plays with them, and if they leave, she won't be heartbroken over it. The valley was filled with jagged, grotesque rocks, and demonic energy churned and gathered like thick, viscous ink. Lin Sairu sat cross-legged on the ground, casting aside all distracting thoughts, and devoted herself entirely to cultivating the demonic art. The demonic power within her surged like a torrent finding an outlet, rampaging freely with a muffled roar. With each breath she took, the dense demonic energy was drawn into her like a living thing, as if she were engaged in a fierce contest with heaven and earth. The romantic fantasies that once bound her now became fuel on her path of cultivation, blazing fiercely, transforming into surging power. With a single breakthrough, she stepped into the nascent soul realm. Who would have thought that one day I, Lin Sairu, would find myself toiling away at cultivation? Lin Sairu teased herself while gently stroking her hair. It's just. I heard that Yuanqing had already reached the nascent soul stage 10 years ago. Lin Sairu let out a long sigh. In the end, I woke up too late, my cultivation can't catch up anymore. Now, Lin Sairu had taken on a cold, alluring, and dangerous appearance, exuding an aura that chilled others to the bone, every gesture and movement embodying the demeanor of a demonic enchantress. Her ink-black long hair drifted freely, as if it were a spirit dancing in the night. A flash of enchanting red light often flickered in her eyes, like a burning flame, carrying endless heat and danger. Beneath a high, straight nose, those fiery red lips curved slightly upward, carrying a hint of nonchalance in their almost smile. Why must you keep making trouble for that Yuanqing, when you clearly have a good opinion of her? Xianyi opened the stone door to welcome Lin Sairu, who had just emerged from seclusion. Yuanqing is passable, I suppose, but I truly hate her, Lin Sairu said stubbornly. One day, I'll make her know my power. Xuanya, fine, do as you wish. But don't cause too much trouble, the Demon Lord treats her specially. Speaking of the Demon Lord Sang Moling, Lin Sairu couldn't help but smile. That Demon Lord, he doesn't even know how to like someone. Instead of winning their heart, he only thinks about trapping them by his side. Even if he succeeds, what's the point if the person is here but their heart isn't? Xianyi. Perhaps the demon lord feels that simply keeping someone by his side is enough. Seeing that Lin Sairu was a bit fatigued from her cultivation, Xianyi quietly walked over to her and brewed a pot of spirit tea for her. The fragrance of spirit tea wafted through the air, carrying a faint hint of sweetness. Xianyi said softly, "Come, have some tea and take a rest. Don't push yourself too hard in your cultivation." Lin Sairu lounged lazily against Xianye's shoulder like a noble Persian cat. Her fingers traced across Xianye's cheek as gently as feathers, the barely their touch sending a slight shiver through Xianye's skin. Her seductive eyes were like silk, a faint, elusive smile playing at the corners of her lips, and her voice was melodious and lingering, like a heavenly sound, as she replied, "With you here, even the most difficult cultivation becomes a source of motivation. But if we could spar again, perhaps my cultivation could reach even greater heights." Lin Sairu's tone was filled with ambiguity, and her soft, boneless, jade-like hands roamed freely over Xuanya's body. Her breath was like orchid, carrying wisps of warmth that pressed directly toward Xuanya's face. That warm breath seemed capable of igniting one's desires, intoxicating people and making them unable to extricate themselves. Though Xuanya's heart was somewhat restless, he forced himself to stay calm and caught Lin Sairu's restless hand, saying softly, "Stop fooling around, Sairu. There's something I want to ask you today." Hearing this, Lin Sairu reined in her indulgence a little, sat up straight, and asked curiously, "What is it?" Xuanya took a deep breath, mustered his courage, and said, Sairu, would you be my cultivation partner?" These words were like a boulder thrown into a calm lake, stirring up 1,000 ripples. Lin Sairu clearly hadn't expected Xuanya to suddenly say something like that. A flicker of surprise crossed her face before she quickly regained her composure. "Xuanya, I'm not exactly the kind of woman who stays put and behaves herself, you know." Lin Sairu's tone was somewhat teasing, as if she didn't take Xuanya's words seriously. However, Xuanya said with a serious expression, "As long as you're willing to marry me, that's enough." Lin Sairu stared blankly at Xuanya, and after a long while, she said, "All right, since that's the case, I suppose it's worth a try." The entire demon palace was bustling with activity, as everyone hurriedly prepared for this grand covenant ceremony. Elder Xuanya's status in the demon palace could now be described as second only to one person beneath none but the demon lord Song Moling. For this grand ceremony, every corner of the palace was adorned with exquisite decorations, lanterns and banners hanging everywhere, creating a scene of lively splendor. Red lanterns hung high, creating a stark contrast against the black demon palace architecture. The palace walls were also draped with ornate tapestries, which fluttered gently in the breeze, adding a touch of liveliness and solemnity to the entire demon palace. The ground was covered with a thick red carpet that stretched all the way into the depths of the palace. On both sides of the red carpet were arranged various exotic flowers and rare plants, all of which Xuanya had painstakingly collected from various places. Before the grand ceremony of the demon palace, a massive altar had been fully constructed. On the altar were arranged various offerings and ritual implements, all essential items for the covenant ceremony. The entire demon palace was filled with an atmosphere of joy and solemnity, a clear testament to how much thought Xuanya had put into this covenant ceremony. Lord Demon Lord actually allowed you to hold the bonding ceremony in the demon palace. Lin Sairu truly hadn't expected that someone like Song Moling would agree. Xuanya nodded and said, "Lord Demon Lord has indeed been somewhat different from his usual self lately." Lin Sairu chuckled softly. "It seems miracles do happen. He's not as cold and aloof as he used to be." Lin Sairu looked at the covenant site before her, and she thought of Yuanqing, the woman who had scolded her awake when she was tormented by inner demons. "I heard she's now surrounded by a crowd of men, unable to catch a breath. If they found out she had already formed a bond, would those men also want to form a bond with Yuanqing? Then there would be quite a spectacle to behold." With this thought, Lin Sairu, in her identity as the Demon Palace Enchantress, openly sent an invitation to the Lingshu sect. An invitation from the Demon Palace? Yuanqing looked at the black envelope in front of him with a puzzled expression. Yes, Pei Wuqi nodded. That person openly handed the invitation to the disciple of the discipline hall guarding the mountain, and even specifically said it was sent by Lin Sairu. With that, he handed the invitation to Yuanqing. Yuanqing took the invitation and slowly opened it, revealing flamboyant and vigorous handwriting that invited her to attend the covenant ceremony of Lin Sairu and the Dark Knight Elder of the Demon Palace. She never imagined that Lin Sairu would actually send her an invitation to the covenant ceremony. After all, the relationship between them had once been so tense, one could even say hostile. "What is this?" Pei Wuqi asked, unable to hold back when he saw Yuanqing remain silent. Lin Sairu is going to form a bond with Xian Yi, an elder of the Demon Palace. This is the invitation she sent me, Yuan Qing replied casually. Upon hearing this, Pei Wuqi's brows furrowed tightly. Lin Sairu? I remember she once plotted against you in the sect and was expelled. How could she now be mingling with the demonic path? His voice carried clear displeasure and doubt. She was deluded by inner demons back then, but she's much better now. Yuan Qing assured him, don't worry, I'll stay vigilant around her. So you're planning to go? Pei Wuqi's face was full of disapproval. Back when I was in the Demon Palace, she did help me after all. Don't worry, I'll have Master accompany me. Yuan Qing and Ji Lingyuan stepped into the Demon Palace together. The guards of the Demon Palace watched them warily, their weapons gripped slightly tighter, as dense demonic aura emanated from them, as if ready to launch an attack at any moment. But after seeing the invitation in her hand, they still let her pass. Lin Sairu wore a magnificent black and red wedding dress, its magical pattern shimmering with an eerie glow that flowed with her movements. Her makeup was exquisite, and her eyes and brows were filled with the joy of happiness. When Lin Sairu saw Yuan Qing, a smile involuntarily curled at the corners of her mouth. That smile carried a hint of smugness as she gently swayed the resplendent wedding gown she was wearing. However, when Lin Sairu's gaze passed over Yuan Qing and landed on Ji Lingyuan behind her, her smile instantly froze. Master. Lin Sairu's voice was filled with endless bitterness. Ji Lingyuan finally shifted his gaze away from Yuan Qing and slowly looked toward Lin Sairu. His gaze was deep and cold, without the slightest flicker, making it difficult to fathom his mood at that moment. For a moment, the entire scene became unusually heavy, as if the air itself had frozen. Lin Sairu stood there, head bowed, hands clenched tightly, her body trembling slightly. After a long while, Ji Lingyuan finally took a brocade box from his sleeve and handed it to Lin Sairu with a blank expression, saying, a wedding gift. Lin Sairu, as if waking from a dream, quickly extended both hands and carefully took the brocade box. Her voice was choked with emotion, carrying a hint of tears. Thank you, Master. She lowered her head, the phoenix crown atop it glinting dazzlingly in the sunlight, yet this radiance could not conceal the pain and sorrow within her heart. Tears streamed down her cheeks, soaking her wedding dress. Master, this disciple is unfilial. It is all my fault. Lin Sairu said, sobbing uncontrollably, her words filled with self-blame and remorse. Ji Lingyuan said nothing, but Lin Sairu was not discouraged. Yuan Qing smiled slightly. Congratulations on finding your true love and achieving a happy ending. Thank you, Master's wife. Lin Sairu beamed a bright smile. I wonder when you and Master formed your bond. Yuan Qing was greatly startled. Lin Sairu, you stabbed me in the back. It was out of her kindness that she brought Ji Lingyuan here. Ji Lingyuan raised an eyebrow, a faint smile curling at the corner of his lips as he looked at Lin Sairu. At this grand and lively ceremony, the demon lord Song Moling stood atop the tower, gazing into the distance. His gaze appeared to be fixed on the happy couple, Lin Sairu and Xuanya, but in truth, it frequently drifted toward Yuan Qing, who was seated below. Every move Yuan Qing made was secretly noted by him. Ji Lingyuan, who was guarding Yuan Qing, keenly caught Song Moling's gaze, and their eyes met. Ji Lingyuan bent down and whispered in Yuan Qing's ear, I need to step out for a moment. The grand ceremony proceeded. Under the witness of the Demon Palace's members, Lin Sairu and Xuanya completed the bond-tying ritual. The smile on Lin Sairu's face grew ever more genuine. Dressed in a red bridal gown, she was breathtakingly beautiful, a peerless beauty. Extra 2, Ji Lingyuan. In the realm of immortal cultivation, the spiritual energy within the Lingshu sect was rich and pure. The disciples trained diligently every day, and an air of tranquility and harmony permeated every corner. Yet today, this tranquility was utterly shattered by an atmosphere of tension and gravity. The venerable spirit abyss is about to ascend. He ascended. So fast. Didn't the immortal venerable just sever his own cultivation 100 years ago? What do you know? That's called consolidating the Tao Foundation. I can't help but feel he only stayed for the sake of his apprentice. The sky was like a colossal black curtain, pressing down heavily. Thick layers of dark clouds piled up, impenetrable and airtight, while blue-purple lightning clawed and snarled within them. And the one who triggered this terrifying celestial phenomenon, Ji Lingyuan, the supreme elder of the Lingshu sect, was now seated high atop the mountain peak. His entire body was tightly enveloped by spiritual energy so dense it had nearly materialized. Yuan Qing sat quietly to the side, gazing up at the celestial tribulation clouds in the sky that belonged to Ji Lingyuan. Although she had now entered the nascent soul stage, facing such formidable tribulation clouds, her heart still found it difficult to bear. She turned her head anxiously to look at Ji Lingyuan, asking softly, Are you confident you can handle this ascension tribulation? Ji Lingyuan wore a calm expression, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. He picked up the teacup, took a gentle sip, then slowly set it down before replying, about 80%. Yuanqing frowned slightly and sighed. This ascension tribulation is no joke. There are only two outcomes, ascending to immortality or perishing. Ji Lingyuan nodded, indicating he understood her concern, and reassured her, there's no need to worry too much. I will give it my all. However, the unease in Yuanqing's heart did not dissipate because of this. She knew well the perilous nature of the ascension tribulation, which was by no means something an ordinary person could easily survive. Seeing her so worried, Ji Lingyuan suddenly said, if you truly cannot rest easy, I will sever my own cultivation and stay with you for a while longer. At these words, Yuanqing's heart tightened, and she quickly shook her head, saying no. You've worked so hard to cultivate to this point. How could you ruin your future for my sake? One bout of such foolishness is more than enough. In truth, Ji Lingyuan also felt that this ascension tribulation had come at an inopportune time. As long as it wasn't with Yuanqing, he found it inopportune. Once he successfully ascended, he would likely be separated from Yuanqing for 1,000 years, which would undoubtedly be a torment for them. Upon hearing Ji Lingyuan's words, Yuanqing quickly shook her head and said, that won't do. The ascension tribulation has already arrived. How can we send it back? It already made a wasted trip before. Ji Lingyuan saw this, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly into a faint, helpless smile. In that case, let it cross, he said. However, after saying these words, Ji Lingyuan's expression suddenly turned somewhat grave. Yuanqing naturally noticed Ji Lingyuan's change. She understood very well what Ji Lingyuan was worried about, so she comforted him. Master, you don't need to worry about me. I will definitely pass the ascension tribulation smoothly. Just wait in the heavens for my good news. Hearing Yuanqing's words, Ji Lingyuan felt somewhat relieved, but still couldn't help stroking her hair and said earnestly, no matter the outcome of my ascension tribulation this time, from now on, without me by your side, I'm afraid you will have to endure some grievances. Yuanqing felt somewhat speechless upon hearing this. She had already cultivated to the nascent soul stage. Who in this world could still make her suffer any grievances? Moreover, she was not alone after all. I understand, Master. Please rest assured. Yuanqing replied with a smile. At this moment, Ji Lingyuan looked up at the sky and saw the tribulation clouds of the ascension tribulation gradually gathering, seemingly on the verge of completion. He quickly urged Yuanqing, the tribulation clouds are about to fully gather, and their power will be extraordinary. You should move farther away to avoid being caught in the aftermath. Before the words had even faded, Ji Lingyuan clasped his hands behind his back and rose into the air, quietly awaiting the arrival of the ascension tribulation. In the original text, Ji Lingyuan had safely crossed the tribulation and ascended, but the current hymn was not the Lingyuan Immortal Venerable of supreme detachment from the original story. Yuanqing was somewhat worried that her butterfly wings might have brushed against Ji Lingyuan. Yuanqing stood still, gazing at Ji Lingyuan's retreating figure, silently praying in her heart, may the Master safely overcome this tribulation. If fate allows, let us meet again in the celestial realm. Yuanqing shared the same worry as Ji Lingyuan. She feared that in this lifetime, she would never see him again. The spiritual energy around Ji Lingyuan surged like a turbulent tide, wave after wave crashing and colliding fiercely with the black power of the tribulation clouds, erupting into bursts of dazzling, brilliant light. The disciples of the Lingshu sect converged like a tide from all directions, swiftly gathering in the square. Every one of them looked up, their gazes locked tightly on the figure in the sky, their eyes filled with reverence. Among the crowd, a young disciple's body trembled slightly, his voice carrying clear fear as he quivered. This heavenly tribulation is so terrifying. Can the Supreme Elder successfully overcome it? The Supreme Elder's cultivation has reached the pinnacle. His techniques are profound and mystical. He will surely turn danger into safety. We need only offer our devout prayers for the Elder, wishing him a safe passage through the tribulation. The crowd nodded in unison, pressing their palms together as their lips trembled slightly, murmuring prayers in low voices. The rising and falling chorus of prayers seemed like an invisible yet powerful force, surging toward Ji Lingyuan in the sky. In the sky, tribulation lightning struck one after another, like deadly arrows hurtling down with ferocious force, each bolt carrying a cataclysmic power that could annihilate heaven and earth. Ji Lingyuan's expression was grave as his hands swiftly shifted through a series of hand seals, his lips murmuring incantations while he unleashed a powerful immortal technique to fend off the assault of the tribulation lightning. His figure flickered in and out of sight amidst the lightning tribulation, a series of harrowing wounds starkly visible, with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth and scattering like droplets of rain in the fierce wind. But his gaze grew ever more resolute. Cultivating immortality for nearly 10,000 years, all for this day. There is still one final tribulation thunder left, and its power is bound to be beyond imagination. Ji Lingyuan pondered silently in his heart. He took a deep breath, channeling all the spiritual energy within his body, ready to face this most critical thunder tribulation. At that moment, a purple tribulation lightning bolt as thick as a water vat crashed down with boundless might, striking straight toward him. Ji Lingyuan let out a thunderous roar, drawing the Lingxiao sword as he charged straight into the tribulation lightning. With a deafening boom, light burst forth in all directions, and the entire world seemed to tremble under the force of that impact. A tremendous roar echoed between heaven and earth, lingering endlessly in the ears. Many sect cultivators were knocked unconscious by the sound. As the light gradually faded and the ominous clouds slowly dispersed, a five-colored glow suddenly spread across the sky. At the same time, several cranes formed from immortal energy flew in from the horizon, their feathers as white as snow and their postures graceful. Cranes circled and danced around Ji Lingyuan, their clear cries ringing out as they celebrated his successful transcendence of the Ascension Tribulation. With the arrival of the cranes, a sweet rain began to fall from the sky. These sweet rains were as gentle as spring showers, nourishing the earth and also nourishing Ji Lingyuan's body. Wherever the sweet rain fell, Ji Lingyuan's injuries were swiftly repaired, and his aura grew more stable and powerful. Baptized by the sweet rain, Ji Lingyuan felt his body and soul greatly nourished, and his state of mind became more ethereal and clear. Ji Lingyuan felt as light as a cloud at this moment, able to float in the air without using spiritual power to control himself. At that moment, a massive golden celestial gate appeared among the clouds, towering dozens of zhang in height and radiating dazzling golden light, evoking a sense of solemnity and reverence. The gate slowly swung open, as if summoning Ji Lingyuan to enter within. Ji Lingyuan felt the pull, his body involuntarily flying toward the golden celestial gate. Midair, he suddenly halted, turning to look down at Yuanqing below. At this moment, Yuanqing was gazing up at the golden celestial gate, her eyes brimming with longing and aspiration. Ji Lingyuan looked at Yuanqing, a warm current surging in his heart. He let out a soft chuckle and flew to her side. Ji Lingyuan gazed tenderly at Yuanqing, then gently left a kiss on the corner of her lips. "I'll wait for you," Ji Lingyuan whispered in Yuanqing's ear, then turned and flew once more toward the golden celestial gate. Yuanqing watched as Ji Lingyuan's figure gradually disappeared into the heavenly gate. Though a trace of reluctance lingered in her heart, it was overshadowed by her anticipation of transcending the tribulation and ascending. She believed that one day, she too would successfully overcome the Ascension Tribulation and reunite with Ji Lingyuan in the Immortal Realm. Extra 3. The Immortal Realm. The Immortal Realm, vast and boundless, stretches out like an endless starry sky, filled with countless stars beyond measure. Above this vast celestial realm, 33 heavens stand tall, with immortals dwelling scattered across them, all devoting themselves to cultivation, single-mindedly pursuing higher levels of Taoist arts and realms, yearning for the day they can shatter the void and roam the universe. In the clear, washed blue sky, large, pure white clouds drifted leisurely. Yuanqing was surrounded by a celestial aura, her figure gliding gracefully through the immortal realm. "Who is that?" Some celestial maidens and immortals turned at the sound, instantly captivated by Yuanqing's elegance. "It seems to be Immortal Lord Yuanqing, who ascended to the immortal realm 10,000 years ago," a celestial maiden replied. "Truly a peerless beauty. Such a countenance is exceedingly rare even in the immortal realm," a fairy exclaimed in awe. "I advise you to stop overthinking. The immortals who ascend here are different from those of us born in the celestial realm. Every single one of them is ruthless and merciless. With her formidable skills, it won't be long before she becomes another war god of the celestial realm." The celestial maiden quickly reminded him. Since Yuanqing ascended to the immortal realm, her formidable magical powers and exceptional cultivation have earned her repeated meritorious deeds in the realm's many star domain battles, winning her deep respect and praise from all in the immortal realm. "You're back. Where did you run off to again?" Ji Lingyuan's voice was low and gentle, carrying a hint of barely perceptible concern. The moment Yuanqing stepped from the star domain into the immortal realm, Ji Lingyuan had already been waiting for a long time. He had entered the immortal realm one step ahead of Yuanqing, and was now a renowned figure in the immortal realm, standing at its pinnacle as one of the few immortal sovereigns. Ji Lingyuan typically wore a simple white robe, its sleeves flowing gracefully, his posture as upright as a pine. He exuded a calm and restrained aura, blending the dignity of a master with a gentle warmth that inspired both reverence and awe. Compared to their time in the cultivation world, the bond between him and Yuanqing had grown ever deeper. Their hearts were in perfect harmony, and they had walked through countless years side by side. Yuanqing smiled faintly and said softly, I just want to take a look around the nearby star regions. Her tone was light, as if she had no particular purpose in mind. Yet, only she herself knew that what she truly sought was the long-lost homeland she had left behind. Ji Lingyuan shook his head helplessly, yet his eyes were filled with affection. He walked over to Yuanqing, gently stroking her hair, and asked softly, Did you find it? Yuanqing lifted her head, gazing at Ji Lingyuan. The smile on her face suddenly vanished, replaced by a fleeting look of bewilderment and disappointment. She slowly shook her head and murmured, No, the star field is too vast. Ji Lingyuan gently comforted her, It's all right, I'll accompany you. Immortals live as long as heaven itself. We'll find it eventually. Yuanqing nodded gloomily. Let's go back first. Ji Lingyuan raised his hand lightly and led Yuanqing back to the mansion. The mansion was located in the ninth heaven, serene and peaceful, surrounded by a gentle aura of celestial energy, perfectly suited for immortals to reside and cultivate. Moreover, right beside it was a small pink star, exceptionally beautiful. Yuanqing's dejected mood instantly vanished upon seeing that star. Master, I suddenly remembered I have something to attend to. Yuanqing felt like crying, but had no tears. That star was no ordinary object. Ji Lingyuan had specifically sought it out and placed it in the nine heavens. To put it simply, it can enhance the feelings between lovers. Even immortals cannot resist the effects of that star. Ever since she learned of the star's effects, Yuanqing had rarely come to the nine heavens. She never expected that a moment of carelessness today would still lead to her being brought here. Ji Lingyuan reached out and wrapped his arm around Yuanqing, saying softly, There. Pink starlight swirled, shimmering like precious jewels. After becoming an immortal, Ji Lingyuan grew increasingly insatiable. Yuanqing was held in his arms, lost in passion, unaware of what day it was. Taking advantage of Ji Lingyuan's distraction, she cast an immortal spell, transforming into a streak of light and fleeing the mansion. Where are you going? Yuanqing wandered through the celestial realm. I'll go find Wuqi. Pei Wuqi was probably born with a restless fate. After ascending to immortality, he took over the administrative affairs of the celestial realm, becoming so busy every day that he had no time to drag her into his wild antics. Yuanqing flew straight toward Pei Wuqi's residence. His dwelling was on the 13th level of heaven, shrouded in mist and clouds, like a celestial realm cut off from the world. Senior brother Pei, I'm here. Yuanqing landed in front of the residence and called out softly. Pei Wuqi heard the voice and walked out of the house. Seeing Yuanqing, he broke into a smile. Yuanqing, what brings you here? Yuanqing also reached out to embrace Pei Wuqi. I finally managed to escape. The master kept dragging me into dual cultivation, and I really couldn't take it anymore. Pei Wuqi couldn't help but laugh upon hearing this. I suppose you came to me because you knew I was too busy to fool around with you. Hehe, well. What if I said I happen to be free today? Oh, I just remembered I have some things to do today. Come in. In the celestial palace, Pei Wuqi sat upright at his desk handling affairs, while Yuanqing reclined on a soft couch nearby, holding a celestial romance novel and chatting with Pei Wuqi as she read. As their conversation drifted, the topic turned to Mu Yunxi. When the topic shifted to Mu Yunxi, Yuanqing's face, which had been bright with smiles, instantly dimmed, her eyes filled with an unshakable worry. She slowly placed the bamboo slip in her hand on the table, her gaze somewhat dazed as she looked into the distance, murmuring to herself, I've already ascended for nearly 10,000 years, so why has Yunxi been delayed in ascending? By all logic, our talents are nearly equal. He shouldn't have taken this long without ascending. A hint of anxiety and worry crept into her voice, as if she was deeply puzzled by Yunxi's situation. As she spoke, Yuanqing couldn't help but gently bite her lower lip, her brows tightly furrowed into a deep crease, revealing her inner unease. Pei Wuqi, standing nearby, quickly reached out and gently patted her back, comforting her, Don't worry too much. Mu Yunxi's talent isn't bad, and his personality is very cautious. Perhaps one day he'll suddenly break through the bottleneck and successfully ascend. Although Pei Wuqi's words were gentle, Yuanqing's mood did not ease much because of them. She shook her head with a bitter smile and sighed, 10,000 years have already passed. Even if he is in the tribulation transcendence stage, his lifespan must be nearly exhausted by now. At that moment, Qin Xiu also stepped forward, drew close to Yuanqing, and gently took her hand, wanting to offer her some warmth and comfort. He said softly, the path of cultivation has always been full of variables and opportunities, and the ascension tribulation is even more so. Perhaps Yunxi simply hasn't yet encountered the catalyst that can help him break through. Yuanqing took a deep breath, struggling to calm her emotions. I just hope he ascends safely and successfully. Mu Yunxi stood silently on the highest peak of Lingshu sect, his hands clasped behind his back, his posture as straight and firm as a pine. His gaze pierced through the clouds, reaching toward the distant and unreachable horizon, his heart brimming with longing for Yuanqing. Over these years, Mu Yunxi had pursued the true essence of the Tao with unwavering focus, practicing diligently day and night without a moment's slack. Everything he did was for the sake of ascending to the celestial realm as soon as possible, to be reunited with Yuanqing. However, reality left him feeling utterly perplexed and disheartened. Pei Wuqi, Qin Xiu, and even Yi Hansheng, whose cultivation level had originally been far inferior to his, had all successfully ascended, yet he himself had never been able to welcome his own tribulation of ascension to immortality. Now, Mu Yunxi stood at the pinnacle of the cultivation world, becoming the center of everyone's attention. His status could be described as second only to one and above all others. But all of this meant nothing to him. He did not understand why his ascension tribulation was so late in coming. Clearly, his cultivation had long since reached the standard for ascending, yet the most crucial ascension tribulation remained nowhere to be seen. That seems to be the Supreme Elder. The disciples of Lingshu sect, catching a distant glimpse of Mu Yunxi's figure, couldn't help but murmur among themselves. I heard the Elder has been in seclusion for a long time. I never expected them to emerge today. Wait for the ascension tribulation, a disciple said. Everyone in the cultivation world knows that the ancestors' cultivation base has long been perfected, yet the ascension tribulation has been slow to arrive. Alas, what a pity. With such profound cultivation, the ancestor has been unable to ascend to the immortal realm because of the ascension tribulation. Yes, and the old ancestor's lifespan is nearly exhausted. If the ascension tribulation doesn't come soon, I'm afraid. TSK. The old ancestor has truly suffered. If this were to happen to me, I'm afraid my Tao heart would have shattered long ago, and I would have fallen into the demonic path. A demon immortal is still an immortal, after all, better than suffering in this world. However, I heard that before the old ancestor's Tao partner ascended, they once said they would wait for the old ancestor in the immortal realm. Perhaps it is for this reason that the old ancestor has never fallen into the demonic path. Mu Yunxi waited on the mountain until the starry night rose. Gazing at the countless stars, the face of Yuanqing would involuntarily surface in his mind. Wanqing, I miss you so much. Are you doing well in the celestial realm? He murmured softly, his eyes filled with an unshakable longing. Wanqing, I'm sorry. I might have to break my promise. Mu Yunxi closed his eyes in pain. He waited year after year, his hope gradually replaced by despair. Every silent night, he would sit alone on the mountaintop, gazing at the vast starry sky, reminiscing about every moment he had spent with Yuanqing. The beautiful memories they once shared had now become the only belief that sustained him, as well as the most poignant pain etched into his heart. Today, the Spirit Void sect had shed its usual quietude of cultivation, with lanterns and festoons adorning every corner, bustling with extraordinary liveliness. It turned out to be the birthday of the supreme ancestor, Mu Yunxi. The mountain gate of Lingshu sect was adorned with a brand new look. Huge red lanterns hung high on both sides of the gate, with golden longevity characters on them shimmering brilliantly under the sunlight. The path leading to the sect was carpeted with red brocade, and on either side of the brocade, pots of blooming magnolias were placed every few steps, their delicate fragrance permeating the air, refreshing the mind and uplifting the spirit. On the square, several grand banquet platforms had been erected, laden with exquisite delicacies and rare dishes, while spiritual brews were held in crystal-clear jade flasks. With a gentle swirl, one could catch the rich, intoxicating aroma. Between the banquet tables, a dedicated performance area had been set up. At that moment, a group of dancers in colorful garments were gracefully moving to the ethereal strains of celestial music. Their figures were light and airy, their ribbons fluttering, as if celestial maidens had descended from the ninth heaven. Cultivators from all corners of the land came to offer their congratulations. These cultivators, dressed in a variety of distinctive robes, each held carefully prepared gifts in their hands. I hear that Senior Mu, the Taishang patriarch of Lingshu sect, is hosting a birthday banquet, truly a grand event in the cultivation world. To be able to attend is a great honor. A middle-aged cultivator in a blue robe spoke with a beaming smile, conversing with the person beside him. Indeed, Lingshu sect has produced many talents in recent years, with several cultivators transcending tribulation and ascending one after another. Their strength is growing ever more formidable, the elderly man beside him chimed in. If we can establish good relations with the Spirit Void sect this time, the path of cultivation ahead might become much smoother. A young female cultivator's eyes sparkled with anticipation. If only I could gain Senior Mu's favor. On the VIP seats, the elders of the Spirit Void sect sat upright, clad in long robes with solemn expressions, occasionally exchanging a few words with the distinguished guests beside them. The sect leader stood before the banquet platform, a broad smile on his face as he welcomed guests from all directions, occasionally clasping his hands in gratitude. Yet, amidst this extraordinarily lively scene, the protagonist, Mu Yunxi, was conspicuously absent. Amidst laughter and cheerful chatter, the crowd waited, their gazes occasionally drifting toward the direction of Mu Yunxi's cave dwelling, a hint of doubt lingering in their hearts. Just as confusion began to spread among the crowd, a surge of spiritual energy, vast and boundless as the sea, radiated outward from the cave dwelling of the supreme ancestor, Mu Yunxi. The spiritual energy was vast and overwhelming, yet it carried not a trace of power. It simply appeared abruptly and then dissipated into the world. In an instant, plants and trees shot up and beasts gained intelligence. The crowd exclaimed in astonishment, "What is this?" Immediately after, everyone heard the current sect master of Lingxiu sect's sorrowful voice. The supreme ancestor has fallen as a rogue cultivator. What? In the celestial realm, Yuanqing suddenly felt a stirring in her heart. She opened her eyes from her cultivation and looked at the life lamp she had placed by her side. The life lamp, which had always been burning brightly, had now gone out. Yunxi. After the rogue cultivator Mu Yunxi perished, his consciousness seemed to sink into an endless darkness, surrounded by nothingness. Only the memories of his time with Yuanqing flickered through his mind like a revolving lantern. Those moments of laughter and warmth had now become the deepest pain in his heart. He felt as if he had fallen into a bottomless abyss. No matter how he struggled, he could not escape the shroud of darkness. Every memory is like a sharp knife, stabbing fiercely into his heart, causing him unbearable pain. He kept calling out Yuanqing's name, his voice echoing through the endless darkness, yet receiving no response. After an unknown length of time, Mu Yunxi felt a gentle yet vast force gently lifting him up. When he regained clear awareness, he found himself standing on an altar, surrounded by a dreamlike, ethereal fairyland. Here, immortal mists curl and swirl, with exotic flowers and rare herbs scattered everywhere, each one shimmering with a faint spiritual light. The air is filled with a rich fragrance that refreshes the mind and uplifts the spirit. In the distance, magnificent palaces appear and disappear among the haze, their soaring eaves and interlocking brackets exuding an imposing grandeur. This is. Congratulations to the Jade Flower Immortal Venerable on returning from your tribulation. The old immortal with graying hair, who had been dozing off by the altar, quickly clasped his hands in salute upon seeing Mu Yunxi. Only then did Mu Yunxi remember that he was originally the celestial venerable Yuhua of the immortal realm, Mu Yunxi. He was born of immortal essence, with both parents being celestial lords, and thus was an immortal from birth. As a result, his cultivation to the rank of celestial venerable lacked sufficient trials. To advance further, he reincarnated into the mortal world for training. This is why he had been waiting in vain for his ascension tribulation in the cultivation world. Because he was originally an immortal. An indescribably complex emotion surged within his heart, a dazed bewilderment at finding himself in the celestial realm, but even more so, an ecstatic joy at the thought of reuniting with Yuanqing. Mu Yunxi eagerly inquired about Yuanqing from the old immortal, and upon learning the location of her cave dwelling, he rushed there without a moment's delay. From afar, Mu Yunxi caught sight of Yuanqing's figure. In an instant, tears blurred his vision, his heart pounded uncontrollably, and a surge of joy at having found what was lost flooded his heart. He rushed forward recklessly, shouting, "Yuanqing." His voice trembled slightly with emotion. Yuanqing heard the familiar voice and spun around abruptly. The moment she saw Mu Yunxi, her eyes were filled with shock and joy, and her eyes instantly reddened. "Yunxi, is it really you? How did you?" Mu Yunxi rushed up to Yuanqing, stammering with excitement. "Yuanqing, I finally get to see you." He stared intently at Yuanqing, as if afraid that everything before him was a dream, and that she would vanish in the blink of an eye. Yuanqing wept in Mu Yunxi's arms. "Your life lamp went out. I almost thought you were dead just now." Mu Yunxi comforted her, saying, it's all right. From now on, we'll never be apart."